On the frigid night of Yuanshan City, the biting autumn wind howled, rendering the entire metropolis a symphony of rustling leaves falling in the deepening chill of late fall. On this very day in 2001, this once thriving steel metropolis had long since lost its former vibrancy by nightfall. The raucous clamor of years past had faded into a profound solitude. Young Chun Mo perched at the edge of the rooftop, his legs dangling over the precipice, displaying no trepidation for the dizzying height that loomed several dozen meters above the ground. The cold wind whipped against his face, stinging his cheeks slightly. You sit alone on the rooftop, feeling the chill of late autumn cold resistance 1. You currently possess 9 attribute points. Upon reaching 10, a world hint will be unlocked. A somewhat familiar notification chimed in Shin Mo's ears. He shook his head, dismissing it. This sound had become a frequent occurrence over the past few days. Indeed, it had brought about some changes. Yet, it did little to alter the stark loneliness of Chun Mo's existence. Tightening his collar, he felt a slight warmth envelop him. Then he rolled over and returned to the rooftop, skillfully opening the iron door that led inside, gliding down a flight of stairs and back into his home. After closing the door behind him, he found the interior cold and desolate, devoid of any semblance of warmth or life. A black and white photograph of a middle-aged couple hung on the wall, and a fleeting glance at it evoked a hint of sadness in Chun Mo's expression. Just as he prepared to succumb to slumber, the landline phone suddenly rang. Chun Mo's brow furrowed deeply. The ringing of this phone seldom heralded good news. After a moment of hesitation, he sighed, resigning himself to the notion that fortune and misfortune are often inextricably linked, and picked up the receiver. A shrill voice blared from the other end, prompting Chun Mo to instinctively pull the receiver away from his ear. "Hey kid, don't think that just because your gambling father is dead, you can shirk your debt to Brother Shi. I know your father's compensation has come through. Let me tell you, he'll be there to collect it tomorrow." Beep, beep. The caller had already hung up. Chun Mo set the receiver down with a heavy sigh. What a wretched world this was. Before his father, Chin Chao, passed away, he had been led astray by others, succumbing to gambling in a desperate bid to pay for his mother's medical expenses. Not only did he not recoup any money, but he also accrued a substantial amount of debt. Brother Shi was none other than his father's principal creditor. The caller had been Brother Shi's underling, a Biao. Chun Mo was acutely aware that this was all part of Brother Shi's scheme, yet the trap was so meticulously crafted that it bore no legal flaws. The interest on the loans his father took was not extortionate. However, with his father's death in that tragic incident and his mother's subsequent passing due to illness, all burdens fell squarely on Chun Mo's shoulders. At this moment, Chun Mo was merely an orphan, barely scraping by with the sporadic assistance of his aunt. Yet his aunt was not well off, either a steelworker impacted by the wave of layoffs. She was doing all she could just to survive. It had taken 3 long years for his father's compensation to finally reach Chun Mo, and it seemed Brother Shi was already aware of it. How laughable and infuriating. Gazing into the mirror, Chun Mo caught a glimpse of his frail self and couldn't help but mutter self-deprecatingly, "Pathetic." You look at your emaciated reflection, feeling the melancholy of life. Willpower 1. You have now acquired 10 attribute points, unlocking a world hint. Please check your inventory. Chun Mo paused, surprised that this seemingly inconsequential golden finger had finally manifested a change. Ever since he was besieged by a gang of delinquents in an alley 10 days prior, losing the last 50 yuan he had, this system had inexplicably awakened within him. He referred to it as a system, a term not yet popularized in this era, deriving inspiration from the Windows 98 system. Initially, he had thought he could defy fate, but the attributes this system granted him included impact resistance, night vision, heat resistance, cold resistance, willpower, and even endurance. So many attributes, yet none that could alter his dire fate. For instance, that endurance? It merely extended his stamina by a mere 3 to 5 minutes. But what use was that to a lonely 16-year-old? However, at that moment, Chun Mo's attention was drawn to a small backpack icon that had suddenly appeared in his lower right field of vision. He focused intently. The backpack opened at his will, revealing countless empty slots before him, with only the first slot containing an item. World Hint Fragment X1. Beneath this item, a softly glowing button read Use. Chun Mo immediately understood, concentrating his awareness on the button, and the hint fragment gradually dissipated, replaced by lines of text that materialized before him. You have used World Hint Fragment X1. The following is a world hint. Do you truly believe that the world you perceive is the real world? Do you wish to uncover the truth of the world? To unveil the darkness hidden beneath the light? You have 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 47 seconds to reach the following coordinates. You will witness intriguing events and may even gain unexpected rewards. Who knows? You might change your fate. Coordinates XXX. XXX. The countdown began, and Chen Mo paused for a moment before promptly jotting down the coordinates with a pen and activating the timer on his child's electronic watch. A moment later, the text slowly faded from view. After a brief hesitation, Chen Mo began rummaging through his belongings, soon unearthing a map of Yuanshan City from his bookshelf. This was one of the few mementos left by his father. Aligning the coordinates with the map, he quickly pinpointed the location. The old steel factory in the southern suburbs? This place has been abandoned for about 20 years, hasn't it? Chen Mo swallowed hard. Yet, driven by curiosity, he resolved to investigate. For him, life had become a trivial matter. The darkness beneath the light? With death no longer a fear, what was there to dread in the shadows? If he could indeed obtain unexpected rewards, could he not escape this life that had sunk to its nadir? Perhaps even avenge his father? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo retrieved a dagger adorned with an ornate sheath from his cabinet. This was a souvenir his father had brought back from a trip to the grasslands in his youth later. After losing all his money, he had sharpened the blade to a razor edge. But before he could utilize it, the tragic accident had occurred. Chen Mo packed the dagger, a flashlight, the map, and other essentials into his backpack, donned a mask, descended the stairs, and mounted his rickety bicycle, pedaling through the dimly lit streets of Yuanshan City towards the southern suburbs. As for taking a bus, the last service would cease in an hour. Even if he boarded, would he not have to walk back? Taking a taxi was out of the question. Had no money. An hour and a half later, the overgrown ruins of the old steel factory in the southern suburbs loomed before him. Having been abandoned for many years, the structures appeared dilapidated and on the verge of collapse. Tall weeds engulfed the pathways. Panting slightly, Chen Mo parked his bicycle at the end of the road, unable to proceed further. He raised his wrist to glance at the timer on his electronic watch. 1 hour, 44 minutes, and 38 seconds. If all went well, only 15 minutes remained until the time indicated in the hint. Chen Mo retrieved his flashlight to scrutinize the map, noting that he was approximately 500 meters from the precise coordinates. Though not far, the pitch-black desolation of the old steel factory necessitated utmost caution with each step, even with the flashlight in hand. Hastily, Chen Mo's legs became soaked from the fine droplets clinging to the weeds, yet he finally arrived at the vicinity of the coordinates with only 2 minutes to spare. This area was an expansive clearing, partially concealed by a half-collapsed factory. Building further ahead lay a rusted, half-open iron gate. As Chen Mo pondered the lack of anything amiss in this location, he suddenly heard a faint rustling. His heart skipped a beat. From the other side of the iron gate, the sound drew nearer. Chen Mo's pulse quickened as he promptly extinguished the flashlight and retreated several paces, lowering himself to the ground, allowing the towering weeds to obscure his figure. Such a maneuver should enhance his concealment in the darkness. Peering through the gaps in the foliage, Chen Mo fixed his gaze on the direction of the iron gate. The chaotic sounds grew increasingly closer, and his heart raced in tandem. Suddenly, intense beams of light pierced through the gaps of the iron gate. Chen Mo pressed himself lower against the ground. Not daring to stir, he remained utterly still. Abruptly, 3 men adorned with searchlights atop their heads and clad in peculiar black uniforms burst through the iron gate. "Hurry! Prepare for battle!" one of them exclaimed sharply. In an instant, 3 glinting long knives were drawn from the waists of the trio. Chapter 2. The Collapse of Worldview. An Unexpected Gain. Chen Mo had yet to fully comprehend the situation when his nerves involuntarily jolted with a tremor. Before the 3 individuals, a bizarre shadow materialized abruptly. Without any warning, it manifested suddenly in the AI art in the blink of an eye. That shadow engaged in a fierce struggle with the trio. Chen Mo felt a surge of energy sweep over him, leaving his mind momentarily dazed. Fortunately, after a brief moment, he regained his composure. This is bad. It's an anomaly of the Xin level. The intelligence was erroneous. One of the 3 cried out in alarm. The piercing scream shattered the night, as one of them was seemingly struck by an immense force, hurtling backward. Bang! The individual crashed into a dilapidated support column of a distant steel factory, emitting a dull thud. With his slightly enhanced night vision, Chinamo vaguely discerned a horrific wound on the person's chest, blood gushing forth. From the head that lay askew nearby, it was evident that with that single blow, this individual was already more out of breath than alive, unconscious on the spot, and likely on the brink of death. Turning his gaze back to the remaining two, he saw them wielding their long blades, which glimmered faintly, continuously slashing at the shadow. Yet, the shadow deftly evaded their attacks, as if toying with them, effortlessly neutralizing their onslaught with a few light leaps. Chenemo trembled uncontrollably. Was this the so-called true world? The darkness beneath the light? What in the world is this? His worldview was gradually crumbling. He fought to suppress his panic and began to crawl backwards slowly. I must leave. I need to leave this place quickly. Use that. Just as Chenemo was retreating, one of the fighters engaged with the shadow suddenly bellowed with rage. Chenemo could discern the resoluteness in that voice, compelling him to glance at the two. He witnessed them swiftly draw a syringe-like object from their belts and plunge it into their own necks, and the next moment, Chenemo heard two agonizing roars, as their bodies transformed within seconds into towering muscle-bound giants exceeding 2 meters in height. The shadow continued to inflict wounds upon them, yet the two remained oblivious, rooted to the spot. Roar. One of the giants unleashed a surge of power, moving with lightning speed, tightly grappling the shadow. The shadow thrashed wildly, but the giant's strength appeared overwhelming, rendering the shadow momentarily unable to escape. Kill! I shall kill you! The giant bellowed, as if enduring immense suffering. The other giant wasted no time. Despite the stark contrast of his massive form to the long blade in his hand, it suddenly radiated a more intense glow than before. Thud! The blade pierced into the shadow, penetrating through and emerging from the back of the giant holding it. The shadow began to convulse violently, as the blade-wielding giant yanked it out and plunged it back in again. Again and again, the black specter splattered. Boom! The giant grappling the shadow collapsed, and silence fell over the scene. Before Chenemo could process what had transpired, the giant wielding the blade began to disintegrate, turning into a puddle of viscous fluid within moments. The giant that had fallen was similarly reduced to a pool of muck. Only the shadow remained, lying still. You have witnessed an extraordinary battle amidst tremendous fear, feeling a significant impact on your worldview. Your willpower 3. You currently possess a total of 13 attribute points. Accumulating 50 will unlock a world hint. A refreshing sensation coursed through Chenemo's body, dispelling much of the panic that had previously gripped him. They are all dead? No. There's still one. Chenemo swiftly turned to look at the individual lying beneath the support column. He stifled his remaining fear and cautiously stood from the underbrush, inching closer to the person. This individual's clothing was drenched in blood, and beneath him lay a large pool of it. Chenemo slowly extended his finger toward the person's nose. Moments later, his brow furrowed. This person had already lost their breath, having ventured out in the dead of night to witness a shattering battle of worldviews and gained 3 points of willpower. Was this what was deemed an unexpected gain? Moreover, everything here was clearly beyond the scope of an ordinary person like himself. Cursing under his breath, Chenemo resolved to leave immediately. As for calling the police? He shook his head. There was no way to explain why he was crouched in the underbrush at such an hour. Better to avoid trouble altogether and take his leave. Just then, a chill ran down his back. There was a sound behind him. Chenemo spun around abruptly, only to see the shadow on the ground struggling to rise. You are filled with terror at the sight of the anomaly you thought was dead, feeling overwhelming dread. Your willpower 1. You currently possess a total of 14 attribute points. Accumulating 50 will unlock a world hint. He had no time to pay heed to the damned prompt. Chenemo prepared to flee. This Shin-level anomaly seems to have sustained severe injuries. If you kill it, you may obtain unexpected rewards. Chenemo's footsteps suddenly faltered. Friendly reminder. Strong willpower is key to defeating anomalies. His heart raced uncontrollably, as an increasingly intense thought surged within him. He gazed at the shadow, the so-called anomaly, swallowed hard, and removed the backpack from his back. The anomaly, gravely injured, had only just managed to rise before collapsing once more. Could it be that he truly had a chance? Chenemo extracted the dagger his father had left him from the backpack. He did not wish to utilize the blades of the 3 individuals. as he wanted to avoid leaving too many fingerprints. The underbrush left no footprints, and the trampled grass should leave no trace. But if any other evidence remained, should this place be investigated, he would have no way to explain himself. A 16-year-old boy could only think of such things. Chen Imo approached the shadow, which was heaving on the ground, gripping the dagger tightly, step by step. The anomaly suddenly turned to face him, evidently noticing Chen Imo. Instantly, an invisible shockwave emanated from the anomaly. Chen Imo's head felt as if it had been struck. Suddenly, the world spun around him. Damn it! Chen Imo clutched his temple, gasping for air, blood seeping from his nostrils. The anomaly had not anticipated that this seemingly weak presence could withstand its mental assault. Not only had it not died, but it was still standing. The anomaly, which had unleashed that attack, lost the strength to rise again. Lying motionless on the ground, Chen Imo lifted his head, glaring intently at the anomaly, his eyes bloodshot. "You bastard, die for me!" He charged at the anomaly as if he were a street brawler, roaring as he lunged forward. His right hand thrust the dagger forward, clang. With a sharp sound, Chen Imo felt a searing pain in his wrist as if it had broken. The dagger had been deflected. Friendly reminder. Attacks lacking willpower cannot inflict damage on anomalies. Willpower? What the hell is willpower? Chen Imo roared, his anger surging within him. What kind of trash golden finger is this? Friendly reminders can go to hell. I refuse to believe that I can't kill this damn thing. In the midst of this unbridled rage, the dagger in Chen Imo's hand suddenly glimmered with a faint glow, and in the next moment, it effortlessly sank into the anomaly's body. Congratulations! You have grasped the rudimentary application of willpower, aiding you in your first kill of a Shin-level anomaly. Your willpower 10, your strength 5, your agility 5. You currently possess a total of 34 attribute points. Accumulating 50 will unlock a world hint. Chapter 3. Anomalous Influence. Chen Imo felt a wave of refreshing energy surge through him, permeating his body with a cool stream. He exhaled deeply. What a relief. He gazed at the Shin-level anomaly lying on the ground, and under the moonlight, the creature's form began to disintegrate gradually. Within a few breaths, it had completely vanished, leaving only a ground strewn with black powder resembling ashes. Chen Imo scanned his surroundings. Only the corpse beneath the support column and the 2 puddles of muck remained, testifying to the extraordinary events that had transpired here. I must leave quickly. Chen Imo steadied his emotions. His heartbeat gradually slowing with that thought, he swiftly returned along a path that would leave minimal traces, reaching his dilapidated bicycle. Mounting it, he pedaled away without looking back. Shortly after his departure, the sound of helicopters echoed above the steel factory, and several figures descended. One of them bent down, carefully examining the ground, their fingers brushing against the black powder. They stood precisely where Chen Imo had slain the anomaly. The Shin-level anomaly is dead. De Jiang got away. They both perished, having used the serum, likely perishing together with the anomaly. He rose to his feet, casting a glance at the corpse beneath the support column. Old Fong, it seems he was dead from the start. Having never had the chance to use the serum, he sighed deeply. He had lost count of how many times he had witnessed such scenes over the years. Clean up the site and prepare to withdraw. Several individuals immediately responded. Yes, Captain Zhao. Just then, the man referred to as Captain Zhao suddenly spoke. Stop! The crowd came to a halt, witnessing Captain Zhao parting the weeds, scrutinizing the area with great care. This is not right. Other individuals have been here. Someone has observed the anomaly. Damn it, it's a profound level anomaly. Captain Zhao barked. Quickly, scour the vicinity. We must locate anyone who has seen the anomaly. Otherwise, within 3 days, the city will face calamity. Yes. The following morning, Chen Imo was jolted awake by the alarm, struggling to rise from his bed. He had returned home at 1 in the morning, and now at 6:30. He had to get up for school, however. The solitude of his life had long accustomed him to such days. After washing up, Chen Imo heated a bowl of leftovers in the microwave, haphazardly devouring it before rinsing the dishes and setting them aside to dry. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Chen Imo furrowed his brow. Such a violent and unreasonable knocking could not possibly belong to a neighbor or relative. Had the authorities discovered his whereabouts last night? He tiptoed to the door. Peering through the peephole, to his surprise, it was none other than a Biao, the hefty lackey of his father's creditor, Snake. Chunamo, don't think that just because you don't open the door, you re-off the hook. I know you're home. Bang, 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 bang. The noise suddenly intensified. He was now pounding on the door. Chunamo took a deep breath. Trouble was unavoidable. After all, he was still a minor. And Biao was merely trying to intimidate him, not daring to truly harm him. Moreover, Chunamo clenched his fists. This unending surge of power was the source of his confidence. Suddenly, he flung open the door, and Biao's fist, which had been aimed at the door, swung through the air. Chunamo deftly sidestepped, causing Biao to stumble forward due to his own momentum. You bastard! Biao's eyes widened. Realizing that this kid was clearly toying with him, he seized Chunamo by the collar, his gaze predatory. You think you can play games with me? Where's the money? Your old man owes Snake 300,000. And I know the compensation is 100,000, so let's consider this the interest payment. Hand it over, now. Chunamo stared coldly at Biao, his right hand resting on Biao's arm that held him captive. Release me. Chunmo's voice was chilling, momentarily catching Biao off guard. His eyes widened, as if witnessing something unbelievable. In his memory, Chunamo had always been the timid, submissive boy who wouldn't dare utter a word in front of him or Snake. When had he become so resolute? Yet, Biao was still Snake's subordinate, and years of training had endowed him with a robust physique. It was no exaggeration to say that his arms were thicker than Chunmo's calves. And he wouldn't truly be intimidated by a mere child, he sneered, increasing the pressure of his grip, almost lifting Chunmo off the ground. How dare you speak to me like that? At this, Chunmo's eyes narrowed, and with a sudden surge of strength, he thrust his right hand forward, his fingers sinking into Biao's arm like a vice. The blood that oozed from Biao's arm, along with the hard texture felt by Chunmo's fingertips, brought him a wave of exhilaration. A strange smile crept onto his lips. Biao immediately felt a sharp pain radiate from his arm, and he could not help but scream, trying to wrench himself free. But Chunmo's fingers clung to his arm like iron, immobilizing him completely. Biao's face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He could never have imagined that this once timid boy possessed such strength and such ruthlessness. But Biao was no coward. His unrestrained left arm quickly swung a punch aimed at Chunmo's face. Chunmo instinctively raised his left arm to block, and Biao's punch met with a solid resistance, as if striking a reinforced steel beam, only causing pain to himself while Chunmo remained unmoved. Simultaneously, Chunmo yanked his right hand from Biao's arm, drawing forth a cascade of blood. Ah! The anguished wail echoed through the hallway. Chunmo delivered a swift kick to Biao's abdomen, sending him crashing against the wall of the corridor. Bang! Following the dull thud, Biao lay there, dazed, unable to even scream, only gasping for breath. Chunmo, however, regarded Biao with an icy demeanor, devoid of any emotion. Go back and tell Snake that I will repay the money, but only the principal, not a single cent more. Think carefully before you come to trouble me again, Chunmo, for I am the one who wields the knife. Let me remind you, I am still a minor. Biao, breathless, raised his gaze towards Chunmo, his left hand pressed against the bleeding wound on his right arm. He was frightened. There was a palpable murderous intent in the boy's eyes. He needed to report this to Snake promptly, but first, he should find a clinic. Damn it, today he had truly met his match. Bang! The security doors slammed shut, and Biao stumbled away, weaving as he hurried down the stairs. Inside the room, Chunmo's eyes reddened, his heart racing. You have vented your inner fury through your own strength, experiencing the beauty of power. Your strength won. You currently possess 35 attribute points. Reaching 50 will unlock a world hint. An inexplicable bloodthirst has arisen within you, seemingly influenced by that profound level anomaly. Chunmo paused momentarily, and in an instant, goosebumps prickled across his skin. Chapter 4. Information: Madman. No wonder. Chunmo wiped the sweat from his forehead, attempting to calm his rapidly beating heart. It turned out that since last night, his emotions had been slightly askew. Having just mangled Biao's arm and nearly kicked the life out of him, he knew he would never have acted this way before. Had it not been for the prompt sound, he might have remained oblivious to his own descent into chaos. Chunmo rushed into the bathroom, splashing cold tap water onto his face, forcing himself to regain composure. His heartbeat gradually slowed, and the goosebumps began to fade. The emotions of youth come swiftly and leave just as quickly, with a willpower far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. He could control his feelings as long as he found the right method to respond. Glancing at his wristwatch, an electronic watch for children, he noted that it was now 7:10 in the morning. Indeed, it was time for school. Chenemo hesitated for a moment. Regardless of what he had discovered or how much stronger he had become, he was not yet at a point where he would abandon his studies. After all, excelling in his studies had been his mother's hope for him. Chenemo slung his still dusty backpack over his shoulders and opened the security door, finding that a Biao had vanished from the entrance. Only a few drops of blood remained on the corridor floor. Chenemo frowned, sidestepping the bloodstains as he made his way downstairs. The distant mountains of the morning were shrouded in a light fog. The air was thick with a lingering musty scent that refused to dissipate, a characteristic of the distant mountains. Chenemo attended the 5th High School of Yuan Mountain, and he was an ordinary student in Class 10 of the second year. So ordinary, in fact, that he was somewhat isolated. Chenemo was not talkative. After his parents passed away, he became increasingly introverted. Coupled with his old, faded clothes and an outdated buzz cut, he appeared even more out of place. This kind of boy naturally stood out in the school environment. Thus, as he walked to Class 10, not a single student in the lively groups around him greeted him, but of course, this did not mean that anyone would acknowledge him once he entered the classroom. Everyone knew that Chenemo was an outlier, reserved and reclusive, thus lacking friends. However, Chenemo had grown accustomed to this state and found solace in his solitude. His seat was in the back corner of the classroom, next to the large garbage bin, solitary and with no desk partner. Chenemo took out his books, wrapped in old newspapers, preparing to review the material learned in the past few days. Yet, the conversation of two classmates in front of him caught his attention, causing him to perk up his ears to listen intently. "Did you see yesterday's newspaper?" Li Chang asked his deskmate. His deskmate, a delicate-looking girl named Wu Shanshan, shook her head gently. Li Chang, clearly interested in the girl, smirked slightly, a hint of mystery in his demeanor, as he continued, "You girls really need to be more cautious. I'm telling you, there have been several incidents of crazed individuals attacking people on the way to and from school lately." "Oh, it's the incidents involving the mentally ill. 2 of them even resulted in fatalities." A flicker of fear crossed Wu Shanshan's eyes. Li Chang's eyes sparkled as he continued, "Do you know Ma Daong?" Wu Shanshan nodded. Ma Daong was a well-known student from Class 4 of the second year, and she certainly knew of him. Ma Daong, standing at 6 feet tall and weighing nearly 200 pounds, played basketball every day and was in exceptional physical shape. Wu Shanshan's voice trembled slightly, asking, "What happened to him? Did something occur?" Li Chang nodded, saying, "Indeed. You haven't seen him these past few days, have you?" Just the day before yesterday, while Ma Daong was on his way home from school, he was attacked by a madman. One single blow. Wu Shanshan's eyes widened in shock. "He died." Li Chang cleared his throat softly twice and explained, "Not quite, but my right arm is severely injured. The tendons are torn." The scene was utterly horrific. Had it not been for a few of my close buddies assisting me and my own agility in escaping, I fear the second strike would have landed on my neck. Li Chang clicked his tongue, exhaling a deep sigh. It was said that the last of those mentally unstable individuals could not be subdued by the police for quite some time, ultimately resulting in several gunshots to resolve the matter. Such events occurring among people they knew made Wu Shanshan, already timid by nature, even more anxious. As the atmosphere settled, Li Chang finally revealed his intentions. "Shanshan, considering you are a girl, it's quite chaotic lately, and it is certainly unsafe for you to go to and from school alone. How about die in the back seat?" Chenemo could not contain himself and let out a chuckle. Both Li Chang and Wu Shanshan turned to him. Chenemo awkwardly smiled and turned away, choosing silence. Li Chang shot a glare at Chenemo, then turned back to Wu Shanshan. "Shanshan, I live not far from you. I can escort you to and from school. I guarantee your safety." Li Chang attempted to project an image of strength, even showcasing his meager biceps. Unfortunately, Wu Shanshan, reminded by Chenmo's laughter, had already caught on to her deskmate's ulterior motives. With a slight blush, she murmured, "Thank you, Li Chang, but never mind. I'll just walk with Lu Lei and the others." Li Chang instantly deflated like a defeated rooster. However, his small eyes darted about, and he quickly devised a new plan. "Shanshan, listen to me. You girls, a whole group is still not safe. How about this? I'll accompany you all." Chinamo, seated in the back, was taken aback. This move was not a retreat but an advance. Revealing Li Chang's cunning, if one approach failed, he aimed to charm a whole group instead. Just then, Chen Mo's body suddenly jolted slightly. A notification sound echoed in his ears. You have overheard some interesting information regarding a madman and incidents of violence. Is the truth really as it seems? Reflecting on the events that have transpired in your life, you will realize that matters are not as straightforward as they appear. There were no new attribute points. Yet those 3 sentences left Chen Mo momentarily dazed. Reflecting on his emotional fluctuations from earlier that morning, he seemed to uncover a significant truth. Were those so-called madmen and mentally unstable individuals merely victims of emotional disturbances caused by anomalies? What, precisely, are these anomalies? Have they begun to permeate the world on a large scale? And who are those battling these anomalies? Furrowing his brow, the clamor of the classroom faded into the background, undeterred by his contemplation. In your simplistic analysis, you have approached a portion of the answer to the problem. Your analytical skill has increased by 1. You currently possess a total of 36 attribute points. Upon reaching 50 points, one world hint will be unlocked. Chapter 5. Sudden Incident. Approaching a portion of the answer, Chen Mo murmured to himself. If that is the case, with a frown, he prepared to delve deeper into his analysis. But just then, a raucous commotion erupted from the hallway, growing increasingly louder. Chen Mo, who had been deeply engaged in thought, was finally interrupted by the exaggerated noise. Initially faint, the clamor soon escalated. Suddenly, a plump figure stumbled into the classroom. It was his classmate Huang Wenkai, a hefty lad weighing over 200 pounds. Panting heavily, drenched in sweat, Huang Wenkai shouted in terror, "Murder! Murder!" All eyes in the classroom turned towards Huang Wenkai's alarming shouts. His expressions were exceedingly exaggerated. The janitor in the cafeteria, he gone mad. He just attacked the lunch lady with a cleaver on the playground. Right there. Don't believe me? Just look down the hallway. Huang Wenkai hastily clarified as he noticed the skepticism in his classmates' gazes. Instantly, the classroom erupted into chaos, with everyone rushing towards the front and back doors. Li Chang, who had been scheming to impress Wu Shanshan just moments ago, now excitedly exclaimed, "I told you, Shanshan, look, there are lunatics everywhere. So you should definitely walk with me after school." Saying this, he pulled out a chair and dashed out of the classroom. Chen Mo rolled his eyes. When did he still have time to pursue girls amidst the chaos? As the students eager to witness the spectacle poured out of the classroom, he calmly rose from his seat. The hallway was overflowing with students. But fortunately, the windows were barred, preventing any unfortunate souls from falling out. "Oh no, the lunch lady must be dead by now," someone gasped. "Hey, be careful. Oh no. Another security guard has been taken down." The janitor had truly gone mad. It seemed like execution was imminent. The buzz of frantic discussions filled the air. Chen Mo nudged his way through the crowd, which parted as if a formidable force had pushed them aside. Yet, when they looked back, they found it was merely a slender youth. "Hey, what are you pushing for? Can't you wait your turn to see?" someone shouted. Chen Mo remained silent, his brow furrowed as he gazed down at the playground. The complaining students momentarily forgot about him, their focus consumed by the unfolding drama. In the center of the playground, a janitor clad in cleaning attire brandished a cleaver, frantically pursuing several security guards. One older guard lay in a pool of blood, while the lunch lady in the distance was already unresponsive. In normal circumstances, these guards could manage the students, but facing this lunatic, their bravery was commendable. Armed with only a semicircular steel fork, their equipment was woefully inadequate. Chen Mo clearly observed 2 security guards attempting to subdue the deranged janitor with the fork, only to be violently shoved aside. Had they not been younger and quicker, another would have surely fallen victim. Where are the police? Why haven't they arrived? By now, some teachers had begun to evacuate the students, preventing them from witnessing the chaos. Yet, with the school gates situated at the opposite end of the playground, it was unrealistic to escape while the janitor rampaged. The teachers could only sternly demand that students return to the classroom. But how many rebellious adolescents would heed such commands in a moment like this? Chen Mo's ears perked up. He could hear the distant wail of police sirens approaching. Before long, more students caught wind of the sound. "The police are here," someone shouted, and 5 police officers rushed through the school gate. "Put down the knife." the lead officer commanded, drawing his firearm. Yet, the janitor seemed oblivious, continuing his frenzied pursuit of the security guards. "Run this way!" the guards shouted, scrambling through the perimeter formed by the 5 officers, with the madman hot on their heels, his cleaver glinting ominously as he prepared to attack the lead officer. Bang! The dull sound of a gunshot rang out, striking the janitor squarely in the thigh, sending a spray of crimson into the air. "Report to command. I fired my weapon. I fired my weapon." The officer shouted into his radio. The force of the shot caused the janitor to stumble momentarily. However, the next second, he lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the officer before him, causing the officer's heart to skip a beat. Observing the scene from the corridor, Chunimo furrowed his brow deeply. This janitor, something is terribly off. Could he also be someone affected by an anomaly? You have uncovered the truth. Indeed, individuals whose emotions are influenced by anomalies become exceedingly volatile, with their rationality plummeting to its lowest point. The notification chimed in his ears. Chunimo nodded lightly, confirming his suspicions. Turning his gaze back to the playground, he saw the janitor, after being shot, gradually retreating. "Put down the knife. I command you to put down the knife," the officer barked. Had the janitor not begun to back away, the next bullet would surely have been fired. Yet, in an unexpected turn, the janitor suddenly pivoted and bolted towards the school building. In a mere 2 or 3 seconds, he covered a distance of nearly 20 meters. He exhibited no signs of an elderly man shot in the thigh, but rather resembled a sprinter. The officers hesitated, refraining from firing. They were too close to the school building, with the madman now less than 20 meters away. Even if they shot, targeting a moving target at such a distance with a service weapon would yield dismal accuracy. However, if a stray bullet were to strike a student or teacher, the consequences would be dire. Thus, the 5 officers could only sprint after the janitor. Panic erupted within the school building, with students on the ground floor hurriedly fleeing to the upper levels. Chunimo observed the unfolding chaos with a calm demeanor, his fists clenched in contemplation of whether he should intervene. The janitor was evidently unhinged. Despite being shot in the thigh, he was capable of such speed, likely fueled by a surge of adrenaline. Just as the janitor was about to breach the school building, a figure suddenly leaped from the nearby bushes. "Get away from my grandpa," a youth, who had been hiding in the bushes and watching the spectacle, unexpectedly launched a kick towards the janitor's side. Thud! The elderly gentleman was caught utterly off guard by the sudden kick, causing him to tumble sideways several times. The kitchen knife he held clattered to the ground beside him. "Who on earth is that? Which class do they belong to? So incredibly brave!" exclaimed the students watching from above. This dramatic scene caused Chunimo's lips to twitch slightly. Seizing the opportunity, 5 police officers surged forward, finally subduing the crazed old man. Instantly, the entire teaching block erupted in a cacophony of cheers, akin to the roar of a tsunami. Chapter 6. Congratulations. The mad old man was tightly bound with ropes, his restless hands restrained by handcuffs, and soon he was escorted into a police vehicle. An ambulance arrived with a wail, transporting the security guard and the lunch lady, who lay in a pool of blood, to the hospital. Yet the white sheet draped over them seemed to ominously signal their fate. Only the recently dubbed headstrong youth stood before the teaching building, a smile gracing his lips as he basked in the applause and admiration of his peers. Even Chunimo found himself clapping in acknowledgement. Regardless of the circumstances, courage is commendable. As the officers departed, one patted the student on the shoulder, foreseeing that a commendation for bravery would soon be sent to the school. "Which class is that courageous lad from?" "He's from class 6 of the 2nd year. I know him. He lives in my neighborhood. Wow, he's the god of the bushes." The chatter was incessant. One can only imagine that such discussions would linger in the halls of Yuan Mountain 5th Middle School for a long time, with Su Hao, the god of the bushes, earning that resounding nickname throughout his high school years. Before long, the school returned to normalcy, as the impending entrance into the 3rd year meant teachers were hastily pushing through the syllabus, leaving students little time to ponder other matters. The incident involving the elderly man and woman would certainly be dealt with by the authorities. The temporary break that students had hoped for did not materialize. It wasn't until 7:30 in the evening that the bell signaling the end of classes for the 2nd year reluctantly rang. Chunimo slung his backpack over his shoulder, refraining from greeting anyone as he made his way out of the classroom. Of course, No one greeted him either. He walked through the campus as if in a daze, and just as he reached the entrance of an alley, he halted in his tracks. The sky had darkened considerably, and the dim streetlights offered scant illumination. The path home was rather secluded, with the alley shrouded in significant darkness. 6 burly men blocked his way, among them, a Biao, who sported a bandaged forearm and hung his head low. Chun Mo's gaze grew increasingly cold. A Biao shot a glance at his companions, and they swiftly closed in on Chun Mo, leaving only the alley's mouth open for him. Chun Mo's hand, however, had already begun to reach for the side of his backpack, where a small zipper concealed the dagger left by his father. Gradually, he was being forced back into the ink-black alley. A Biao and his cohorts wore grim expressions as they pressed Chun Mo further into the alley, which was little more than a dead end, a mere 30 to 50 meters deep, littered with garbage bins, reeking of decay. This hardly qualified as an alley. It was simply a makeshift waste depot. Feeling bold, are we? Keep it up. A Biao ground his teeth. After his morning visit to the hospital, he had learned that his arm had nearly been broken. In other words, his right arm had almost been rendered useless. Not only that, but he also had fractures in 2 of his ribs. Who knew how this kid had suddenly become so ferocious? Fortunately, Brother Snake had bought into his embellished tale and was furious, dispatching 5 brothers to help him seek revenge. Today, they were determined to cripple this kid and reclaim the 100,000 yuan. You were quite bold this morning, weren't you, HM? Chun Mo? One by one, the 5 underlings brandished steel pipes, their gazes fixed unwaveringly on Chun Mo. Chun Mo remained silent, his dagger now glinting ominously in his hand. A stark contrast to the darkness of the alley. Brother Biao, this kid's armed, one of them murmured. What are we afraid of? It's just one kid against 6 of us. That little knife won't reach anyone. A Biao cursed vehemently. Chun Mo's heart raced, adrenaline surging through his veins. While most would panic in such a moment, he maintained an unusual calmness. It seemed that once he shed the weight of his emotions, his mindset steadied. Chun Mo sprang into action. He preferred not to be passive. Initiating the attack was the correct choice. In the dim alley, his figure resembled a streak of light die in an instant. He lunged toward a burly man. Damn it! The man bellowed, swinging the steel pipe toward Chun Mo's head. Yet, Chun Mo's speed was remarkable. The dagger flashed before him, slicing accurately across the wrist of the man wielding the pipe. In the next moment, he slightly sidestepped, evading the blow. The man felt a sudden chill in his wrist, followed by a surge of pain as the pipe slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. He cried out, blood gushing from his wrist, splattering onto Chun Mo's face, which bore a flicker of delight. What are you standing there for? Damn it! Hit him! A Biao shouted in fury, hurling a steel pipe at Chun Mo. The remaining men snapped back to reality, raining blows down upon him like a tempest. However, Chun Mo was not superhuman. For the moment, all he could do was dodge the pipes aimed at his head. His arms endured several solid hits. The adrenaline dulled the pain, but he knew that a few more strikes, or one misstep, and a blow to the head could spell his end. With a swift motion, Chun Mo swung the dagger, retreating to create some distance. Just as he prepared to make his escape, an alert chimed in his ear. Congratulations, a yellow-level anomaly will manifest at your location in 1 minute. Will you flee or confront it? Countdown. 59 seconds. A countdown, barely the size of a mosquito, ticked away in the lower right corner of Chun Mo's vision. He was taken aback, so sudden. What was a yellow-level anomaly? He vividly recalled that last night's anomaly had been a profound level 1. Was yellow weaker or stronger than profound? However, Chun Mo understood that last night's profound level anomaly had been defeated only because he had been incredibly lucky. Under normal circumstances, from what he had observed, he had no chance of winning. Moreover, his current condition was far from optimal. Chun Mo made a swift decision, turning and sprinting towards the farthest wall of the alley. Damn it, he's trying to escape. A Biao shouted angrily, and the group charged at Chun Mo. He was nimble, leaping onto the edge of a metal garbage bin, and with a powerful push, he sprang upwards. Grasping the top of the wall with his left hand, he flung the dagger over to the opposite side, using his arms to propel himself upward. His slight frame effortlessly vaulted over the top of the wall. Countdown. 37 seconds. Though a Biao's crew was robust, they were no match for Chun Mo's agility. For a moment, they were left scrambling for a way to follow. What the hell? A Biao seethed, hurling the steel pipe at Chen Mo, but by then, Chen Mo had vanished from sight atop the wall. He leaped down, retrieving the dagger from the ground. Before him lay a residential community he knew well. Yet instead of fleeing outright, he dashed towards a specific building. Entering it in just a few strides, countdown, 10 seconds, from the third-floor staircase window, he could clearly see the direction of the alley. Chen Mo's night vision, enhanced by the dimming sunset, allowed him to observe the unfolding scene within the alley. Countdown, 0 seconds, Chapter 7. Mysterious Organization. A Biao was cursing loudly in the alley, while his injured underling was sweating profusely. Brother Biao, let us wait for that kid at his front door. I refuse to believe he won't return home. Brother Biao, I need to go to the hospital first. The Biao nodded begrudgingly. Bozi, hurry to the hospital. Whatever it costs, I'll reimburse you. The rest of you, come with me to that kid's house. With that, a Biao issued his order, and they prepared to leave. But just then, a sudden turn of events occurred. In the dim alley, a shadow materialized. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat, an anomaly. The moment the shadow appeared, a Biao, caught off guard, froze in place. In the next instant, a bloody line sliced from his head down to his legs. The 5 underlings' reflexes failed to keep pace with the unfolding horror as a Biao was cleaved in two. Viscera and brain matter spilled across the ground in an instant. The shadow seemed to revel in its gruesome handiwork, spinning in the air with satisfaction. The 5 underlings finally regained their wits, screaming about ghosts and rushing towards the alley's mouth. But the short distance of 30 to 50 meters felt insurmountable. With a sickening sound, another head and body were severed. The screams and sounds of flesh tearing echoed through the narrow alley. In mere moments, blood drenched the area. Only one burly man remained, sprinting for his life. Chen Mo's gaze remained fixed on the so-called yellow-level anomaly. It didn't seem as large as the profound-level anomaly from before. And it didn't appear quite as powerful. It seemed that yellow was indeed a lower classification than profound. However, when Chen Mo compared his own abilities to that of the yellow-level anomaly, even if he crudely infused his willpower into the dagger, he wouldn't dare claim he could emerge victorious against such a being. What should he do? Call the police? Or take a chance? The youth found himself at a loss for what to do. Just then, Chen Mo's expression sharpened. What was that? In the distance, a helicopter swiftly approached through the sky. Meanwhile, in the alley, the only remaining robust man finally reached the mouth of the alley. Fortunately, the yellow-level anomaly also spotted the looming helicopter above and ceased its pursuit of the man. Instead, it stood upright and suddenly emitted an invisible wave of mental energy. Chen Mo, caught off guard, immediately felt dizzy. Thankfully, his formidable willpower kicked in at that moment, allowing him to recover almost instantly. Was this mental impact stronger than that of the previous anomaly? No, it was simply because this yellow-level anomaly was uninjured. Chen Mo furrowed his brows in contemplation. Moreover, the effect on my emotions was negligible. However, the robust man who had just reached the alley's exit was not so fortunate. Under the influence of the mental shock, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. In the sky, the helicopter finally arrived, and 3 ropes descended from it. Subsequently, 3 figures, identical in appearance to those from the dilapidated steel factory the previous night, slid down the ropes. Just before reaching the ground, they leaped down, drawing their long knives in an instant. A yellow-level anomaly. The intelligence was accurate. Be cautious. Attack? The leader shouted, and the trio's long knives shimmered with a faint white light as they charged towards the anomaly. Observing this scene, Chen Mo realized that there was likely an organization targeting these anomalies. Although the 3 faced the yellow-level anomaly with some difficulty, none were injured. Instead, the yellow-level anomaly was struck multiple times. It seemed that the yellow-level anomaly was not regarded as particularly formidable by this organization. Indeed, before long, the yellow-level anomaly was pierced several times by the long knives, on the verge of being slain. You have witnessed the battle between the mysterious organization and the yellow-level anomaly, gaining insight. Your willpower 1. You currently have a total of 37 attribute points. Accumulating 50 will unlock a world hint. The modest gain in willpower brought a faint smile to Chen Mo's face, indicating that his observation had not been in vain. Not wishing to reveal his presence, he prepared to leave the apartment building. However, at that moment, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. The robust man, who had collapsed and was unconscious at the alley entrance, was struggling to rise, panic-stricken as he fled to the side. Neither the trio engaged in combat with the yellow-level anomaly nor the anomaly itself seemed to notice the man. Furthermore, Chinamo keenly observed that numerous gazes were directed towards this alley from the windows of nearby residences. It was uncertain how many people had witnessed this battle, nor how many had been affected by the mental shock. Chinamo sighed and quickly dashed downstairs. Using his familiarity with the vicinity, he effortlessly scaled the wall on the other side of the complex and ran a few steps along the outside road, soon spotting the panicked, fleeing robust man. If I am not mistaken, those affected by the anomaly's mental shock will inevitably turn into madmen, Chinamo mused. He followed the man at a measured pace, intending to observe how this transformation occurred. After running for 7 or 8 minutes, the robust man, panting heavily, leaned on his knees, terror etched on his face. He had never encountered such a terrifying ordeal in his life. Biao Gu and the other 4 have turned into nothing but a pile of flesh in such a short time. Chinamo trailed closely behind him, watching as the man took a brief moment to rest before continuing his frantic flight. Before long, Chinamo saw the robust man dash into a KTV establishment. Hong Phoenix? Chinamo glanced at the sign above the entrance and recognized the place. He was somewhat familiar with it. Years ago, his father borrowed money from Shigu here. Furrowing his brow, Chinamo realized that the robust man was heading straight to Shigu, demonstrating a profound bond of brotherhood. Should I just walk in? Chinamo pondered. That would likely be unwise. Entering the Hong Phoenix would certainly expose him. Chinamo concealed himself at a distant street corner. His gaze fixed on the entrance of the Hong Phoenix. He was convinced that if the robust man were to become a madman, chaos would soon erupt within the establishment. This presented a splendid opportunity. If the robust man were to kill Shigu, it would be a stroke of genius. Even if he did not succeed, a glint of crimson flickered in Qian Mo's eyes. Given the chance, he would ensure Shi Ji's demise. As night deepened, this opportunity did not keep Qian Mo waiting long. In the silent night, you faintly hear chaotic cries, your mood gradually lifting. You're hearing one. You currently have a total of 38 attribute points. Accumulating 50 will unlock a world hint. A faint smile graced Qian Mo's lips as the sounds became clearer. The commotion undoubtedly emanated from within the Hong Phoenix KTV. Suddenly, the door of the Hong Phoenix burst open, and several men and women stumbled out, shouting and crying, "A madman is killing people! Help!" Chinamo glanced at the child's digital watch on his wrist. Merely 20 minutes had passed. Adding the time it took the robust man to return, it had been no more than 40 minutes in such a brief span. The robust man had gone mad. The time frame was indeed remarkably short. Suddenly, Qian Mo's pupils constricted as a familiar figure emerged from the Hong Phoenix. Clutching his waist, he distinctly saw blood trickling down. Chao Xiaolong. Chao Xiaolong was none other than Shi Ji's renowned name. Chapter 8. Is this not a form of redemption? It was evident that Chao Xiaolong had been injured by a sharp weapon at his waist. His complexion growing increasingly pale, he barely managed a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Following closely behind was the robust man, his eyes bloodshot and wielding a bloodied fruit knife, also bursting forth from the Hong Phoenix. Chinamo focused intently, and just then, a notification echoed in his ears. This individual, severely influenced by the anomaly, has completely lost rationality. Slaughter is the sole thought in his mind. Chinamo nodded slightly. This was something easily discernible. Can this transformation be reversed? Chinamo scoffed. This damned system. You ask me? I want to ask you. Nevertheless, the system's hint reminded Chinamo. Perhaps he could discern something from this robust man. Without further hesitation, he donned a white mask, drew his dagger, and as the robust man lunged towards Chao Xiaolong, he charged at the man's back. Yet, he did not intend to save Chao Xiaolong. That would be absurd. He desired this man's death. It was merely a case of the mantis stalking the cicada, while the oriole awaited behind. The robust man, under the anomaly's influence, exerted all his strength, overpowering Chao Xiaolong and stabbing him repeatedly with the knife. Blood gushed from Chao Xiaolong's mouth and body as he struggled to utter something, but his nerves were reduced to mere convulsive instinct. In the old urban area of Yuanshan, Chao Xiaolong was a prominent figure, having controlled a vast underground territory for nearly a decade. Who would have thought that this would be his ending? In his final moments, he caught a glimpse of a somewhat familiar figure rushing towards him. A dagger glinting coldly in hand. Is this someone coming to save me? But the next second, his consciousness was engulfed in endless darkness. The robust man unleashed a mindless roar, his face twisted in a savage expression as blood splattered, further intensifying his exhilaration. In just a few minutes, 4 individuals had perished beneath his fruit knife. Yet with each kill, his ecstasy only grew. The robust man sensed a gust of wind behind him, revealing an expression of excitement as he sprang back up. Turning to look, however, all he saw was a flash of cold light. Chinamo's dagger sliced precisely through the man's right wrist from above. With his tendons severed, his fingers lost their strength, and the fruit knife clattered to the concrete ground. Chinamo kicked the knife away, sending it flying several meters, with the threat of the knife eliminated. Chinamo could finally confirm his hypothesis. The first thing he needed to ascertain was whether those influenced by the anomaly experienced pain. Earlier that morning, an elderly man at school had been shot in the thigh without apparent effect. Was this robust man similarly unaffected? Chinamo swiftly swung his dagger, slicing upward across the robust man's chest. The man's shirt tore, blood splattering, yet he seemed oblivious, roaring as he swung his left fist at Chinamo. Chinamo easily evaded the blow. The notification that followed confirmed his thoughts. Indeed, the anomaly's influence does not fundamentally alter humans. It dampens their pain perception but cannot truly shield them from physical harm. So that was it. Without the limitation of pain, these individuals could unleash their full physical potential, a feat unattainable by ordinary people. Normal humans would instinctively fear pain, with the brain automatically restraining their strength output to prevent self-harm. Unless point one possessed willpower far exceeding that of an average person, breaking through the brain's restrictions, and now, Chinamo could effortlessly achieve this. Each strike he executed allowed him to maximize his strength and speed, meaning his enhanced willpower enabled him to master his own body with ease. The robust man's wild punches and kicks were mere aimless flailing in Chinmo's eyes. Suddenly, the dagger in Chinmo's hand radiated a faint white glow. Indeed, the second aspect he wished to test was the effect of willpower on these madmen. The dagger pierced precisely into the chest of the burly man, plunging several centimeters deep, before Chinamo swiftly withdrew it just before it could puncture his heart. In the blink of an eye, Chinamo deftly evaded the man's forward lunge, creating a distance of 3 or 4 steps between them. To his astonishment, the robust figure staggered and collapsed to the ground. Emitting anguished cries, "On my hand!" He clutched his right wrist, from which blood flowed incessantly. Cough, cough. Having uttered that phrase, the man involuntarily coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Although Chinmo's strike had not breached his heart, it had nonetheless penetrated his lung. Writhing in agony on the ground, the frenzy he had displayed moments prior vanished entirely. Your crude application of willpower, while causing suffering to the individual before you, has, to some extent, dispelled some of the aberrant energies within his body. Is this not a form of redemption? Your willpower 1. Current attribute points, 39. Upon reaching 50, one world hint will be unlocked. A smile crept upon Chinmo's lips. Just as he had anticipated, his formidable willpower had entered the burly man's body, exerting a slight purging effect on the aberrant energies within. However, with the alleviation of the abnormal influence came the instinctual takeover of his bodily nerves, resulting in an accumulation of pain. No longer hesitating, Chinamo approached the roadside a few meters away and picked up the fruit knife. He then turned and returned to the side of the burly man. "Help! Help me!" The man's eyes were filled with desperation, completely oblivious to the events that had just transpired. The excruciating pain in his lungs rendered speech nearly impossible. Yet, what awaited him was only the cold glint of steel slicing through his throat. "Congratulations, you have achieved your first kill of a fellow being. It is unlikely to be your last. Your strength 1, current attribute points, 40. Upon reaching 50, one world hint will be unlocked." Chinamo felt no discomfort. Killing this man seemed as mundane as squashing an ant. Instead, the refreshing energy derived from the attribute points was somewhat addictive. Chinamo approached the corpse of Chao Xiaolong, wiped the handle of the fruit knife on his clothing to erase any fingerprints, and then placed it into Chao Xiaolong's hand, creating the illusion of a mutual demise between him and the burly man. Though the ruse felt crude and somewhat self-deceptive, Chinamo could not shake the unease that accompanied inaction. Having completed his task, he secured the dagger and swiftly departed the scene. Merely 2 minutes later, the wailing sirens echoed from afar, drawing near to the entrance of the Red Phoenix. Observing the blood-soaked scene, not a single officer exhibited any sign of discomfort. Things are getting increasingly chaotic. And are you on, Sean? There seems to be a madman murdering every day, sighed the chief of the criminal investigation team. Evidence was collected at the scene, and those who had reported the incident were summoned to identify the body and provide their statements. Understood, Captain. Chapter 9. Darkwalker's Chen Mo was fortunate. His clumsy framing succeeded in influencing a portion of the beleaguered police's judgment, grappling with a spate of recent cases. Furthermore, the terrified customers, or accomplices, fled the vicinity at breakneck speed, leaving no witnesses to Chen Mo's actions. The Red Phoenix murder case was resolved with astonishing swiftness, as all the deceased were notorious figures in the area. Previously unable to touch these scum due to unspoken reasons, they were now either killed or injured by a madman. Perhaps this could be seen as a service to the community? Yet, for Chen Mo, the implications of this event extended beyond mere justice. In front of his parents' memorial at home, he silently bowed 3 times, without uttering a word. However, the knot in his heart had begun to unravel. One less burden plagued his youth. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers southwest of Yuanshan, in the suburbs of the capital city, a significant meeting was about to commence within a hidden, verdant building. Every individual present bore no trace of a smile. Solemnity was the sole tone of the gathering. This was the headquarters of the Xia Kingdom's Darkwalkers organization. The expansive conference room was filled with attendees clad in black uniforms. Zhao Ming, representing the Yuanshan division, occupied a somewhat secluded seat at the back. Although he was the unquestioned leader at the Yuanshan branch, here, he was merely considered a grassroots worker. His presence was warranted due to the recent surge of anomalous events in Yuanshan, which had gained nationwide attention. It was not long before the meeting room was filled to capacity. All eyes focused on the solitary seat at the front, reserved for the commander of the Darkwalkers, Song Chongqing. Shortly thereafter, a tall and formidable middle-aged man dressed in a similar black uniform strode into the room with authority, taking his place at the designated position. This was Song Chongqing, with a decisive demeanor. He took the microphone and cleared his throat twice, and the previously noisy assembly fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. The reason for convening you all here at the headquarters is abundantly clear. 104 incidents. What does this signify? Song Chongqing's brow furrowed deeply, his piercing gaze sweeping across the assembly. A decade ago, in the year 1991 of the Gregorian calendar, the first anomalous incursion event occurred across the ocean in the United States. 9 years and 6 months ago, the first domestic anomalous incursion was recorded in Nanjing. 9 years and 3 months ago. The second event followed. 9 years and 2 months ago. The third up until the first half of this year. The frequency of anomalous incursions had stabilized at around 20 incidents per month over the last 3 years. Yet now, within the span of just 1 week, we have witnessed an astonishing 104 anomalous incursions. Song Chongqing's voice crescendo. 96 yellow-level incursions, 8 incursions, and our organization has lost 39 comrades. The situation has deteriorated to an unimaginable extent in the mere span of a month. We must implement changes. The only sounds in the hall were those of Song Chongqing's resonant voice. All waited in anticipation for his directive. Presently, the Darkwalkers organization boasts 307 branches nationwide, with a total of 9,821 combat personnel, of which fewer than half can proficiently wield willpower. While this may seem substantial, it is woefully inadequate when dispersed across our vast territory. Song Chongqing's gaze settled on Zhao Ming in the distance. I believe Zhao Ming, the captain from Yuanshan, can certainly relate to this. Yuanshan, with a resident population of 700,000, has only 18 combat personnel, yet 4 anomalous incursion events occurred just last week. Indeed, one of which was an incursion caused by erroneous intelligence, resulting in the loss of 3 comrades. If the Yuanshan division had 30 or more combat personnel, I believe we could have entirely avoided such circumstances. Wouldn't you agree, Captain Zhao? All eyes turned to Zhao Ming. Rising slowly, he replied, "Thank you for your concern. Commander, though our Yuanshan division may be short-staffed, our willpower is no less formidable than that of any other division." Song Chongqing raised a hand, silencing Zhao Ming. "Captain Zhao, this is not the time for you to express loyalty or stance. The shortage of personnel is an urgent matter. Willpower. Our organization has no cowards. The immediate priority is to expand the scale of our Darkwalkers organization. Song Chongqing articulated the ultimate purpose of this convening. As is well known, our organization's combat personnel have primarily been selected from various military branches across the nation. However, as everyone is aware, even the most resolute military units yield only a scant few who meet our requirements. Moreover, a decade has passed, many combat personnel are now experiencing declines in health and physicality. We cannot expect our members to rely solely on medications to fight. Hence, during this meeting, we must discuss how to recruit more suitable candidates for our organization. Song Chongqing continued, as representatives from various branches, you are more familiar with the conditions in your respective regions than I, the commander. Please, share your thoughts. As soon as Song Chongqing finished speaking, the previously quiet hall erupted into a flurry of discussions. After a moment, Liu Jiangwo, the representative from the southern province, raised his hand for attention. Song Chongqing nodded in acknowledgement, permitting him to voice his opinion. The room fell silent, all eyes on Liu Jiangwo. I propose that we expand our recruitment efforts to the National Police Force. The police are an excellent choice in terms of both personnel quality and willpower. Song Chongqing nodded in agreement. Liu Jiangwo's suggestion was hardly novel. It had been raised years prior. However, back then, anomalous incursion events had not reached such a critical level, and the police forces were under substantial pressure, leading to the proposal's dismissal. Now, it was evidently the right time to reconsider. Commander Liu's opinion is commendable and worthy of consideration. What about the others? Are there any further insightful suggestions? At that moment, Zhao Ming raised his hand. Liu Jiangwo glanced at Zhao Ming with mild surprise, gestured for him to speak with a nod. Zhao Ming stood up and took the microphone before him. I would like to share a story with everyone. Well, it might not precisely be a story, as this event just transpired yesterday. All present exhibited curiosity, eager to learn what kind of tale Zhao Ming intended to unfold. In my hometown of Yuanshan City, just yesterday morning, an incident involving a crazed individual attacking people occurred at a high school. Amidst the police's handling of the situation, which revealed certain shortcomings, a student boldly intervened, delivering a kick that incapacitated the assailant, thereby assisting the police in subduing him. Zhao Ming surveyed the room and remarked calmly, in youthful fervor, with a chivalrous spirit, why should we not direct our focus towards the campus? Instantly, a cacophony of doubts erupted throughout the assembly. Chapter 10. Inner strength breeds exceptional talent. Captain Zhao, are you suggesting we recruit team members from schools? Is that feasible? Adolescents, still in the throes of physical and mental development, could hardly be expected to fulfill the demands of the Shadow Walker's missions. Another voice chimed in. Indeed, Captain Zhao, our work entails perilous undertakings. Even if we are anxious, we cannot resort to reckless measures. Why not recruit from societal ranks instead? Even if these youths consent, you cannot possibly withhold such information from their parents, can you? How could they ever allow their children to risk their lives? Can a mere teenager meet the necessary fortitude? Furthermore, having willpower alone is insufficient. Are not all our current team members elite forces from the military? In the face of anomalies, both willpower and physical capability are indispensable. I remain skeptical about the children. The chorus of skepticism persisted. Only Song Chongqing, seated at the front, discerned that Zhao Ming had more to articulate. He cleared his throat gently into the microphone, and the venue fell silent. Let us hear Captain Zhao out. Zhao Ming smiled slightly and continued. In fact, Commander Liu's earlier remarks were quite astute. We can initially recruit fresh blood from the police force and various emergency response teams. This would address our immediate needs. While we establish a national training camp for Shadow Walkers, specifically aimed at nurturing youth with pure intentions and resolute willpower. The Shadow Walker training camp will serve as our reserve force, undergoing prolonged, systematic training, ultimately providing us with a continuous stream of qualified warriors once they meet the required standards. We shall not thrust these children directly into the battlefield. That would be an act of savagery. However, we must amass strength so that when they grow sufficiently formidable, they can safeguard their homeland. As for recruiting personnel from society, that moment has yet to arrive. Engaging the general populace would inevitably compromise confidentiality, and we can defer that for now. At this juncture, Zhao Ming's tone grew notably grave. Regarding sacrifice, if no one is willing to make sacrifices, then one day, everyone, whether from our nation or others, will face extinction at the hands of anomalies. Sacrifice is unavoidable, and sacrificing for one's country, for the family behind one, is indeed noble. Even soldiers face the prospect of sacrifice. Does that mean no one is willing to serve? The guardians of our homeland and our Shadow Walker organization are not dissimilar. Song Chongqing nodded, casting a look of faint admiration towards Zhao Ming. Captain Zhao, I sense you have a viable plan in mind, do you not? Your proposal regarding the Shadow Walker training camp resonates well. Previously, we relied on experienced members mentoring newcomers, yet we lacked a dedicated training institution. Now is the opportune moment to establish a specialized organization. Song Chongqing rarely displayed a smile, and it was evident that he was highly pleased with Zhao Ming's suggestion. Please elaborate further, Captain Zhao. Since we intend to recruit young individuals, how shall we effectively identify suitable candidates from the schools? This is no simple task, especially considering our organization has yet to be unveiled to the public eye. Our selection process cannot be as straightforward as it is within the military. Zhao Ming nodded, acknowledging the practicality of Song Chongqing's inquiry, and he had his own thoughts on the matter. Commander, here is my proposal. We can leverage the recent incident involving the assailant and collaborate with local police forces to conduct discrete emergency drills within schools. Aside from the local police and school officials, no one else should be aware of the drill's existence. We can assign individuals to portray the assailant and instigate chaos during school hours. This approach serves two purposes. It heightens the vigilance of the schools and allows us to observe if any valiant youths will step forward. Naturally, we must prepare for contingencies to ensure the safety of our actors, and the disturbances should occur within school premises to prevent involvement from the public. Our initial cohort for the Shadow Walker training camp will be experimental, requiring only a handful of participants. Even if just 1 or 2 students from a city schools exhibit fearlessness, it would suffice to enrich our first training batch. Zhao Ming continued, physical capabilities can be cultivated. But willpower. All of us in the Shadow Walker organization understand that this trait is deeply ingrained in one's character from a young age and is unlikely to change. A person who is timid and cowardly is influenced either by their environment or by genetic predispositions. Therefore, we must identify those with extraordinary innate qualities. Zhao Ming's assertion held merit. Indeed, military personnel often possess resolute willpower, yet there exists a distinction between steadfastness and possessing formidable willpower. Most soldiers acquire their unyielding resolve through rigorous military training, but the strength of will developed through external efforts is challenging to impart to the equipment of the Shadow Walker organization through our methods of willpower application, let alone inflicting harm upon anomalies. Only those with inherently strong willpower can, after specialized training, unleash the power that emanates from the heart. Willpower is, in essence, a manifestation of mental strength. A strong heart begets inherently strong talent. Only through innate mental fortitude can one's strength be amplified through training. Perhaps one day, the means of willpower application will advance further, allowing even acquired strength of will to affect the external world. Yet for now, the Shadow Walker organization has not deciphered how to achieve this. Captain Zhao, your suggestions are commendable. Song Chongqing rose and led the applause. In an instant, the conference room resonated with thunderous claps. Following this, a flurry of additional suggestions emerged from the gathered elites, further refining Zhao Ming's proposal. Discussions ensued regarding how to communicate with the parents of selected youths once appropriate candidates had been identified, the rationale for taking their children, the confidentiality agreements required, and the rewards to be offered. The Shadow Walker organization was not lacking in funds. Additionally, deliberations about potential instructors for the training camp and the curriculum ensued. The initial selection could utilize emergency drills, but what about subsequent selections? Would it still rely on emergency drills, or could more effective screening methods be discovered? These pressing issues were gradually addressed through collective brainstorming. The organization's operational efficiency exceeded expectations. Within a mere day, all arrangements had been finalized. In every province, every city with a branch of the Shadow Walker organization, the leaders wielded considerable authority. Coordinating with a local police department for emergency drills was an exceedingly straightforward task. Thus, across the entirety of Xia Nation, an undercurrent of activity surged. In Yuanshan City, Chinamo awoke from his slumber as usual. Over the past few days, incidents involving crazed individuals had continued to sporadically occur. Chinamo was well aware that the yellow-level anomaly he encountered that day in the alley was not a solitary instance. Many others had undoubtedly experienced the mental shock as well. Yet, as a mere student, even with some fortuitous encounters, the lack of information rendered any attempts at heroism futile. Moreover, the increased police presence patrolling the streets in recent days prompted Chinamo to adopt a more subdued approach. He slung his backpack over his shoulder, habitually tucking the dagger his father had left him inside. Although Chao Xiaolong was dead and his father's gambling debts had vanished, the dagger consistently provided him with an inexplicable sense of security. Walking alone towards Yuanshan No. 5 Middle School, students, buoyed by the morning sun, entered the school in groups, at the school gate. There were noticeably 2 additional security personnel on duty, a clear indication that recent events had compelled the school to adopt a more cautious stance. Yet, Chen Mo had never seen these 2 guards before. Were they newly hired? Chapter 11. Who are those subordinates? Chen Mo couldn't help but glance back at the 2 guards, their physiques and the faint aura they exuded. Had the school spared no expense in hiring 2 retired soldiers? Chen Mo shook his head and continued walking into the campus. However, after only a few steps, a sudden outburst of terrified cries erupted from behind him. Chen Mo whirled around to see the students at the school gate in a panic, screaming as they fled into the campus, while behind them, the 2 newly appointed guards had reddened eyes. Brandishing batons and madly pursuing them, he could see that several other guards had already been knocked to the ground, clutching their arms and thighs in agony, crying out in distress. Chen Mo stood steadfast. Unlike others who frantically fled, his brow furrowed deeply as he gazed at the 2 security guards brandishing their batons. There was not a trace of abnormality about them. What could be the reason for this? Had they truly lost their sanity? It all felt rather incongruous. Chen Mo hesitated, uncertain whether he should take action. The teachers at the entrance were merely shouting for the students to escape, creating a chaotic scene. You have discerned the unusual nature of this disturbance. Indeed, it is not a case of madmen attacking under extraordinary circumstances. A prompt echoed softly in Chen Mo's ears, as anticipated. He keenly observed that despite the guards' theatrical roars and swings, they had hardly managed to injure anyone it resembled. A meticulously orchestrated performance. At that moment, the 2 guards noticed Chen Mo, who remained motionless. They seemed momentarily taken aback before lunging toward him in unison. Their momentum. Chen Mo felt as if they were merely trying to frighten him away. Classmate, danger. That voice? Chen Mo turned abruptly to see none other than God of the Grassland Su Hao. Don't just stand there. Run, Su Hao shouted, flinging his backpack at the 2 guards before dashing past Chen Mo like the wind, charging directly at them. This scene rendered Chen Mo speechless. This guy was truly reckless, wasn't he? Given the circumstances, Chen Mo resolved to act without further hesitation. If he was mistaken, Su Hao's sheer brute force might inadvertently lead to a catastrophe. Following Su Hao's lead, he hurled his backpack and then surged forward like a bolt from the blue toward the guards. Outside the school, beside the road, a man in a black uniform observed the unfolding events through binoculars from within a black sedan. This man was Captain Zhao Ming, the leader of the Dark Walkers organization in Yuanshan. Soon enough, his identity would transform into the newly established director of the Dark Walkers training camp. That lad is called Su Hao, correct? Zhao Ming inquired with a smile. The team member in the passenger seat replied. Yes, Captain Zhao that he was the one who assisted the police in resolving the madman incident last time. You came to No. 5 Middle School specifically for him, didn't you? Zhao Ming nodded with a smile. He has a promising talent, possessing formidable inner strength. It is evident that such qualities are innate. Make a note of him. This Su Hao must be recruited into the training camp at that moment. Zhao Ming's brow slightly furrowed. The reason was simple. He had spotted Chen Mo rushing toward the 2 guards right behind Su Hao, relying on sheer tenacity, attempted to seize a baton from one of the guards but was swiftly thwarted due to the overwhelming disparity in strength, resulting in him being pushed to the ground. Meanwhile, Chen Mo deftly dodged a swing, landing an elbow strike directly against the guard's chest. The guard staggered back as if struck by a heavy blow, collapsing onto the ground and clutching his chest in discomfort. Zhao Ming was taken aback. The madman guards were, after all, special police officers in disguise, possessing remarkable physical abilities. Yet this young boy had managed to outmaneuver one of them? What is that child's name? Zhao Ming inquired urgently. The team member quickly sifted through a thick stack of documents containing the student information for the entirety of Yuanshan No. 5 Middle School. Complete with photographs, as the team member searched, Chen Mo struck again, sending another of the disguised guards sprawling. At this juncture, the concealed police officers could no longer remain passive. They rushed onto campus, pretending to subdue the 2 guards. After all, if they delayed any longer, what if the boy inadvertently harmed those 2 special police officers? A chorus of gasps erupted from the surrounding students. They were quite familiar with the god of the grassland. Su Hao, a reckless youth. But who was that just now? He had effortlessly taken down the two deranged guards. Who is that subordinate of his? I know him. Chinamo from class 20. Isn't he the orphan? An orphan, you say? He merely lost his parents. Isn't that still an orphan? Chinamo? The mute who never speaks? The one who gets bullied all the time. He's not a mute. It's said he has autism. Besides, not many in school bully him. It's mostly those from outside. The crowd buzzed with chatter, pointing at Chinamo across the street, in the black sedan. We found him, Captain. What is his name? Captain. The boy's name is Chinamo. He isn't orphan. His mother passed away from illness, and his father died in an explosion. He has a solitary disposition and average academic performance. Aside from his tragic background, there seems to be nothing particularly remarkable about him. Zhao Ming gestured toward Chinamo, who was helping Su Hao to his feet in the distance. You tell me, he is nothing special? His strength and reflexes far exceed those of his peers, rivaling even some of the newcomers in our organization. An ordinary child. Zhao Ming mused. His talent is indeed commendable, but regrettably, it seems he lacks the most crucial quality that Su Hao possesses. The team member paused. Captain, are you referring to willpower? Zhao Ming nodded. I don't care where his abilities stem from. Consider this. During the recent Madman incident, he did not make an appearance. Today, during the emergency drill, had Su Hao not rushed in to save him, he likely would have remained inactive. I noticed that his first instinct was to think. Possessing great strength yet inherently cautious, his spirit of bravery and fearlessness appears somewhat lacking. In everyday life, being prudent and thoughtful before acting is an admirable quality. But in our line of work, it does not quite fit. Zhao Ming sighed softly, feeling less satisfied with Chen Mo than he had anticipated. Nonetheless, he still regarded him as a considerable asset, far superior to the other students. The team member remarked, Captain, do you think his background plays a role? After all, being an orphan who has lost both parents, it is only natural for him to be cautious. That may be a contributing factor. Thus, let us engage with both Su Hao and Chinamo. We will seek to recruit them into the training camp if possible. Zhao Ming agreed. At school, the unexpected incident concluded without significant harm, and Chinamo, alongside Su Hao, received rare praise from the school authorities. However, he felt a sense of aversion toward this superficial acknowledgement. A material reward would have sufficed. Perhaps a few hundred yuan would do, right? Nevertheless, Chen Mo's decisive actions had earned him a modicum of fame within the campus. Upon returning to Class 10 of the second year, he could distinctly perceive a hint of awe in the eyes of his classmates. This was a phenomenon he had never encountered before. Previously, these classmates would not bully him. That alone was considered a favor. After a peculiar incident, your status in school has elevated, yet it seems even fewer are willing to converse with you. You find no fault in this. Congratulations, your agility has increased by 1. You currently possess a total of 41 attribute points. Reaching 50 will unlock 1 world prompt. Chapter 12. Noteworthy Individuals. Special Forces Chen Mo, please step outside. While in the midst of geography class, a voice suddenly resonated from the classroom door. Chen Mo paused momentarily, raising his head to see none other than his homeroom teacher. Zhang Minhe, typically a transparent figure on the fringes of the class, had exchanged but a few words with her over the past 2 years, yet here she was, requesting him to step outside. Chen Mo realized it was likely due to the impact of his earlier actions. He strolled out of the classroom at a measured pace, only to discover that Su Hao, the god of the grassland, was also standing at the door under the guidance of their homeroom teacher. Chen Mo, you and Su Hao, come with us, Zhang Min said with a smile. Don't worry, the principal merely wishes to see you both. It's a good thing. As anticipated, Chen Mo followed, and upon entering the principal's office, he noted the antique decor. The principal, Hu Yaozu, donned a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and was meticulously arranging the tea set before him. Amidst the rising steam, he appeared somewhat refined. Ah, our school's 2 little heroes have arrived. Please, take a seat. Hu Yaozu greeted them with a beaming smile, directing them to the sofa. Su Hao entered with an air of astonishment, while Chen Mo maintained a serene expression, trailing behind. The principal poured tea for both of them, with Su Hao eagerly accepting his cup. Thank you, principal. Chen Mo, rather uncharacteristically, expressed his gratitude. The 2 young men were indeed promising. The reason for summoning you today is that several distinguished individuals wish to meet you. Please wait a moment. Hu Yaozu maintained a constant smile on his face. Both Chenemo and Su Hao appeared somewhat puzzled. Distinguished individuals? Could it be that the upper echelons of Yuanshan City intend to commend them for their courageous deeds? Soon, their doubts deepened upon encountering these distinguished individuals. The door to the principal's office swung open, and two men clad in peculiar black uniforms entered. A jolt ran through Chenemo. This uniform, it seemed familiar. Were they the enigmatic figures who battled anomalies? No, it resembled them, yet was not entirely the same. A flicker of awe appeared in Principal Hu Yaozu's eyes as he hastily poured tea for the two men, slightly bowing his posture in deference. You two may converse leisurely with Su Hao and Chenemo. I have a meeting to attend, he stated. Zhao Ming nodded in satisfaction, appreciating the principal's understanding. Their overt identities were those of high-ranking officials from the National Security Department. Principal Hu, do attend to your matters. Once Principal Hu exited the office, only Chenemo and Su Hao remained, sharing the space with these two mysterious distinguished individuals. Su Hao appeared somewhat apprehensive, while Chenemo maintained his usual impassive demeanor. Zhao Ming exchanged a knowing glance with his subordinate, who then approached the door, listened intently to the surroundings, and subsequently locked it. Captain, there is no one around now. This action made Su Hao a bit anxious. Why lock the door? What did it mean that there was no one around? Zhao Ming, however, smiled as he stepped forward. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Ming, affiliated with the Dark Walkers organization, Yuanshan City branch, where I currently serve as the captain. Both Su Hao and Chenemo found themselves bewildered. The Dark Walkers organization? What did that entail? Zhao Ming refrained from elaborating, simply stating, you may regard us as a special military force directly under the highest council of Xia Nation. Oh, I understand now. You are a special operations unit, like Delta Force? Su Hao exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement. Zhao Ming chuckled heartily. One could interpret it that way. He continued, the incident that transpired this morning at the school entrance was, in fact, an emergency drill orchestrated by our organization. The aim was to identify suitable candidates to join our ranks. Zhao Ming smiled as he elaborated, only the two of you stepped forward during the morning drill. Thus, on behalf of the Dark Walkers organization, I extend a heartfelt invitation for you to join us. After a moment of contemplation, Chenemo finally broke his silence and asked, Captain Zhao, may I address you as such? Zhao Ming nodded, observing the youth he held little faith in. You mentioned your origin, yet did not clarify what the Dark Walkers organization actually does. Shouldn't we understand what joining entails? Zhao Ming shook his head apologetically. That information is classified. My apologies. Chenemo, unless you agree to join the Dark Walkers organization, I cannot divulge these details. At this juncture, Chenemo had begun to form a hypothesis, yet he required further validation. Thus, he pressed on, what criteria were used to select suitable candidates during this morning's drill? Was it merely our willingness to act bravely? Zhao Ming nodded and shook his head simultaneously, replying, yes and no. Chenemo, you pose an excellent question. The most critical aspect of the morning's emergency drill was your willpower. To put it simply, it is innate courage. Chenmo's heart raced. Indeed, willpower. It seemed these two men were genuinely those mysterious individuals who fought against anomalies. So, the enigmatic figures stemmed from the Dark Walkers organization? Having gleaned the information he sought, Chenemo nodded in silence. Meanwhile, Su Hao had become increasingly exhilarated. Captain Zhao, are you saying that I possess great courage? Zhao Ming smiled, absolutely, exceptionally courageous. Su Hao's eyes sparkled as he recounted. Ever since I was young, people have called me a hothead, meddling in affairs that were not my own. Even during the last incident when that elder at our school went mad. I kicked him, and my parents merely scolded me. You are the first adult to say I possess such courage. Zhao Ming surveyed the two, feeling immense satisfaction with Su Hao. The youth was brimming with passion. A natural seed of a Dark Walker. However, Chenemo appeared disinterested. So, Su Hao, Chenemo, do you wish to join the Dark Walkers organization? Chapter 13. I like someone. I will join, Su Hao declared decisively, but then hesitated, scratching the back of his head. However, my parents might not approve. Zhao Ming smiled gently. As long as you are willing, we will manage your parents' concerns, he continued. Joining the Dark Walkers organization comes with numerous benefits. We will discuss this with your parents. Chenemo, what about you? Do you wish to join the organization? Zhao Ming turned his gaze to Chenemo. Although this youth lacked Su Hao's qualities, his physical abilities were indeed somewhat extraordinary. After entering the training camp, they could assess whether he could harness his willpower. If not, he could still be recommended for the Xia Nation military, a promising candidate for special forces. However, Chen Imo appeared momentarily dazed, for he had just heard the prompt sound in his ear again. Joining the Dark Walkers organization or declining the invitation before you represents two distinctly different paths. Two choices, two lives. Selecting any option will yield different rewards. This golden prompt would provide rewards at such a pivotal moment. Chen Imo, this is not coercive. Even if you choose not to join, you may simply sign a confidentiality agreement and return to your normal school life. Zhao Ming offered, believing Chen Imo struggled with the decision. Chen Imo returned to reality, having made his decision. Captain Zhao, I appreciate your kindness and consideration. However, I have decided not to join the organization. Zhao Ming was not surprised. Given the boy's demeanor, he had anticipated this outcome. He extended his hand, and his subordinate retrieved a document from his pocket. We respect your choice. However, the organization is currently in a confidential phase. Chen Imo, you need to sign this confidentiality agreement. Chen Imo nodded, accepting the pen and seal presented by the subordinate. After signing his name and pressing his thumbprint, he inquired, "May I leave now?" "Of course." Chen Imo, you truly do not wish to participate? It seems quite intriguing. Su Hao could not help but ask. Chen Imo smiled slightly. I have someone I like. Su Hao paused, taken aback. Someone he liked? Could it be that Chen Imo had an unrequited crush? Unable to shake off his thoughts, Su Hao awkwardly replied, "All right then, perhaps we shall meet again." Chen Imo nodded and departed the office. The subordinate, watching Chen Imo leave, expressed concern to Zhao Ming, "Captain, is it wise to merely sign a confidentiality agreement? After all, Chen Imo is still a minor, and his temperament is unstable. What if he reveals something?" "It's all right. The organization cannot stay hidden for much longer," Zhao Ming replied, his tone tinged with an indefinable quality. Furthermore, he knew that all he knew was their name. He gently shook his head and turned to Su Hao. "Su Hao, shall we pay a visit to your home?" "Oh, yes, certainly. You have made a choice in accordance with your heart. Congratulations, you have received Anomaly Analysis 1. After leaving the office, Chen Imo paused mid-stride. It was not an attribute point reward. Anomaly Analysis, Level 1? This. Chen Imo felt a surge of anticipation and quickened his pace back to the classroom. The homeroom teacher, Zhang Min, had not reappeared, and the biology teacher currently lecturing smiled at him, gesturing for him to return to his seat after he announced his presence. In the school, he was now somewhat of a notable figure. We continue our discussion. Viruses lack cellular structure, yet without living cells, viruses cannot survive. This represents a parasitic relationship. The biology teacher continued his lecture while Qian Mo's thoughts soared into the ether. His gaze flickered, focusing on the small backpack icon before him. In the next moment, a small book icon quietly lay in the first slot of his backpack. Anomaly Analysis 1 open. Chen Imo silently urged, and in an instant, a stream of information surged into his mind, transforming into words he could comprehend. The anomalies, merely termed as such by humanity, are, in truth, the soldiers of deities. The Xia Kingdom categorizes the anomalies that have manifested into two grades, Huang and Xian, with further distinctions of D and Tian levels pre-established. However, the reality is that anomalies encompass 5 grades in total, with Huang and Xian being the two lowest classifications. Above D and Tian, there exists a unique grade. The difficulty in managing anomalies lies in the fact that their surfaces are enveloped in a peculiar biological force field, rendering them immune to the vast majority of human technological weaponry. Even nuclear weapons capable of unleashing temperatures exceeding millions of degrees cannot genuinely eliminate an anomaly. Only a formidable willpower, originating from the human heart, can penetrate the biological force field that shrouds the anomalies. Naturally, there are alternative methods to eradicate anomalies, but these require further exploration. Chen Imo lingered in a daze for quite some time before regaining clarity. To be candid, the rewards from this encounter did little to enhance his capabilities. Yet, the knowledge he acquired was substantial. Primarily, he learned about the grading system of anomalies, and secondly, he understood why, even in the year 2001, the official Dark Walkers organization continued to engage such foes with cold weaponry. It was not that they were unwilling to employ firearms. Rather, the anomalies possessed a biological force field. It was no wonder that Su Hao was recruited into the Dark Walkers organization. His naive zeal was, in fact, a most precious quality. A faint smile graced Chen Mo's lips. Truthfully, He held a certain admiration for Su Hao's character. At the very least, he was capable of actions that Chen Mo himself could not muster. He would invariably contemplate every conceivable aspect before taking action. In simpler terms, he was overly cautious. Such was his nature. If only he could comprehend how the Dark Walkers harnessed willpower. Chen Mo was acutely aware of his current shortcomings. When he attempted to imbue his dagger with willpower, he had to force himself into a state of anger, a process that required approximately 1 to 2 seconds of preparation time. Yet, on 2 occasions, he witnessed the Dark Walkers assaulting anomalies. Those individuals seemed to envelop their blades in radiant light the moment they drew them. Within the Dark Walkers, there must surely be more refined methods of utilizing willpower than his own. Otherwise, why would the notification repeatedly refer to his technique as crude? Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the school bell rang, instantly invigorating the atmosphere. Thanks to the recent surge of violent incidents, the school had adjusted its dismissal time considerably. The administration dared not allow students to return home after dark. Students found themselves with an uncommon abundance of free time. Groups of male classmates excitedly plotted their visits to the arcade for some rounds of Street Fighter. Chen Mo held little interest in such places and, naturally, no one would extend an invitation to him. After packing his bag, he made his way out of the school. Just then, the notification chimed in his ear. Anomaly Invasion Alert. A Shin-level anomaly will manifest at coordinates XXX in 1 hour and 30 minutes. Countdown 129, 55, Chapter 14. Conscience Unburdened. Where is that coordinate? Chen Mo quickly pulled his backpack to the front, unzipping it to retrieve the map of Yuan Mountain City. Since the incident at the abandoned steel factory, this map had remained by his side as a precaution. Chen Mo scrutinized it carefully and soon pinpointed the location of the coordinates. Immediately, he fell silent. After a brief pause, he regained his composure. This was dire. The indicated location was none other than the bustling city center of Yuan Mountain, Caijin Shopping Mall. Although Yuan Mountain had indeed fallen into decline, it did not imply that a city with a population nearing 1 million lacked vibrant locales. The Caijin Shopping Mall and its vicinity attracted throngs of residents each evening. They dined there, shopped there, and even enjoyed a delightful nightlife. An Shin-level anomaly appearing there. Chen Mo recalled the terrifying psychic fluctuations. If Yuan Mountain were to suddenly be inundated with thousands of madmen, he dared not contemplate further. Moreover, he had no idea how formidable a genuine Shin-level anomaly truly was. Judging solely from the battle he witnessed that night, coupled with the 2 strikes he delivered to the severely weakened Shin-level anomaly, he was unable to draw any conclusions. His first instinct was not to rush to the location, but rather to inform the Dark Walkers organization of this situation. Chen Mo felt a sense of disillusionment with the world. Losing his parents and enduring years of hardship had weighed heavily upon him, subjecting him to pressures beyond what his age should bear. Thus, he had become reclusive and introverted, harboring a certain ruthlessness within. Yet, when faced with such a situation, Chen Mo began to question whether he could truly stand idly by while countless innocents perished. With great power comes great responsibility. This adage was not mere rhetoric. Perhaps adhering to his conscience was the best course of action. A faint smile appeared on Chen Mo's face. However, upon further reflection, he realized he had no means of contacting Captain Zhao. Not even Su Hao's contact information was within his reach. Chen Mo stowed the map away and took a deep breath. He then surveyed his surroundings, where scattered students made their way in various directions, while the thing he sought lay just across the road. It was an old-fashioned telephone booth. Chen Mo rummaged through his pocket and found a Tinyuan phone card, which he had scarcely used. Having made a decision, he hurriedly crossed the street, reaching the deep blue phone booth. He inserted the card into the slot and picked up the receiver, dialing Yuan Mountain's emergency number. Indeed, since he could not reach the Dark Walkers organization, he would report to the police first. Surely, they would have a means to relay the information. Hello, this is the Yuan Mountain Police Service. How may I assist you? Chen Mo lowered his voice, attempting to distinguish it from his normal tone. In 1 hour and 20 minutes, an anomaly will appear at Caijin Shopping Mall. The operator on the other end momentarily failed to grasp the urgency. What anomaly? Could you elaborate? Chen Mo recognized that the operator was likely unaware of anomalies, and explaining would risk revealing inconsistencies. Thus, he shifted his approach. Relay my message exactly to your superiors. If they do not comprehend, pass it on to someone of higher authority. This matter concerns the safety of over 1 million people in Yuan Mountain. I shall say no more. With that, Chinamo hung up the phone. He had done what he could. Whether the authorities would react was uncertain. Given the current surge in violent incidents, it was implausible that the police department was entirely oblivious to anomalies. Moreover, he was not concerned that the operator would fail to relay his message. If disaster truly struck and the operator neglected to communicate, the one facing the consequences would undoubtedly be the operator. Emergency calls were always recorded. Having completed this task, Chinamo glanced at the time. It would likely take him more than an hour to reach Saijin Shopping Mall on foot. Before long, he found himself on a crowded bus, enduring the pressure and various odors from all directions as it jostled toward the city center. Half an hour later, when the bus finally reached the Saijin Shopping Mall stop, a throng of people surged forth. Chinamo disembarked with the crowd, carefully discerning the precise location of the coordinates, which, astonishingly, lay within the mall itself. Chinamo furrowed his brow. Yet, observing the current state of affairs, it seemed the authorities had yet to respond. The mall remained bustling with activity, alive with chatter and excitement. The pedestrian street outside the mall was equally thronged with people. Chinamo sighed inwardly. The mall had 7 floors, and at present, he was unable to ascertain from which level the Shin level anomaly would emerge. He could only proceed step by step. Chinamo entered the mall. Suddenly, his eyebrows shot up, and he quickened his pace, weaving through the crowd and stepping into a shop. Unlike the other bustling stores, this particular shop could only be described as desolate. Aside from the shopkeeper dozing in a reclining chair, there were only a few curious youths browsing the merchandise. Yet, Chinamo found himself genuinely captivated by the items displayed in the shop. It was, astonishingly, a cosplay costume store. In this day and age, the concept of cosplay had yet to gain traction in the Xia Kingdom, and few young people even understood what the term represented. Even Chinamo was somewhat unclear about the meaning of that word beginning with AC. However, upon seeing the costumes he had only encountered on television or in animated films, he realized that this place was simply perfect for him. The shopkeeper, evidently well-versed, had not only imported costumes of foreign animated characters, but also featured those from traditional Xia mythology. Chinamo glanced at his watch. The countdown indicated half an hour remained. Time was of the essence, and there was no room for further contemplation. He surveyed the wall, quickly selecting the attire he desired. "Boss." Chunmo's voice roused the drowsy middle-aged shopkeeper. "Huh? What can I do for you?" "Young man?" The shopkeeper, momentarily bewildered, took a moment to comprehend. "I'm here to make a purchase." The instant Chinmo's words left his lips, the shopkeeper's eyes widened in surprise. Someone was actually buying something? Having operated his shop in Saijin Shopping Mall for 2 months, he had encountered many inquiries and rentals, but not a single direct purchase. The shopkeeper hurriedly sprang from his chair, his face alight with eager smiles. "Which outfit catches your eye, young man? We have discounts for full sets, and individual pieces are also on sale." Chunmo's lips twitched slightly, and he wondered what could be the cause of that worried expression on his face for not purchasing the items. "I want this one, the entire set." Chinamo pointed to a bright yellow costume nearby. Instantly, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up. "You truly have an eye for quality. This Sun Wukong cosplay outfit not only includes a silicone mask but also features a faux tiger skin apron. Although it lacks the traditional headpiece, it remarkably replicates the most authentic version of Sun Wukong from the classic Journey to the West." The shopkeeper continued to extol the virtues of the costume. Chinamo, however, was uninterested in the shopkeeper's flowery rhetoric. What he truly desired was the silicone mask, which would effectively conceal his appearance. And as for a hot-selling item, the more people who used it, the less likely he would be recognized. Chapter 15. Captain, see you in the next life. Just tell me the price, boss. Chinamo genuinely wished to remain silent. "Thank you for your patronage. It's 1,666 yuan. In that moment, Chinamo felt an overwhelming urge to punch the shopkeeper. This was the year 2001. Not a single piece of clothing he wore cost more than 50 yuan. How could this set possibly cost over 1,000? "My dear brother, please don't think it expensive. The materials and stitching of our cosplay outfits are of the highest quality, and you needn't worry about accuracy. It's absolutely top-notch in the industry." Chinamo was not concerned about such trivialities, nor had he visited other cosplay shops. This was his first experience, akin to a young maiden riding in a bridal sedan. 666, Chinamo stated flatly. "Huh." The shopkeeper momentarily failed to grasp. 666, not a cent more to I in truth. Chinamo had 2,000 yuan in his backpack, but he had no intention of being a fool. Yet the next second, he felt utterly foolish himself. The shopkeeper grasped Chinmo's hand and gave it a firm shake. Deal. Moments later, Chinamo stood at the entrance of the shop, dazed, carrying a large bag. Clearly, he had been duped by the obsequious shopkeeper behind him. The world of adults was indeed complex, but at that moment, he had no time to contemplate how to bargain next time. He had only 20 minutes remaining before the anomaly appeared. Suddenly, the entire mall began to stir. The announcement system blared with a powerful voice. A sudden situation has arisen in the mall. All customers and staff are to evacuate in an orderly manner through the nearest exits, the same message repeated incessantly. Chinamo clearly saw a flash of green enter through the mall entrance. It was the police. It seemed his warnings had finally reached those in the know. Chinmo's heart stirred. He immediately dashed toward the mall's restroom. Once inside, he found it deserted. He quickly donned the cosplay outfit and pulled the silicone mask over his head. The design was quite reasonable. It did not hinder his breathing or vision. After completing this, Chinamo quietly waited in the restroom for the countdown to end. Outside the Saijin shopping mall, the crowd quickly evacuated under the police's direction. In this era, where surveillance cameras were not ubiquitous, no one noticed that Sun Wukong was hiding in the restroom. Once the visible crowd had dispersed, it was already a blessing. A black sedan parked at the mall entrance. Zhao Ming and his deputy emerged from the vehicle. Captain Zhao, the prophet did not predict this. Could it be that someone is fabricating reports? The deputy inquired. Zhao Ming shook his head. The prophet has erred more than once recently. One cannot fully trust, nor entirely dismiss, the prophet's predictions. The existence of anomalies, along with our terminology for them, is something ordinary people cannot possibly comprehend. I believe it was a phone call from an insider. Of course, the specifics will require investigation. Fabricating reports. Even if it is a fabrication, with so many people around Saijin, can we afford to take that gamble? Zhao Ming sighed. Better to believe in its existence than to dismiss it. In addition to Zhao Ming and his deputy, the Dark Walkers organization had dispatched 4 combat personnel from the Yuanshan branch, making for a formidable team. Even if the anomaly encountered was of the Xin grade, Zhao Ming was confident in their ability to eliminate it. Captain, all civilians have evacuated. As for police forces, a combat personnel rushed to report, saluting. Have the police establish perimeter control. Ensure no civilians enter within 100 meters of the mall. Zhao Ming immediately commanded. Understood. In the restroom, Chinamo endured the unpleasant odor while glancing at the children's digital watch on his wrist. The countdown slowly approached 0, yet he could not leave just yet. He needed to wait for some commotion outside before he could quietly slip away. Fortunately, that commotion soon arrived. In the main hall of the Saijin shopping mall, Zhao Ming wielded a long knife, pale white light flickering upon it. However, his expression was grave. The reason was simple. What lay before him was indeed an Xian-grade anomaly. No reports had been fabricated. The intelligence was entirely accurate. Yet, it was not one anomaly, but 2. The one that had caused the deaths of 3 combat personnel at the abandoned steel mill was indeed an Xian-grade anomaly. Now, although they numbered 6, they faced 2 Xian-grade anomalies, making the situation all the more perilous. Damn it. We must fight with all we have, Zhao Ming muttered. 6 individuals, none faltering. The 2 Xian-grade anomalies were surrounded. Yet they did not charge directly. Instead, they scrutinized the 6 humans around them. Have we called for reinforcements? Zhao Ming shouted to his deputy. Captain, the prophet just notified us of a new Huang-grade anomaly incursion forecasted in the county below. The rest of our combat personnel have already gone there. Reinforcements might not arrive. Zhao Ming cursed his bad luck. Several combat personnel had already prepared their injections, ready to administer them at a moment's notice. Hold off for now, I'll take the lead. Let us see if we can take one down together. Zhao Ming halted his team's actions. The injections that once used, there's no turning back. Charge, Zhao Ming bellowed. Brandishing his long knife, he unleashed a speed beyond the ordinary, directly attacking one of the Xian-grade anomalies. The others understood. They could only hope to defeat one with overwhelming force. The 2 Xian-grade anomalies howled towards the sky. Their potent psychic waves intertwining, instantly sweeping over the 6 men. The group staggered as if struck by lightning, groaning and spitting blood. Yet none retreated. Here, there were no cowards, only the indomitable will of humanity. Kill! Zhao Ming's long knife swung down fiercely. But the Xian-grade anomaly evaded with lightning speed, only for another combat personnel's knife to follow in swift succession. A dark silhouette fell. The Xian-grade anomaly was struck, yet it was evident that such an attack was insufficient to slay it. Moreover, there was not merely one Xian-grade anomaly present. Zhao Ming's plans had failed. The two Xian-grade anomalies coordinated remarkably well, not inferior to their assailants. As they attacked one, the other swiftly raised its forelimb. Zhao Ming and his team were quickly forced back. To make matters worse, a horrific wound had appeared on one combat personnel's chest. Blood gushed forth, yet he gritted his teeth against the immense pain. His gaze fierce as he stared at the two anomalies. "Captain, see you in the next life." With that, he plunged the injection into his neck. Chapter 16. Sun Wukong with a dagger? At the moment the psychic shockwave swept through the vicinity, Chen Mo, hidden in the restroom, immediately understood that battle had commenced. His expression shifted as he swiftly exited the restroom. Positioned behind a pillar on the second floor, Chen Mo observed the struggle unfolding in the main hall below. The situation was dire. A towering giant, over 2 meters tall, was engaged in combat with two Xian-grade anomalies alongside 5 normal-sized personnel from the Dark Walkers Organization. 2 anomalies? Chen Mo felt a surge of alarm. The warning sound had not specified how many Xian-grade anomalies were involved. Among the 5 Dark Walkers, Chen Mo recognized 2 individuals at a glance, Captain Zhao Ming and his deputy. The giant must have used that peculiar injection. He likely wouldn't last long. "Captain, I'll follow you in the next life," another team member shouted, the injection plunging into his body, transforming him into a giant in an instant. "Xiao Wu!" Zhao Ming's eyes reddened. The two Xian-grade anomalies were not simply a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. Their combined psychic assault multiplied in power. Without multiple injections, they would surely. In the blink of an eye, aside from Zhao Ming and his deputy, the remaining 2 combat personnel also wore expressions of defiance against death. In an instant, in the main hall, 4 giants charged wildly at the 2 Xian-grade anomalies. But Chen Mo could see at a glance that these 2 Xian-grade anomalies were far more formidable than the one at the abandoned steel mill. They employed a hit-and-run tactic, never engaging the 4 giants head-on. Even when taking Zhao Ming and his deputy strikes, they evaded without allowing the giants a moment's control. Thus, the situation took a sharp downturn. After the brief surge from the injections, they would soon turn to mush. This seemed to be beyond mere willpower to withstand. As for retreat, that is utterly inconceivable. The emergence of a profound anomaly in the outside world could only herald disaster. A glimmer of resoluteness flickered in Zhao Ming's eyes as a syringe filled with potent serum materialized in his hand. The 2 profound anomalies danced about like mischievous monkeys, exhibiting an astonishing agility as they weaved to and fro. Seemingly aware of the giants' vulnerabilities before them, "Onward! Send these wretches to their demise," Zhao Ming bellowed, plunging the syringe toward his neck with fervor. At this critical juncture, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a figure clad in red and yellow, causing his movements to falter ever so slightly. Was it Sun Wukong? A figure adorned in a golden circlet and a tiger-skin apron leapt from the second floor of the shopping mall in its hand. It brandished a dagger radiating a brilliant white light. Zhao Ming was momentarily taken aback. His subordinate was equally stunned. Even the 4 giants, on the brink of death, paused in disbelief. Using a dagger, Sun Wukong? What was happening? That Sun Wukong descended like a divine being. It deftly landed behind one of the profound anomalies. In an instant, the dazzling dagger, infused with overwhelming willpower, pierced through the profound anomaly's body. A howl erupted from the creature, a cacophony of agony, as a fierce wave of psychic energy surged outward. Yet the others found joy rather than fear. For now, the identity of Sun Wukong mattered little. An opportunity had arisen. The 4 giants lunged forth in unison. Using their bodies to firmly restrain the wounded profound anomaly, blades incessantly stabbed into its form, releasing a cascade of dark shadows. The other profound anomaly attempted to intervene, but Zhao Ming and his subordinate dashed forward. Holding it back with tenacity, the strongest in the Yuanshan branch, Zhao Ming surpassed ordinary team members, and his subordinate was no less formidable. Though they could not directly slay a profound anomaly, they could certainly stall for a moment. Beneath Chen Mo's mask, a twisted smile emerged. He tightly gripped the profound anomaly's neck with his legs, driving the dagger repeatedly into its head. exhilarating. It felt as if emotions long suppressed erupted in that instant, transforming into a dense, palpable white light. Only when the notification tone sounded in his ears did Geronimo extricate himself from this emotional surge. Congratulations, your immense emotional fluctuation had a positive effect in this battle, aiding you in slaying this profound anomaly. Your willpower 5, your strength 2, your agility 2. You have currently amassed a total of 50 attribute points, unlocking 1 world prompt. Please check your inventory. The profound anomaly beneath him began to disintegrate. Meanwhile, the 4 giants around him also began to dissolve. Yet, upon witnessing their expressions, Geronimo discerned only smiles and relief. His heart felt as if it had been touched. He glanced over at Zhao Ming and his young subordinate, who were still engaged in combat with the remaining profound anomaly. If that is the case, Go-Aid 1 is to see it through to the end. Zhao Ming and his subordinate were increasingly beleaguered in battle, their bodies marred with injuries. Were it not for their formidable willpower, they might have succumbed long ago. Captain, there's only this one left. I'm going in. The subordinate shouted, and before Zhao Ming could interject, the serum had already entered his neck at that moment. Sun Wukong picked up a long knife that lay discarded on the ground, smeared with filth, channeling emotion into it. White light coursing through the blade, joining the fray. Geronimo felt his own strength surging 50 attribute points. He had yet to ascertain how many were allocated to willpower, strength, and agility. In this moment, he felt unprecedentedly powerful. While he could not yet fully match the profound anomaly's remarkable speed, he was now capable of keeping pace to some extent. At the very least, compared to Zhao Ming, he would not appear as beleaguered. With Sun Wukong's assistance, and his subordinate willingly embracing death, transforming into a giant, the profound anomaly could no longer flaunt its prowess. The creature continued to roar in fury, attempting to exploit the trio's vulnerabilities through mental assault. But how could any of them falter in resolve? Even with blood filling his mouth, Zhao Ming's eyes blazing, veins bulging, he did not waver in the slightest, and neither did the others. Geronimo wielded his blade. Though still somewhat unskilled, yet the formidable strength behind each strike sent gusts of wind. The gigantic forms of his subordinate and Zhao Ming coordinated seamlessly, preventing the profound anomaly from defending itself effectively. As black shadows splattered around, the final profound anomaly, in its defiant roars, collapsed to the ground, reduced to ashes in that very instant. Zhao Ming's subordinate also met his demise with quiet acceptance. Zhao Ming, with his bloodied body propped up by the long knife, fixed his piercing gaze on the distant figure of Sun Wukong. Countless questions bubbled within him, ready to spill forth. Who exactly are you? Yet, to his astonishment, Sun Wukong discarded the long knife, dashing several paces up to the second floor of the mall. Vanishing from sight, Zhao Ming stared intently at that retreating figure, as if to etch it into his very soul. In the next moment, his will could no longer support his battered body, and he collapsed with a resounding thud. Chapter 17. New prompt, Speculations on Attributes. Congratulations on slaying the profound anomaly and playing a pivotal role in the battle. Your willpower 5, your strength 2, your agility 2. You currently possess a total of 59 attribute points. Reaching 200 will unlock a world prompt. Geronimo felt a refreshing sensation coursing through him, yet his expression remained remarkably calm. In the restroom, he changed out of the Sun Wukong costume, stashing it into his backpack, and subsequently climbed out of the window. He found himself at the rear of the Saijin shopping mall, approximately 5 to 6 meters above ground. Below lay a narrow alley. Beside him was a drainage pipe, and with a core strength now greatly enhanced, he grasped it with one hand, using his body to propel himself onto the pipe. After sliding a few meters, he leapt down, landing gracefully on the ground. A glance back revealed that he had vanished from the alley. Such backstreets, lacking sufficient police presence, were naturally left unguarded. Geronimo easily scaled 2 walls and slipped out of the encirclement. It was only upon boarding the bus and returning home that Chen Mo's taut nerves began to relax. He lay on his bed, striving to steady his breath. After a moment, he began to scrutinize his current state. First, he examined his attribute points in his view. Aside from the small backpack icon flickering in the lower right corner, there now appeared a small figure icon. Geronimo concentrated on it, and the icon dispersed, revealing a multitude of information previously unseen. Host, Geronimo. Biological age, 16 years. Current extra attribute points, 59. Willpower. 27. Strength. 11. Agility. 10. Cold resistance. 2. Heat resistance. 1. Impact resistance. 2. Hearing. 1. Analytical ability. 1. Night vision. 2. Endurance. 2. Miscellaneous attributes hidden. Previously, Chen had meticulously recorded these attribute points in a small notebook, but now it was far more convenient, allowing real-time monitoring of his status. Moreover, the line of flickering text beneath the panel indicated that the additional attributes such as cold resistance had indeed been concealed, leaving only the total attributes. Willpower, strength, and agility.it was markedly simplified. 27 points of willpower. Before today, it had been 17. While it may appear modest, it enabled him to easily breach the profound anomaly's defenses. Chen pondered quietly. Merely 5 or 6 points of strength and agility granted him physical capabilities far exceeding that of an adult. How were these attribute points calculated? He recalled the newly acquired World Prompt Fragment 2 in his backpack. Perhaps the answer lay therein. Focusing on his backpack, he opened the new World Prompt. You have used World Prompt Fragment 2x1. The following is the World Prompt. A healthy adult male has baseline strength and agility values of 5. Every increase of 5 points results in a doubling of strength and agility, while the body's resilience correspondingly enhances to accommodate the growing strength and agility. As the body's resilience improves, its recovery capacity will see a slight increase. Willpower, however, is humanity's most precious asset, an immeasurable value. The willpower you have gained is calculated based on your intrinsic willpower. Yet willpower is the sole key to unlocking humanity's extraordinary potential. The World Prompt concluded here. Willpower? Extraordinary? Chen momentarily struggled to grasp the meaning of those words, yet it did not hinder his exploration of attribute points. The acquisition of these points had been entirely passive until now. It seemed evident that only by slaying anomalies could one secure fixed rewards. But was this an absolute certainty? Chen did not believe so. In my current state, confronting a profound anomaly alone may still pose considerable difficulty. As for a yellow anomaly, having never truly engaged one, he was uncertain of the outcome. Willpower appeared sufficient for the time being, while strength and agility now seemed like his weak points. Willpower eluded Chen, who found himself at a loss for how to actively acquire it. However, he did possess some notions regarding strength and agility. Tomorrow, he planned to test his ideas. If it were possible to actively gain attribute points, it would be nothing short of splendid. With these thoughts occupying his mind, Chen soon succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, the distant mountains welcomed a rare bout of fine weather. Coincidentally, it was Saturday, and the school had suspended all remedial classes, granting Chen ample time. After cycling for approximately 20 minutes along the roadside, he lifted his gaze to the newly erected sign above his destination, Mighty Men's Fitness Club. A smirk tugged at the corners of Chen mouth. The name was indeed well. Let us refrain from further comment. His knowledge of this place stemmed from a recent encounter with a group of burly men distributing flyers, heralding the opening of the first gym in Yuanshan City. Their exuberant claims about top-notch fitness equipment and facilities on par with first-tier cities, along with a grand swimming pool, had certainly captivated some interest. Regrettably, Yuanshan City's economy was on a decline, and its residents, preoccupied with daily survival, soon lost interest. Upon pushing the door open, Chen was greeted by the sight of a burly man slumped at the front desk, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Chen internally scoffed at the absence of any attractive receptionists to draw in customers. The burly man, noticing the commotion, lifted his head to regard Chen. His sunken eyes bore dark circles, and bloodshot veins marred his pupils. Fortunately, Chen sensed no unusual aura emanating from him. It seemed he had merely pulled an all-nighter for reasons unknown. Young man, looking to get fit? We have discounts for card memberships right now, the burly man said, mustering a smile as he stood up. The young lad before him appeared slender and vulnerable, a prime candidate for their services. Chen surveyed the surrounding display boards before responding. I'd like to take a look first. Are you interested in checking out the equipment? Come, follow me. The burly man's spirits lifted at Chen words, filling him with optimism about this potential sale. As they stepped through the glass door behind him, Chen was met with an array of nearly pristine fitness equipment, meticulously arranged. Yet, the gym was sparsely populated, with 4 trainers clad in black tank tops emblazoned with mighty men playing cards in the corner. The burly man's face darkened as he cleared his throat loudly. The quartet hastily tucked away their cards, their expressions tinged with embarrassment as they glanced at him. Please don't take offense. Young man, it's just that there are fewer people training during the day. The trainers have little business, but their professionalism is unquestionable. They've all trained in Shanghai. Look at our equipment. Each piece is top-notch and imported from abroad. Once you sign up for a membership, you can use all this equipment freely, with dedicated personnel ensuring your safety. Chen Mo pursed his lips. It was Saturday after all. The lack of customers was a reflection of the business's shortcomings. Unrelated to the time of day, however, he chose not to challenge the burly man's assertions. The burly man called over a trainer who was muscular and filled out his black tank top impressively, a clear sign of years spent honing his physique. Hello, brotherly, the trainer greeted the burly man. The man known as Li Ida then turned to Chen Mo. Currently, if you sign up for an annual membership, you'll receive 20 personal training sessions with our coach Wu Jinshan. Regardless of whether you wish to build muscle, lose weight, or even grow taller, Coach Wu can assist you. Chen Mo nodded slightly and inquired, if I may ask, how does one go about obtaining this annual membership? Chapter 18. A bit lightly, Ida rubbed his hands together, a trifle apprehensive. Although this young man was clearly not yet of age, raising doubts about his spending capacity, the gym's business was so dire that any potential sale was worth pursuing. Well, young man, we offer 3 types of membership cards. There's the monthly card for $99, the quarterly card for $249, and the annual card for $888. The annual card provides the greatest discounts and includes the personal training sessions. What do you think? Upon hearing the prices, Chen Mo silently nodded. In this year of 2001, such prices were not overly extravagant. However, he was not inclined to commit so easily. Currently, he was subsisting solely on his father's compensation payments. With no other income to rely on, so frugality was essential. Brotherly, I'd like to try it out first, if that's all right? He expressed his thoughts. Ida was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded with a smile. Of course. Come, I'll show you how to use the equipment. This is the bench press. Would you like to give it a go? Li denoted Chen Mo's gaze lingering on the bench press for a few moments and, understanding his interest, inquired. Don't worry. I'll ensure your safety. It's completely safe. The young lad appeared slender and fragile. Lifting just the 15-kilogram bar, along with 2 5-kilogram plates, would likely require considerable effort. Chen Mo nodded, following Li Ida's guidance and lying down beneath the bench press. Let us start with just the empty bar for the first attempt. Li Ida supported the empty bar as Chen Mo prepared to lift it. Brotherly, this is too light, Chen Mo remarked, somewhat at a loss for words after feeling the weight of the empty bar. No worries. Let us add 2 smaller plates then, Li Ida said, placing 2 5-kilogram plates onto the bar. Hey, young man, you can't just do that. It's too dangerous, Li Ida exclaimed. But before he could finish, Chen Mo astonishingly lifted the bar with one hand. The 50-kilogram weight was beyond what this slender youth could possibly manage alone. Should it fall onto his chest, the consequences would be dire. Yet, in the next moment, Li Ida swallowed the warning he was about to utter. To his astonishment, the young man was indeed performing bench presses with 50 kilograms using a single hand. Though his form was less than perfect, and he struggled to find his balance, he appeared remarkably at ease. A thought flickered in Li Ida's mind. Could this lad be a prodigy? Brotherly, this is still a bit light. Can we add more? Chen Mo frowned, noticing the anticipated notification had not appeared. Had he been mistaken in his assumptions? Li Ida snapped back to reality and quickly replied, Young man, I see you have great potential. You may be slender, but your strength is impressive. We can certainly add more plates, but let us not be reckless. Safety first when using equipment. I'll protect you as you try again. Chen Mo nodded. The trainer had a point. Then let us add 10 kilograms on each side for a total of 45 kilograms. Give it a try. Li Ida loaded the barbell plates. For an average adult, this weight was typically manageable, but Chen Mo's repeated single-handed lifts were shattering expectations. Li Ida's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized this young man was indeed performing single-handed bench presses with 45 kilograms. Most trainers could only manage 40 kilograms with a single dumbbell, and even Li Ida struggled with 45. Furthermore, the barbell was considerably harder to balance than a dumbbell. Sweat began to bead on his forehead as he watched Chen Mo, who finally felt a hint of pressure. Brotherly, please add a bit more, but not too much. Chen Mo's request jolted Li Ida from his thoughts, yet he sighed in relief internally. The young man was finally nearing his limits. Li Ida added two 5-kilogram plates to the bar, bringing the total weight to 55 kilograms. For double-handed lifts, most adult males could easily manage this after some training. However, if this young man succeeded with one hand, he would undoubtedly be a rare talent in the fitness world. Chen Imo could distinctly feel his limits. As the additional plates were added, his arms began to tremble slightly. 50 kilograms was within reach, but 55 kilograms felt daunting. Yet, with Li Ida's protection, he was determined to push his boundaries. As he bent his arms and extended them repeatedly, the tremors in his muscles intensified. Li Ida's emotions were a whirlwind of admiration and astonishment. This young man was truly remarkable. With gritted teeth, Chen Imo completed his 10th lift, and at last, the long-awaited notification chimed in his mind. You have utilized rudimentary exercise equipment to complete a slightly imperfect training session. Your strength has increased by 1. You have currently acquired a total of 60 attribute points. Upon reaching 200 points, a world prompt will be unlocked. The strength and agility attribute points gained through training may each be acquired once per natural day at most. Breathing heavily, Chen Imo rose from the bench press. Joy surged within him. His hypothesis had indeed been validated. Each day allowed for the acquisition of strength and agility points, albeit a modest amount. Yet it established a reliable means of self-improvement. Young man, don't judge a book by its cover. Your talent has me envious, Li Ida exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Imo offered a faint smile. Brotherly, please sign me up for an annual membership. Upon hearing this, Li Ida's eyes lit up, and his smile broadened even further. How fortunate it is for us that a young man of such remarkable talent can grace our Mighty Men Fitness Club with his presence. I shall take it upon myself to grant him 2 additional training sessions. By following the guidance of our trainers, he may perfect his techniques and, who knows, perhaps one day he will compete and astonish everyone. Bringing glory to our nation, Chen Imo smiled faintly, neither affirming nor denying the sentiment. These ordinary individuals remain blissfully unaware of the truths that govern our world. As for fitness competitions, it is uncertain whether such events will even exist amidst the impending chaos. After completing the registration, Li Ida instructed Wu Zhanshan to guide Chen Imo through the various equipment. Shortly thereafter, Chen Imo, having run 3 kilometers on the treadmill at a speed of 20 kilometers/h, was met with Wu Zhanshan's astonished expression as the notification chime sounded once more. You have completed a somewhat unorthodox training session using rudimentary equipment. Your agility has increased by 1. Current total attribute points, 61. Accumulating 200 points will unlock a world prompt. Chapter 19. The truth of the Prophet Chen Mo's life appeared to have returned to a semblance of tranquility. For an entire week, the system had not issued a single alert regarding any impending anomalies. Each day, he followed a monotonous routine, traveling from home to school to the Mighty Men Gym. While he played the role of Sun Wukong, aiding the Dark Walker organization in vanquishing those 2 formidable anomalies, his fears of being discovered proved unfounded. Even the reports of madmen attacking others, which had frequently graced the newspapers, had vanished in recent days. After showering, Chen Imo donned his backpack and walked out, seemingly unfazed by the awe-filled gazes of those within the gym as the master leaving. He has truly become more imposing. I dared not even breathe while he was shoulder-pressing, remarked a group of fitness instructors who were, as usual, playing cards in the corner. Trainer Wu Zhanshan sighed deeply. During the past few days of correcting Chen Mo's form, he felt as though his own resolve was on the brink of collapse. One-handed shoulder-pressing 70 kilograms. What does that even signify? Chen Imo stood at a mere 1.72 meters tall, weighing only 60 kilograms. Tio lift a weight exceeding his own body mass with one hand? He resembled a wolf cloaked in sheep's clothing. No, a ferocious tiger. This slender frame concealed an astonishing and terrifying strength. Wu Zhanshan shook his head with a wry smile. It was clear that he needed to speak with Li Gu about assigning a different coach to this prodigy. It was simply too taxing, too painful. With such strength, he could likely win gold at the Olympics. This child is extraordinary. Fortunately, Wu Zhanshan was discreet. Although Chen Imo possessed remarkable capabilities, he evidently preferred to remain understated. Thus Wu Zhanshan had never divulged any details about Chen Imo to anyone outside the gym. Otherwise, the media, ever eager for a sensational story, would have swarmed the Mighty Men Fitness Club. With a smile playing on his lips, Chen Imo cycled home. He accessed his current attribute panel, nodding in satisfaction. After a week of training, his willpower remained unchanged, yet both strength and agility had seen significant improvement. Host: Chunimo. Physiological age: 16. Current extra attribute points: 73. Willpower: 27. Strength: 18. Agility: 17. Miscellaneous attributes: 11. While it is undeniable that willpower is the most crucial attribute when battling anomalies, their strength and agility are equally formidable. Without sufficient power and speed, one cannot even keep pace with the movements of an anomaly. Even wielding a weapon infused with willpower would be futile. Moreover, Chunimo noted that as his strength and agility increased, so too did his physical resilience. His skin began to toughen, and his muscles, when exerted, became as hard as iron. This was only logical. Without a robust physique, one could not withstand the rapid escalation of strength and speed. If I were to remain as I once was, Chunimo chuckled, I would likely break my arm with a single punch. Regardless of whether my opponent survived in the battle against the Dark Walker organization, they had evidently suffered from this very flaw. Their willpower may not have been inferior to his, but their physicality could only be deemed adequate, far too weak in comparison to the anomalies. Contemplating this, Chunimo furrowed his brow. An entire week had passed without any anomalies surfacing. Was this the calm before the storm? Or, the Dark Walker organization shared his concerns. In the capital city, at the headquarters of the Dark Walker organization, Commander Song Chongqing convened with several high-ranking officials within a vast space located 20 floors underground. At the center of this chamber stood a colossal machine, pulsating with blue light. This machine was adorned with an array of intricate pipes and wires, its metallic surface gleaming with a lustrous sheen. It resembled an enormous computer crafted from machinery. In truth, this machine was indeed a computer, yet the surrounding pipes and wires were not its core. The essence of this computer lay within a smooth cube, measuring 10 meters on each side, encased within the network of tubes. For an entire week, the Prophet had predicted a multitude of anomalous events, yet not a single one had occurred. Song Chongqing's face betrayed no emotion, but everyone present understood that such a demeanor signified a genuine crisis. Over the course of the week, the Prophet had forecasted 76 instances of yellow-level anomaly incursions, 12 of, and one of. We have mobilized a significant amount of manpower and resources, implementing meticulous preparations, yet not a single event has transpired. What say you? Should we continue to place our faith in the Prophet? Song Chongqing surveyed the room, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized everyone present. The Prophet, to which Song Chongqing referred, was the very computer that stood before them. This machine hailed from the future, a decade prior to the first recorded anomaly in 1991. A gleaming silver cube inexplicably materialized within the Summer National Academy of Sciences. It truly appeared without warning, damaging a section of the Academy's structure in the process. Summer scientists meticulously examined this sudden manifestation, yet its advanced nature rendered them incapable of deciphering its technology, let alone dismantling it. The reason was simple. The materials comprising the cube were found to be of an extraordinarily strong intermaterial composition. Humanity could only speculate its origin from the 23rd century, 200 years hence. Based on the familiar characters inscribed upon its surface, the very center of this cube lay a petite screen, which seemed incongruous with its size. In 1981, the screen displayed a countdown. Scientists could not decipher the countdown's significance until the first anomaly incursion transpired. Only then did they comprehend its meaning, and subsequently, the information provided by the screen became increasingly comprehensive. It not only predicted the time and location of anomalies, but also alerted them to their levels and quantities. Over the course of a decade, the predictions proved nearly infallible. Consequently, the Summer government designated this machine as the Prophet, and the formation of the Dark Walker organization became inextricably linked to it. However, in recent times, the Prophet's forecast began to exhibit sporadic inaccuracies. In fact, for an entire week, every prediction had been erroneous. What could this signify? None present, including Song Chongqing, could ascertain the implications. Commander, could it be possible that this is merely a sporadic error in the Prophet's operation? After all, even our current computers often encounter bugs. Though the Prophet is advanced, who can guarantee it will never falter? Ventured Director Ma of the Equipment Department cautiously. Chapter 20. The Eruption of Temporal Energy. Anomaly Alert. Song Chongqing's gaze flickered momentarily. Director Ma's words held a grain of truth, Yet an unsettling apprehension lingered in his heart. The Prophet had operated stably for 20 years. Why, at this juncture, did it suddenly exhibit flaws? The cessation of anomaly incursions after a week of rampant activity, combined with the Prophet's erroneous predictions. What connection lay between these occurrences? Following an intense discussion, the matter of the Prophet was temporarily set aside. Regardless of whether its predictions were accurate or not, Song Chongqing asserted that they must adhere to their established operational plans. Should the predictions prove incorrect, it would merely result in a waste of resources and manpower. However, should they be correct, they would safeguard countless lives. This maneuver primarily aimed to rouse the higher-ups, who had grown complacent in the absence of recent anomaly incursions. Song Chongqing's gaze fell upon the Prophet, his deep-set eyes seemingly attempting to penetrate the machine's very essence. The pulsating blue-lit tubes served as the power conduits for the internal cube. Only a micro-nuclear power station could fulfill the cube's considerable energy demands. What is the status of the training camp? After a prolonged silence, Song Chongqing posed the question. Commander, thus far, the training camp has enrolled a total of 1,752 students from across the nation, replied Mo Wenwu. The office director responsible for the camp's establishment, hastily, Director Mo, I inquired about the students' progress, specifically regarding their training. Oh, Supreme Commander, at present, we have established 3 primary subjects: physical fitness, combat techniques, and willpower. These youths are brimming with enthusiasm and are fully capable of adapting to the ongoing training. Notably, a few exceptional talents have exhibited remarkable performances. Oh? Upon hearing this, Song Chongqing slightly raised his eyebrows, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. Pray tell, which outstanding talents have left a lasting impression on you? Su Hao from Yuanshan City has performed exceptionally well. His willpower rating, according to our standards, has already surpassed the A grade. A grade? Song Chongqing revealed an expression of disbelief. It is worth noting that the majority of active members among the Darkwalkers are rated B and C. While a grade is a rarity indeed, ordinary individuals lack even the qualification for a rating. As long as they reach D grade, they can undergo training to channel their willpower into their combat blades. Indeed, Supreme Commander, and additionally, that child possesses excellent physical potential. With the aid of our Ember Potion, within just a few weeks, his various metrics have already far exceeded those of his peers. According to the standards set forth by the Prophet, he is the most promising candidate to attain the extraordinary tier, Mo Wenwu praised. A look of gratification spread across Song Chongqing's face. The extraordinary tier. Within the entire Darkwalker organization, as well as among the various anomaly resistance organizations across other nations on Blue Star, few individuals can reach this level. Each member who attains the extraordinary tier possesses the strength to independently eliminate high-level anomalies, making them the backbone of the organization. Excellent, 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 Song Chongqing repeated the word thrice. And even the frustration stemming from the frequent misjudgments of the Prophet during this period dissipated significantly. We must nurture him well. Remember this. Before Song Chongqing could finish his sentence, the Prophet suddenly erupted with a piercing alarm. In that instant, everyone turned sharply towards the Prophet. Blood-red light flickered on the Prophet's screen, blindingly bright. What is happening? In the past 20 years, the Prophet had never exhibited such a state. If one were to glimpse the Prophet's core, concealed within the internal circuitry, they would find this cube trembling violently. Song Chongqing hurriedly approached the screen, the information displayed causing his pupils to constrict. Emergency warning. Geographical anomaly alert. Countdown 71 hours 59 minutes 52 seconds. Location coordinates. XXX. XXX. This location will experience an anomaly invasion event of at least geographical level upon the conclusion of the countdown. Geographical anomaly? No, that's not right. Song Chongqing's gaze fell upon the last line of the warning message. A minimum level of geographical? Previous alerts, including the last geographical anomaly warning, had never contained such phrasing. They always specified a definite level. Could it be that there is a possibility of a celestial level anomaly? Or some other unforeseen circumstance? A tempest surged within Song Chongqing's heart. At that moment, the characters on the screen changed once more. Warning information fluctuation. The possible anomaly level and quantity at this location cannot be determined. What is going on? It cannot be determined again. Song Chongqing's heartbeat quickened. Yet, his formidable willpower allowed him to regain his composure instantly, and he turned to address everyone present. Level 1 combat readiness. Execute immediately, yes. Chen Mo rested his head on the desk, gazing at the impassioned lecture delivered by the homeroom teacher, yet he absorbed not a single word. It was not that he lacked the desire to listen, but having glimpsed a fragment of the world as truth. He truly could not fathom how the ancient poetry on the blackboard could assist him. The student seated in front, Li Chong, cast a suspicious glance back at him. What is up with this guy lately? Li Chong mused internally. Chen Mo twirled a pin, pondering how to expand his means of acquiring attribute points. He had figured out ways to enhance his strength and agility, yet he remained at a loss regarding willpower. At that moment, a sudden voice rang in his ear. Temporal energy surge detected. What on earth? What does a temporal energy surge mean? Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, and before he could react, the next prompt followed swiftly. The source of the temporal energy surge has been identified as a temporal crystal. Absorbing the temporal crystal will grant the host unprecedented benefits. Coordinates for the temporal crystal have been sent to your backpack. Please check at your convenience. Chen Mo swallowed hard. This unexpected turn of events left him somewhat flustered. A temporal crystal, unprecedented benefits. With a flicker of thought, Chen Mo hastily opened the backpack icon. Sure enough, a small map lay quietly within. Focusing his mind upon it, a string of information soon unfolded before his eyes. The suburbs of Shangjing City? This could be problematic. Taking a train to Shangjing would take 7 to 8 hours. It certainly wouldn't be feasible within the week. Chen Mo furrowed his brow slightly. I can only check for train schedules to Shangjing either this Saturday or Friday evening. As he contemplated, the prompt chimed in his ear once more. Anomaly invasion event warning. An anomalous cluster led by a geographical anomaly will appear at coordinates XXX in 71 hours and 30 minutes. Countdown 71, 29, 55. The first elimination of a geographical anomaly will yield additional attribute points. Geographical anomaly? Anomalous cluster? Chen Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. In that last sentence, it makes me want to go even more. It seems that the trip to Shangjing City will likely be postponed. He glanced out the window. The sun shone brightly, and Yuanshan City was experiencing a rare bout of good weather. Yet a cloud of unease loomed over his heart. He pulled out a map of Yuanshan City, only to find that the coordinates were not located there at all. As the bell rang, Chen Mo swiftly exited the classroom and made his way directly to the teacher's office. He sought out the geography teacher, Xing Xiaoyun. Teacher Xing, do you have a map of the Xia country and a world map? May I borrow them for a moment? Chen Mo's request prompted Xing Xiaoyun to lift her gaze and regard the student with renewed interest. I'm not very familiar, but I have seen them before. Yes, we have some. Let me find them for you. Xing Xiaoyun smiled kindly as she rummaged through her drawer and handed 2 maps to Chen Mo. Thank you, teacher. I will return them once I'm done, he said, and promptly exited the office. Chapter 21. A twist of fate. Chen Mo returned to the classroom and sat at his desk, meticulously searching for the coordinates on the map of Xia country. The longitude and latitude were quite clear, but the map was simply too vast, leaving Chen Mo to only ascertain a rough proximity to a city. Thankfully, it was not abroad. Chen Mo breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, this location, Jinhe City. Chen Mo frowned slightly as he regarded the coordinates. Jinhe City, situated in the southwestern region of Xia country, is quite distant from Yuanshan City. If I were to take a train there, it would likely take no less than 30 hours. Yet, Chen Mo had no intention of backing out. Ever since he had slain that high-level anomaly, he discovered that he had developed a fondness for this feeling. The surge of adrenaline during battle, the sensation of the blade piercing through the anomaly's flesh, and the cool flow of attribute points were simply exquisite. You no longer fear anomalies. Rather, you yearn to engage in battle with them. Congratulations, your willpower has increased by 1. You currently possess a total of 74 attribute points. Reaching 200 points will unlock a world hint. Chen Mo had become addicted to the thrill of slaying anomalies. With this thought, he lightly traced his tongue over his lips, a glimmer of excitement shining in his eyes. Just then, Li Chong, who had just walked in from outside the classroom, caught sight of this small gesture from Chen Mo. A chill ran down his spine, and goosebumps prickled his arms. Damn, this guy has become increasingly eerie. Looking at a map feels like watching a horror videotape. Li Chong cursed inwardly as he returned to his seat. Chen Mo, oblivious to Li Chong's expression, was unconcerned even if he had noticed a present. He was contemplating what reason to give the homeroom teacher for requesting a leave of absence. Chen Mo tucked away the map and once again made his way to the teacher's office. He first returned the maps to geography teacher Xing Xiaoyun, and then approached his homeroom teacher. Zhang Min glanced up at Chen Imo, offering a standard smile. Although Chen Imo had not been particularly diligent in his studies recently, he was still a student who had been praised by the principal, warranting a degree of goodwill. Chen Imo, is there something you need? Zhang Min inquired. Teacher Zhang, I would like to request a leave of absence. Chen Imo replied with a nod. Zhang Min paused momentarily, surprised that Chen Imo was asking for leave. This child is an orphan, with no close relatives. What could have prompted such a request? Is there something happening at home? Zhang Min asked cautiously. Chen Imo had already prepared his explanation in advance, his expression remaining neutral as he promptly responded. Teacher Zhang, it is like this. My uncle back home has some matters related to my mother that require my attention. In truth, Chen Imo had no uncle, but Zhang Min was unaware of this. Moreover, he had not articulated too much detail. The more specific he became, the easier it would be to reveal a flaw. Zhang Min's expression softened slightly, harboring no suspicions. How will you be returning? How many days do you need off, teacher? I will be taking the train back. It may take 4 to 5 days, but I will return by next Monday. Zhang Min nodded and retrieved a standard leave form from her drawer, handing it to Chen Imo. Very well, please fill this out. Take care on your journey. You are still young, so do not easily trust the words of strangers. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. You can rest assured. Zhang Min received the leave request form filled out by Chen Imo. Regarding this child, she felt a sense of ease. Although his academic performance was lacking, his self-sufficiency truly surpassed that of his peers. A pitiable child, yet undeniably mature. When will you leave? If it is convenient, teacher, I would like to depart at noon to catch the train, Chen Imo replied. Zhang Min nodded in agreement with his request. On this misty morning in Jianhe City, located in the southern region of Xiaogua, the climate was humid and the local customs were simple and unpretentious. By the time Chen Imo arrived with his backpack, the surroundings remained tranquil and serene. No martial law, no anomalies. Could it be that the Dark Walkers organization had not received any information about potential disturbances here? Chen Imo couldn't help but feel perplexed. After all, in the previous instances of unusual events, he had surmised that the Dark Walkers possessed some means of predicting the locations of impending anomalies, albeit with less precision. This was troublesome. With the potential for regional anomalies, there could be other disruptions as well, and he truly had no idea if he could handle them. Chen Imo glanced at the countdown timer, which displayed merely 30 hours remaining. Perhaps he should wait a little longer. If nothing happened in another 10 hours, should he alert the authorities like last time? Chen Imo found a hotel, booked a single room, and organized his belongings. In this era, even without reaching adulthood, securing accommodation was quite feasible as long as one had the means. Shortly thereafter, he purchased a map of Jianhe City from a street newspaper kiosk, and after careful examination, he pinpointed the exact coordinates of the impending anomaly. Jianhe Central Park. Perhaps I should take a stroll there in advance. As Chen Imo surveyed the terrain, approximately 500 kilometers to the north in Heshi County, the entire city was under martial law and evacuation orders. The official reason provided was that, according to the Earthquake Bureau's predictions, the likelihood of an earthquake occurring near Heshi County within the next 48 hours exceeded 50%. Naturally, the public had no means to verify the authenticity of this information, but when it came to matters of life and death, no one dared to take it lightly. Consequently, over 70,000 residents of Heshi County were evacuated to nearby towns for temporary shelter. Commander Song Chongqing of the Dark Walkers organization had, of course, arrived in Heshi County to personally oversee the situation amidst this grave crisis. A being of extraordinary caliber, he was also one of the primary forces against this impending anomaly. Yet, at this moment, he wore a furrowed brow. His sixth sense incessantly warned him that something significant was about to unfold. The predictions of the seer had repeatedly proven inaccurate, and he could not guarantee that this time would lead to a restoration of order. If the predicted location and timing were erroneous, it would spell disaster. Commander, the evacuation is complete. We have mobilized a total of 205 personnel from across the nation, in addition to your 3 extraordinary level fighters. Please take the time to rest. We have done all we can. Now, let fate take its course, advised his deputy, Quan Jianxin. Song Chongqing had not slept for 2 days and 2 nights. Although his extraordinary status rendered him nearly immune to such minor fatigue, the strain on his mind was undeniably real. Jianxin, please send a notification to all divisions nationwide, instructing them to remain highly vigilant, I have a strong feeling that this situation is more complex than it appears. Ignoring Quan Jianxin's counsel, he issued a new command. Jianxin sighed and replied, "Understood, Commander, I shall go at once, but you must ensure you rest well. Maintaining peak condition before battle will reduce the risks." Song Chongqing patted him on the shoulder. Aware that his old comrade's concerns were not unfounded, "Rest assured, Jianxin, I will take care of myself." Chapter 22. Title: The Solitary Brave. Time continued to pass. Chen Imo glanced at the electronic watch on his wrist and sighed deeply. There were still 20 hours remaining on the countdown. Yet, the anticipated martial law and evacuation had yet to materialize. It seemed the official Dark Walkers organization truly had no knowledge of this impending anomaly. Chen Imo contemplated calling in a report, but he understood well that repeatedly alerting the authorities would not only risk their disbelief, but would also expose him, as he could not hide for more than 2 days without being discovered. Having participated in multiple anomaly incidents, the authorities, if not foolish, would have likely already identified him. It was merely a question of when he would be uncovered. Chen Imo aimed to delay that revelation for as long as possible, until he grew stronger. That way, even if the authorities discovered his true identity, he would possess enough leverage to negotiate for freedom, if not benefits. However, this time he was faced with. Chen Imo was not a great person. He had never envisioned saving the world single-handedly, and in fact, to some extent, he harbored a certain disdain for existence itself. He detested the injustices of the world, loathed the villains who roamed freely in the sunlight, and felt an even deeper resentment towards his former helpless self. Sitting on a bench in Jinhe Central Park, he gazed at the rustling autumn leaves cascading to the ground. Chen Imo remained silent for a long while. Suddenly, a smile crept across his lips. "Am I afraid?" He recalled the first time he confronted an anomaly, at the derelict steel factory, screaming as he plunged his father's dagger into the heart of a profound-level anomaly. At that moment, he felt infinitely weaker than he did now, yet he had been unafraid. Why should he fear now? Wasn't it merely a regional anomaly? Wasn't it merely a cluster of anomalies? Chen Mo's expression began to twist into one of savagery and bloodlust. "If I were to slay them all," Chen Imo licked his lips, pondering whether that would allow him to grow to a point of being fearless. "I, Chen Imo, am inherently solitary, but I should not fade into insignificance in my solitude. With the system I possess, I ought to grow amidst my loneliness. You have begun to comprehend your own path. Your heart has triumphed over the fear of the unknown. Congratulations, your willpower has increased by 10. Do you currently possess a total of 84 attribute points? Accumulating 200 points will unlock a world hint." A refreshing stream cascaded over Chen Mo's body, eliciting a satisfied smile. "Congratulations, you have obtained the hidden special title, the Solitary Brave. This title can be equipped in your inventory. Once worn, the host will receive special bonuses." "Oh? A title? What is this?" Chen Imo was momentarily taken aback. With a thought, he promptly opened the system inventory. A dark red glowing item lay quietly within. Special title: The Solitary Brave. Quality: Red, 5th tier. Title effect: when worn, you gain a 50 boost to all attributes in solo combat. This effect is lost when fighting alongside others. Chen Mo's eyes brightened. This so-called title was unexpectedly powerful. He immediately chose to equip it. However, it seemed he did not feel any change in his strength. Chen Imo squeezed his hands, realizing that his power had not altered. Of course, the increase would only manifest in combat. It was normal not to feel it now. Chen Imo nodded slightly. Currently, his willpower stood at 38 points, strength at 18 points, and agility at 17 points. If all attributes were to rise by 50%, his willpower would surge to 57 points, strength to 27 points, and agility would reach 25.5 points. With such attributes, it was likely that profound-level anomalies would pose no challenge for him. He merely wondered how formidable the regional anomalies truly were. With that thought, Chen Imo decisively dismissed the idea of reporting. Time sped by, and soon 20 hours had elapsed. It was now 2 in the morning. In Hushi County, over 200 members of the Dark Walkers organization stood ready under Song Chongqing's command, their vigilance unwavering. Song Chongqing's gaze fixated on the empty ground before him. What had once been a marketplace was now meticulously cleared, and immense searchlights illuminated the area as if it were midday. According to the predictions of the seer, this was the designated location for the anomaly's appearance. It's time, Commander. His deputy Quan Jianxin furrowed his brow. Is it already time? Song Chongqing paused momentarily. Yes, and we have already surpassed the designated time by 1 minute. Exceeding the time by 1 minute? Could it be that the seer has encountered another glitch? Let us wait a moment longer. Do not rush to conclusions, Song Chongqing decisively ordered. Just a minute. We cannot yet determine whether an anomaly will appear. Meanwhile, in Jinhe Central Park, the nocturnal silence that should have enveloped the park was instead filled with an unusual restlessness. In Chen Mo's grip, the dagger gleamed with a solid white light. Not far from him, 5 profound-level anomalies suddenly appeared, accompanied by 10 yellow-level anomalies, smaller in stature, yet they all stood still, as if awaiting something. Where was the regional anomaly? Chen Mo concealed himself within the crown of a tree, the dense foliage shielding him from view. For precaution, he still wore the mask of Sun Wukong, though he had opted out of the accompanying attire. Just as he pondered this, a piercing shriek suddenly erupted from the air above the 15 anomalies. A pitch-black rift abruptly materialized in the atmosphere, from which a dot figure that could only be described as petite emerged slowly. The rift then vanished without a trace. Upon the appearance of this shadow, the yellow and profound-level anomalies bowed their heads, as if recognizing this presence as a lofty king. At that moment, Chen Mo too felt an immense pressure weighing upon him. He glanced at the dagger in his hand, the white gleam flickering ominously. It was emanating a mental force. It was causing a tremor in my willpower? Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a surge of alarm. At this moment, he had yet to enter a combat state. The effect of Lone Warrior had not yet been activated. Clearly, relying solely on his own strength, he would never be a match for that shadowy figure. That silhouette seemed to embody the very essence of humanity's shadow, possessing limbs of perfect proportion, yet at the ends of those limbs were not the 5 fingers of a human, but rather sharp, blade-like black claws. This is the first time you have encountered a true Earth-level anomaly in your life. Your heart rate accelerates sharply, a friendly reminder. An excessively rapid heartbeat will be keenly sensed by the Earth-level anomaly. Chen Mo's heart raced, and before he could react, the shadow abruptly turned to face his position. Despite the absence of eyes, the shadow's face was an abyss of darkness, yet at that moment, every hair on Chen Mo's body stood on end. He had been targeted. No longer hesitating, Chen Mo leaped down from the treetop. Centered around that shadow, a violent wave of mental energy surged towards Chen Mo. While 10 yellow-level anomalies and 5 black-level anomalies simultaneously roared and charged at him. The title of Lone Warrior activated in that instant, and the dagger in Chen Mo's hand ceased its flickering, instead radiating an even more brilliant white light. Chapter 23. The moment of hunt. In the dim forest, the rustling sounds echoed ominously. Yet, it was not the sound of leaves swaying, but rather the sound of blades slicing through dark bodies. Chen Mo's reflexes were astonishingly swift, and his combat strategy exceptionally insightful. Each anomaly he faced granted him an enhancement in attributes. For instance, the most ordinary yellow-level anomaly could boost his willpower, strength, and agility by 1 each. Meanwhile, each black-level anomaly would grant him 5 willpower and 2 strength and agility. The moment he engaged with this group of anomalies, Chen Mo chose to strike the softest targets first. With every swing of his dagger, he inflicted remarkably visible wounds on the yellow-level anomalies. In just one encounter, 2 yellow-level anomalies fell to his blade. However, before he could revel in his success, he hastily dodged to the side as a diminutive black body zipped past him like lightning. Crimson blood splattered forth. Chen Mo cursed under his breath, rolling to evade the successive attacks of the other anomalies. They were coordinated remarkably well. Moreover, it was the Earth-level anomaly that had just inflicted a long gash on his waist. Its speed was simply too astonishing. Without the Lone Warrior effect, he feared he would have been cleaved in 2 before he even had a chance to react. The muscles around Chen Mo's waist temporarily sealed the wound as he continued to move. Executing a deft maneuver over the head of a yellow-level anomaly, his dazzling dagger plunging into its skull in that instant. Yet, his actions were noticeably less audacious than before. The reason was simple. On the periphery of the battle circle, the Earth-level anomaly was pacing lightly, clearly searching for his vulnerabilities, preparing to deal a fatal blow. Chen Mo repeatedly dodged the assaults of the anomalies. The black-level ones were no longer a concern, but their numbers were still troublesome. least one strike would not suffice to eliminate a black-level anomaly as it did with the yellow-level ones. A singular thought whirled through Qian Mo's mind in that moment. The Earth-level anomaly was unaware that each anomaly he killed would gradually enhance his own abilities. Even if it meant risking injury, he had to eliminate these yellow-level anomalies first, with the enhancement from Lone Warrior. These 10 yellow-level anomalies would not merely augment his attributes by 10 points, but rather by a total of 15 points. With these 45 attribute points, he could easily dispatch the 5 black-level anomalies and then, with overwhelming force, vanquish the Earth-level anomaly. Contemplating this, a peculiar smile crept across Qian Mo's lips. He deftly maneuvered past a black-level anomaly, his dagger swiftly reversing in his grip as he glided past an oncoming yellow-level anomaly. In the next moment, that yellow-level anomaly collapsed thunderously, instantly reduced to a pool of black ash. 4 remained. The black-level anomaly's claws slashed fiercely past him, and although Chen Mo attempted to evade, the sheer number of anomalies proved overwhelming. He was caught off guard, his Sun Wukong mask torn open, blood seeping from his cheek. However, Chen Mo's gaze remained unperturbed as he leaped into the air, a shadow darting past the spot where he had just stood. It was the Earth-level anomaly. Whenever there was an opportunity, that creature, akin to an assassin, sought to deliver a lethal blow. Failing to land its strike, the Earth-level anomaly resumed its pacing on the periphery. Meanwhile, Chen Mo grasped a branch overhead, swinging his body like a true monkey, and in the blink of an eye, his dagger once again pierced the body of a yellow-level anomaly. 5 down, with the boost in attributes and the effects of Lone Warrior. Chen Mo became increasingly adept. The white gleam of his dagger grew ever brighter. Yet, in the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply. Where had the Earth-level anomaly gone? It had been pacing just outside moments ago. Yet now it had vanished? Chen Mo's heart raced with alarm. He could not afford to be complacent, as he ducked to evade a black-level anomaly's attack. He executed another swift thrust, striking a yellow-level anomaly. 6 down. At that moment, Chen Mo's internal alarms blared. Something was approaching. Beneath the pale moonlight, a transparent ripple moved swiftly through the air. Closing in on Chen Mo, he felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly dodged. But it was too late. In that instant, his back was slashed open with a gash approximately 15 centimeters long, blood splattering forth. The successful attack of the transparent ripple gradually materialized in the air. It was the Earth-level anomaly. This Earth-level anomaly could become invisible? No, it wasn't invisibility. It was merely a form of cloaking technique. Upon closer inspection, it could still be somewhat discerned. However, even so, in the nighttime environment, it was exceedingly difficult for Chen Mo to distinguish and identify the approaching Earth-level anomaly. Having landed a successful hit, the Earth-level anomaly resumed its pacing on the perimeter, seeking another opportunity. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain in his back, and once more dispatched a yellow-level anomaly. 7 down. Yet at this point, Chen Mo finally recognized his weakness, or rather, the limitation of his weapon. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. His dagger, measuring barely 20 centimeters, had an exceedingly limited attack range. No wonder those from the Dark Wanderers organization wielded long blades. Chen Mo could not help but feel regret. He should have acquired a long knife for himself. Long knives were indeed the most user-friendly and least flawed type of cold weapon. If he survived this encounter, he would certainly obtain one. Chen Mo had fully committed himself. His agility had increased several-fold compared to the beginning. The enhancements provided by Lone Warrior were significant. He once more evaded the attack of a black-level anomaly, his dagger weaving through the darkness like a phantom, piercing a yellow-level anomaly. 8 down. Only 2 yellow-level anomalies remained. However, the looming threat of the Earth-level anomaly persisted. Chen Mo's mind raced as he calculated. He needed to find an opportunity. Suddenly, he deliberately slowed his movements, allowing a black-level anomaly's claws to graze his clothing. Narrowly missing his skin, as anticipated, the Earth-level anomaly instantly vanished into thin air, only to reappear beside him in the next moment, its transparent ripple materializing. Yet, a sly smile crept across Chen Mo's lips. He had been waiting for this with lightning speed. Chen Mo kicked one of the black-level anomalies attempting to pounce on him, sending it flying. In the next instant, the white gleam on his dagger surged brilliantly as it collided with the ripple. The pained shriek reverberated in his ears, a celestial melody to Chen Mo. The Earth-level anomaly was wounded, although it reacted with astonishing speed, evading the majority of Chen Mo's attack range in the blink of an eye. It was still unable to avoid having 3 of its sharp black claws severed by the dagger. The transparent ripple swiftly retreated, and Chen Mo felt a surge of confidence. While the Earth-level anomaly was formidable and enigmatic, it was not invincible, and its overly cautious nature worked to his advantage. Having been caught off guard, it would likely retreat for a while, and this interval presented Chen Mo with the opportunity to turn the tide. Chapter 24, Forging Fireworks. Far away in Hushi County, Song Chongqing and his companions finally became aware of the situation. Commander, there has just been a report from Jinhai City, stating that Sun Wukong has been seen battling monsters in Jinhai Central Park. His deputy, Quan Jianxin, reported. Song Chongqing furrowed his brow slightly. Jianxin, your information is rather vague. I find it difficult to comprehend at such a time. If this is a false alarm, the Dark Wanderers organization cannot be held accountable. Nor do we have the energy to deal with it. We have more pressing matters at hand. We must find a solution to the profit issue. Otherwise, should this continue, the upper echelon's trust in us will diminish, and the funding our organization receives will dwindle. Song Chongqing delivered a lengthy discourse, yet Quan Jianxin hurriedly gestured to interrupt him, breaking off his continued admonishment. It was noteworthy that Quan Jianxin had never acted this way before, especially not towards Song Chongqing, whom he respected immensely. Noticing the shift in demeanor, Song Chongqing's expression tightened as he demanded, "Speak." The monster described in the report is said to be completely black, almost blending with the background of the night. Possessing sharp claws and lightning-fast speed, A.S. Quan Jian had yet to finish his words. Song Chongqing's brow was already furrowed. Abnormal. Indeed, Commander. This description aligns almost perfectly with the anomalies, which is why I hastened to report to you. Without hesitation, Song Chongqing commanded, transmit my orders. All personnel board the aircraft, destination Jinhai City, and do so with urgency. As the helicopter of the Dark Walkers organization ascended rapidly into the sky en route to Jinhai City, the battle here was nearing its conclusion. Chen Mo's clothing was stained a dark crimson with blood, having severely underestimated the combat prowess of these anomalies while overestimating his own strength. His weakness was glaringly apparent: endurance. After dispatching 10 yellow-level anomalies, Chen Mo felt he was in complete control, reveling in a sense of invincibility. Even after a significant enhancement in his attributes, he found himself less overwhelmed when facing the remaining 5 anomalies. However, at that moment, the anomaly began directing the anomalies to alter their tactics. They ceased engaging Chen Mo in close combat. Instead, they encircled him, utilizing their swift agility to outmaneuver him. Simultaneously, the anomaly frequently employed a near-invisibility technique to launch attacks against Chen Mo. As a result, his stamina began to plummet, and his wounds multiplied. Chen Mo was compelled to adopt a strategy of trading injuries, forcibly eliminating the anomalies to enhance his attributes. The deep, bone-visible lacerations on his body, the bloodied attire, and the shattered remnants of the Sun Wukong mask all testified to the intensity of this battle. Fortunately, all 5 anomalies had been reduced to blackened ash, now, gasping for breath and pushed to his limits. Chen Mo prepared to engage in a one-on-one confrontation with the anomaly, now missing 3 claws. The attribute points gained from the yellow and anomalies were incredibly bountiful, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that his progress was not as substantial as he had anticipated. Lacking the expected effect, this question, however, could not be explored further at the moment. He could only wait for this battle to conclude, hoping to survive. The anomaly paced back and forth, although its body was entirely black. Concealing any discernible features, Chen Mo could distinctly sense a pair of chilling eyes fixated upon him beneath that shadowy exterior. Chen Mo dared not strike first. His physical condition had reached its limit, and should he initiate an attack and fail, he feared he might succumb before he could even defeat the anomaly. The anomaly, too, refrained from acting impulsively. Deprived of the assistance from the anomalies, it resembled a general without soldiers. Exuding a sense of desolation, for a moment, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Meanwhile, in the nearby thicket, a middle-aged man trembled, hardly daring to breathe. He was the one who had made the emergency call, the security guard of the park. The tale of Sun Wukong battling monsters had originated from his lips. Now, He could see clearly that it was merely a youth donning a Sun Wukong mask. As the mist receded, the bright moonlight illuminated the young face beneath the shattered mask. Suddenly, the monster vanished. This scene had unfolded multiple times within the span of mere minutes, to the extent that the middle-aged man had begun to grow accustomed to it. The youth wielded a short dagger that glowed with a radiant white light. As he raised it, the air erupted into a brilliant explosion of sparks. The guard recalled a folk performance he had witnessed during his travels in Jin province. Fireflower forging, indeed. It surpassed that spectacle in sheer excitement. The figure of the youth accelerated, moving so swiftly that the guard struggled to keep pace with his ghostly speed. The explosive sounds in the air crashed against the guard's eardrums like a tangible force. Unbeknownst to him, beneath such waves, his psyche had already been tainted. He was fortunate that when the anomalies first unleashed their psychic assault, he had not yet patrolled this area, thus escaping harm. However, now, his fate would undoubtedly be far more tragic. Gritting his teeth, Chen Imo swung the dagger repeatedly. Each clash with the anomaly sent searing pain through his wounds. Were it not for his terrifying willpower forcibly suppressing the pain, he likely would have already collapsed. Yet at this moment, his mind was remarkably serene. The anomaly was formidable, but he sensed that he was even stronger now. All he needed was one opportunity. Chen Imo roared within his heart. Suddenly, he dove downward, slipping beneath the oncoming transparent wave like a swimming dragon. The sharp claws raked across his left shoulder blade, piercing through his body, as if attempting to tear his bones from flesh. But this was the very opportunity Chen Imo sought. If no opportunity existed, he would forge one. Silence was merely a prelude to a more explosive eruption. Chen Imo's thigh muscles tensed, propelling him upward. His pierced shoulder blade transformed into a chain binding the anomaly. His left arm clutched the slender anomaly tightly, revealing its shadowy form beneath the rippling transparent wave. Die! His right hand, grasping the dagger, shimmered with an even more radiant white light, brutally plunging into the anomaly's body. Then came the second strike, the third, until moments later, Chen Imo collapsed onto the ground. Beneath him lay nothing but remnants of black ash, glimmering faintly with golden specks under the moonlight. Congratulations, you have vanquished the anomaly for the first time with indomitable will and relatively sound tactics. Your willpower 20, strength 10, agility 10. You have currently accumulated a total of 199 attribute points. Reaching 200 points will unlock a world prompt. Chapter 25. Is it truly Sun Wukong? Vital Intelligence. By the time the Dark Walkers organization's helicopter arrived at Jinhe City Central Park, all that remained was devastation, and of course, there was also the visibly disturbed middle-aged security guard. Quickly, Jianxin arranged for someone to take him to the designated hospital. Song Chongqing's brow was tightly knit. Quan Jianxin promptly complied, and several combatants began to escort the dazed guard, whose mouth was beginning to drool, his eyes bloodshot. There's no saving him, was Song Chongqing's assessment of the guard. Although it was a lamentable reality, it was nonetheless the truth in such a state. It was nearly impossible for one to deteriorate so rapidly without enduring multiple psychic waves from anomalies or higher. The so-called designated hospital was, in fact, a facility established by the Dark Walkers organization specifically to treat ordinary individuals affected by anomalies. While it was termed treatment, it was essentially confinement as of now. There were no effective methods for addressing such psychic impacts. Utilizing willpower for therapeutic assistance had shown some efficacy, yet relapses were common, and the Dark Walkers organization lacked the manpower to manage such cases. For those less severely affected, following several episodes of madness, they might gradually return to normal, albeit with permanent psychological scars. Those more gravely impacted, like the guard, would likely not even experience madness and were already rendered vacant of mind. At this juncture, Song Chongqing began to summon personnel to investigate the scene of the events. The ground was littered with the black ash left by the fallen anomalies. These remnants were invaluable resources for crafting various potions and aiding combatants in attaining the extraordinary realm. A cursory glance revealed over a dozen patches of ash scattered across the ground. Among them, one small patch emitted a faint golden glimmer. Such a phenomenon had never been observed before. A powerful figure who had entered the extraordinary realm. Song Chongqing could distinctly sense the terrifying aura lingering in that patch of ash. This was undoubtedly not the residue of a yellow-level anomaly, nor could it even be attributed to the death of an anomaly. It was likely the ashes left behind by an anomaly, as foretold by the seer. Kneeling upon the ground, Song Chongqing gently pinched the glowing ash between his fingers, murmuring, "Who could have slain the anomaly? And how did so many and anomalies come to be here? Is it truly Sun Wukong?" As this thought crossed his mind, he chuckled at his own folly. How could it possibly be the real Sun Wukong? At that moment, another team member conducting the investigation shouted, "Commander, you must come see this." Song Chongqing rose and followed the gaze of the team member, spotting a half-shattered Sun Wukong mask. The security guard who had called the police mentioned that it was Sun Wukong battling monsters, and it seemed someone had fought the anomalies while wearing the mask. Nodding, Song Chongqing's lips curled into a slight smile. It appears that this Sun Wukong has also sustained injuries. Everyone, search for blood in the nearby soil. Song Chongqing commanded decisively. The Dark Walkers organization was equipped with advanced tools, and soon, over 10 team members began a thorough search of the surrounding ground. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the secured area, Captain Zhao Ming from the Dark Walkers sub-team in Yuanshan gazed in astonishment at the half-mask of Sun Wukong. This was not the first time he had encountered such a mask. However, following the incident at the Saijin Mall, the workload in Yuanshan had been overwhelming, leaving no time to report the specifics to headquarters. Thus, Song Chongqing remained unaware that this Sun Wukong had already made an earlier appearance. Zhao Ming hastily approached Song Chongqing, divulging all the information he possessed. Such an important matter, Captain Zhao. Song Chongqing's anger surged instantly. This intelligence was revolutionary. Besides the organization of the Dark Walkers, individuals or groups donning the Sun Wukong mask were also engaged in the hunt for anomalies. This revelation was nothing short of groundbreaking. Moreover, given the capabilities exhibited by this individual, capable of slaying Earth-level anomalies and numerous Yellow and Shin-level ones, there was no comparable entity within the Dark Walkers. And all this time, Zhao Ming had failed to report to headquarters. Song Chongqing was tempted to slap this fellow across the face. However, he had to suppress his fury for the moment. "I'll settle the score later." Yet, despite his ire, Zhao Ming's information was not too late. After all, they had learned that this Sun Wukong first appeared in Yuanshan City. This was instrumental in locating the mask's owner. The Dark Walkers needed such formidable individuals. Humanity, in its entirety, required such strength. In the early morning of Jinhai City, at a secluded clinic named Zhang's Clinic in the eastern suburbs, Dr. Zhang Mingrui had just opened the door, preparing for what promised to be a mundane day. He wondered how many girls would seek his assistance today. At that moment, the door curtain was suddenly thrust open, and a young man in tattered, blood-soaked clothing stumbled in. "What in the world?" Zhang Mingrui exclaimed in shock, astounded by the amount of blood. As he stood momentarily flustered, the young man, trembling, pulled out a bundle of fragrant banknotes from his pocket. Zhang Mingrui's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, all he could convey was, "Don't worry, young man. I will attend to you right away." Chinamo finally managed to smile. He dared not visit a major hospital, yet his injuries were severe. Relying solely on his self-healing abilities was akin to a slow death. The attribute points gained from defeating anomalies did not expedite his recovery. They merely enhanced his physique, making it harder for him to perish. Of course, compared to an ordinary individual, his self-healing was significantly superior. Thus, that night, he returned to the hotel, evaded the sleeping receptionist, retrieved his backpack from his room, and, enduring excruciating pain, sought out this clinic following a small advertisement in the newspaper. As for the clinic's gynecological focus mentioned in the paper, Chinamo had little regard for it. Its primary advantage was its seclusion. As long as he secured enough supplies, he would be less likely to expose himself. Moreover, since his injuries were primarily external, as long as they were disinfected, treated, and bandaged properly, he had no fear of failing to recover. Zhang Mingrui carefully cut away Chen Mo's tattered shirt, revealing a horrifying array of wounds covering his torso. A frown creased his brow. Such injuries suggested the young man was likely affiliated with some criminal organization. Had there been a clash between two factions in Jinhai last night? Otherwise, how could he have ended up here? However, as one who accepted payment for services rendered, he knew better than to pry. The bundle of money he had just touched was certainly over 5,000. This external injury was manageable, and he would profit handsomely from this transaction. It must be said that Zhang Mingrui's inherited medical skills, coupled with his formal education, truly shone through in his technique. A complete routine of disinfection, anesthesia, Suturing, medication, and bandaging left Chen Imo in awe of the doctor's proficiency. Chapter 26. The Troubling Attribute Points. True Transcendence. Young brother, let us be frank, your physique is quite impressive. After tending to Chen Mo's wounds, Zhang Mingrui remarked with a complicated expression. With such blood loss, an ordinary person would be dead twice over. He refrained from voicing this thought. This young man was clearly not simple. Just a fleeting glance into those eyes sent a tremor through him. He must be a key enforcer for some faction. Zhang Mingrui mused. Chen Imo, oblivious to the doctor's contemplations, retrieved another piece of clothing from his backpack and covered his bandaged body. Thank you. With that, he fell silent, hoisting his backpack and preparing to leave. Hey, young brother, you need to change the dressings every 2 days, and the stitches need to be removed in 7 days. Chen Imo waved his hand dismissively, his voice fading as he replied, I understand. He vanished through the door. Zhang Mingrui stood for a moment, shaking his head with a smile. What a peculiar fellow, but quite generous. Chen Imo had no intention of returning. Once back in Yuanshan City, he would find another clinic to address his needs. At that moment, he arrived at the train station, purchased a ticket for the next train to Yuanshan City, and amidst the clamor of the waiting room, began to examine his attribute panel. Indeed, his attribute points had issues. Host, Chen Imo, biological age, 16, current extra attribute points, 199, willpower, 93, 50, strength, 48, 25, agility, 47, 25, miscellaneous attributes, 11. What do the numbers in parentheses signify? Chen Imo pondered, sensing that his strength was not truly at the 48-point level. Could it be that the values in parentheses represent the attributes he could currently manifest? But why was that? Just then, a familiar notification chimed in his ear. Your conjecture is indeed close to the truth. At present, you can only exert the attributes within the parentheses. By leveraging the enhancement from the title of Lone Brave, you can temporarily surpass your current limits. All you wish to know lies within World Hint Fragment 3. World Hint Fragment 3. Wasn't that the one unlocked at 200 attribute points? Chen Imo recalled the hints he had received at 10 and 50 points, which had indeed provided him with much previously unknown information. However, given his current condition, relying on training to gain attribute points was impossible in the short term unless he was willing to risk his life. Chen Imo fell into a moment of silence. Before long, the waiting area became lively, and Chen Imo boarded the train. He had secured a hard sleeper ticket and lay down on the bed. Gently closing his eyes, his spirit was utterly exhausted, and he finally had the chance to rest. Moments later, he drifted off into slumber. After a considerable time, a sudden notification jolted Chen Imo awake. Your spirit has received a long-awaited rest. Your recovery ability 1. You have currently obtained 200 attribute points, unlocking 1 world hint. Please check your backpack. This was indeed an unexpected fortune. Chen Imo rubbed his still sleepy eyes. The upper bunk and adjacent passengers remained in deep slumber. And it was already night. Glancing at his wristwatch, he realized he had slept for 12 hours. Thankfully, his backpack remained beside him, ensuring nothing was lost, which eased his worries. Chen Imo steadied himself, focusing his thoughts on the small icon in his backpack. Sure enough, a tiny fragment icon appeared in front of him. World Hint Fragment 3. Without hesitation, he opened it, and a stream of information flooded his mind. You have used World Hint Fragment 3x1. The following is a world hint. Every life form has its limits, and humans are no exception. When a human's willpower reaches 10 times its base, it attains the individual's limit. When strength and agility reach 25 points, the body's resilience also reaches the limits of its race, unable to improve further. In this world, other humans can enhance their strength and agility to nearly or even surpass 20 points through training and various potions made from anomaly remnants. As for willpower, humans in this world can elevate it to about 5 times their base through various training methods. Such individuals are deemed to have entered the realm of transcendence. However, this is merely pseudo-transcendence, not true transcendence. Such pseudo-transcendence is insufficient to confront Earth-level anomalies head-on. Chen Imo meticulously absorbed this information, not daring to overlook any detail. The information continued to unfold. True transcendence occurs when willpower breaks through its limit, strength and agility surpass 25 points, and the body's resilience transcends its limits, achieving a higher ceiling. Only such individuals can be called truly transcendent. Chen Amo was puzzled. If his attributes had indeed exceeded these values, why was he still restricted? The key to unlocking the door to transcendence lies in human willpower. This statement was not new to Chen Amo. He had encountered it in the previous hint for 50 attribute points. To his surprise, the notifications were not yet finished. When willpower surpasses its limits, the body will undergo sublimation, enabling it to bear higher attributes, thus truly entering the realm of transcendence. The willpower, strength, and agility gained from defeating anomalies can only help reach the maximum limits of each realm. Any excess values will only take effect once the host breaks through their limits. The world hint concluded. Chen Amo pondered for a long time, finally absorbing all this information. So that was it? The remnants left behind by anomalies could indeed be used to create potions. No wonder those members of the Dark Walkers are evidently far stronger than ordinary individuals, and during combat, they inject themselves with that peculiar potion of sacrifice, which turns out to be crafted from the anomalous embers. As for me, I have now reached the true limits of humanity. Chen Amo clenched his fists. Even in battle, relying on the title of Lone Brave, he could unleash power that approached the extraordinary realm. Yet, how could one truly transcend the limits of willpower? The fragments of world prompts provided no answers. Could it be that only by acquiring the next fragment would I discover the method? Chen Amo pondered. Current attribute points total 200. Reaching 1,000 will unlock World Prompt Fragment 1. The notification in his ear shattered Chen Mo's illusions. 1,000 points to unlock a new world prompt. How utterly unreasonable it seems that breaking through the extraordinary realm must rely solely on my own efforts. Chen Amo took a deep breath, a blazing fire igniting in his eyes. Since this world offers no ready answers, then I shall become the pioneer. Chapter 27. The exposed Chen Amo and the arrival of Song Chongqing the following morning. Chen Amo had returned to his home in Yuanshan City. However, beneath the surface, currents of intrigue were already stirring at the headquarters of the Dark Walkers. Song Chongqing gazed at the thin stack of documents in his hand, somewhat incredulous. Jianxin, are you certain it is him? Chu Jianxin nodded affirmatively. Based on DNA comparisons and a series of investigations by the local police, coupled with the target's rather immature concealment tactics, we easily pinpointed him. He had previously purchased a Sun Wukong costume at the Sajin shopping mall in Yuanshan City. And shortly thereafter, the incident reported by Captain Zhao occurred. For a while after that, aside from attending school, he also trained at a gym in Yuanshan City, exhibiting strength that far exceeded that of an ordinary person, completely at odds with his physique. Chu Jianxin chuckled, continuing, after all, he is just a child. Though he is cautious, it is impossible for him to be flawless. We have also traced his train tickets from Yuanshan City to Jinhai City, as well as the return journey, and the timings align perfectly. The police in Jinhai City, along with our combatants, have also located the doctor who treated him and extracted his DNA from that clinic, which matches perfectly with the anomaly at the scene. Upon hearing this, Song Chongqing couldn't help but exclaim, truly astonishing. Indeed, Commander, this child was actually noticed by Captain Zhao during the selection training camp in Yuanshan City. Chu Jianxin added. At that time, Captain Zhao remarked on his excellent physical fitness, but noted that his willpower was not steadfast enough and that he was overly cautious. Although Captain Zhao invited him to join the training camp, he declined, likely already aware of the truth behind the anomalies. It's incredible that he is so strong. This child, single-handedly defeating a level anomaly and over a dozen yellow and anomalies is quite incomprehensible. Chu Jianxin concurred. Song Chongqing gently shook his head, saying, in this world, the number of incomprehensible matters has only increased. By the way, Jianxin, what do you believe this child has achieved? Chu Jianxin hesitated slightly, asking, Commander, do you mean his strength? Song Chongqing nodded. From my perspective, this child has undoubtedly reached the realm of extraordinary. Do you think I could accomplish everything he has done? I too have reached the extraordinary, Song Chongqing inquired. Chu Jianxin momentarily faltered, aware that he could not assert that the commander could single-handedly defeat a level anomaly and so many ordinary anomalies. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Song Chongqing laughed heartily, dispelling the tension. Jianxin, I certainly cannot. I must be exceedingly cautious even when facing an anomaly, lest I misstep. As for level anomalies, just observing the embers provides a sense of their immense power. I wouldn't dare face one alone. Even together, we would need to be immensely careful. Song Chongqing sighed. This child, he may have already surpassed the extraordinary, reaching a realm that exists only in our imagination. Chu Jianxin's gaze sharpened. You mean the legendary realm? Song Chongqing revealed an expression tinged with both envy and desire, slowly articulating. When we named that realm, we drew inspiration from various myths and legends. To reach the legendary realm is to embody the unpredictable essence of those tales. This child, he may have already. Suddenly, Song Chongqing rose from his seat. I must meet this child, Commander. I will accompany you. Chu Jianxin exclaimed hurriedly. Song Chongqing shook his head resolutely. No, I will go alone. This matter is my decision. You all think of ways to expedite the repair of the seer. Chu Jianxin nodded. The commander was firm in his resolve, and it was best not to contradict his decisions. The last 2 days had been exceedingly dull for Chen Mo. He wished to work out at the gym, but any exertion risked tearing his wounds. Although he had acquired the miscellaneous attribute of Recovery 1, its manifestation in his body was not particularly dramatic. He could only rest for the time being. Fortunately, the leave he had taken, combined with the weekend, was sufficient for him to recuperate nearly completely. However, the search for the time-space crystal would have to be postponed for a few days. Knock, knock, knock. 3 muffled yet polite knocks echoed in Chen Mo's ears. He felt perplexed. The matter with Brother Shi had already been resolved, and he had no particularly close friends, so who could be knocking at this hour? Chen Mo approached the door and peered through the peephole, revealing an unfamiliar male visage. This man had a resolute and upright demeanor, dressed impeccably, yet Chen Mo seemed to have never encountered him before. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo opened the door. He was not afraid of any danger. Although injured, he could still unleash a fraction of his overwhelming power if necessary. May I ask who you're looking for? Chen Mo inquired, suspecting that the man had perhaps knocked at the wrong door. Song Chongqing appraised the youth before him from head to toe. The boy's aura seemed somewhat tenuous. Clearly, he bore significant injuries. Yet, the youth's gaze was sharp and piercing, even making Song Chongqing feel slightly overwhelmed during their eye contact. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Song Chongqing could not help but marvel. This remark caused Chen Mo's heart to skip a beat. The phrase sounded oddly peculiar. His first instinct was to feel exposed. Indeed, the man's next words confirmed his suspicions. Chen Mo, or should I say, Sun Wukong, won't you invite me in for a chat? Song Chongqing smiled. A cold sweat broke out on Chen Mo's back. As expected, that day had come sooner than anticipated. Do you not trust me? Laughed Song Chongqing. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Song Chongqing, the commander of the Dark Walkers organization. You must be aware of the Dark Walkers, yes? Captain Zhao from your Yuanshan city should have interacted with you. Chen Mo's heart raced. The man before him was indeed the leader of the Dark Walkers? After a careful assessment, he could feel that this man's strength was formidable, exuding even greater pressure than the anomalies he had encountered. It seemed highly probable that it was indeed true. He swallowed nervously, realizing that whether it was fortune or misfortune, he could not escape it. Thus, he opened the door wider, inviting Song Chongqing inside. Please, come in. Song Chongqing smiled faintly. He had taken the first step correctly. At least he had not provoked Chen Mo's aversion. Had he brought a group of people, it would have likely had the opposite effect. Chen Mo led Song Chongqing to the old sofa and poured him a glass of water. Chen Mo, there is no need to be so courteous. I am here today simply to have a chat with you, Song Chongqing said with a smile. Chen Mo moved a stool and sat opposite him, remaining silent, observing the youth's demeanor, one that suggested readiness to listen without resistance. Song Chongqing found it somewhat amusing. Relax, this is your home. Why are you more restrained than I am? Song Chongqing chuckled. Chapter 28, Delving into the Secrets of the Extraordinary. Chen Mo indeed felt somewhat constrained. Having grown up under the red flag and received an education in the rule of law, he was acutely aware that his actions were illegal. Yet, he felt no guilt about it. Moreover, he truly did not know what to say at this moment. Noticing Chen Mo's continued silence, Song Chongqing felt somewhat helpless. It seemed that the reports about the boy's reclusive nature were accurate. Thus, he decided to take the initiative. Chen Mo, you need not worry. My visit does not represent the Dark Walkers organization, but rather my personal endeavor, Song Chongqing began. The organization is indeed aware of your actions. But everything you have done is right. We are astonished but hold you in high regard. You are a hero of the people of Xia. Setting such a high tone genuinely caught Chen Mo off guard. Yet it also eased some of his apprehension. The reason I came today is to discuss the secrets of the extraordinary with you. Song Chongqing's gaze burned with intensity as he looked at Chen Mo. Chen Mo's body trembled slightly. The secrets of the extraordinary? That level anomaly, and over a dozen yellow and anomalies, were all defeated by you alone, correct? After a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo nodded. He is acutely aware that the Dark Walkers organization has likely scrutinized all of his actions with meticulous precision. Any further attempts at concealment would be rather unwise, you know. Throughout the entire Blue Star, there is not a single individual who has attained the transcendent realm and is capable of achieving all that you have accomplished. We have dedicated ourselves tirelessly to training, utilizing potions crafted from the Ember to enhance our abilities, until we can advance no further. We are cognizant that we have reached the zenith of human potential. This state we refer to as the transcendent realm. Song Chongqing, filled with deep emotion, continued with a complex expression. Yet, even those who have reached the transcendent realm can barely triumph over an individual-level Xin-class anomaly. While we have never confronted a Gu-class anomaly, yet from the remnants of the Ember, I sense that it is beyond our capabilities to contend with. Yet you, with your singular strength, have obliterated them all. Thus, upon learning this news, I profoundly suspect that you have transcended the transcendent realm and attained the legendary realm. Chen Mo felt a twinge of confusion. The system had clearly indicated that he had yet to reach true transcendence. Merely attaining the limits of humanity, how could Song Chongqing claim that he had surpassed such bounds? Moreover, what was this so-called legendary realm that he had never heard of before? Suddenly, he recalled a phrase from the World Prompt Fragment. Indeed, it was likely that the commander of the Dark Walkers before him had only reached a pseudo-transcendent state, never even attaining the true limits of humanity. Their misperception had led them to form unrealistic notions, which was, regrettably, beyond remedy. After a brief pause, Song Chongqing noticed a hint of confusion in Chen Mo's eyes, assuming it to be a lack of understanding regarding the classification of realms, just as he was about to elucidate further. To his surprise, Chen Mo, who had been silent for a considerable time, spoke up. I am not transcendent. Nor am I a legend. I am merely an ordinary human being, and I have yet to reach the realm you speak of. Song Chongqing assumed this was simply Chen Mo's humble demeanor and dismissed it with a smile. He thought the young man was not as solitary as the record suggested. Rather, he possessed a certain charm, being remarkably strong yet retaining a humble heart. However, at that moment, Chen Mo spoke once more. The key to unlocking the transcendent realm lies within the willpower of humanity. My strength is derived from formidable willpower. Yet I have not yet achieved true transcendence. Song Chongqing was momentarily taken aback. You did not come merely to share these thoughts with me, did you? After Chen Mo's statement, he shifted the topic. Contemplating Chen Mo's previous assertion, Song Chongqing replied, Indeed not. The primary purpose of my visit is to extend another invitation for you to join the Dark Walkers organization of Xia Country. Chen Mo shook his head without hesitation. If that is the case, I may disappoint you. Song Chongqing chuckled, unperturbed by Chen Mo's refusal. It is of no consequence if you choose not to join. However, as a young individual nurtured under the red flag, you should be aware of the policies of Xia Country. I believe you are a young person of great ambition and capability. How you have become so strong intrigues me, yet I respect your secrecy. Nevertheless, in the future, you will undoubtedly wish to navigate freely across the nation, pursuing your endeavors. Without a reliable background, many matters will undoubtedly be inconvenient. Song Chongqing's words held undeniable truth. Chen Mo nodded slightly in agreement. Observing this subtle gesture, Song Chongqing felt a sense of triumph within. Therefore, I sincerely invite you to visit the headquarters of the Dark Walkers organization, to see for yourself what we, who dwell in the shadows yet protect countless homes, are engaged in. Simultaneously, I extend an invitation for you to become a special advisor to the Dark Walkers organization. With this identity, you will be free to come and go as you please, without anyone bothering you, and you will reap numerous benefits. If I may inquire, where is the headquarters of the Dark Walkers organization? Chen Mo asked. It is located in the suburbs of the capital. The specific location is confidential for now, but you will naturally discover it once you arrive, Song Chongqing replied with a smile. The suburbs of the capital? Chen Mo's heart stirred. This location had its own significance. The coordinates provided by the system for the spatial crystal were indeed in the suburbs of the capital. Although he was uncertain if the two locations were the same, he suspected they would not differ significantly. Therefore, visiting the headquarters of the Dark Walkers would present an excellent opportunity. With this thought in mind, Chen Imo replied, "Since you have sincerely invited me, it would be impolite to decline. Please proceed with your arrangements." Song Chongqing was overjoyed. "Excellent. Since today is fortuitous, and I see that your injuries are quite severe, allow me to arrange a flight. We shall first travel to the capital to tend to your wounds, and then I will take you on a tour of the headquarters. I hope you will consider the special advisor position seriously." Chen Imo nodded without providing a direct response. "Very well, let us depart at once. We shall take my car to the airport." Song Chongqing was decisive in his actions, and Chen Imo had little to pack, so the two descended the stairs in tandem. Song Chongqing drove a rugged Dongfeng off-road vehicle, its robust exterior fitting his demeanor perfectly. Chen Imo was quite taken with it, stealing a few glances before entering. "What, do you like this vehicle? If you become our organization's special advisor, I can arrange for you to have one as well." Chen Imo shook his head. "I do like it, but I do not know how to drive." Song Chongqing laughed heartily. "No worries, we will arrange for a driver for you." Chapter 29. Obtaining his bodily data. Ember Potion. A brisk autumn breeze wafted through the cracks of the car window, brushing against Chen Mo's cheek. Song Chongqing indeed possessed excellent driving skills, smoothly navigating towards a concealed military airport. A military green helicopter awaited silently on the tarmac. Quan Jianxin stepped forward, sequentially opening the car doors to welcome Song Chongqing and Chen Imo. "Allow me to introduce you. This is my deputy, Quan Jianxin, who is also an advisor within our Dark Walkers organization." "Advisor Quan, greetings," Chen Mo politely acknowledged. "Advisor Qin, it is a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to working together," Quan Jianxin smiled. "But Chen Mo has yet to agree to become our advisor, so it is a bit premature to say that." Song Chongqing waved his hand dismissively. Quan Jianxin chuckled. "Let us board the helicopter. The hospital in the capital is already prepared and ready to treat Mr. Chen Imo at any time." Chen Imo felt somewhat awkward. As his injuries were merely superficial, such elaborate arrangements seemed a bit excessive. Yet, Song Chongqing had deeper considerations in mind. Treating Chen Mo's injuries was secondary. The primary objective was to obtain the data from the boy's body. However, that was a matter not to be openly discussed. The following day, Song Chongqing and Quan Jianxin awaited at the hospital entrance. Both wore smiles, as the hospital had completed compiling all necessary data, having conducted extensive examinations on Chen Imo the previous day. The rationale was quite sound, providing Chen Imo with no opportunity to discern any flaws. Injuries caused by anomalies can easily retain residual anomalous energy, leading to mental disturbances. Hence, the examination must be thorough and meticulous. Chen Imo, oblivious to the underlying motives, complied willingly. However, the hospital's wound treatments proved remarkably effective, and Chen Imo could distinctly feel the accelerated healing of his injuries. He suspected that within a few days, he would fully recover. "Chen Imo, how do you find the level of our hospital?" Song Chongqing inquired with a smile as Chen Imo emerged. Chen Imo nodded in agreement. "The specialized medications are crafted from the remnants of anomalies, yielding significant effects for external injuries. Our warriors utilize such treatments when injured. We shall prepare some for you to take along." Song Chongqing consistently extended goodwill, with a clear aim to instill a sense of obligation in Chen Imo, ultimately compelling him to accept the advisor role. His gamble proved successful. After all, Chen Imo was still a youth, his disposition not yet fully matured, and despite his caution, he had already developed a considerable fondness for the Dark Walkers organization. The three of them drove to the headquarters of the Dark Walkers organization, and Chen Mo's heart raced with excitement. "If my memory serves me correctly, this is the location of the spatial crystal coordinates," Chen Imo mused. Therefore, it would not be surprising if the spatial crystal belonged to the Dark Walkers organization. With such questions lingering in his mind, Chen Imo followed Song Chongqing and Quan Jianxin into the building. Upon entry, one could immediately sense the bustling atmosphere. Numerous staff members hurried through the lobby, transporting various materials to different departments. The daily reports of anomaly handling incidents from across the nation, some genuine, others fabricated, were all compiled here. Thus, it appeared that everyone was quite busy. Yet this is all for the safety of the people of Xia country. "Our busyness equates to their security," Song Chongqing stated. "Allow me to show you around." Following Song Chongqing's lead, they arrived at a weapons display room, where an array of gleaming cold weapons and pitch-black battle armor were meticulously arranged. "Do you know why our combat personnel utilize such cold weapons when battling anomalies?" Chen Imo was indeed aware, yet he still shook his head. Those sinister entities were cloaked in a bizarre biological force field. Without the aid of willpower, even a nuclear bomb could not inflict the slightest harm upon them. After pondering for a moment, Chinamo inquired, then why not attempt to imbue willpower into firearms for long-range attacks? Song Chongqing sighed softly, replying, "We have tried nearly every conceivable method. Each attempt has cost the lives of our combat personnel. The moment a bullet exits the chamber, the willpower attached to it dissipates. Akin to floating weeds with no roots, we even experimented with bows and crossbows, but the outcome was the same. Ultimately, only when combat personnel infuse their willpower into close-range melee weapons and engage the anomalies in close combat can they inflict tangible damage." Here, Chen Mo beheld a variety of long weapons, including spears, swords, and daggers, encompassing nearly all forms of armaments. He couldn't help but step forward, gently caressing the cold steel with his fingertips. Most combat personnel would opt for long knives. A weapon that is quick to master, versatile for slashing and stabbing, and relatively agile. Heard from Captain Zhao Ming that you used a dagger during your encounter at the Saijin Mall? Song Chongqing chuckled. "Since you were playing the role of Sun Wukong, why not choose a golden staff?" He made a jest of moderate size. Chen Mo chuckled in response. "The dagger was a keepsake from my father. The golden staff was unfortunately not available in that store. Ha ha ha. Now, choose wisely and see what you wish to wield." The dagger, after all, was rather short, and its limitations in combat were glaringly evident. Chen Mo wholeheartedly agreed. Had he been armed with a long knife at that time, he would not have sustained such severe injuries. An inch longer, an inch stronger. Distance is of paramount importance in close-quarters combat. Thus, he circled around and pointed to a standard long knife. Song Chongqing appeared slightly surprised. "I had expected you to select an iron rod." Chen Mo smiled, saying, "I am not truly Sun Wukong. That is indeed true. Once we finish our tour, I shall procure a standard long knife for you. This long knife incorporates a portion of residual material, greatly benefiting the transmission of willpower. It will undoubtedly be more user-friendly than your previous dagger." That moment, Chen Mo realized for the first time that his dagger had indeed limited his capabilities in this regard. It seemed that not all aspects of the anomalies were detrimental. After viewing the armory, the next destination was a rather peculiar room that Song Chongqing led Chen Mo into. Inside the glass display cases were vials emitting strange luminescence, each varying in color. This is the potion display room, showcasing all types of residual potions produced by our laboratory to date. Chen Mo had encountered the term residual potions on multiple occasions and had seen the combat personnel of the Dark Walkers organization utilizing them. Yet he had never realized there were so many varieties. The potions were categorized into two main types: auxiliary training potions and combat potions. Most of the potions here were auxiliary training potions, while only one was designated as a combat potion. As he spoke, a hint of sadness flickered in Song Chongqing's eyes. "We collectively refer to these potions as residual potions. The combat potion we called," he pointed to a dark red vial, speaking softly, "Nirvana. Death is not the end but rather a rebirth in nirvana. The Nirvana potion, when consumed, grants the user a terrifying surge of strength and highly concentrated willpower for a brief duration. Yet the side effect is only 5 minutes of life remaining." Coughing lightly, he added, "But let us not dwell on that. Allow me to introduce the auxiliary training potions, which truly are remarkable." With a shift in conversation, Song Chongqing gestured to the cabinet with the most potions. Although it appeared bountiful, it contained only 4 distinct potions, the quantity seeming abundant due to the varying concentrations tailored for novices and seasoned practitioners alike. The first potion, the most crucial, was the willpower potion. This pale blue vial, Song Chongqing indicated, enhances concentration during willpower training, making the process significantly more effective. Following that was a pale red potion. This is the strength potion. When used in conjunction with equipment training, it substantially boosts the user's training efficacy. This pale green vial is the agility potion, as its name suggests. Lastly, this light golden one is the enhancement potion. When combined with the other 3, it gradually elevates the user's physical strength throughout various training regimens. Song Chongqing spoke with a tone of pride, indicating that these potions were indeed treasures of the Dark Walkers organization. Chen Mo nodded in agreement, contemplating whether utilizing these potions during training would yield better results. "If you agree to become a special advisor to the organization, these potions will be provided to you free of charge," Song Chongqing declared with a smile, presenting a formidable temptation. Chen Mo swallowed hard. This was indeed a significant offer. After a moment of reflection, he replied, I still need to consider it. Song Changxing appeared momentarily taken aback, a hint of disappointment crossing his features. However, he quickly rethought the situation, realizing that such decisions could not be forced. He could always pursue it further later on. After spending a bit more time in the potion display room, they exited at this juncture. Song Changxing voiced a lingering curiosity. Chenemo, I am genuinely intrigued. How is it that you can repeatedly foresee the location and timing of anomalies before they occur? Chenemo was taken aback internally but maintained a composed demeanor. It's merely a form of intuition. It doesn't happen every time, but occasionally, I sense that danger is imminent. This aligned closely with Song Changxing's speculation, given the numerous anomalous events that had transpired over time. Chenemo had only recorded 2 instances. I see. That intuition of yours is indeed a remarkable gift, Song Changxing remarked with a smile. However, what I am about to show you next is far more impressive than your intuition. Thanks to our organization's ability to accurately predict the emergence of anomalies and respond swiftly, that particular device has played an indispensable role. Chenemo followed Song Changxing to an elevator at the end of the corridor. Song Changxing placed his finger on a fingerprint scanner beside the elevator. Upon successful recognition, the screen displayed ID 001, and the voice instructed, Iris recognition commencing. Please focus your gaze on the iris scanner. A red light illuminated above the fingerprint scanner. Iris recognition complete. ID 001. Please enter. As the elevator doors opened slowly, Song Changxing stepped inside, with Chenemo closely following. The elevator had only one button, prominently labeled X. After pressing it, Chenemo distinctly felt the elevator begin to descend rapidly. Before long, the elevator came to a halt, and the two stepped out. Detected time-space crystal, distance to host 20 meters. A notification chimed in Chenemo's ear, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. The time-space crystal he sought was astonishingly within reach. Shall we go? Why are you still standing there? Song Changxing inquired, casting a puzzled glance at the motionless Chenemo. Chenemo quickly regained his composure, apologizing. I'm sorry. I was just a bit overwhelmed. Song Changxing nodded with a smile, understanding that it was a natural reaction. Anyone would be taken aback upon witnessing such a scene. In the vast, open space ahead, a colossal machine, exposed with numerous glowing blue pipelines, was in operation. The Oracle, a supercomputer from 200 years in the future, possesses the capability to predict anomalous events. While we cannot decipher its core, the safety of Xia Country and the operations of the Dark Walkers organization have heavily relied on this machine's assistance over the years. Chenmo's yearning intensified as he approached the machine. The notification echoing in his ears, time-space crystal has entered absorption range. Do you wish to absorb it? This phrase reverberated repeatedly, and Chenemo suppressed the urge within him. He was uncertain what consequences might arise if he chose to absorb it. What if the supercomputer, which bore the hopes of Xia Country, faced calamity without the time-space crystal? He couldn't jeopardize the welfare of humanity in Xia Country for his own gain, could he? Song Changxing enthusiastically extolled the virtues of the machine, showering it with praise. Eventually, he shifted the conversation. Unfortunately, the Oracle's predictions have exhibited significant fluctuations recently, leading to numerous inaccuracies for an extended period. Song Changxing sighed deeply. If it weren't for your intuition and strength helping us resolve this crisis, I shudder to think how many lives would have been lost in Jinhe City. Chenemo had not anticipated this layer of complexity. Just then, the notification in his ear shifted. Detected time-space device. Do you wish to assimilate? Before Chenemo could comprehend the meaning of this statement, the notification chimed again. Assimilating the time-space device will simultaneously absorb the time-space crystal. However, the functionality of the time-space device will remain unaffected, and its accuracy will be significantly enhanced. Now, Chenemo understood. The Oracle, the supercomputer from 200 years in the future, was indeed the time-space device referenced in the system notification, and the time-space crystal resided within it. Since there would be no adverse effects, he resolved to assimilate. Chenemo no longer hesitated. He had suppressed that desire for far too long. A sudden, inexplicable force surged forth from Chenmo's body, merging into the distant prophet. Meanwhile, Song Changxing, who was still elaborating on the assistance rendered by the prophet over the years, remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding event. Assimilation in progress. Assimilation rate at 15. 60.99. Assimilation complete. Congratulations, host, on absorbing the time-space crystal. New function unlocked. Simulation, Level 1. Chapter 31. The first simulation. Chen Imo suppressed his excitement and continued to listen to Song Chongqing's introduction. Supercomputers like the Prophet are not unique to our great Xia. Across the ocean in the United States of America, the European Union, and the Northern Empire of Russia, each possesses a similar supercomputer. These 4 supercomputers cover nearly all regions of Blue Star, providing a solid foundation for humanity's survival and prosperity. The 4 supercomputers from the future have also given rise to 4 official organizations dedicated to resisting anomalous invasions. Our Xia country's Darkwalkers, the Resistors of the United States, the Divine Enlightenment of the European Union, and the Red Alliance of the Northern Empire. These 4 organizations not only address anomalous events within their own territories, but also protect the smaller nations of Blue Star, albeit with the inevitable imposition of substantial protection fees, as the operation of such organizations and the wear and tear of various equipment incur considerable costs. As Song Chongqing spoke, he extended his hand, inviting Chen Imo to leave the area. Following closely behind Song Chongqing, Chen Mo's thoughts had already soared to the skies, so it seems there are at least 3 other time-space crystals in this world. If one time-space crystal allowed me to unlock Level 1 simulation, could absorbing the other 3 elevate it to Level 4? Or perhaps unlock other functions? Chen Imo contemplated as the voice echoed in his ears once more. Absorbing more time-space crystals will enhance the simulation level and unlock new simulation functions. Upon reaching maximum level, critical functions will be unlocked. Chen Imo gulped. The term critical functions sounded formidable. Yet, these other 3 time-space crystals belong to 3 different organizations, making the endeavor of approaching and absorbing them anything but simple. It's evident that the other factions would never permit him to come near their supercomputers. Perhaps leveraging the influence of the Darkwalkers organization might facilitate my access to these 3 time-space crystals? One must seize opportunities when they arise, Chen Imo mused inwardly. With that thought, he turned to Song Chongqing. I agree to become that advisor. Song Chongqing was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the sudden shift in Chen Mo's demeanor. Hadn't he just been mulling it over? Nevertheless, Song Chongqing immediately donned a broad smile. Excellent. I'll have Jianxin set up your documentation right away. Soon after, Song Chongqing led Chen Imo on a tour of the other departments within the Darkwalkers organization building. At that moment, Quan Jianxin, who had already received orders, arrived with Chen Mo's identity card. Advisor Chen, please take this card. From now on, you are officially a special advisor of our Darkwalkers organization, with authority just below that of the commander. Chen Imo accepted the thin, yet evidently special material card with both hands, expressing his gratitude. Song Chongqing beamed. Today is truly a day of double joy. First, Advisor Chen joins our organization, and second, we just received news that the Prophet's predictions have once again proven accurate. Just 10 minutes ago, the Prophet predicted a yellow-level anomalous invasion in the southern city of Haiqing. Although the prediction was tense, there were no further discrepancies. Quan Jianxin was equally elated. That's fantastic. This will alleviate much of our pressure. Indeed, then allow me to treat you, Advisor Chen. Let us have lunch together. Being merely a 16-year-old boy, Chen Imo was unsure how to refuse and thus acquiesced. After a round of toasts and merriment, he returned to the temporary accommodation arranged by Song Chongqing, feeling somewhat tipsy. The entire afternoon passed without incident. The next day, Song Chongqing planned to take him to visit the newly established Darkwalkers training camp and introduce him to the young trainees to inspire their enthusiasm. Chen Imo awoke from his slumber to find it was already 4 in the afternoon. He resolved never to drink again. It truly was a hindrance. Shaking his slightly dazed head, he proceeded to click on the newly appeared swirling icon at the bottom of his field of vision. It was indeed Simulation, Level 1. Let me see what this function entails. Simulation function. Each use will initiate a cooldown period of 30 calendar days. Eliminating anomalies of level Earth and above will shorten this cooldown time. Shall we begin? Within the simulation world, all elements related to simulation and time-space crystals will not appear. The system retains only the basic function of earning attribute points for the host within the simulation world. Chen Imo nodded slightly. While the phrasing was somewhat convoluted, upon closer reflection, it seemed designed to prevent any convoluted scenarios. Of course, everything would become clearer once he utilized this new function. Chen Imo mentally affirmed the initiation. In the next instant, the swirling vortex began to rotate, and an irresistible force swiftly drew Chen Mo's consciousness within. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself in an entirely different scene. A massive light screen occupied most of his field of view, and there, on the edge of the bed, sat none other than Chinamo himself. In the following moment, the imagery within the light screen began to flow rapidly, and lines of text began to scroll beneath it. In November 2001, you joined the Dark Walkers organization of Xia Country as a special advisor, and Song Chongqing guided you on a tour of the entire organization. During your physical examination, Song Chongqing arranged for personnel to collect your bodily information, but no results were obtained. You appear to be an unreplicable genius. The following day, under Song Chongqing's guidance, you toured the Dark Walkers training camp, where you encountered over 1,000 exceptional youths from across the nation. What you failed to notice was a boy you once knew, watching your familiar figure from the audience in astonishment. Indeed, it was Su Hao. Inspired by your achievements, Su Hao began to train diligently. In December 2001, an Earth-level anomalous invasion occurred once more. However, by this time, your injuries had healed, and you requested to face the challenge alone. Although Song Chongqing did not understand your motivations, he still acquiesced. You successfully eliminated the Earth-level anomaly, sustaining only minor injuries, and your attribute points saw a significant increase, though your actual combat power remained unchanged as you had yet to break through to the extraordinary level. You began searching for methods to transcend to the extraordinary realm. During your training, you started using the Dark Walkers organization's Ember Potion, attempting to push your limits with its assistance. However, after 6 months of arduous training, you yielded no results. The Ember Potion proved ineffective for one endowed with a system like yourself. In late 2002, the frequency of Earth-level anomalous invasions increased, with numerous occurrences of Earth-level anomalies and anomaly clusters in other regions of Blue Star, resulting in heavy losses for the major organizations. Thanks to your presence and the influx of new forces, Xia Country's situation was markedly better than that of other nations. Yet you were acutely aware that without discovering a method to break through to the extraordinary, this favorable situation would inevitably be disrupted. Time passed, and in early 2003, several small nations declared their demise, further escalating global tensions. By mid-2003, in a state of desperation, the United Nations issued a proclamation to all humanity, bringing anomalous invasions into the public eye for the first time. To this day, you have yet to find a breakthrough method to the extraordinary, growing increasingly anxious. At the end of 2003, Su Hao suddenly approached you, hoping to spar. You agreed to his request, believing Su Hao could not possibly be your match. With the enhancement of the title Lone Hero, your combat power had already reached the extraordinary level in solo combat. Yet, to your astonishment, you were defeated in this sparring session. Upon receiving suggestions from readers, certain modifications were made to Chun Mo's process of becoming an advisor, aligning it more closely with his character. Thank you all for your corrections. Chapter 32. The Divine Servant Descends, a chance to break through to the extraordinary. Chen Mo stared in disbelief at the text. Even without being present, he felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity. Su Hao, that reckless youth? In a state where all his attributes had increased by 50%, he had still lost in the spar. Does that mean Su Hao truly achieved the extraordinary realm? For the past 2 years, Chen Mo had been desperately searching for a way to transcend. Yet that boy, whom he had almost forgotten, had surpassed him, entering the extraordinary realm without any advantages. Chen Mo steadied his mind and continued to observe the simulation. You are utterly astonished by the outcome. Su Hao's prowess far surpasses your own, despite your title of the Lone Hero. In every aspect, be it the clash of wills or the raw intensity of combat, Su Hao evidently excels beyond you. Rather than feeling disheartened, you perceive a glimmer of hope and begin to inquire how Su Hao achieved such remarkable feats. To your surprise, Su Hao reveals that he never anticipated triumphing over you. For the method to transcend into the extraordinary was imparted to him by none other than yourself. He explains that it was your assertion, the willpower of humanity is the key to unlocking the extraordinary, which has circulated widely within the Order of the Dark Wanderers, that enabled him to attain his current accomplishments. You fall silent, grappling with the perplexing realization that the solution you sought has, in a roundabout manner, returned to you. Yet, Su Hao cannot assist you, as each individual's path to transcending their limits of willpower cannot be replicated by another. It is a journey that must be undertaken alone. Fortunately, throughout this battle, You have gleaned much wisdom, and an inkling stirs within you that you are not far from the realm of the extraordinary. In early 2004, the first Class A anomalous invasion event occurred on the American continent. Despite global support, humanity suffered a devastating defeat. The combat capabilities of the Class A anomalies were beyond anyone's imagination. Even when all global powers rallied together, this invasion resulted in over 3 million deaths, with indirect fatalities and the mentally deranged surpassing 10 million. Numerous powerful figures from various factions fell, and even you, along with the current number one in the world, Su Hao, sustained grave injuries in this conflict. On the verge of breaking through to the extraordinary realm, you found your foundation compromised, rendering your aspirations for transcendence a distant dream. In the subsequent year, Class A anomalies began to appear with increasing frequency, plunging the world into chaos, where nations fell and powerful beings perished, becoming a common occurrence. By early 2005, only 4 major factions remained in a desperate struggle, yet even so, the population of humanity on Blue Star dwindled from over 6 billion to less than 500 million. By the end of 2005, the divine servants emerged. As beings beneath the divine, the arrival of these servants shook the remaining populace of Blue Star to its core. In that instant, the sky lost its color, the earth trembled, and ordinary people fell to their knees in fervent reverence, praising the divinity, while those with formidable willpower struggled to resist the divine might, ultimately reduced to ash beneath its terrifying power. Whether you or Su Hao, who had grown powerful enough to confront Class A anomalies alone, both lost your sense of self shortly after the divine servants appeared. You perished. This iteration of the simulation concludes here. From the vantage point of the divine, Qian Mo observed the so-called divine servant within the luminous screen. His consciousness quivered slightly. Merely witnessing such an existence through the screen instilled an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Could such a being truly be vanquished? With nothing but the so-called divine might to crush extraordinary beings like Su Hao, as depicted in the simulation. Moreover, this was merely a divine servant, not an actual deity. And time had dwindled to a mere 4 years. In 4 years, humanity on Blue Star would face the brink of oblivion, even if the present was still filled with revelry. Who could foresee that annihilation loomed so near? Just then, the luminous screen began to dim, and a line of text radiating with golden light appeared before Qian Mo's eyes. The simulation, Level 1, can provide the host with a random segment of the memories or insights from the simulation's entity. Would you like to choose? Qian Mo snapped back to reality, momentarily taken aback. A random memory or insight from the simulation. Such a fortunate opportunity? After all, he had just observed the simulation like a fleeting film. Grasping hardly any details, aside from the impending events, without hesitation, he selected yes. Instantly, darkness enveloped his vision, and his consciousness plunged into chaos. When he awoke again, an hour had passed. He found himself lying on his bed, having succumbed to a protective mechanism of his brain that caused him to faint for such an extended period. However, upon carefully reflecting on the memory that had spontaneously emerged in his mind, a smile of joy crossed Qian Mo's face. If a Level 1 simulation could bestow such benefits, what could be expected from a Level 2 or Level 3? The notion of the divine servant, it seemed, was not insurmountable. The excitement in Qian Mo's eyes was unmistakable. That memory, in fact, was of his spar with Su Hao and their subsequent exchange within the simulation. This meant that the extraordinary path that had troubled Qian Mo for years was now beginning to crystallize. In that memory, Su Hao's breakthrough to the extraordinary was catalyzed by Qian Mo's words, as well as Su Hao's unwavering dedication to surpassing his own limits through relentless training, driven by the obsession to reach Qian Mo's level. Eventually, one day, that obsession ignited an explosion of willpower that transcended limits, propelling his body to sublime heights and successfully breaking into the extraordinary realm, unleashing his accumulated potential in one fell swoop. The memory revealed that Qian Mo had been stagnant for years, believing himself to be the strongest human, thus lacking the pressure needed for a breakthrough. Only after being defeated by Su Hao did he discover his own path. Now, armed with that memory, Qian Mo could refine and innovate his own path, allowing him to break into the true extraordinary realm in the not-so-distant future. At this stage, he could indeed set the so-called divine servant as his target, concentrating his beliefs and willpower upon it, utilizing the obsession to surpass and defeat it as a catalyst for breaking through his own limits. You have discovered the key to your breakthrough. The concentrated willpower is indeed the means to transcend the limits of your will. The chime of a notification solidified Chen Mo's determination. If the future remains unchanged, then there are only 2.5 years until the Class A anomalies manifest, and 4 years until the Divine Servant descends. As of now, I can contend with Class B anomalies. Once I break through to the extraordinary realm, it is not inconceivable to rival Class A anomalies. In the time ahead, should my attributes steadily improve, I believe that by the end of 4 years, even the Divine Servant will not intimidate me. Chapter 33. The gift granted to humanity by heaven the following day. Song Changxing and Quan Jianxin, adhering to their plan, arrived early in a vehicle to pick up Chen Mo, who was now clad in the uniform of the Dark Wanderers. This outfit had been delivered to him the previous night. It fit him perfectly, and astonishingly, the epaulets bore 4 golden 5-pointed stars, ranking just below that of Song Changxing, and of course, this was merely an honorary distinction. Chen Mo was only an advisor and not a formal member of the Dark Wanderers. Thus, he was not required to wear this uniform regularly. However, today, he had to don it for an inspection at the training camp. Glancing at Chen Mo beside him, Song Changxing felt that this young man seemed entirely different from the state he had been in the day before. An aura subtly fluctuated around him. Unable to discern the reason, Song Changxing assumed it was merely the aftereffects of drunkenness from the previous night. Advisor Chen, it so happens that there is a former classmate of yours at the training camp we are heading to. Song Changxing remarked with a smile. Naturally, Chen Mo knew who he was referring to as Yu Hao, the classmate with whom he had a brief encounter. That brash youth, the talented individual praised highly by Zhao Ming. His opponent who had triumphed over him in the simulation. Chen Mo smiled faintly and replied to Song Changxing, "You mean Su Hao, right? Oh, you still remember him? Your school, Yuanshan number 5, truly produces exceptional talent." Yu Hao had demonstrated remarkable performance at the training camp, ranking first among over 1,000 students in the inaugural session, far exceeding others in all assessments. And now you, achieving the ability to contend with Class B anomalies without any assistance, is simply terrifying. Song Changxing praised. According to the analysis of Chen Mo's blood samples and various physical examinations conducted by the laboratories of the Dark Wanderers, they had arrived at a surprising conclusion just the previous night. Chen Mo's growth to his current level was attributed to a beneficial mutation in his genetic chain. This mutation significantly enhanced Chen Mo's physical attributes, reaching heights beyond what ordinary humans could attain. However, this mutation was beyond the comprehension of current human technology. It could neither be deciphered nor replicated. Chen Mo's advancement was truly one of a kind. Moreover, this mutation bestowed upon Chen Mo the ability to freely control his willpower, and the speed of its growth far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. As for the premonition regarding anomalous invasions, the scientists in the laboratory attributed it to his brain's incidental capture of anomalous electromagnetic waves. Aware of Chen Mo's condition, Song Changxing felt a mix of admiration and regret. Such growth was irreplicable, yet he was delighted, perceiving this talent as a gift from the heavens to humanity, a natural warrior facing anomalies. Little did Song Changxing know, all the conclusions drawn by the laboratory were a form of protection from the so-called system within Chen Mo. They could never uncover the truth, whether through the current human understanding or the supercomputers from 200 years hence. After approximately an hour's drive, the vehicle halted at a secluded area in the mountainous outskirts of Shoujing City. The landscape was adorned with yellow leaves, embodying the essence of deep autumn. A concealed iron gate stood at the mountain pass. With the vehicle parked before it, Quan Jianxin gestured for Song Changxing and Chen Mo to disembark. Advisor Chen, the training camp lies beyond this iron gate. Due to the need for concealment, there are no prominent signs to indicate its presence. Yet the interior is quite expansive. At first glance, the iron gate appears rather ordinary, but to everyone's surprise, Quan Jianxin stepped forward, and the gate opened automatically. It features the latest identity recognition system. Advisor Chen, your permissions have been synchronized here, allowing you to guide the trainees at your convenience, he explained. Chen Mo remained noncommittal. He truly felt he had little to impart to others. The three entered through the gate, revealing 2 or 3 brick houses behind it, resembling a dilapidated farmhouse. Chen Mo couldn't help but feel curious about where the hidden wonders lay. He noticed Quan Jianxin and Song Changxing exchanging knowing smiles as they led him into one of the rooms, which was just as shabby. However, Quan Jianxin extended his hand beneath a clay stove, and with a click, the stove slowly shifted, revealing a brightly lit underground tunnel. Chen was momentarily taken aback. Haha, I knew Advisor Chen would be startled. Quan Jianxin chuckled. Chen shook his head, saying, I'm not startled. This design simply reminds me of an old film I once watched at IT has become somewhat of our tradition, he added. The trio descended into the tunnel and walked approximately 100 meters, where they were met by a heavy alloy door blocking their path. Beyond this door lies the training camp. This site was originally excavated by our nation to safeguard prominent figures in the capital from potential nuclear warfare. However, as international relations improved, it fell into disuse until our organization took over and made extensive renovations, allowing it to shine anew, Song Chongqing elaborated. Beside the door was a calling device. Quan Jianxin activated it, and moments later, the door opened slowly. Welcome, Chief Commander, Advisor Chen, and all staff members. To Chen Mo's surprise, the one who opened the door was a familiar face. He stared at Zhao Ming, momentarily bewildered. Song Chongqing smiled, saying, Captain Zhao volunteered to come to the training camp to mentor the new trainees, relinquishing his position as the commander of the branch unit in Yuanshan. He is now our training camp's instructional director. What Song Chongqing did not mention was that Zhao Ming had made several mistakes in the past, but his eye for talent was commendable, and this position was one he had forcibly assigned to him. Nevertheless, it appeared that Zhao Ming was quite content in his current role. Greetings, Director Zhao, Chen Mo said politely. Zhao Ming beamed. You're too kind, Advisor Chen. The entire training camp essentially consisted of a hollowed-out mountain, boasting immense and spacious interiors. Both the standard playground and various simulated obstacle courses were constructed with great care, and the bright lights illuminating the vast ceiling made every corner appear as bright as day. Furthermore, due to the renovations, ventilation was no issue. As Chen Mo walked through, he could feel a gentle breeze against his face, the air as fresh as that found in the mountains outside. At that moment, over 1,000 trainees had gathered on the playground, standing in formation with heads held high and resolute expressions. Commander, Advisor Chen, the trainees are eager for your visit today. You must say a few words. Especially since Advisor Chen is both accomplished and close in age to these trainees, it would be beneficial for them to learn from your experiences, Song Chongqing urged. Chen Mo felt a bit helpless but nodded in agreement, thinking he could at least say a few formal words. The training camp was exceptionally quiet, with only the faint sounds of breathing echoing in the air. The four made their way to the podium at the front of the playground, where over 1,000 pairs of eyes were fixed intently upon them. Had it not been for Chen Mo's unwavering willpower, he might have felt a tinge of nervousness at being the focal point of so many gazes. For the first time in your life, you are under the scrutiny of such a multitude. Your emotions are complex, your willpower one. You currently possess 201 attribute points. Accumulating 1,000 points will unlock a World Prompt Fragment 1. Chen Mo's lips twitched slightly, surprised by the unexpected reward. However, until he stepped into the extraordinary, these surplus attributes were merely fleeting illusions. At that moment, a determined young man in the crowd suddenly revealed an expression of uncontrollable astonishment. His gaze fixated on the familiar figure at the podium. Chen Mo? Advisor Chen is him? The very same who single-handedly overcame a level 2 anomaly and eradicated over a dozen yellow and black level anomalies is none other than him. Chapter 34. Hope is right before our eyes. Su Hao's emotions surged tumultuously. He could not fathom how the Chen Mo on stage had achieved such astonishing feats. However, as an exemplary trainee of the camp, he had to maintain his composure. He paid no heed to Commander Song's impassioned speech, instead joining the applause with fervor when it concluded. Yet when Chen Mo approached the microphone, his attention was unwavering. Listening intently, clearly, Chen Mo had not noticed him. After all, everyone wore identical training uniforms, and the determined expressions shared a common demeanor. A couple of soft coughs echoed through the sound system, and the applause gradually subsided. Hello everyone, I am Chen Mo, the newly appointed Special Advisor of the Dark Walkers Organization. It is an honor to stand before you today and share a few thoughts. It is evident that I am of the same generation as all of you. In fact, some of you may even be my former schoolmates. Su Hao's body trembled slightly, his gaze intense. Being a person of firm resolve, hearing these words ignited a flicker of hope within him. It was not jealousy, but rather a spark of aspiration. If Chen Mo could achieve such heights, then why couldn't he? Su Hao, the commander and director Zhao have encouraged me to share my experiences with you all. But regrettably, I find myself at a loss for words. All of you represent the hope of humanity. I am merely a step ahead, perhaps blessed with a stroke of fortune. I have but one message to impart to you all. Chun Mo's gaze swept over the crowd, recalling the scenarios he had envisioned, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. The willpower of humanity is the key to unlocking the extraordinary. As these words resounded, they struck Su Hao's heart like thunder, as if something within him had awakened. Shattering old barriers, he remained motionless. Even the deafening applause from those around him could not bring him back to reality. It was only when Chen Imo and Song Chongqing descended from the stage, and the training resumed, that a fellow student beside him lightly tapped his shoulder, jolting him from his reverie. Time flew by. And 5 days later, Chun Mo's injuries had fully healed. He no longer needed to return to campus. Instead, under Song Chongqing's arrangements, he resided in a villa located in the outskirts of the capital. The villa was equipped with a plethora of fitness facilities, advanced appliances, and a housekeeper to handle cooking and cleaning, even housing a Dongfeng SUV in the garage. Chen Imo felt no shame. Time was of the essence. With merely 2.5 years remaining until the emergence of a level 5 anomaly, and only 4 years until the apocalypse brought forth by the divine servants. The sooner he could break through, the stronger he would be before that inevitable moment. This superior environment allowed him to remain unperturbed by external distractions and to focus on honing his skills. Song Chongqing even provided him with some Embers potions. During his simulations, this substance had proven ineffective for him. Undeterred, Chen Imo decided to try it, and indeed, it was just as ineffective as in the simulations. Moreover, after reaching his limits, the pathway of earning attribute points through exercise had been closed off. The system's prompt indicated that he must break through his limits to continue earning attribute points through training. Remaining stagnant was not an option. Chen Imo sat cross-legged on a mat, silently reciting the Wudong Tranquility Technique. This method of meditation was imparted to him by Song Chongqing just days prior. It was said to be one of Wudong Mountain's secret techniques, generously donated to the Dark Walkers organization by a Taoist priest with close ties to the upper echelons. Of course, this meditation method was far from the fantastical depictions found in martial arts novels, yet it possessed its own subtleties. By practicing this technique, one could enter a dreamlike state, vividly recalling images they had previously witnessed. The Dark Walkers organization discovered that the stronger one's willpower, the more effective this technique became. Moments later, Chen Imo emptied his mind, allowing his spirit to drift into the void. Suddenly, a small point of light appeared within his consciousness, rapidly expanding until it filled his entire awareness. Before him in the sky was a being radiating brilliant divine light, exuding a terrifying pressure, gazing down upon the earth with indifferent eyes. Chen Imo struggled to maintain his composure. His knees pressed firmly against the ground. This was the final scene he had witnessed before his demise during the simulations. This image did not contradict the memories he had obtained. It merely played out at the last moment before his eyes. Chen Imo was certainly well aware of it. Now, he utilized this scene to train and concentrate his willpower. He realized that if he could withstand this pressure and rise to his feet, his willpower would undoubtedly reach its peak, allowing him to break through his limits. While Su Hao had used him as a test, he, Chen Imo, would use the divine servant to train himself. But how could that be easy? Under this immense pressure, merely 5 seconds later, Chen Imo collapsed, his consciousness fading. The image shattered, and upon opening his eyes, he gasped for breath, still seated cross-legged on the mat. 5 seconds? Not to mention standing. Even merely holding on for that duration proved impossible. Sweat beaded on Chen Mo's forehead. Steadying his mind, after a brief rest, he once again practiced the Wudong Tranquility Technique. His consciousness re-entered the last moment of that scene. Chen Imo fixed his gaze upon the divine servant. A surge of fury igniting within him, as if in the next instant, he would rise and soar into the sky to confront the divine servant in a battle to the death. Regrettably, it remains a mere 5 seconds. After those 5 seconds, Chen Mo's consciousness returned once more. No, it was not just 5 seconds. As Chen Imo reflected on the recent scene, he regained his composure while savoring the moment. If the first instance lasted a full 5 seconds, then just now, it certainly exceeded by a fraction of a second. A wave of joy surged within Chen Mo's heart. It is not failure that one fears, but the dread of repeated failures that yield no growth. As long as there is progress, however slight, it can accumulate over time, and persistence will eventually wear down the stone. Throughout the entire day, aside from eating, drinking, and answering nature's call, that mat became his sanctuary. Until the sun dipped below the horizon, he found himself unable to concentrate and immerse into that image. Had his spirit reached its limit? Chen Imo understood the principle of moderation. If he forced himself into meditation once more, it might backfire. Nevertheless, the achievements of the day were undeniably evident. Under the oppressive presence of that divine servant, he had managed to endure for a full 7 seconds. While this duration may seem brief, it represented a significant 40% improvement compared to before. Moreover, Chen Imo distinctly felt that his willpower was now wielded with greater finesse than ever. A good rest was in order. Tomorrow, he aimed to sustain at least 10 seconds. Chen Imo collapsed into slumber. The following day, from dawn to midday, and from midday to dusk, Chen Imo repeatedly entered that image. Until his spirit reached its zenith, he could now endure for 11 seconds beneath the fearsome pressure of the divine servant. This exceeded his expectations by an additional second. On the third day, this duration increased to 20 seconds. On the fourth day, he reached a full minute. On the fifth day, as Chen Imo roared with the desire to rise, the moment his knees left the ground, he felt a more terrifying pressure, and he failed, barely lasting 3 seconds. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, Chen Imo erupted into laughter. It was worth noting that previously, he had struggled to control his own body, and now, he had managed to lift his knees off the ground, even if only for a moment. Hope was now within reach. Chapter 35. Transcendence Achieved. Song Chongqing was oblivious to the daily training Chen Imo undertook. However, during his occasional visits to deliver items to Chen Imo and foster their bond, he could distinctly sense the young man's rising momentum. Standing before him felt akin to being pierced by a sharp blade against his skin. How peculiar it was! He had not witnessed any rigorous training, yet Chen Imo seemed to grow increasingly formidable each day. Song Chongqing shook his head, recalling the reports from the laboratory, and could not help but exclaim, "One cannot compare with such a child of destiny." On the 10th day, Chen Imo finally managed to stand up, albeit shakily. His eyes gleamed like blades, and a subtle smile graced his lips as he regarded the elevated divine servant with disdain. It was nothing more than this. On the 15th day, under that terrifying pressure, Chen Imo shrugged as if he felt nothing at all. He drew his long knife, its tip aimed squarely at the divine servant. In the next moment, amidst a mocking smile, his body finally succumbed. Turning to as his consciousness returned to his physical form, Chen Imo experienced an inexplicable sensation, a slight stirring within his heart. Suddenly, an enigmatic aura erupted from within him, and every cell in his body began to endure the torrent of energy rushing forth. His willpower coalesced to its utmost, and in a singular moment, this point of concentrated willpower erupted explosively. Transcendence had been achieved. Congratulations! You have successfully entered the realm of transcendence, surpassing the limits of your race in willpower and physicality, reaching new heights. You may choose one reward from the following options. Once selected, the reward will be issued to your backpack. Chen Imo had yet to fully grasp the changes in his body when a series of notification chimes brought him additional delight. Reward 1, 10 to healing ability. Reward 2, 5 to 3 main attributes. Reward 3, a weapon suited to you. Reward 4, armor suited to you. Reward 5, upgrade to the Wudong Tranquility Technique. Applicable in the realm of transcendence. The healing ability speaks for itself. It is an exceptionally practical attribute, and acquiring it is notoriously challenging. To date, Chen Imo had yet to discover a stable method to obtain this attribute. Even with just a modicum of recovery ability, his injuries healed at an accelerated pace, and he could scarcely imagine the strength of 10 points. Reward 2 could be dismissed. Willpower, strength, and agility could all be garnered through defeating anomalies. Moreover, Chen Imo sensed that even the realm of transcendence had its limits. Though he was currently unaware of where those limits lay, he was certain, however, that he would eventually reach them, rendering the primary attribute points somewhat moot in their assistance. As for rewards 3 and 4, suitable weapons and armor, they appeared undeniably tempting. Yet, the Dark Walker organization had already prepared a complete tailored suit of armor and blade for him. While the rewards might surpass what the Dark Walker organization offered, they were not urgently needed. The final reward, however, stirred Chen Imo's enthusiasm. The Wudong Tranquility Technique had provided immense assistance during his breakthrough into the realm of transcendence. Without this secret method, he would not have achieved such rapid progress. Relying solely on his own efforts to visualize the divine servant would have yielded far less effective results. The new Wudong Tranquility technique, tailored for transcendence, promised even greater assistance in mastering his mindset and willpower. Thus, the choice lay between rewards 1 and 5 after a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo resolutely chose the 5th reward. While healing ability was indeed valuable, he deemed absolute control over himself to be paramount. I choose the 5th option. Upgrade to the Wudong Tranquility technique. Upon making his choice, a book icon emanating a faint golden light quietly nestled itself in Chen Mo's backpack. After selecting it, his mind was flooded with new information. So this is how it is. Thankfully, he chose this option. After entering the realm of transcendence, the previous Wudong Tranquility technique was no longer sufficient to facilitate such a powerful willpower's ease of meditation. Now, the new Wudong Tranquility technique not only allowed him to enter meditation effortlessly, but also enhanced the effectiveness of his visualization during meditation. It was a pity that this new Wudong Tranquility technique was exclusively suited to him and not applicable to others who had not transcended. It seemed that in the entirety of Blue Star, he was the only one capable of utilizing it. However, this was hardly a matter of great consequence. Chen Mo smiled faintly and summoned his current attribute panel. Host: Chen Mo. Physiological age: 16. Current extra attribute points: 201. Willpower: 94. Strength: 48. Agility: 47. Miscellaneous attributes: 12. Special title: Lone Brave. The parentheses indicating the 3 main attributes had vanished, and the searing energy coursing through his cells made Chen Mo feel as if he could shatter the air with a single punch. Grasping the dagger left by his father, he concentrated his willpower upon it, and an intense white radiance burst forth, extending along the blade's edge for over 10 centimeters. Under such formidable enhancement of willpower, this dagger had achieved the striking range of a short sword. Alas, its foundation was all too lacking. Chen Mo withdrew his willpower and carefully sheathed the dagger. After numerous battles, the blade had suffered numerous nicks and chips, though it could no longer be wielded. Its sentimental value demanded it be preserved with care. Having completed these tasks, Chen Mo exhaled deeply, stepping outside the villa for the first time in over 10 days. The villa area boasted a stunning environment. Yet autumn had deepened, edging towards winter. The flowers and grasses had turned brown, and a thin layer of ice coated the surface of a small stream. As he strolled along the stream, he found solace in the tranquility of his surroundings. Before entering the realm of transcendence, Chen Mo had felt a sense of urgency, but now, having crossed that threshold, he felt a newfound relaxation. The sense of crisis still lingered, but more so was his burgeoning confidence. Although the divine servant was formidable, he could now see a glimmer of hope ahead. With this thought in mind, Chen Mo's heart stirred, and he hastened back to the villa, settling cross-legged upon the mat. He then began to recite the new version of the Wudong Tranquility technique, and before long, his consciousness re-entered that final image. This time, Chen Mo effortlessly rose from the ground, clutching his long knife. A smile gracing his lips as the white light shimmered upon the blade. Without hesitation, he leaped into action, roaring as he struck towards the divine servant. Yet, to his astonishment, a nearly comical situation unfolded. In mid-air, he seemed to encounter an invisible barrier. Despite his soaring momentum, he collided against it, tumbling helplessly to the ground. From that vantage point, he could perceive that the divine servant within the image was indeed an illusion, possessing only an exterior facade without any substance. After all, he had not engaged in a genuine battle during his simulations. Thus, the memory of the scene could not replicate the true strength of the divine servant. And naturally, the air wall emerged, keeping Chen Mo at bay. The memory could only simulate the oppressive aura. It appeared he would have to wait for the next simulation to uncover new information or imagery. As Chen Mo's consciousness returned to his body, a notification sound suddenly echoed in his ears. Chapter 36. Can humanity truly reach such heights? Anomaly invasion warning. A geological anomaly will manifest at coordinates XXX in 36 hours. Countdown. 35, 59, 55. Chen Mo paused momentarily, recalling a detail from his prior simulation. It is now December of the year 2001. In the course of the simulation, an anomalous incident of regional magnitude has indeed occurred, and I have voluntarily taken it upon myself to resolve this matter single-handedly. This presents a perfect opportunity to test the extent of my capabilities since transcending into the extraordinary realm. A subtle smile graces Chen Mo's lips at that moment. The phone in the villa rings incessantly. Chen Mo is well aware that the caller on this line can be none other than a select few. When he picks up the receiver, it is indeed Song Changxing's somewhat hurried voice that reaches his ears. Advisor Chun, the latest predictions from the Oracle indicate that a regional anomalous invasion will transpire in the pivotal city of Lanshan within 36 hours. Commander, what are the arrangements of the Dark Walkers organization? On the other end, Song Changxing responds, the organization is preparing to mobilize personnel to the designated location according to the contingency plan. Unexpectedly, Chun Mo interjects. If you trust me, allow me to handle this invasion on my own. A moment of silence ensues on the other end. Advisor Chun, I am aware of your formidable strength, but consider this. During your last encounter with a regional anomaly, you sustained considerable injuries, indicating that acting alone poses significant risks. Therefore, I propose that I assign team members to assist you, allowing us to resolve the regional anomaly with minimal casualties. Song Changxing's reasoning is not without merit. As the chief commander, his strategy is indeed quite prudent. However, Chen Mo has his own considerations, and his current combat prowess far exceeds that of his previous self, if he can effortlessly handle this invasion in the simulation. What more can be expected in the more robust reality? Commander, I am more than capable on my own. If it eases your mind, you may arrange for some personnel to remain in the rear. That still feels rather unsafe. I believe I prefer to work alone, Commander, Chen Mo states calmly. This remark leaves Song Changxing momentarily speechless. What does Chen Mo mean by this? Several peculiar thoughts flash through his mind. And after a moment of contemplation, he can only concede, very well, I will arrange for some personnel to remain in the rear. Advisor Chen, I recognize your strength, but safety must come first. Merely an hour later, Chen Mo boards a military aircraft bound for Lanshan. To his surprise, alongside him are not only combat personnel from the Dark Walkers headquarters, but also several outstanding trainees from the training camp, with Su Hao among them. The combat personnel are there as a precaution, while the exceptional trainees are present to observe the combat against anomalous invasions and gain experience. Unlike the carefree demeanor he once exhibited, Su Hao has noticeably become more reserved after this period of training. Just by observing his expression, one can sense the growth of an individual. Su Hao seems inclined to greet him, hesitating momentarily before politely saying, Hello, Advisor Chen. Chen Mo feels a touch of awkwardness but nods in acknowledgement. In contrast, the other trainees display expressions brimming with excitement. They have long heard of Chen Mo's achievements and naturally hold him in high esteem. Some even boldly produce paper and pen, requesting his autograph. Amidst the lively chatter, the military aircraft lands smoothly at Lanshan's military airport. Instructions have already been received, and local military and police forces have begun evacuating the populace from areas near the designated coordinates. Chen Mo's task is singular. To engage in battle, he arrives early at the vicinity of the anomalous invasion coordinates, sits cross-legged, and begins to recite the calming mantra. Time swiftly passes, and Chen Mo grows increasingly exhilarated, eagerly wishing to test the measure of his current capabilities. Moreover, eliminating a regional anomaly will reduce the cooling time for the simulation, which is the finest reward for him. Chen Mo glances at his wrist. The child's electronic watch has vanished, replaced by a sophisticated military timepiece. They are coming, he muses. Rising to his feet, he draws his long blade, its surface suddenly aglow with a radiant white light. Behind him, dozens of combat personnel and several trainees stand agape, gazing at the brilliance illuminating the night sky. While they can barely summon a faint white glow through sheer willpower, Advisor Chen effortlessly emanates such formidable intent. Suddenly, a slender fissure materializes in the air, through which a petite black shadow emerges, followed closely by a second identical entity. Oh? Two regional anomalies? Rather than feeling alarmed, Chen Mo is filled with delight, as this signifies that the benefits he stands to gain are double what he had anticipated. The two regional anomalies alight gracefully upon the ground, quickly noticing Chen Mo before they hesitate to strike, instead cautiously pacing before him. These anomalies are akin to assassins in nature, and the threat he poses to them is palpably daunting. At this moment, bolstered by the title of Solitary Brave, Chen Mo's three principal attributes collectively exceed 280 points, with his willpower reaching an impressive 141 points. He is uncertain of the strength of celestial anomalies, But the regional anomalies before him feel no more formidable than a mere kitten. Since they do not dare to advance, I shall take the initiative. Chun Mo's gaze sharpens like a blade. His form swift as lightning, as the white radiance traces a brilliant arc through the night, swiftly closing the distance to the regional anomalies. The sound of razor-sharp steel slicing through flesh reverberates in his ears as black fragments disperse into the air. Though the regional anomaly immediately slips into a state of stealth, it cannot evade this sudden strike. Regional anomaly, be severed. With a single stroke, one of the anomalies is cleaved in two from head to toe. The other anomaly hastily retreats, its form fading into the shadows. Yet Qian Mo disregards this method of concealment. It is merely a form of optical camouflage, after all. Can it deceive the eyes and all forms of perception? With a cold smirk, Qian Mo unleashes the full power of his legs. The nearly undetectable ripples in the air dart about, yet Qian Mo leaps into the air, raising his long knife high, and brings it down with the force of 1,000 pounds. It is over. Utilizing the slight recoil from this strike, Qian Mo nimbly flips in midair and lands gracefully. Behind him, the black remnants, flecked with golden light, cascade like snowflakes, blanketing the ground. All combat personnel and trainees in the distance stand in a daze. Advisor Qian, has he slain both of those regional anomalies? It seems so, especially Su Hao, whose body trembles slightly. Can humanity truly reach such heights? Qian Mo expressionlessly sheathes his long knife, a long-lost coolness washing over him once more. Congratulations on single-handedly slaying a regional anomaly. Your willpower 10? Strength 5, Agility 5. Congratulations on single-handedly slaying a regional anomaly. Your willpower 10, Strength 5, Agility 5. The notification sounds in his ears, reverberating twice. Current total attribute points, 241. Reaching 1,000 points will unlock a world prompt. Chapter 37. The Chosen One. The Roar of Humanity. Killing a regional anomaly reduces the cooling time for the simulation by 5 natural days. This notification, 2, echoes twice. This implies that the elimination of this regional anomaly will expedite the simulation by 5 days. And since he has taken down 2, that amounts to 10 days. Qian Mo gazes at the now reduced cooling time for the simulation. A smile gracing his lips. It appears that he will be able to obtain new information today. Turning around, he strides towards the awestruck onlookers, offering them a faint smile. You will need to collect the remnants. I am feeling a bit fatigued, so I shall take my leave. With that, he boards the vehicle. The Dongfeng off-road vehicle roars away, leaving behind a group of bewildered individuals in the chilling wind. Advisor Qian, how impressive. Indeed, the aura he exuded as he approached was such that I dared not even breathe. The crowd buzzes with excitement, while Su Hao remains silent, his gaze intense, as if a fire ignites within him. Qian Mo can do it. I can too. He silently vows. In that moment, his willpower crystallizes. Should Qian Mo witness his state, he would surely exclaim in surprise. Su Hao's condition mirrors that of Qian Mo before he transcended into the extraordinary realm. Alas, Su Hao's physical strength and agility have yet to reach their limits, and his willpower still falls short, rendering him unable to break free from his cocoon. However, such potential is undeniably the hallmark of true genius. His path to the extraordinary is devoid of obstacles. That night, Qian Mo activates the simulation, level 1, icon, initiating his second simulation. The simulation function, after each use, will be subject to a cooling period of 30 natural days. Killing anomalies of regional grade or higher will shorten this cooling time. Do you wish to begin? Yes. In an instant, Qian Mo's consciousness reappears before the vast luminous screen. The image is shifting and the text scrolling. The end of the year 2001. You struck down 2 Earth-level anomalies with tremendous force, causing a profound shockwave throughout the Dark Walkers organization. It was then that Song Chongqing realized your strength had once again made remarkable progress. He felt immensely fortunate to have invited you to become a special advisor. In the following period, you continued your physical training, yet discovered that ordinary fitness equipment could no longer satisfy your training demands. No matter how hard you practiced, your attribute points remained stagnant. Thus, you began to seek methods to steadily enhance yourself within the realm of the extraordinary. After numerous trials, you ultimately returned to simplicity, finding your training methods amidst the splendor of nature. Beneath roaring waterfalls, atop frigid snow-capped peaks, at the searing mouths of volcanoes, and across the vast expanse of arid deserts. Your silhouette could be observed in every extreme location. Over the course of the next year, you transformed from a pampered advisor into a daring challenger of limits. Your attributes began to ascend rapidly, and by the end of 2002, your strength and agility had reached 400 points, drawing ever closer to the limit of 500 points within the extraordinary realm. However, your willpower became a weakness. Despite the aid of the Wudong Tranquility Technique, its enhancement remained sluggish throughout the year. By the end of 2002, the frequency of Earth-level anomalies had surged dramatically, far surpassing the levels you had observed in your previous simulations. An ominous premonition surfaced in your mind. It seemed that the faster your strength increased, the quicker the pace of the anomalies' invasions became. The large-scale incursion of Earth-level anomalies led to the obliteration of numerous small nations. And though the United Nations did not officially announce it, the existence of anomalies had become common knowledge. By mid-2003, the global population had halved, with only 4 major factions still persevering. Under your leadership, the Xia Nation remained unscathed, effectively becoming the epicenter of Blue Star. By the end of 2003, Su Hao unexpectedly approached you, expressing a desire to spar. You were taken aback. You were no longer in the state you had been during the last simulation, having grown to overshadow the world. Moreover, with the terrifying enhancement from the title of Lone Brave, you believed that even the yet-to-appear heavenly-level anomalies could not match your prowess. You acquiesced to Su Hao's request and engaged in a sparring match. Su Hao's strength astonished you once more. While his power and agility indeed fell short of yours, in terms of willpower, he surprisingly outshone you. You were profoundly impressed by Su Hao's potential. Had it not been for the diminished impact of willpower during human sparring, it would have posed a considerable challenge for you. Chen Mo observed the sparring scene with curiosity in his eyes. Could Su Hao be the so-called chosen one, merely based on his own efforts? His willpower surpassed mine? Never mind. I shall continue watching. The scene shifted once more. You encouraged Su Hao to persist in his efforts, declaring him to be humanity's hope. Deeply moved, Su Hao intensified his training. At the beginning of 2004, the anticipated invasion of heavenly-level anomalies arrived, but not as a single event. Rather, each faction experienced its own incursion. This was 4 times more intense than the previous simulation. Stationed in Xia Nation, you engaged in a fierce battle against the heavenly-level anomalies, ultimately defeating them without sustaining any injuries. However, the other 3 factions suffered grievous losses during this invasion. You found yourself stretched thin? And even with Su Hao's support, the 3 factions collectively experienced casualties exceeding 100 million in the subsequent 6 months. The frequency of heavenly-level anomalies accelerated dramatically, accompanied by numerous incursions from lower-level anomalies. By autumn 2004, only Xia Nation remained in resistance against the anomalies, as the other 3 factions had been completely eradicated, reducing the global population to 400 million. By the end of 2004, the Divine Servant made its appearance, as an entity beneath the Divine. The arrival of the Divine Servant shocked all remaining inhabitants of Blue Star. The sky lost its color in that instant. The earth trembled and ordinary people knelt, their faces filled with reverent submission, while those with strong willpower struggled in vain, ultimately reduced to ashes beneath the terrifying divine might. Yet, 2 individuals stood unwaveringly, their bodies proud and erect. Their long blades pointed towards the Divine Servant. These 2 were you and Su Hao Dai. In this simulation, due to your influence, Su Hao's strength had far surpassed that of the previous simulation, and the scenario of being crushed by divine might did not unfold. You exchanged a knowing smile with Su Hao, rising as one, the radiant white light eclipsing the overwhelming divine radiance. This was the roar of humanity, the eruption of indomitable willpower. The Divine Servant, indifferent to the fate of humanity, revealed a look of astonishment in that moment, which you keenly observed. A surge of even greater divine might erupted suddenly, instilling terror in both you and Su Hao. Yet neither of you faltered. With a fierce shout, you swung your long blades towards the Divine Servant. The Divine Servant's expression turned once again to indifference, a cold snort escaping as a sharp golden light instantaneously enveloped you and Su Hao. In that instant, the willpower you and Su Hao had gathered crumbled, and in the next moment, your consciousness dissipated into the void. You had perished. This simulation concluded here. Chapter 38. The first stage of cultivation indeed. The gap remains vast, Chen Mo sighed. Furthermore, is this what they call the butterfly effect? I have grown stronger, and so has Su Hao, yet the divine servant's arrival has been hastened by a full year. The intensity of the heavenly-level anomalies invasion far exceeds that of the previous simulation. Chen Imo felt an inexplicable pressure once more. Even though in this simulation his strength had grown formidable enough to defeat heavenly-level anomalies without harm, he could not withstand even a single ray of golden light from the divine servant. Simulation, Level 1, can provide the host with a segment of random memories or insights from the main body within the simulation. Would you like to choose this option? Chen Imo nodded slightly, opting for yes. After a moment of disorientation, an insight appeared in his mind. Oh, it is indeed a method for self-training in extreme environments. This should save some time. However, Chen Imo understood that knowing the method does not alter the limits of the extraordinary realm. That divine servant is clearly not a being of the extraordinary realm. I fear I must break through to the extraordinary realm to have a chance to combat it. The urgent task is to swiftly elevate myself to the limits of the extraordinary realm and rapidly accumulate attribute points. 1,000 attribute points also brings new world hint fragments. Chen Imo began to plan his next course of action. And then there is the simulation. It remains one of my significant advantages. I must devise a way to absorb the time-space crystals from the supercomputers of the remaining 3 major factions. The following day, Launching City returned to its usual tranquility, yet Chen Imo did not linger there. He declined the dinner invitation from the head of the launching branch and directly boarded a flight back to Beijing. Subsequently, he hurriedly sought out Song Chongqing. Upon Chen Mo's sudden visit, Song Chongqing appeared somewhat surprised. In recent days, it had only been he who sought out Chen Imo. The latter had never proactively approached him. "Advisor Chen, is there something you require?" Song Chongqing inquired. Chen Imo nodded and replied, "I merely wish to inquire whether our Dark Walkers organization has any correspondence or exchanges with the anomaly resistance organizations of the other 3 major factions." Uncertain of the reason behind Chen Mo's sudden inquiry, Song Chongqing nonetheless answered truthfully, "We have more frequent interactions with the Red Alliance of Northern Russia, occasionally dispatching personnel for mutual learning and exchange. As for the resistance organizations in America and the EU's Divine Enlightenment Organization, we have yet to establish any communication." Chen Imo pondered for a moment and asked, "Then, Commander, do we have any upcoming opportunities to engage with the Red Alliance? Are you interested in going, Advisor Chen?" Chen Imo nodded affirmatively. Song Chongqing stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, "Indeed, there is an opportunity. However, given your high rank and unique status, it would be inappropriate for you to go as an ordinary team member." After a brief moment, Song Chongqing tapped the table and said, "Here's what we can do. You shall serve as the deputy leader of our upcoming exchange team. You need not concern yourself with specific matters. Merely attend as a representative. How does that sound?" Such an arrangement was certainly agreeable to Chen Imo, and he promptly accepted. Song Chongqing chuckled. "I hadn't realized Advisor Chen had an affinity for foreign cultures. I was unaware until now. You flatter me. I merely seek to validate certain aspects of training through exploration, and I also wish to observe the willpower training methods of other factions to see if there is anything worthwhile to adopt." Song Chongqing nodded in agreement. "That is indeed a commendable endeavor. Advisor Chen, please wait for a while. The next exchange team should be organized within a month. I will notify you in advance." After bidding farewell to Song Chongqing, Chen Imo wasted no time, swiftly packing his belongings and boarding a flight to the northwest. Indeed, Chen Mo's training had commenced. From now until his journey to the Red Alliance of Northern Russia, he had an entire month, and he certainly could not afford to remain idle at home. Every minute and second must be utilized. Upon reaching the northwest, Chen Imo, with a backpack slung over his shoulders, made his way to the northern edge of Xia Nation's largest desert, the Taklamakan Desert. The first stop of his cultivation journey was to trek across the desert. Within his backpack, aside from necessary water and communication devices, he brought nothing else. Song Chongqing was only aware that Chen Imo had gone to the northwest to train himself, yet he remained oblivious to the specifics of Chen Mo's training methods. The world is well aware that the desert, under the sweltering sun, is a realm of death. Yet, the winter desert is no less unforgiving than its summer counterpart. During the night, with temperatures plummeting to -40 degrees, the cold is sufficient to shatter bones. Nevertheless, Chen Imo traverses the sandy expanse clad only in a single garment. The chill penetrates his body, inflicting excruciating pain, yet his footsteps remain unyielding. Upon reaching the summit of a sand dune, he sits cross-legged, enveloped by the cool moonlight and biting winds, and closes his eyes to silently recite the Wudong Tranquility Technique. In an instant, his consciousness materializes in the final scene of his mental projection. He stands shoulder to shoulder with Su Hao on the ground, while in the distance, indifferent divine servants emanate an aura of authority. Chen Imo gently pats Su Hao's shoulder, signaling him to step back. In the projection, both he and Su Hao draw their blades against the divine servants. This time, however, he intends to confront the divine being alone. Armed with a long knife, the tangible white glow envelopes the blade, and his willpower surges to its zenith. Then, he leaps forth, shooting towards the divine servant like a meteor. Boom! Abruptly, Chun Mo's eyes snap open, as the piercing cold wind, laden with fine sand, lashes against his exposed skin. You engaged in combat with the divine servant in a virtual environment using special techniques. Although unsuccessful, your willpower has been enhanced. Congratulations, your willpower increases by 1. Despite the boost from the solitary valiant, he is still extinguished by the divine radiance. Indeed, the disparity remains vast. A subtle smile crosses Chen Mo's lips as he rises and continues deeper into the desert. 2 hours later, Chun Mo suddenly spots, not far ahead, the crest of a sand dune where the wind has scattered the sand, exposing a corner of a black rock. A thrill of joy surges within him as he hastens toward it. It appears to be a meteorite, presumably fallen in the Taklamakan Desert for an indeterminate time, now revealed by the gusty winds. This meteorite is entirely jet black, its material unknown, but it is likely an iron meteorite. Approximately 1 meter in diameter, as the wind intensifies, more than half of the meteorite becomes visible. Chen Mo's heart stirs. He wraps his arms around it, its uneven surface providing ample grip. With a grunt, he summons his strength, muscles contracting in unison. Up, the seemingly several-ton meteorite is effortlessly lifted from the sand by Chen Mo. Perhaps he exerted himself a tad too much. It is lighter than anticipated. After a moment's consideration, he leverages his waist and throws the meteorite upward. Subsequently, with a swift motion of his right hand, he astonishingly lifts the meteorite with one hand. It certainly serves well for strength training. Chapter 39. Behind victory lies an increasingly terrifying darkness. Time flies. Chen Mo has resided in the Taklamakan Desert for nearly 30 days. The water he carried has long been consumed. However, the desert is not entirely arid, and he has found ways to collect some water sources. As for food, the small creatures of the desert have suffered greatly. Yet, the power of nature is indeed formidable. Chun Mo's skin has darkened considerably, and the wind and sand have left him disheveled. But does this truly matter? It does not, for the significance lies in the immense benefits this training brings him. The meteorite shifts from his left hand to his right, as he sprints effortlessly across the desert, as if traversing solid ground. In the distance, the green anti-desertification belt at the edge of the desert becomes distinctly visible. Chen Mo realizes that his journey is nearing its conclusion. He glances at his old friend in hand and smiles, saying, "You've accompanied me for so many days. You've certainly borne your share of hardship. Go on, return home." With a sudden burst of strength, the massive meteorite is hurled deep into the desert. Chen Mo dusts off his hands. Over the past month, his attributes have made considerable progress. Not only have his strength and agility steadily increased by 1 point daily, but his willpower, aided by the Wudong Tranquility Technique, has also experienced rapid growth. In stark contrast to the slow enhancement of willpower during the second projection, the two states are entirely different. Host: Chun Mo. Chronological age: 16. Current additional attribute points: 331. Willpower: 144. Strength: 88. Agility: 87. Miscellaneous attributes: 12. However, he is still far from the ultimate limit of 500 points. Chun Mo sighs softly. It appears that moving forward, not only training but also hunting anomalies must become a regular endeavor. The cooldown period for projections has nearly elapsed, yet Chun Mo does not intend to engage in another projection directly. Despite the swifter growth in strength over the past month compared to the last projection, there have been no substantial changes, and it is likely that the projection will reveal little new information. Moreover, with an imminent visit to the Northern Russian Red Alliance for an exchange, he hopes to seize the opportunity to acquire new time-space crystals, enhancing the level of his projections for potentially greater rewards. At that moment, the solar-powered satellite phone in his backpack emits an urgent ringing. Chen Imo smiles slightly, realizing that his thoughts have manifested. This call can only be from Song Chongqing. Upon answering, indeed, Song Chongqing's voice resonates. Advisor Chen, how goes your special training? Quite well. I would say it has met expectations. Splendid. The exchange group departs the day after tomorrow. I will arrange for a helicopter to pick you up, and we shall head straight to the airport for a flight back to the capital. How does that sound? Sounds good, Commander. Where should I wait? No need for that. Your satellite phone has a locator. The helicopter is already airborne and will arrive in no more than 2 hours. Just wait there for a short while after hanging up. Chen Imo sits cross-legged on the ground and once more invokes the Wudong Tranquility Technique, believing it advantageous to enhance himself further within the limited time available. The following day, Chen Imo finally returns to the long-missed villa. The villa has been thoroughly cleaned by the caretaker, yet in his absence, it lacks the warmth of human presence, appearing rather desolate. Chen Imo settles onto the sofa and turns on the television. Tuning into the news channel, after a brief moment, he finds himself momentarily lost in thought. The incursions of anomalies seem not entirely concealed from the media. Rather, the manner of expression has shifted. It appears the government is gradually informing the public of this information. Turmoil in the Central African nation of Tatar, the government has issued a notice of exile, and the United Nations has intervened to ensure the safety of local citizens. At first glance, it seems merely an event typical of a small nation, yet from the news footage, Chen Imo keenly discerns some clues. Behind the reporter, in the devastated city filled with smoke and destruction, individuals display unnaturally frantic movements, pursuing passing military vehicles. Moreover, a figure clad in a peculiar uniform flashes past in the distance of the camera's view. The public remains oblivious, but as a special advisor of the Dark Walkers organization, Chen Imo instantly recognizes it as the uniform of the Europa Alliance's Divine Revelation organization. Those individuals are undoubtedly madmen influenced by anomalies. Although the footage lacks overt anomalies, shadows of the bizarre permeate everywhere. Following this news piece, the next report is even more blatant. The United Nations has passed a new resolution, advancing the establishment of a community of shared human destiny will enter a substantive phase. It is noteworthy that merely a decade ago, the Cold War had only just concluded. Throughout these years, conflicts of all sizes have persisted globally, with significant power struggles emerging. Yet suddenly, the concept of a community of shared human destiny is introduced, which is utterly bewildering. Without a common threat, why bind the fate of all humanity together? It is likely that the general populace would be quite astonished, coupled with the increasing frequency of anomalous incursions impacting ordinary people. Some astute individuals may have already surmised the truth. With a sigh, Chen Imo reflects that if this trend continues, it will not be long before the existence of these bizarre entities becomes common knowledge. Although he possesses great strength, in the face of such overwhelming forces, there is little he can accomplish. He can only strive to enhance himself further. Upon returning to the villa, without the immense meteorite and the extreme environment's benefits, the growth of his strength and agility once again stagnates. Fortunately, aided by the Tranquility Technique, his willpower steadily increases by 1 point, reaching 145. Early the next morning, Chen Imo dons his uniform and joins the exchange group, boarding a military aircraft bound for the Northern Russian Red Alliance organization. The leader of this exchange is Zhuo Ruijin, the director of external affairs for the Dark Walkers organization, with the team comprising outstanding trainees from the training camp, among whom Su Hao is expected to be included. As the vice captain, Chen Imo naturally sits alongside Zhuo Ruijin. Zhuo Ruijin is not a powerful pseudo-superhuman but an ordinary individual with 2 decades of experience in external relations. Making him a rare talent, he often wears a gentle smile, exuding warmth. As the aircraft glides through the clouds, Zhuo Ruijin occasionally engages Chen Imo in conversation. Although Chen Imo is not fond of socializing, he finds Zhuo Ruijin's demeanor pleasant and responds accordingly. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Advisor Chen, you are so young yet already so extraordinary, and these young men from the training camp shine brightly as well. I believe that with you youngsters around, it won't be long before we drive those anomalies back to where they came from. Chen Imo simply smiles. Zhuo Ruijin's perspective mirrors that of many ordinary staff members within the Dark Walkers organization. They are unable to grasp the deeper issues, witnessing only victories time and again, unaware of the increasingly terrifying darkness lurking behind such triumphs. Chapter 40. The Great Morning Star. The aircraft gently descends at a military airport in the northern Russian Empire. The view is devoid of color, a bleak landscape stretching before them in the winter days of the northern Russian Empire. The icy expanse served as the sole hue between heaven and earth. A flicker of interest stirred within Chen Imo. This indeed appeared to be a commendable location for cultivation. The staff of the Red Alliance had been awaiting at the airport for quite some time, and the established protocol for interactions between these two formidable forces bestowed upon Chen Imo a sense of being at home. However, his purpose for being here was not for leisure. Amidst the exchanges, locating the Red Alliance's supercomputer and absorbing the time-space crystals within was of paramount importance. The group boarded a bus, traversing deep into the White Woods. Gradually, a wine-red building came into view. This was the headquarters of the Red Alliance, the ultimate destination of their journey. The structure was circular, encompassing a vast open space at its center, adorned with various small edifices of unknown purpose. The entire expanse of the Red Alliance's headquarters was significantly larger than that of the Dark Walker organization. Allow me to introduce Mr. Makarov, the Minister of External Affairs for the Red Alliance. Mr. Makarov had prepared a splendid banquet for the esteemed delegation from the Great Xia, and prior to that, he would hold a brief welcome meeting to present an overview of the Red Alliance's recent developments. The Northern Russian translator conveyed this to the attendees. Zhuo Ruijin smiled and exchanged a few words with the translator, who promptly relayed in Northern Russian. Leader Zhuo expresses profound gratitude for Mr. Makarov's warm hospitality and hopes that this exchange will foster mutual progress. Makarov gestured invitingly, and Chen Imo followed the crowd into an opulent conference room. As the attendees took their seats, Makarov positioned himself at the forefront, and a white curtain descended slowly. Subsequently, a projector illuminated the space, displaying a clear image. Makarov's words were faithfully translated for all present. The Northern Russian Red Alliance, established in 1985, boasts a 16-year history, a minuscule span for a civilization and a trifling duration for a nation. Yet for those confronting extraordinary invasions, this time frame is remarkably extensive. I believe my words resonate deeply with all of you. Makarov continued, pointing at the images on the screen. To date, the Red Alliance possesses 5 extraordinary individuals and 424 combatants adept in utilizing willpower. Among the 4 major organizations, we have the smallest number, which is our disadvantage. However, our advantage lies in our Ember Potion, which ranks first among the 4 forces. A hint of pride surfaced in Makarov's expression. Although this nation underwent significant upheaval a decade ago, the legacy of its former empire still allows them to stand tall in certain aspects. According to data, our Ember Potion exceeds the average by 20%, which is a crucial reason our members have managed to sustain their combat efforts until now. At this moment, Zhuo Ruijin leaned toward Chen Imo and whispered, Makarov isn't exaggerating. We have indeed acquired samples of their potions before, but we still haven't figured out why theirs are superior. Chen Imo nodded slightly. Makarov continued, of course, the unwavering willpower of our members is the foundation of everything. As Makarov elaborated, Chen Imo found himself experiencing a long-lost sensation of being in class, gradually succumbing to drowsiness. Suddenly, a statement from Makarov jolted him awake. The Morning Star, or as you might call it, your prophet, that supercomputer from 200 years in the future, after a period of data anomalies, has recently returned to normalcy. Thus, in the upcoming itinerary, we shall visit the Morning Star. Allow me to share a little secret. Our supercomputer has a slightly different function compared to your Dark Walker organization's prophet. Makarov smiled mysteriously. Chen Imo, however, was filled with excitement. He had been racking his brain to devise a way to approach the Red Alliance's supercomputer, yet fortune smiled upon him. He was also deeply curious about the slightly different function that Makarov had mentioned. Different time-space crystals contain slightly varying temporal powers, which, when artificially guided, can yield unique functionalities. The long-lost notification sound echoed in his ears. Chen Imo nodded slightly, realizing that indeed, the supercomputers of the 4 major organizations must possess subtle distinctions. Once he had absorbed all the time-space crystals and enhanced the simulation capabilities, the potential would undoubtedly be vast. Time flew by, and the exchange with the Northern Russian Red Alliance had reached its 7th and final day. Chen Imo had eagerly anticipated this moment for a full week. The fluctuations of the time-space crystals had long been captured by the system, and that exhilarating sensation grew stronger within him. Ironically, the Red Alliance had scheduled the visit to the Morning Star for this very day, leaving Chen Imo in a state of anxious anticipation. Nevertheless, he had garnered considerable insights over the past few days. For instance, There were notable differences between the training of the Red Alliance's combatants and that of the Dark Walker organization. The Red Alliance's training placed less emphasis on willpower compared to the Dark Walkers, yet prioritized physical conditioning significantly more. Their combat philosophy was thus: though the damage of a single strike may not be high, they possessed extraordinary strength and speed, allowing them to strike anomalies with greater ease. Through relentless attacks, they inflicted cumulative damage on the anomalies, ultimately leading to their defeat. The advantage of this approach was a considerably lower casualty rate among combatants. However, the downside was evident. When facing Shin-level anomalies, human physical prowess struggled to surpass that of the Shin-level entities through training alone, leading to a precarious balance of advantages and disadvantages. As Earth-level anomalies emerged, the shortcomings of this training model became increasingly pronounced. In contrast, the Dark Walker organization of Great Xia focused primarily on willpower in their training. When confronting anomalies, they could inflict tremendous damage, often achieving one-hit kills. Chen Amo concluded that among the three primary attributes, willpower was crucial as it served as the main means of inflicting damage against anomalies. However, strength and speed must also keep pace, for the formidable capabilities of high-level anomalies rendered any lack of agility futile. Regardless of potential damage output, much like Su Hao in the second simulation, although his willpower exceeded Chen Mo's, he could not defeat a Tian-level anomaly one-on-one due to his inability to match its speed. And his strength fell short as well. Chen Mo followed closely behind Zhuo Ruijin as they entered a vast spherical structure under Makarov's guidance. Comrades, what you see before you is the magnificent Morning Star. Chapter 41. Simulation, Level 2, Unlocked. The Morning Star, true to its name, resembled a giant pentagram of pale gold. Within the hemispherical expanse, it shimmered radiantly. Yet, the exterior was merely ornamental. The crux lay within the core of the pentagram, the supercomputer at its center. More precisely, the time-space crystal at the heart of the supercomputer. Makarov passionately expounded upon the greatness of the Morning Star, while Su Hao and the others, having lived within the training camp, had only heard of the prophet of the Dark Walker organization but had never laid eyes upon it. Today, witnessing the Red Alliance's Morning Star for the first time had left them profoundly awestruck. Chen Mo's expression mirrored that of Su Hao and the others, yet his excitement stemmed from the system's notification. Current distance to time-space crystal, 25 meters. Approaching within 20 meters will allow absorption of the time-space crystal. However, the protective barrier before him obstructed Chen Mo's advance. Indeed, the northern Russians had strategically positioned the barrier precisely at 25 meters. Without permission, one could not approach the Morning Star. Chen Mo's gaze flickered, and he found himself momentarily at a loss for a solution. It seemed he would have to muster some audacity. After all, he was the special advisor of the Dark Walker organization and the vice leader of this delegation. Surely a request to draw nearer would not be rebuffed. Chen Mo approached Makarov with a smile. Makarov, having noticed Chen Mo's approach, inquired with a grin, "Leader Chen, do you have any questions?" "I am at your service for inquiries regarding the Morning Star." Makarov held a favorable view of this young powerhouse from Great Xia, and had even inquired if Chen Mo had ever considered changing nationalities, which had become a source of mild annoyance for Chen Mo over the past few days. Clearing his throat, Chen Mo, somewhat sheepishly, asked, "Mr. Makarov, I wish to take a closer look at the Morning Star. If possible, I don't need to be too close. My eyesight isn't very good, and I can't see clearly from this distance. Just 10 meters would suffice." Chen Mo found himself at a loss for a more convincing excuse. However, Makarov responded with delight. "Of course, as a distinguished guest, such a modest request is absolutely permissible." Chen Mo's heart soared with joy as he closely followed Makarov toward the Morning Star. As I previously mentioned, the Morning Star differs in certain aspects from your prophet. Now, allow me to unveil this answer to you all. One of the unique functions of the Morning Star is the ability to acquire. Makarov donned a mysterious expression, scanning the room. Everyone was filled with curiosity, except for Zhuo Ruijin, who remained silent, fully aware of the details from his prior visits to the Red Alliance. Makarov proclaimed the ability to obtain information about the future. In addition to predicting the time and location of extraordinary invasion events, the Morning Star passively receives some information about the future. All hail the magnificent Morning Star. Chen Mo stared in astonishment at Makarov. Receiving information from the future? With only a few short years left until destruction, one could only wonder if this Morning Star had received such information. After a moment of contemplation, Chunamo dismissed the thought. The notion of passive reception must indeed carry significant limitations. Perhaps the information received was a hodgepodge, with very little of it being truly useful. Otherwise, the North Russian Empire would not have descended to its current state. Detected temporal device. Initiate assimilation. Simultaneously assimilating the temporal device will extract temporal crystals, yet the functionality of the device will remain intact, with a significant enhancement in accuracy. Yes, Chunamo silently affirmed in his heart. The sensation was identical to last time. A profound energy surged from within him, rushing into the morning star. Assimilation in progress. Assimilation rate 15.60.99. Assimilation complete. Congratulations, host, on absorbing the temporal crystal. New function. Simulation, level 2, unlocked. Chunamo stifled his inner joy, forcing himself to maintain composure. As expected, the simulation had indeed advanced to level 2. He wondered what new capabilities it would bring. Moments later, Chunamo returned to his senses. Makarov had finished introducing the morning star. Commander Chin, do you have any further requests? Makarov inquired with a broad smile. None, thank you for your explanation. Commander Chin, you are too polite. The doors of the Red Alliance will always be open to you. Zworyuan laughed heartily from behind. Makarov, you rascal, trying to poach talent right in front of me? Be careful, or I might just take your Pushkin. Pushkin was the Red Alliance's premier force and a pillar of support. To everyone's surprise, Makarov chuckled. If one Pushkin can exchange for Commander Chun, I would gladly part with 10 Pushkins. Fortunately, Pushkin was not present. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have thrown a punch at him. Laughter erupted among the crowd. On the way back, Zworyuan walked alongside Chunamo. That morning star of yours, don't take Makarov's boasting to heart. That so-called ability to receive information from the future is utterly useless. Chunamo raised an eyebrow and asked, Director Zwa, what do you mean? That morning star passively receives a piece of information from the future roughly every 10 days. But as for the future world, it is likely one of tremendous information overload. The sheer volume of information is staggering. Over the years, the morning star has not received a single piece of information regarding any extraordinary invasion. Instead, it is inundated with celebrity gossip and the latest trends. It called Internet Celebrity? Gossip about Internet celebrities just keeps rolling in. The most recent information received dates back to 2123, yet still no signs of any anomalies. We even suspect that this supercomputer might not genuinely hail from a future plagued by abnormalities. Chunamo was taken aback. Zworyuan's words were indeed thought-provoking. In his 2 simulations, humanity faced extinction within mere years. Yet the information the morning star received extended over a century into the future, filled with nothing but harmonious tidings. Zworyuan's skepticism was not unfounded. The theory of timelines had long been established in this world. However, these 4 supercomputers were evidently designed to predict extraordinary invasion events. If the future held no anomalies, the existence of these supercomputers would be inexplicable. Could it be that the timeline from which these 4 supercomputers originated only encountered abnormalities 200 years later? Consequently, humanity, unable to withstand the onslaught, created such temporal devices and sent them back to this timeline 20 years prior? And the information received by the morning star was from a time when that timeline had not yet faced any anomalies? Alternatively, perhaps the timeline from which the morning star received information was entirely devoid of abnormalities. Of course, these were merely conjectures that Chunamo could not yet verify, and he would need to ponder them further. After the farewell dinner that evening, Chunamo returned to his room, slightly intoxicated. It was then that he activated the simulation, level 2, to see what changes had occurred. Chapter 42. A sudden shift in the future's trajectory? Simulation, level 2 retains all functions of simulation, level 1. With more detailed imagery, upon completion, it will randomly materialize one item used by the host during the simulation. Chunamo felt much of his inebriation dissipate at the revelation of this new temporal crystal unlocking such a function. However, after the excitement faded, he began to analyze the shortcomings of this new capability. Throughout his life, he had used countless items, and the randomness, even a roll of toilet paper he had used could be included. The likelihood of randomly obtaining something valuable seemed akin to the probability of the morning star receiving useful information. It was acceptable to harbor a bit of hope, but relying on this mechanism to dramatically alter fate was nearly impossible. Chunamo chuckled, rising from the bed and walking to the bathroom. He turned on the faucet, the cool water splashing against his face, reviving him further. The date for his return home was set for the following day. One of his wishes would finally be realized. This journey had indeed been fulfilling. Now, the next step was to complete this simulation and see if the future might be altered despite his limited changes. After each use of the simulation function, a cooldown period of 30 natural days will ensue. Eliminating an anomaly of the level of a region will shorten this cooldown. Shall we begin? Commence simulation. A vast light screen enveloped Chen Mo's consciousness in an instant. In that moment, he felt as though he were truly immersed within it. Indeed, it was much clearer than in the previous two instances. At the end of 2001, you returned to the Great Xia with an exchange group, but you received troubling news. Just yesterday, a small city in the south experienced a bizarre incident. The city was shrouded in a dark barrier, rendering it impossible to observe any information from within, with telecommunications severed by some strange force. The Dark Walkers organization dispatched operatives to investigate. They successfully entered the dark barrier but subsequently fell silent. The investigative team had an agreement with the outside world. They would exit 5 minutes after entering the dark barrier, yet they never returned. After numerous failed attempts, Song Chongqing sought your assistance, hoping you could devise a solution. Ultimately, you agreed to Song Chongqing's request and entered the dark barrier. Chen Mo's brow furrowed. In the previous two simulations, there had been a continuous resistance until the divine servants descended, leading to the world's end. But this time, the scenario unfolded entirely differently. What was this dark barrier? Could it be that his recent actions once again influenced the trajectory of the future? Or was it due to his absorption of a new temporal crystal? This dark barrier, could it be a new tactic employed by the divine servants above those anomalies, or even the so-called deities themselves? A barrage of questions flooded Chen Mo's mind, but he forced himself to calm down and continue observing the simulation. The moment you enter the dark barrier, your expression shifts multiple times, as your powerful will contends with an inexplicable mental influence. Ultimately, your will slightly prevails, allowing you to maintain your true self. But that terrifying mental influence has diminished your strength to near nothing, and your control over your formidable body has plummeted to freezing levels. In other words, you have once again become an ordinary person. Chen Mo gazed at the vividly clear scenes within the light screen, his expression one of shock. The so-called dark barrier revealed a sunny, vibrant landscape filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. A stark contrast to the darkness enveloping the outside. You endure the discomfort, exploring within the dark barrier. What you behold are children with beaming smiles, harmonious couples, and courteous shopkeepers, each appearing to live in boundless happiness. Yet, you are acutely aware that this is not right. You persistently navigate through this small town, seeking to uncover the flaws in the scene before you, until you spot several members dispatched by the Dark Walkers organization. In the town's central square, the warm atmosphere dissipates, replaced instead by a ground strewn with pulsating red veins, adorned with quivering tumors. The fetid stench assaults your nostrils. You follow the veins, which lead to several blood-colored cocoons that continuously absorb the nutrients delivered by these vessels. Among those team members, only their faces remain exposed, their bodies entirely enveloped by the giant cocoons, their eyes tightly shut, seemingly devoid of consciousness. The passing residents exhibit no reaction to the grotesque sight, retaining their cheerful expressions. You finally unveil the truth of this place. The multitude of veins extends to the outskirts, transforming into a translucent state that has already permeated the entire town. The residents, wandering through this small town, are incessantly drained of their life force. Unaware, they have likely long lost their sense of self. A wave of inexplicable dread surges within you, prompting you to swiftly retreat towards the edge of the barrier. Yet, it is evident that while entering here is easy, exiting is far more challenging. The internal barrier is exceedingly robust, and having lost the majority of your strength and willpower, you find it impossible to breach the formidable barrier from within. As moments tick by, the atmosphere within the barrier grows increasingly sinister. The residents, having been drained of most of their vitality, their movements sluggish and their cheeks sunken. Even so, they still wear smiles. You have concealed yourself within the barrier for an entire month? Seeking survival, during this time, other investigators from the Dark Walkers organization have entered the barrier. Yet without exception, the moment they stepped inside, the barrier ensnared them. You are unable to rouse them. Finally, After a month, everyone within the barrier, save for you, has lost the final flicker of life. The sky shifts in hue, the warm sun becoming a blood-red twilight, while those numerous cocoons have grown to over 30 meters in height. The cocoons detach from the conduits, unfurling slowly like petals. From within the cocoons emerge several grotesque beings, their forms immense and grotesquely contorted, covered in blood-red tubes and pulsating tumors, with only their faces faintly retaining the features of the team members. They immediately detect your presence and launch an attack. You perished. This simulation has concluded. Chen Imo experienced the entirety of this simulation firsthand. The vivid imagery, the horrifying dark barrier, and the townsfolk transformed into mere vessels of blood, culminating in the monstrous dark walkers. What on earth is happening? A sense of unease washed over Chen Imo. He had anticipated this simulation would unfold similarly to the last, where he charged towards the divine servant, albeit ultimately failing yet progressing further. However, this time, the outcome diverged entirely into an unforeseen future. A gentle reminder. Simulations powered by the forces of time and space will adapt according to real-time fluctuations. The flutter of a mere butterfly could alter the circumstances of future simulations. Chapter 43. Ahead. Never venture inside. The butterfly effect. The course of time and space is not immutable. Chen Imo furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that each simulation might present a myriad of different scenarios. The question remained as to what connections existed within these varied timelines. Hence, within our current timeline, there must have been some occurrence or event that precipitated the dark barrier's emergence in the simulation. A thought struck Chen Imo. Could it be that my absorption of the second crystal of time and space is the cause? He felt an unsettling premonition, suspecting that the sudden disturbance in time and space was indeed closely tied to him. Not only the absorption of the second crystal, but the first absorption had also likely instigated unknown events in this timeline. Perhaps, had he not absorbed any crystals in the original timeline, humanity might have journeyed further and only met its demise in a distant future. Chen Mo's heart weighed heavily. Thus, his plan to absorb the remaining 2 crystals must be postponed. Moreover, the crisis loomed ever closer. The dark barrier should now be manifesting. According to the simulation, the day before we return, the dark barrier appeared in the southern small town, coinciding perfectly with the moment he absorbed the second crystal of time and space. Yet, in the simulation, he had entered the dark barrier, struggling to survive for over a month. Ultimately succumbing within Das Chen Imo pondered his predicament. A prompt echoed beside him. Simulation, Level 2, can provide the host with a fragment of random, clearer memories or insights from the simulation. Would you like to proceed? Yes. No sooner had he spoken than a searing pain gripped his head, and he was instantly drenched in cold sweat. The information received this time was incomparably clearer and more intricate than before. After a quarter of an hour, the pain gradually subsided, leaving his clothes soaked through. So it was. This was all the memories from his month-long survival in the small town. Although the scenes from the simulation were vividly clear, they were still fragmented, lacking in finer details. Now, however, every minutiae from that month had been crammed into Chen Mo's mind. Yet this overwhelming influx of information left him with a palpable sense of suffocation. Where did those blood-red cocoons originate? Was the black barrier truly linked to the deity behind the anomalies? Chen Imo remained uncertain. The mental assault of the anomalies, which drove people to madness, bore resemblance to the method of absorbing human vitality, lulling them into a false sense of euphoria. Yet in his memories, there seemed to be a distinction. Taking a breath, he resolved to examine what items he had utilized during the Level 2 simulation. Chen Imo shook his head and sighed. Simulation, Level 2, can materialize an item that the host employed in the simulation. The item is prepared. Would you like to extract it? Extract. The item has been dispatched to the host's backpack. Please check. Chen Imo was taken aback, expecting it to appear before him directly. Instead, it had been placed in the system's backpack. With a thought, he opened the backpack interface and indeed, nestled within was. What is this? Chen Imo swallowed hard. He considered numerous possibilities, yet still found it hard to believe. The item occupying the first slot in his backpack was, in fact, a human head. This object, strictly speaking, was indeed something he had used. Indeed, it was the head of a resident from the small town shrouded in the dark barrier. On the 20th day of his survival there, he had an impulse to investigate the extent of the resident's transformations. Thus, he dissected a homeless man who had just been drained of his life force. When he opened the man's chest cavity, not a single drop of blood flowed, and all his internal organs appeared desiccated, resembling withered fruit. Ultimately, upon opening the head, he discovered it devoid of a brain. A blood-red, writhing worm was connected to the interior of the skull by fine red threads, exerting control over the body. The moment Chen Mo spotted it, the worm leapt away, burrowing into the omnipresent transparent tubes and vanishing shortly thereafter. Lacking sufficient strength, and with the corpse being somewhat unwieldy, he had no choice but to sever the significantly shriveled head, placing it in his backpack, intending to send it for research once he had the chance to escape. Little did he know that in the simulation, he would ultimately not survive to see the outside world. Now, the head lay quietly in the system's backpack. With a thought, the head materialized in his hand. Due to its dissection, he could clearly observe its interior. After the worm's escape, only a few remnants of red threads remained. The only item he possessed that surpassed the simulation's singular advantage was likely this head. Regrettably, he had no reason to deliver the head to the Dark Walker's laboratory. Until he comprehended the true nature of the Dark Barrier, he resolutely could not enter it. He needed to alert Song Chongqing, ensuring that the Dark Walker's members did not venture forth to meet their demise. With this thought, Chen Mo dashed out of the room and, after a brief sprint, halted before a door. Ding dong, ding dong. He pressed the doorbell, and footsteps echoed from within. The door swung open, revealing Zhuo Ruijin, who promptly ushered Chen Mo inside. Advisor Chen? What brings you here so late? Is there something amiss? Zhuo Ruijin, having held his liquor well after drinking with those from northern Russia, exhibited no signs of inebriation. Yes, I need to borrow your phone for a moment. The accommodations arranged by the Red Alliance for them were such that only the fixed telephone here at Zhuo Ruijin's place could connect back to the mainland. Typically, he used this phone to report work to the domestic headquarters. Feel free to use it, Consultant Chen. There's no need to be polite. Chen Mo nodded with a smile, picked up the phone, and directly dialed the number of Song Chongqing's office. Chen Mo was aware that Song Chongqing resided in his office, a true workaholic. Zhuo Ruijin, understanding the situation, discreetly exited the room. After a brief moment of busy signals, Song Chongqing's slightly fatigued voice came through. Consultant Chen, Commander, I would like to inquire if anything unusual has occurred in our Great Xia today. Song Chongqing's tone immediately shifted to one of astonishment. Consultant Chen, have you sensed something? Indeed, there is a rather strange incident that I had planned to inform you about upon your return. Earlier today, around noon, a small town in the south, Huaishi County, was enveloped by a mysterious black barrier, severing communication with the outside world. We have already dispatched investigators to look into it. Chan Mo's voice turned stern. Under no circumstances should they enter. Instruct them to return immediately. Chapter 44. Firepower Strike. Chen Mo was at a loss for how to explain, yet Song Chongqing placed immense trust in him. Very well, I will notify them at once to temporarily seal off Huaishi County. No one is to enter. Chen Mo exhaled a sigh of relief. Did the seer not foresee this occurrence? Chen Mo inquired. No, the seer accurately predicted several recent abnormal invasion events, but there was no indication regarding this matter. All right, we shall discuss this further when I return. It is too complicated to convey over the phone. Agreed. I look forward to your return tomorrow. Chen Mo hung up the phone and stepped out of the room, greeting Zhuo Ruijin before retreating to his own quarters. His spirit was already weary, and an unknown challenge awaited him. He needed to rest well. Chen Mo lay down on his bed and soon fell into a deep slumber. The following afternoon, Chen Mo appeared in Song Chongqing's office. Consultant Chen, as you instructed, we have sealed off Huaishi County. Aside from a few local police officers who initially entered, no one else has gone in, but thus far, no one has emerged either. They cannot come out? Chen Mo sighed heavily. What do you mean? I mean, those who have entered cannot escape. They will all perish, Chen Mo stated gravely. Song Chongqing's pupils contracted in alarm. Consultant Chen, what do you know? What is happening there? And how will those people die? Commander, as you are aware, my precognitive abilities allow me to sense certain abnormal invasion events. Similarly, I sense that something significant occurred in Huaishi County yesterday. I do not fully understand the nature of that dark barrier. But my intuition indicates that all who enter will be drained of their life force by a bizarre crimson conduit, ultimately forming a massive blood cocoon. A blood cocoon. What is that? Song Chongqing felt overwhelmed. The ongoing anomalies had already left him frazzled. and now he was confronted with this new concept of a blood cocoon. Once mature, the blood cocoon will rupture, birthing a colossal monstrosity, Chun Imo explained. Song Chongqing rubbed his temples, feeling exasperated. Monsters. Commander, there is a solution, albeit not without its challenges, Chun Imo said suddenly. He refrained from producing the severed head immediately, as that would be too jarring and gruesome. He intended to wait for a more appropriate moment. The solution he proposed was the result of careful analysis throughout their discussion. Consultant Chun, please, what is the solution? While entry into the dark barrier is possible, exit is not. Although various electronic signals and fixed cables have been disrupted, all equipment within remains operational, including firearms. This revelation stemmed from Chan Mo's memories, where he recalled locating the Huaishi County Police Station and acquiring a service pistol, which he had used to fire upon the blood cocoon. To his astonishment, the pistol inflicted damage upon the cocoon, albeit minimal and without significant impact, thereby indicating that the cocoon was devoid of any anomalous biological field. In other words, the blood cocoon could be harmed by conventional weaponry, and I am almost certain that the blood cocoon is situated at the center of Huaishi County Square. If we can ascertain the coordinates, we may mobilize the military to strike it with firepower. The dark barrier is unlikely to impede external forces. Song Chongqing's eyes lit up, but he soon hesitated. However, we cannot ascertain whether there are civilians in the square or its vicinity. What if? You are aware of our nation's principle of prioritizing the safety of our citizens above all else. To initiate a firepower strike on our own territory. I fear such a request may never receive approval. Chun Imo shook his head with a wry smile. Commander, I can only say this. If the citizens of Huaishi County are left to linger for another month, they will face certain death. Moreover, do not entertain the notion of sending anyone in to investigate. I fear even my own willpower may not suffice to ensure survival within. The psychological oppression and temptation present there far exceed any anomalies we have encountered before. After discussing several matters with Song Chongqing, Chun Imo departed from the office. He then packed his belongings and left the capital. His destination this time was a remote area in the southwest, where a waterfall with an immense flow awaited him. He could not concern himself with the decisions of the Dark Walkers organization, nor could he predict whether conventional weaponry would be able to eliminate the massive cocoon. However, he knew that for at least a month, the world beyond the barrier would remain largely unchanged. He intended to utilize this month for rigorous training, striving to enhance his capabilities as much as possible. Should that monster emerge from its cocoon after a month, he would possess a greater chance of survival. Additionally, he was curious as to what rewards he might receive if he truly succeeded in slaying such a creature. Perhaps it would be an enhancement of his willpower? In the southern region of Xia, outside Huaishi County, Song Chongqing gazed intently at the pitch-black barrier. He too had contemplated methods of investigation, employing ropes, various fixed objects, military dogs, and even timed cameras to probe the interior of the barrier. Yet, regardless of the approach, anything that entered the barrier could not be pulled back even a millimeter. It was an absolute prohibition against exit. Even attempts to use a long lens to peer into the barrier yielded nothing but darkness. Commander, the military's lead personnel have arrived, his deputy, Quan Jianxin, reported. Song Chongqing nodded. Very well, lead me to them. Before long, Song Chongqing encountered the military officer in charge of the assault mission, Colonel Zhu. Hello, Colonel Zhu. Song Chongqing extended his hand but received no response. The colonel's expression was grim, seemingly unwilling to shake hands with him. Commander Song, I must remind you once more that you will be held accountable for any loss of civilian life or property resulting from the strike on Huaishi County Square's coordinates. Colonel Zhu stated sternly. Song Chongqing was well aware that the military had initially categorically rejected the strike mission, but he had inexplicably placed his faith in Chun Imo, ultimately persuading the higher-ups after considerable effort. This resulted in Colonel Zhu being dispatched to support them. I will take responsibility, Colonel Zhu, but I implore you to ensure precision, Song Chongqing replied. Colonel Zhu remained silent this time, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Minutes later, the thunderous roar of artillery reverberated through the air. The barrage of fire rained down from the heavens, piercing the dark barrier. All eyes were fixed upon the inverted black bowl-like structure that loomed over the earth. Chapter 45. The barrier's sudden change. A terrifying sense of helplessness far away in the southwestern mountains. Chun Imo remained oblivious to the events that had just transpired. At that moment, he found himself at the base of a massive waterfall, his body being battered by the tumultuous flow of water against a large rock. The force was such that an ordinary person would have no chance to struggle, yet Qian Imo remained steadfast, anchored to the stone like a nail. While his body endured the cleansing, his mind had already employed the Wudong tranquility technique to enter a state of consciousness. He visualized and simulated scenes, not of the monstrous being that had previously defeated him, but of the so-called divine servant. He discovered that contemplating the monster did not enhance his willpower. Rather, the mental pressure within the barrier seemed to stem not from the creature or the blood cocoon, but from the barrier itself. Only by envisioning the divine servant and repeatedly charging toward it in the realm of consciousness could his willpower steadily increase. In this space, Qian Imo consistently gained an increment of 1 in each of the 3 primary attributes daily, akin to his training in the desert. If this continued for a month, he wondered if he would have a chance to contend with the monster. Once again, he met his demise at the hands of the divine servant in the realm of consciousness. Yet he remained expressionless as he murmured to himself. Meanwhile, outside Huaishi County, beyond the dark barrier, the cannon fire had long since subsided. Over 100 rounds of 155mm howitzer shells had been unleashed upon the barrier. Song Chongqing stared intently at the black barrier, anxiety gnawing at him. The barrier appeared utterly unchanged. Those hundreds of shells should have been sufficient to turn the not-so-large Huaishi County square upside down multiple times. No carbon-based life form could possibly survive under such overwhelming firepower. Even that anomaly, in the absence of a biological force field, would likely succumb to this crystallization of human intellect. Yet, as time ticked by, the barrier remained steadfast. "Commander," inquired Zhu, "should we launch another round?" Quan Jianxin hastened over, seeking clarity. Song Chongqing's heartbeat quickened inexplicably, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind, and he quickly replied, "No, halt for now and observe." Quan Jianxin nodded, falling silent. Suddenly, the inky black barrier exhibited a subtle change, which Song Chongqing astutely perceived. Just as he was about to speak, the barrier erupted violently, unleashing a torrent of blackness skyward. This dark deluge surged upward for nearly 1,000 meters before exploding, resembling a tsunami that engulfed a vast expanse of the sky. Soon after, a fine drizzle began to fall, blanketing an area spanning over 10 kilometers. Yet, like the dark barrier, the raindrops were pure black. Upon hitting the ground, they appeared to stain it with a deep ink hue. The tint above Song Chongqing resonated with the rhythmic patter of the rain, and he sensed something amiss, his complexion shifting alarmingly as he bellowed, "Everyone, avoid the raindrops!" But it was too late. The individuals stationed nearby were not merely temporary investigators from the Dark Walker organization. There were also numerous local military and police forces. Initially, when the black droplets landed on their exposed skin, there seemed to be no immediate anomaly. Yet, mere minutes later, those who had come into contact with the rain began to convulse, their eyes wide with terror, as if something within them sought to burst forth. Even the investigators from the Dark Walker organization, whose physical resilience far surpassed that of ordinary humans, seemed unable to endure for long in such rain. Only those sheltering in the tents had yet to experience any ill effects. But they looked on in horror at the unfolding chaos, uncertain of how to respond. Soon, those who had been drenched had transformed beyond recognition. Their bodies were covered in grotesque, rough growths that obscured their former appearances. They had not become monsters. These abominations let forth inexplicable roars, their arms flailing uncontrollably as they drew closer to the tents where the remaining normal individuals hid, the scent of the living beckoning them. "Prepare for battle," Song Chongqing shouted fiercely, unsheathing his long knife. His comrades followed suit, mimicking his actions. "Commander, they are someone stammered, voice trembling. Song Chongqing understood the implication. Moments ago, these were friends, comrades, brothers. Now, they had morphed into grotesque creatures, and he and his team were to strike them down? A pang of anguish gripped Song Chongqing's heart as he said, "Try to break through. There's no need for lethal force." He then charged out of the tent. The moving monstrosities roared and lunged at him. Fortunately, these creatures were not particularly swift. Song Chongqing dispatched one with a kick and fought his way through, clearing a path for his comrades to follow. The temporary encampment was not extensive, allowing them to dodge the black puddles on the ground. And soon they broke free from the camp. However, the situation on the side where the military and police were stationed was dire. With nearly everyone engaged in external duties, The rain had wrought devastation akin to an apocalypse. The horde of monsters ravaged that area within minutes. Song Chongqing gazed with a complex expression at the scene, initially intending to rescue Zhu, but now it seemed. Quickly break through and notify headquarters and the military. We need to redeploy the encirclement. We must also find a way to revert them back. Time slipped away, and Chen Amo had been cultivating beneath the waterfall for 20 days. He finally learned of the upheaval in Huaishi County during a recent conversation with Song Chongqing. Those who had been transformed into twisted creatures by the eerie black rain ultimately did not survive. Merely 5 days after the encirclement was re-established, those monsters, or rather those people, had perished in agony. Dissolving into black ichor, the death toll reached 1,391. Since then, no one had dared to assault the dark barrier again. Upon receiving this news, Chen Amo felt an overwhelming weight on his heart. The method he had deduced to unravel the mystery had inadvertently led to such a loss of life. At that moment, his psyche suffered a profound shock that, of course, he was aware that the burden on Song Chongqing was even greater. Song Chongqing bore the full pressure and blame from above and from his comrades, shouldering it all alone, and my understanding of that dark barrier was based solely on my own memories and judgments. The actual oversights were considerable. If I wait just 10 more days, I can conduct the next simulation, and I wonder if this time I will uncover the truth of that dark barrier. Chen Amo sighed softly, the sense of helplessness brought on by the unknown fear, even with his resolute will, often lingered around him. Chapter 46. I am fine, but I sense that the situation regarding the dark barrier has escalated. Anomaly invasion alert. XXX coordinates will experience 2 or more regional anomalies in 10 hours. Countdown 9:59. 57. Suddenly, a notification beeped in Chen Amo's ear, causing him to pause momentarily before he leaped from beneath the waterfall and made his way to the shore. Opening his backpack, he changed into clean clothes and then pulled out a map of the Great Xiade. To his astonishment, it was right next to Huaishi County. Chen Mo's eyes widened. This was simply a wave of misfortune following another. A leak in the roof at a most inopportune time. No, this was an opportunity. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. If he could eliminate the impending regional anomaly, then the cooldown for the simulation would likely reset, allowing him to conduct it immediately and gain foresight into what further developments the dark barrier might bring. Chen Amo quickly packed his belongings, hastening through a dense thicket until he reached a dirt road. A Dongfeng off-road vehicle was parked quietly, and behind it, a young man reclined on a simple chair, softly snoring. Li Xiaomao, let us go, Chen Amo called out. The young man jolted awake, springing up from his seat. Got it, Advisor Chen. Li Xiaomao was the driver specifically assigned to him by Song Chongqing. Previously, he had been a frontline combatant in the Dark Walker organization but had sustained severe injuries to his left lung during an anomaly invasion and had to retreat to the rear. Now, he was content to serve as Chen Mo's driver. The Dongfeng's engine roared to life, disappearing into the dense forest along the dirt road. As long as Li Xiaomao delivered Chen Amo to the nearest dedicated airport, he would have fulfilled his task and could leisurely make his way to the destination. 5 hours later, Chen Amo arrived at the frontline encirclement. Advisor Chen, you finally made it, Song Chongqing said, fatigue etched on his face. Upon seeing Chen Amo, a glimmer of light returned to his eyes, untainted by any resentment over Chen Mo's misguided counsel. The Oracle had predicted the impending regional anomaly invasion, as the supercomputer had synchronized with Chen Mo's system. Eliminating any chance for error, Commander, what are the exact coordinates? Are they within the area covered by the Black Rain? Chen Amo inquired. Although the Black Rain had ceased and the individuals within had perished, the vast area remained stained a sinister black, presenting a chilling sight. During the recent sample collection, they had to don thick protective gear. Song Chongqing's expression grew grave as he nodded. Not only within that blackened zone, but also less than 200 meters from the dark barrier. He laid out a nearby topographical map before Chen Amo, indicating a specific location. Right here, you'll need to change into protective gear before entering. He glanced at Chen Amo's attire. Despite the winter chill, he wore short sleeves and shorts, clearly unprepared for the weather. We urgently requisitioned a batch of protective suits from headquarters. They are not the bulky ones that restrict movement, but are specialized ones you'll be able to fight without hindrance to your joints or strength. Chen Amo nodded. This was his first encounter with the Black Rain, and while he sensed that it might not pose significant danger to him, caution was still paramount. Will you be going alone, or should I find some team members to accompany you? I'll go alone, Chinamo replied, as expected. Very well, but do take care. Once Chinamo donned the protective suit and walked toward the coordinates. Only 20 minutes remained on the clock. He did not immediately approach the coordinates, but instead waited at a distance, still harboring doubts about the true nature of the dark barrier and whether it was linked to the anomalies. His instincts urged him that something was amiss. Concealed behind a tree, Chinamo quietly observed the coordinates where the anomaly was set to emerge. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the air surged with energy, and 2 regional anomalies, accompanied by 10 formidable anomalies, materialized before him. Previously, such a formidable assembly would have inflicted catastrophic losses upon the Dark Walker organization in Qianmo's absence. Yet now, with a giant standing in their midst, Song Chongqing and the others felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. Qianmo refrained from acting impulsively, meticulously observing the unusual phenomena around him. He noticed that the 2 grade-level anomalies, upon their sudden appearance, immediately detected the massive dark barrier nearby. In that instant, Qianmo distinctly sensed the terror emanating from the 2 grade-level anomalies. Indeed, it was fear. The 2 grade-level anomalies began to leap about in place as if they had encountered something utterly horrifying, while the 10 mysterious-level anomalies crouched low, gradually retreating. However, merely a dozen seconds later, it appeared that the 2 grade-level anomalies reached a tacit understanding and began emitting mental waves, not as an offensive psychic shock, but as a form of communication between them. The 10 mysterious-level anomalies trembled in response, and moments later, they charged madly towards the dark barrier. As expected by Qianmo, the mysterious-level anomalies dashed into the barrier without any hindrance. Meanwhile, the 2 grade-level anomalies anxiously paced in place, seemingly oblivious to Qianmo's presence in the distance. Just a few minutes later, the dark barrier began to exhibit abnormalities. The outer layer, which had resembled a thick fog, started to boil. At that moment, the 2 grade-level anomalies frantically retreated, swiftly drawing near to Qianmo. Clutching his long knife, Qianmo prepared to take action. Just as the 2 grade-level anomalies came within 5 meters of him, 2 blood-red tentacles suddenly shot out from the dark barrier. The speed of the tentacles was akin to lightning, and an alarm blared in Qianmo's mind, prompting him to retreat sharply in the blink of an eye. The tentacles caught up with the 2 grade-level anomalies, which reacted swiftly, vanishing into thin air. Yet the tentacles seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, bending in midair to ensnare the concealed grade-level anomalies. They emitted agonizing howls as their claws frantically slashed at the tentacles, blood splattering everywhere. However, escape appeared impossible, as the tentacles possessed immense strength, dragging the 2 grade-level anomalies back into the dark barrier. Subsequently, the boiling outer layer of the barrier began to calm. Qianmo furrowed his brow. Had he transformed from a hunter into a mere bystander? Moreover, the threat posed by those tentacles felt even greater than that of the grade-level anomalies. Without hesitation, Qianmo swiftly vacated the vicinity. The failure to reduce the cooldown of his deductions was of little concern. Should the barrier extend more tentacles and ensnare him, it would be a grave miscalculation. Upon returning to the temporary command post, Song Chongqing hurriedly approached, having witnessed the previous scene through binoculars. "Advisor Chen, are you all right?" Qianmo replied with a frown. "I am fine, but I sense that the situation with the dark barrier has escalated." Chapter 47. Demonic Transformation. Grade-level anomalies? After the 2 grade-level anomalies were ensnared by the tentacles and drawn into the dark barrier, the anticipated commotion did not materialize. As seconds turned into minutes, Qianmo fixated on the barrier's exterior, hoping to glean some insight. To his dismay, the dark barrier appeared as if nothing had transpired, in stark contrast to the disturbance caused by the 10 mysterious-level anomalies when they plunged into it. After hours of watching, Qianmo finally sighed, ceasing this futile endeavor. "Advisor Chen, it seems relatively calm here for the time being. Do you still require special training? If so, I can arrange transportation for you," Song Chongqing inquired. Qianmo gently shook his head. His unease had not dissipated, and he lacked the mindset for training at that moment. Furthermore, mental fortitude could be cultivated anywhere. He only needed to visualize the divine servant using the Wudong Tranquility technique. As for strength and agility, even if he underwent 10 more days of special training, the increase in metrics would hardly yield a transformative change. "Never mind, arrange for me a place to stay. I will keep watch here," Qianmo concluded. Song Chongqing nodded and promptly instructed Quan Jianxin to make the arrangements. Shortly thereafter, Chen Amo was provided with a reasonably spacious military tent as temporary quarters. He sat cross-legged on the ground and accessed his attribute panel. Over the past 20 days of special training, combined with the off period dedicated to mental fortitude, he had indeed made considerable progress in his attributes. Host: Chen Amo. Physiological age: 16. Current realm: Transcendent. Current extra attribute points: 394. Willpower: 167. Strength: 108. Agility: 107. Miscellaneous attributes: 12. Special title: Lone Warrior. Quality: Red, 5th tier. Title effect: when equipped, all attributes gain a 50 boost in solo combat. This effect is lost when fighting alongside others. His willpower had increased by 22 points, while strength and agility had each risen by 20 points, bringing his total attributes close to 400 points. With the enhancement from the Lone Warrior title, his explosive strength was nothing short of terrifying. Under Chen Mo's current prowess, grade-level anomalies would likely be unable to withstand a single exchange. The attribute limit for the Transcendent Realm was 500 points for strength and agility, while willpower could reach up to 1,000 points. He had merely just stepped through the threshold of the Transcendent Realm. Based on the deductions, it could be surmised that the strength and agility of heavenly-level anomalies could range from 200 to 300 points. Furthermore, it was impossible to breach the biological force field of heavenly-level anomalies without willpower exceeding 300 points. As for divine servants, their capabilities were even more exaggerated. In the deductions, Chen Mo's strength and agility had reached their limits. Although his willpower was only around 400 to 500 points, he would still be akin to an ant in the face of a divine servant. At the current pace, reaching the limits of the Transcendent Realm would require a year for strength and agility and 2 years for willpower. Following this incident, a hunting plan must commence. Chen Mo's brow furrowed deeply. The next day, just as dawn broke, Chen Mo was meditating when a sudden commotion outside the tent jolted him from his state of awareness. Advisor Chen. The voice belonged to Quan Jianxin, the aide to Commander Song Chongqing. And Chen Mo recognized it instantly. He rose and unzipped the tent, finding a visibly anxious Quan Jianxin waiting. "What is it, Chief Quan? Has something happened at the barrier?" Chen Mo, sensing the shift in Quan Jianxin's demeanor, promptly inquired. "You should come and see for yourself." Moments later, Chen Mo accompanied Quan Jianxin to the observation post at the boundary line. Peering through the high-magnification telescope, Chen Mo finally comprehended the source of his earlier unease. Those 2 grade-level anomalies? No, that was incorrect. Their size and outline were indeed similar, yet they felt entirely different. Observing the 2 grade-level anomalies that had reappeared, Chen Mo noted that their black bodies were now shrouded in a faint black mist, which had been absent before. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that beneath the black mist, slender red bloodlines flowed, entwining around the anomaly's black forms. Chen Mo harbored a profound suspicion that these 2 grade-level anomalies had been controlled and transformed by the Dark Barrier. "When did this happen?" "Just 10 minutes ago." Quan Jianxin responded hastily. 10 minutes ago, they were still lingering at the edge of the Dark Barrier. Now, they have advanced approximately 2,000 meters towards us. Their speed was slow, but it was evident they were cautiously approaching. Just then, a prompt sounded in Chen Mo's ears. Throughout the day, he had been waiting for a notification regarding the anomalies and the changes in the Dark Barrier, hoping for some insight. Yet, for the entire day, the prompts had seemed to vanish without a trace, remaining silent. The grade-level anomalies before you, while bearing some resemblance to the original grade-level anomalies, are fundamentally different within. They now possess a biological force field for protection and seemingly more bizarre offensive capabilities. Please eliminate the demonic grade-level anomalies. Upon doing so, you will receive additional attribute point rewards, with a chance for special rewards. Demonic transformation. Grade-level anomalies. Chen Mo paused momentarily, realizing his suspicions were almost entirely accurate. However, with the promise of greater attribute point rewards and special rewards, he thought. A smile crept onto Chen Mo's lips. This was certainly worth a try. He turned to Quan Jianxin, who was momentarily taken aback by the sudden smile that appeared on Chen Mo's face. While Advisor Chen was undeniably formidable, his demeanor seemed rather peculiar. "I will go and confront these 2 anomalies." Quan Jianxin was alarmed and quickly advised, "Advisor Chen, we still have not clarified what changes have occurred with these 2 anomalies. Please, let us wait a bit longer." Chinamo did not refute but instead inquired, "Do you have any good strategies? In a little while, those two grade-level anomalies will be right in front of us." Quan Jinshin stammered, at a loss for words. Indeed, normally, confronting anomalies should be handled by combat personnel skilled in willpower, yet it was evident that these grade-level anomalies were beyond the capabilities of ordinary fighters. Moreover, these two grade-level anomalies were evidently exceptional. What means could they employ to ascertain the changes that had occurred? Would they risk lives? And they were indeed drawing closer. Never mind, inform the commander that these two grade-level anomalies can only be dealt with by me. I am the only one capable of handling them. After stating this, Chinamo turned back to the tent, donned his protective gear, and walked towards the two grade-level anomalies under the watchful eyes of the others. Inside the forward command post, Song Chongqing gazed with a complex expression at the increasingly distant figure, not particularly tall, and sighed softly. When did our Dark Wanderers organization descend to the point of relying solely on a child for our protection? Jinshin, after this incident, we must broaden our recruitment scope. We need to devise ways to nurture those promising talents more effectively. We only have one Chinamo. What if? Unbeknownst to Chinamo, who was increasingly exhilarated at that moment, the latent warrior within him surged forth once more, after a prolonged silence. Chapter 48, Special Skill, Double Trouble. As he approached the two Earth-level anomalies, Chinamo could keenly sense the subtle pressure weighing upon him. The overflow of mental energy was considerably more intense, far surpassing the sensations previously experienced under normal circumstances with Earth-level anomalies. The two anomalies quickly detected Chinmo's proximity and charged towards him. No invisibility? Have they lost the ability to conceal themselves? Yet, in the blink of an eye, those two Earth-level anomalies vanished into thin air. However, rather than being alarmed, Chinmo chuckled. The modifications made by this dark barrier were evidently rushed. He observed several clearly visible crimson threads surging towards him from the air, entwined around the bodies of the Earth-level anomalies. Surrounding those threads was a thin layer of black mist, indicating that they could still utilize invisibility. But the external modifications from the dark barrier were ineffective. With a brilliant flash of white light erupting from the blade in his hand, Chinamo swiftly cleaved through the black mist. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated through the air as the mist was instantaneously sent flying. With a quick motion, Chinamo struck again, forcing the other Earth-level anomaly to retreat. Yet, he wore an expression of surprise. How could the physical strength of this anomaly be so formidable? The last time he encountered an Earth-level anomaly, as well as during his initial encounter, a single strike would have likely cleaved it in two. Yet this mutated Earth-level anomaly, altered by the dark barrier, seemed impervious even to his enhanced willpower exceeding 200 points. The two anomalies rolled on the ground several times, their invisibility disrupted, but clearly, they had not sustained fatal injuries. After a brief pause, they lunged at Chinamo once more. Troublesome, Chinamo muttered inwardly as he deftly evaded the anomaly's onslaught, concentrating his energy at the tip of his blade before thrusting it forward. Maximizing the accumulation of power, the blade struck the anomaly's body with a sharp, metallic clang, but it did not penetrate. Chinamo retreated slightly, dodging the claws of the other anomaly. The surface defense of the mutated anomaly, enslaved by an unknown entity, appears to have undergone mutation. Mere willpower cannot breach such defenses. Urgent alerts rang in Chinmo's ears. He furrowed his brow, pivoting in midair, and delivered a powerful kick to the anomaly, sending it flying several dozen meters away. As the other anomaly prepared to enter invisibility, Chinamo swiftly countered with a slash, forcibly revealing it. Yet, it was evident that such attacks could not harm these two mutated Earth-level anomalies. The two engaged in a relentless exchange, and while it seemed Chinamo held the upper hand, he alone understood that if this continued, he would inevitably be the one to lose. Their stamina appeared limitless. Chinmo's heart grew heavier as he blocked the anomaly's claws with his blade and once again sent it soaring with a kick. Perhaps a sudden thought flickered in his mind, in the next moment. The power in his hands surged dramatically. Indeed, from the very beginning of this battle, Chinamo had not unleashed his full strength. The reasoning was simple. In the face of previous Earth-level anomalies, sheer strength was not the decisive factor. Their power was relatively minimal, around 60 attribute points at most. Thus, to conserve energy, Chinmo refrained from utilizing all his might, believing it sufficient to overpower one of the anomalies. Moreover, forcing a full power explosion would rapidly induce muscle fatigue. However, Chinamo now recognized that these two anomalies could not be measured by common standards. With the enhancement of his solitary warrior title, his power erupted to 162 points, and with a single strike, he sent one anomaly flying 100 meters. Subsequently, Chinamo relentlessly unleashed his full strength upon the two anomalies, as if to validate a hypothesis. After dozens of strikes, a smile finally graced his lips. So, that was it. The indestructible physique of these anomalies stemmed from the thin black mist and the delicate bloodlines. The bloodlines resembled the steel framework within reinforced concrete, while the black mist, though seemingly ephemeral, appeared as if it might dissipate in reality. At the moment Chinamo struck the anomaly, it would rapidly coalesce around the bloodlines, forming a barrier of exceedingly high density. The faster Chinmo's blade moved, the greater his strength, the higher the concentration of the black mist. In other words, Chinamo, glancing at the approaching anomaly, pivoted his waist, channeling his strength into the blade, and thrust it directly toward the anomaly's face. Now's the moment. At the instant the blade made contact with the anomaly, Chinamo keenly perceived that the black mist and bloodlines converged at that point, effectively blocking his blade. But at that very moment, Chinmo's left hand formed into a palm, transforming it into a sword, a brilliant white radiance coalescing upon his palm, simultaneously plunging into the anomaly's body. Without obstruction, his left palm penetrated the anomaly, and Chinamo distinctly felt the pulsating flesh within. A wicked smile crept across his face as he gazed upon the anomaly before him. So, you too are a creature of flesh and blood. In the next instant, the Earth-level anomaly convulsed violently, transforming into particles of faint golden ash that scattered upon the black earth. The black mist and bloodlines, seemingly sentient, swiftly morphed into a streak of light and rushed toward the dark barrier several kilometers away, vanishing from sight. Its speed was so great that even Chinamo could not track it. This moment, only one Earth-level anomaly remained on the battlefield. Witnessing its companion turn to ash, this anomaly showed no sign of hesitation, charging at Chinamo with unwavering ferocity. Chinamo, of course, spared no mercy, employing the same method in an instant. All that remained on the ground were two pools of ash. Congratulations, you have single-handedly slain the mutated Earth-level anomaly. Your willpower 15, your strength 10, your agility 10. Congratulations, you have single-handedly slain the mutated Earth-level anomaly. Your willpower 15, your strength 10, your agility 10. Two melodious alerts resonated in Chinmo's ears. The attribute points gained from these two mutated Earth-level anomalies were akin to a month of extreme training for him alone. Even more splendidly, the cooldown for his deductions had reset at that very moment. But not only that, the subsequent alert sent Chinamo into a frenzy of excitement. Congratulations, you have received a special reward, special skill, Double Trouble. Double Trouble. When used in battle, this skill deals double damage at once, including damage from willpower and strength. The base cooldown time is 1 minute. The higher the host's physical strength, the shorter the cooldown time. What was Chinamo lacking? Indeed, he was in dire need of formidable offensive capabilities. This special reward was a timely solution to his pressing predicament. Chinamo sheathed his long blade, his figure flickering as he swiftly departed the scene. After slaying the two mutated Earth-level anomalies, he felt an unsettling sensation that some presence within the dark barrier had begun to fixate on him. He needed to deduce swiftly. Chapter 49. The enemy of my enemy is not my friend. Upon returning to the secured perimeter, Chinamo found Song Chongqing already waiting there. Advisor Chun, how is the situation? You weren't injured, were you? Song Chongqing inquired with urgency. Chinamo shook his head, pausing momentarily before replying. Those two Earth-level anomalies were influenced by the dark barrier. They were quite troublesome, as if they had undergone some form of mutation. Chinamo refrained from using the term mutation as it pertained to demonic transformation, for he could not yet ascertain if the latter bore other implications. Song Chongqing's pupils constricted. Mutated Earth-level anomalies? He regained his composure and asked, what do we need to do? Maintain vigilance. I have some matters to verify. Do not disturb me unless it is of utmost importance. Understood, Advisor Chun. Chinamo removed his protective gear and swiftly returned to his tent to commence his deductions. At the end of the year 2001, you astutely discerned the presence of anomalies and the dark barrier. seemingly belonging to two distinct factions. They harbored mutual animosity and engaged in combat. However, the enemy's enemy is not necessarily a friend. For humanity, it merely meant the emergence of an additional formidable adversary. The duration of the Dark Barrier extended longer than anticipated, with its next manifestation occurring a full 2 months later. During this interval, no anomalous incursions transpired in the vicinity, and the global frequency of such events had diminished to levels reminiscent of a year prior. The color of the Dark Barrier gradually faded, from a deep gray to a lighter shade, eventually transforming into a faint mist of white. As the white mist began to dissipate, 3 towering figures, each several hundred meters tall, slowly materialized behind it. Once the mist had completely cleared, the deeply buried fears within humanity were finally drawn forth. Merely gazing upon those 3 entities induced dizziness and waves of nausea. Even you, who prided yourself on your unwavering willpower, could not help but tremble slightly. You keenly sensed that even with the activation of the Lone Warrior title bonus and your most potent strike combined with dual troubles, you would be unable to vanquish any of these 3 beings. These 3 entities were colossal, terrifying giants, their twisted, blood-red forms adorned with tightly shut eyeballs and adorned with dozens of tentacles, each several hundred meters long. Drifting through the air, their bodies encircled by dark crimson veins, Song Chongqing contacted the military, seeking a barrage of firepower to strike the blood-red giants before them. Just then, a prophecy from the seer arrived, foretelling an impending celestial-level anomalous incursion to occur right before your eyes, mere moments away from the 3 blood-red giants. You harbored deep suspicions that this celestial-level incursion was not aimed at humanity. Yet, regardless of the outcome, humanity seemed to be merely the meat on the chopping block caught between the 2 factions. Soon, the celestial-level anomalies emerged, 3 in total, accompanied by a staggering 10 terrestrial-level anomalies. Such a formidable assembly was unprecedented in any prior projections. With your current prowess, facing even a single celestial-level anomaly posed a significant challenge, let alone 3. However, the silver lining was that the celestial anomalies had a clear target, the 3 blood-red giants. A horrifying battle ensued, with the celestial anomalies, towering over 20 meters, appearing like mere mice before the hundreds of meters tall blood-red giants. The giants' attacks exhibited no semblance of will, yet they could indeed harm the anomalies. After merely wounding 1 blood-red giant, all 3 celestial anomalies were subsequently annihilated. Golden embers fell, blanketing a vast area, while the assisting terrestrial anomalies were swiftly dispatched by the giants' trailing tentacles. Just as you thought all was lost, a pitch-black rift suddenly tore open in the sky, through which you glimpsed a familiar figure, the Divine Servant. The 3 blood-red giants, sensing the threat, had all their tightly shut eyeballs open simultaneously, and crimson beams of light shot forth, aimed at the figure emerging from the rift. The Divine Servant did not descend upon the world, yet its divine might affected everyone present. Your strength at this moment paled in comparison to previous projections. And under the divine pressure, you were pinned to the ground, unable to move. The crimson beams surged into the rift without causing a ripple, yet the terrifying forms of the giants trembled uncontrollably. You fixated on the rift, realizing that for some unknown reason, the Divine Servant had not yet descended upon Blue Star. However, the sudden eruption of divine light illuminated the bodies of the 3 blood-red giants. Their forms began to disintegrate, vanishing within mere seconds, while Song Chongqing's call for artillery fire arrived too late, as if offering a farewell performance. The Dark Barrier incident that had plagued you for 2 months concluded in such a manner. Yet the saga was far from over. The rift in the sky gradually closed, and you noticed an eerie silence enveloping your surroundings. Struggling to rise, you discovered a sea of lifeless bodies around you, Song Chongqing, Quan Jianxin, and countless others. You shook their bodies in a desperate attempt to revive them, but to no avail. Among the frontline, you remained the sole survivor, your own injuries severe yet not fatal. This incident dealt a significant blow to the Dark Walker organization of Xia Country, necessitating a near-total reorganization. You continued to serve as an advisor, but it was evident that your responsibilities had multiplied manifold. In early 2002, terrestrial-level anomalous incursions erupted on a large scale, occurring a full 6 months earlier than in the second projection. You traversed the landscape, witnessing a remarkable surge in your abilities. During this period, The Europa Alliance experienced similar dark barrier incidents. However, learning from your prior experiences, they opted for a cautious approach. Indeed, following the appearance of the blood-red giants, the rift re-emerged in the sky, the divine servant's figure materializing within it. A burst of divine light obliterated the blood-red giants, yet this time, one of the divine servant's hands extended from the rift. You speculated that as time progressed, the divine servant would gradually be able to descend into your world, and when that moment arrived, humanity would still face annihilation. By the end of 2002, anomalous incursions and dark barrier incidents had become common knowledge. With Earth's population plummeting by 40%, heavily concentrated within the territories of the four major factions, heralding an apocalyptic landscape. In early 2003, Su Hao sought you out, wishing to spar, leaving you astounded. It felt like a fated confrontation. You acquiesced to Su Hao's request. You had matured to an unfathomable extent, with all three attributes balanced and your willpower significantly enhanced since the last projection. This time, Su Hao predictably fell to your prowess. Yet you remained awestruck by his terrifying potential. Although he could not match you, his willpower, strength, and agility were formidable, reaching approximately 60% of your usual capabilities. Chapter 50. Even the divine must bow beneath me. Chen Mo gazed at the figure within the luminous screen, the resolute visage of the boy Su Hao, who had undergone a remarkable transformation. He was astounded, realizing that without his intervention, Su Hao might have been humanity's true beacon of hope. In other words, Su Hao had acquired the strength to face celestial-level anomalies on his own, a year and a half ahead of previous projections. By mid-2003, celestial-level anomalous incursions occurred, arriving nearly 6 months earlier than in the second projection. However, due to your and Su Hao's presence, the celestial incursions in Xia country did not engender significant upheaval. While the other major factions continued to decline, and the global population further diminished, Xia country maintained relative stability due to your oversight. With its population remaining above 800 million, by early 2004, the remaining three major factions had perished, leaving only Xia country's 800 million inhabitants. By the end of 2004, the Divine Servant made its appearance, precisely coinciding with the timeline of the second projection. You concluded that the Divine Servant's emergence could not precede the end of 2004. Prior to this, the Divine Servant could only exert a fraction of its power on Blue Star. Growing closer to full descent as the date approached, of course, this was merely conjecture on your part. At this juncture, your willpower, strength, and agility had all reached the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm. Although Su Hao slightly lagged behind, he stood resolutely, unperturbed by the Divine Servant's presence. You exchanged knowing smiles. You instructed Su Hao to wait, intending to confront the Divine Servant alone. Su Hao understood your disposition and nodded in agreement. Drawing your long blade, you unleashed a dazzling white radiance, charging toward the Divine Servant with a fierce roar. The Divine Servant's gaze was cold and sharp. With a disdainful snort, divine light surged toward you. The very same strike that had once claimed your life during the second projection. Yet this time, as you fought alone, the Lone Warrior title activated, augmented by dual troubles, and your blade shattered the overwhelming divine light. The Divine Servant displayed a look of astonishment, watching as your blade approached its visage. However, in the next heartbeat, your weapon came to a halt. The Divine Servant extended 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching your blade, rendering you unable to advance further. The power beyond the extraordinary realm was insurmountable. Yet, you smiled. In the final moments of your life, you unleashed all your willpower. A brilliant white light erupted in the sky, illuminating the earth and prompting Su Hao to squint against its brilliance. You perished, but in those fleeting moments, you left a minuscule, barely perceptible wound on the Divine Servant's finger. This projection concludes here. Chen Mo slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Thus, it appears that the forces associated with the Dark Barrier and the so-called deities of the anomalies are indeed 2 irreconcilable factions. Meanwhile, we are merely ants struggling in the crevices. Nevertheless, it seems that the powers aligned with the Dark Barrier, for reasons unbeknownst to us, are temporarily unable to contend with the Divine Servants. Therefore, our only course of action is to retreat, relinquishing the battlefield, thus ensuring our temporary safety. This thought led Chen Mo to reflect on the more than 100,000 souls residing in Huaishi County. Those countless individuals, I fear, have already been drained of their vitality, leaving behind nothing but hollow shells. Chen Mo clenched his fists, yet a profound sense of powerlessness welled up within him. Even upon achieving the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm, a desperate strike could only leave a minuscule, imperceptible wound upon the finger of a divine servant. Suddenly, Chen Mo sprang to his feet, drawing the long sword from his waist, his gaze fixed intently upon the gleaming blade. I refuse to believe it. Merely 4 iterations thus far, and with 3 years remaining, I shall surpass 36 iterations. If I can pierce your finger 4 times, then surely, after 40 iterations, I will sever your head. A bloodthirsty smile crept upon Chen Mo's lips. No, I shall not only take the head of the divine servant, but that so-called deity shall also bow beneath me. The second-level iteration can provide the host with a segment of random, vividly clear memories or insights from the iteration. Would you like to proceed? Yes. A familiar sharp pain surged through him, yet this time, Chen Mo gritted his teeth, enduring the sensation. Moments later, the pain subsided. Excellent, splendid. It seems I have gleaned all my insights regarding the use of the sword for the next 3 years. A smile graced Chen Mo's face. Sometimes, insights are more valuable than mere memories. The second-level iteration allows the host to materialize an item previously utilized in the iteration. The item is prepared. Would you like to extract it? Extract. The item has been issued to the host's backpack. Please check your belongings. Chen Mo opened his backpack, staring at the small icon nestled within, his lips twitching. It was a short-sleeved shirt. Item information. A black pure cotton short-sleeve shirt worn by the host in the summer of 2003. Boring. Yet in an instant, Chen Mo's attention shifted to the item adjacent to it. The human head acquired from the previous iteration. It was time to deliver this to Song Chongqing, though a suitable explanation was required. The following day, under Chen Mo's counsel, Song Chongqing swiftly resolved to expand the quarantine zone, ensuring that within a 50-kilometer radius, save for the free passage of birds and beasts, no humans would be allowed entry. Strangely enough, neither the anomalies nor the dark barrier seemed to disturb the flora and fauna of nature. Their sole target appeared to be humanity. That moment, within Song Chongqing's tent, a peculiar expression crossed his face as he gazed at the severed head before him. What is this, Advisor Chen? Have you taken a life? Chen Mo hurriedly waved his hands. It's not what it seems. This head was discovered during my battle with those 2 mutated, ground-level anomalies yesterday. It appears they inadvertently brought it out from the barrier, and after the fight, I seized the opportunity to stow it away in my backpack. The object I was eager to verify yesterday was this. Song Chongqing regarded Chen Mo with suspicion. He had observed the battle from afar, though details were unclear. Did Chen Mo perform such an action? Yet at that moment, he unconditionally trusted Chen Mo, for he too examined the head closely. The blood had entirely vanished, the tissue shriveled, as if drawn out by some force. Song Chongqing's observations were astute. Additionally, the red threads within resembled something entwined around the mutated, ground-level anomalies. Chen Mo interjected. Song Chongqing nodded and said, Very well. Advisor Chen, I will arrange for this head to be sent to the biological laboratory post-haste. Thank you for your assistance. A sigh of relief washed over Chen Mo. Having the head in his system's backpack was utterly pointless, as he could not comprehend it, and finding a suitable reason to hand it over to the Dark Walkers organization was challenging. Fortunately, Song Chongqing trusted him, or he would have been at a loss. Chapter 51. Seizing Opportunities Amidst Peril. Advisor Chen, what are your plans going forward? Song Chongqing inquired. There are no pressing matters at the moment. Time cannot be squandered. Over the past month, I intend to hunt anomalies. Chen Mo replied. Hunt anomalies? Indeed. Chen Mo offered no further elaboration. Song Chongqing pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, Advisor Chen, do take care. I will arrange for Jianxin to handle your logistics, allowing you to focus solely on your objectives. After Chen Mo departed, Song Chongqing gazed towards the dark barrier, and moments later, he addressed Quan Jianxin. Jianxin, it is time for the trainees in the training camp to experience the reality of bloodshed. Our time is running short. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, over a month had passed since Chen Mo had left the front lines of the quarantine zone. During these days, he traversed the land of Xia, resolving one anomaly invasion after another. Previously unfamiliar branches of the Dark Walkers now regarded him with deep reverence. The name of Advisor Chen resonated throughout the entire Dark Walkers organization. Wherever he went, all anomaly invasion incidents were promptly addressed, causing minimal impact on the populace. This undoubtedly contributed significantly to the stability of the entire situation in Xia, yet for Chen Imo, the rewards were not as substantial as he had envisioned. The reason being, ground-level anomaly invasion incidents had not reoccurred in this month. Although Chen Imo had garnered numerous attribute points by hunting mystic-level and yellow-level anomalies, the gains paled in comparison to training. The anomalies-associated deities seemed to be gathering strength, preparing to mount an assault on the Dark Barrier. Chen Imo could foresee this state of affairs. After all, the iterations revealed that the descent of the divine servants had limitations. It was illogical to believe that the early arrival of a celestial-level anomaly bore no constraints, i.e. in the original iterations, celestial-level anomalies were not expected to descend during this winter. Yet, in order to deal with the Dark Barrier, the deity appeared to have paid a price or employed some means to bring the celestial-level anomaly forth prematurely. Thus, Chen Mo's iteration cooldown had not reset early but would refresh automatically after 30 days. On that day, he promptly conducted an iteration. Indeed, after the retreat and expansion of the quarantine zone, the celestial-level anomaly, the divine servants, and the 3 blood-colored giants engaged in battle without affecting the surroundings. The range of the divine light seemed limited to approximately 30 kilometers. Thanks to this, Song Chongqing and his companions survived, and the entire Dark Walkers organization remained unscathed. However, during the search and rescue mission in Huaishi County, not a single one of the 100,000 citizens was spared. Such a harrowing event could no longer be concealed from the public. Thus, during this iteration, in the spring-summer transition of 2002, the Xia government publicly acknowledged the existence of anomalies. Regrettably, even so, the timing of the divine servant's descent remained unchanged, and Chen Imo himself had made no progress. Chen Imo sighed. Indeed, in this iteration, he had only reached the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm, inflicting negligible damage upon the divine servant's finger in the final confrontation, no different from the previous iteration. The memories or insights gained from this iteration were merely fragments of his training, offering little assistance. As for the extracted items, it seemed his luck had run dry. This time, he received a pair of shorts he had worn during the summer of 2003, perfectly matching the previous black short-sleeve shirt. Perhaps this was merely a means of accumulating good fortune for the next time. Chen Imo consoled himself that moment, the last yellow-level anomaly fell beneath his blade. Yet another anomaly invasion incident had been resolved. It was time to return to Huaishi County. After all, witnessing the clash between such formidable existences was indeed necessary. Chen Imo gestured to the local Dark Walkers station nearby, signaling his impending departure. Amidst the gazes of admiration, he climbed into the Dongfeng off-road vehicle. Li Xiaomao. Let us go. Li Xiaomao jolted awake. After all this time, he had grown accustomed to Chen Mo's battles and had nearly dozed off in the vehicle during this yellow-level anomaly invasion. Very well, Advisor Chen. Where to next? Chen Imo pondered briefly before responding. Directly to Huaishi County. Li Xiaomao said nothing further, merely nodding in agreement. The distance to Huaishi County was approximately 600 kilometers. A direct highway route would take around 6 to 7 hours, making a detour to the airport impractical. Can you manage? You seem quite fatigued. Chen Imo inquired suspiciously. Li Xiaomao hurriedly replied. No, Advisor Chen. Rest assured. The journey continued in silence, and by evening, the vehicle came to a halt beside the somewhat muddy forward command post. Song Chongqing had received word and was already waiting, though Quan Jianxin was nowhere to be seen. As Chen Mo exited the vehicle, Song Chongqing clapped him on the shoulder, expressing his admiration. Advisor Chen, you've worked hard. Not at all, Commander. Have there been any recent developments with the Dark Barrier? The two walked side by side towards the front, and Song Chongqing pointed towards the distant, pitch-black barrier, stating, "It remains fixed in place. For this entire month, there has been not a hint of movement." Soon, Chen Mo's gaze was somewhat grave. Suddenly, he turned to look at Song Chongqing. "This matter should be coming to an end, but I have some new ideas, Commander. No matter what happens then, please do not concern yourselves with me." Song Chongqing's temples throbbed slightly. Could he detect some hidden meanings in Chen Mo's words? What reckless endeavor was this young man contemplating? Sensing Song Chongqing's unease, Chen Mo chuckled softly and reassured him. "Rest assured, I will not act unless I possess a 7 or 8 out of 10 level of confidence. 7 or 8 out of 10. Without absolute certainty, isn't that still a gamble? Song Chongqing wanted to voice his concerns. But upon reflection, he realized that Chen Imo must have his reasons for pursuing his intentions, and thus he refrained from speaking further. Chen Mo's thoughts were, in essence, quite simple: to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. In both simulations, after the 3 blood-red giants appeared, a dozen or so Earth-level anomalies led by 3 sky-level anomalies would launch an assault on those giants before the divine servant intervened. Chen Imo did not believe that. With his current strength, he could inflict any fatal damage upon the blood-red giants. However, the Earth-level anomalies were weak entities that he could easily dispatch one by one. As for the sky-level anomalies, although he could not effortlessly slay them with his current capabilities, they were not beyond his reach. During the ensuing battle, he would employ guerrilla tactics to strive for the annihilation of those dozen Earth-level anomalies, thus reaping a bounty of attribute points. He would then seek an opportunity to see if he could eliminate 1 or 2 sky-level anomalies. There was a brief window of time between the deaths of the sky-level anomalies and the divine servant's intervention, albeit a very short one, as long as he seized this window and fled in the opposite direction with all his might. With the attribute points he would have by then, he should be able to withstand the residual damage from the divine light without issue. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Chapter 52. Even the weakest sheep may one day grow horns after a month of hunting. Chen Mo's attribute points had increased significantly compared to the steady training he had undergone. Under normal training circumstances, one could expect to gain at most 30 points in each of the 3 main attributes over the course of a month, a total of around 90 points. Sometimes, for various reasons, this number could be even lower. Conversely, while hunting anomalies was unstable, the attribute points gained each time far exceeded those acquired through regular training. Over the past month, Chen Imo had amassed an impressive 102 points in willpower, along with 46 points in both strength and agility. Notably, following a slight enhancement in his physical resilience, the cooldown for using his special abilities had decreased from 1 minute to 50 seconds. Chen Imo felt that once his attributes reached the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm, he would wield his dual troubles with ease, unbound by any cooldown restrictions. The reason for the significant increase in willpower compared to strength and agility was quite simple. When he defeated mysterious level anomalies, he received 5 points in willpower, while strength and agility only yielded 2 points each. Additionally, through the Wudong Tranquility technique, he occasionally gained a point in willpower, resulting in this disparity. Naturally, Chen Imo was pleased with this outcome. As willpower had the highest potential among the 3 main attributes: host, Chen Imo, physiological age, 16, current realm, extraordinary, current extra attribute points, 658, willpower, 299, strength, 174, agility, 173, miscellaneous attributes, 12. This was Chen Mo's current status, and he had traversed nearly 2/3 of the path towards unlocking World Hint 4. If he benefited from the Lone Brave enhancement, he had already transformed into a humanoid monster. During the last simulation, he meticulously observed and gleaned that the strength and agility of sky-level anomalies could reach around 300 points. Furthermore, to breach the biological field of a sky-level anomaly, willpower also needed to exceed 300 points. For all pseudo-extraordinary humans aside from Chen Imo, this was an almost unattainable height. After all, even Song Chongqing, by Chen Mo's estimates, would not possess more than 40 points in willpower, with strength and agility not exceeding 20 points. While this was formidable compared to an ordinary person, it placed him at a significant disadvantage against Earth-level anomalies. After all, such attributes fell short of the thresholds for the extraordinary realm: 50, 25, and 25. Chen Imo wondered how much strength Su Hao had attained by now. A light chuckle escaped him as he recalled that impetuous youth. In the simulations, Su Hao undeniably ranked as the foremost individual beneath Chen Imo. Emerging from the tent, Chen Imo found the night adorned with a myriad of stars, the sounds of chirping insects and birds filling the air. Under the cloak of darkness, the ominous barrier on the horizon was difficult to observe, and his mood was surprisingly better than during the day. Gazing at the sprawling cosmos, he found himself lost in thought. Where did those anomalies and the dark barrier originate? What manner of existence were the so-called deities? Did they hail from the stars, or some realm beyond our comprehension? As you gaze at the starry sky, pondering the origins of the invaders, although you arrive at no tangible conclusions, congratulations, your night vision ability has increased by 1. You have currently acquired a total of 659 attribute points. Upon reaching 1,000 points, a world hint will be unlocked. Chen Amo chuckled awkwardly. Was this system mocking him? Yet it was indeed peculiar. Prior to his first encounter with anomalies, acquiring miscellaneous attributes was not particularly difficult and occurred with some regularity. However, since then, such acquisitions had dwindled significantly, even when he deliberately engaged in various activities to provoke them. Perhaps due to the imminent threat posed by anomalies, the focus of attribute acquisition had shifted. Miscellaneous attributes had become akin to a seasoning. Chen Amo could not fathom the reasons behind this, nor did he wish to dwell on it further. He simply awaited the rise of the sun in silence. The following morning, Chen Amo and Song Chongqing sat across from each other, sharing a simple breakfast prepared at the front line. The day had arrived. Today is the day, Song Chongqing said softly. Chen Amo nodded slightly. Yes, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this afternoon, a hint of melancholy flickered across Song Chongqing's face. Unlike Chen Amo, he lacked any peculiar prescient abilities. His knowledge of the impending events stemmed solely from the prophet's predictions. Just that morning, the prophet had issued the latest forecast. This afternoon, an unprecedented sky-level anomaly invasion would occur near Huaishi County. Cold sweat had dripped from Song Chongqing's brow as he sought out Chen Amo, who was gazing skyward. Fortunately, Chen Amo had clarified that the forthcoming sky-level anomaly was not targeting humanity. As long as they remained cautious, the crisis would soon pass. Chen Mo's foresight proved accurate, and Song Chongqing, not wishing to overthink, placed his trust in him. You still haven't told me what you plan to do. Song Chongqing's only concern now was Chen Mo's new idea. Chen Mo smiled, gesturing towards the dark barrier now clearly visible in the morning light. They, and their kind, regard us as easy prey. Little do they know, even the weakest sheep may one day grow horns. Song Chongqing's chopsticks trembled slightly in his hand, as a flicker of fierce determination ignited within him. Time flew swiftly, and before long, it was afternoon. Although Chen Mo had reassured Song Chongqing that they would be safe, Song Chongqing nonetheless organized an extensive array of preparations, ensuring that everyone was on high alert. Meanwhile, Chen Mo had long since vanished from sight. He had informed Song Chongqing of his own plan and specifically requested that Song Chongqing refrain from intervening. In truth, Song Chongqing had no intention of meddling. After all, Chen Mo's strength was unfathomable, and within the entire Dark Walker organization, no one could intercede in his affairs. Commander, the time has come, Chu Jianxin intoned gravely. All eyes turned towards the dark barrier. Chen Mo concealed himself about 1,000 meters from the edge of the dark barrier, peering intently through the gaps in the foliage. The black mist surrounding the dark barrier was gradually dissipating. Mirroring the scenarios depicted in the simulations, Chen Mo's heart raced. The three blood-red giants were about to make their appearance. Sure enough, moments later, the black mist had transformed into white mist, and three colossal figures, towering hundreds of meters high, emerged from within. The red hues, vaguely visible through the mist, carried an overwhelming pressure that engulfed the vicinity in an instant. Chen Mo stifled a groan, his blood surging. How formidable! Just from the pressure alone, he knew he was far from a match. As the mist cleared, the grotesquely twisted, blood-red bodies, their rough skin concealing countless eerie eyes, revealed tentacles hundreds of meters long, adorned with suction cups. Writhing through the air, merely gazing upon them instilled a primal fear. For an ordinary person, merely staring at them from this distance might drive them to madness. Chapter 53. What does it mean to seek fortune in danger? This is what it means. Suddenly, at the edge of the dark barrier, a swirling vortex crackling with arcs of lightning appeared high in the sky. Initially, the vortex was but a small, yet in the blink of an eye, it expanded to several dozen meters in width. Following this, three sky-level anomalies, each standing 20 meters tall, leapt from within and landed on the ground with a thunderous thud. These sky-level anomalies were entirely black. But even from their outlines, Chen Mo could discern that their true forms were terrifying creatures with long limbs and nearly 10-meter-long spiked weapons at their extremities. Furthermore, he could see clearly that these sky-level anomalies possessed some kind of organ on their backs that enabled them to fly effortlessly. Immediately following, the 10 comparatively diminutive Earth-level anomalies leaped forth from the swirling vortex. Subsequently, the vortex gradually diminished and vanished. The battle was on the verge of erupting. the sky-level anomaly, with its colossal physique, appeared as small as a kitten in the presence of the three titanic giants. Fortunately, the sky-level anomaly was capable of flight, and in an instant, it ascended into the heights, its scythe-like blade aimed fiercely at the blood-red giant. Chen Imo had already sprung into action, his form darting swiftly through the woods, drawing near to the battlefield in a fleeting moment. Time was of the essence. It was a matter of seizing every precious second. The 10 Earth-level anomalies were poised to strike at the ankles of the blood-red giant, unaware that a lethal threat was already looming behind them. Swish, with a seemingly effortless stroke, one Earth-level anomaly was obliterated in an instant. Chen Mo's body shuddered slightly. He sensed a gaze fixated upon him, a presence that felt both elusive and palpable. Had he already been targeted by that giant? No, that was not the case. The giants were too preoccupied to concern themselves with him. Chen Mo's act of slaying the Earth-level anomaly was instantly registered by the blood-red giant, yet it made no move. The reason was simple. Not only was Chen Mo's action inadvertently alleviating their troubles, but the three sky-level anomalies were also relentlessly attacking them. A surge of joy filled Chen Mo's heart, prompting him to hasten his movements. With the long blade directing his strikes, the Earth-level anomalies found themselves unable to withstand his onslaught. In a mere moment, he had dispatched 5 of them. No, he needed to be even swifter. In the sky, the 3 sky-level anomalies had swiftly fallen to the disadvantage. Their weapons merely grazed the head of the blood-red giant, leaving only shallow wounds that were far from lethal, however. The tentacles behind the blood-red giant thrashed wildly, sending any sky-level anomaly that came into contact with them flying in a flurry of shrieks. 8, 9. The more Chen Imo killed, the more exhilarated he became. Each kill only made him stronger. The last one, Chen Imo wielded his long blade with consummate skill, the culmination of years of blade mastery transforming him from the inexperienced youth he once was. At this moment, his objective had been achieved. The 10 Earth-level anomalies had granted him a terrifying enhancement. Each of these unmutated Earth-level anomalies, not counting the first kill, provided him with a reward of 10 points of willpower, 5 points of strength and agility. Though seemingly modest, these accumulated increments had exceeded all he had gained from a month of hunting anomalies across Xia country, in addition to the daily insights and combat experiences with his divine servant. Rationality urged Chen Imo to retreat. The sky-level anomalies were clearly on the verge of collapse and would likely be exterminated soon. Yet, at that very moment, one sky-level anomaly let out a mournful wail as it plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground and writhing in agony. The distance between it and Chen Imo was scarcely a few dozen meters. In an instant, a thought surged within Chen Imo, growing increasingly fervent until it could no longer be suppressed. He would slay that sky-level anomaly. What is wealth without risk? This is wealth without risk. Chen Mo's figure shot forth like lightning, and in the next moment, the white light surging from his long blade cleaved directly into the neck of the sky-level anomaly. Double trouble. With this strike, Chen Imo not only exerted all his strength, but also employed the special technique double trouble, boom. The long blade hesitated for a moment before breaking through the biological force field of the sky-level anomaly, then continued unimpeded, severing the neck of the anomaly by a significant margin. Congratulations, you have adeptly utilized a special technique. For the first time in your life, you have slain a sky-level anomaly, earning extra attribute points. Your willpower 50, your strength 25, your agility 25. Before Chen Imo could revel in his triumph, a massive shadow suddenly loomed behind him, obscuring the sunlight before him. This is bad. Chen Imo barely had time to pivot, raising his long blade, now aglow with white light, to shield his chest in the next instant. An overwhelming force swept over him. Wow! Chen Imo spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his body akin to a kite severed from its string, hurtling backward for several hundred meters before crashing into the woods, breaking several sturdy trees, rolling over a dozen times before finally coming to rest. It turned out that while Chen Imo was executing his ambush on the sky-level anomaly, the remaining 2 sky-level anomalies had already been torn to shreds by the blood-red giant. With the threat of the sky-level anomalies eliminated, the blood-red giant's focus shifted instantaneously to Chen Imo, who was now jumping about beneath it. With a single kick, the now enhanced Chen Imo was gravely injured. Damn. Struggling to rise from the ground, Chinamo found his long blade shattered into two pieces, with only a short fragment connected to the hilt remaining in his hand, the other piece lost to the unknown. His body was aflame with pain, both his chest and back throbbing fiercely. Any movement sent waves of agony coursing through him. His internal organs were also injured. Enduring the pain, Chinamo gazed up at the three blood-red giants. He beheld their tightly shut eyes beginning to slowly open, hundreds of eyeballs fixating on him in unison. A chill coursed from his head to his toes, rendering his body paralyzed with fear. It was over. But at that very moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. The sky above suddenly split open, revealing a terrifying rift as if some force had forcibly torn apart the fabric of space. A sacred aura radiated from within. The three blood-red giants, who had been intently focused on Chinamo, turned away in that instant, their hundreds of eyeballs unhesitatingly unleashing terrifying crimson beams directly into the rift. Divine servant, at that moment, Chinamo found himself pinned to the ground, utterly immobile, as an incomprehensible whisper echoed in his mind. The language was not of humanity, yet Chinamo comprehended its meaning with clarity. Purification, demon, submission, primordial god. Chinamo fought desperately against the seductive voice, a torrent of willpower surging throughout his body. Unlike the simulations, his present proximity to the rift where the divine servant was emerging was alarmingly close. Although he had made considerable progress since the simulations, the residual divine might he was enduring far surpassed anything he had encountered before. He must hold on. He had to endure. Chinamo gritted his teeth, his mouth filled with blood. As blood began to seep from his ears, nose, eyes, and even pores, suddenly, a blinding golden divine light erupted from the rift, illuminating the three imperious blood-red giants. Their massive forms began to disintegrate inch by inch. In mere seconds, the blood-red giants had vanished from existence. The rift also dissipated at that moment, and the divine servant did not spare a glance at an insignificant ant-like Chinamo. Chinamo gasped for breath, his appearance resembling that of a blood-soaked figure. Yet, at this moment, he bore a smile. Chapter 54. Su Hao's visit, as the timeline seemed to converge at this very instant. Chinamo vividly recalled the expression of shock that had crossed Song Chongqing's face upon seeing him in such a state. Indeed, one could say it was even more exaggerated than the grotesque visage of the blood-red giant. In truth, Chunmo's injuries appeared far more severe than they actually were. He was not in any life-threatening condition. With his current physical resilience, he would soon recover to his former self. However, Song Chongqing was unaware of this. Witnessing Chinamo, now a blood-stained figure, had nearly terrified him to death. As the true linchpin of Xia country's resistance against anomalous events, he could hardly fathom the consequences of Chinmo's demise, especially with the next sky-level anomaly potentially claiming countless lives. Thus, Song Chongqing urgently mobilized personnel to transport Chinamo to the hospital. This led to the scene where Chinamo awakened, his body wrapped in bandages. Chinamo felt somewhat speechless, but after a brief moment, he accepted this new reality. He still needed to rest. While his physical wounds would heal, the fatigue of his spirit remained profound. Facing the residual pressure from the divine servant was evidently beyond his current capacity. Surviving this encounter had been half luck and half strength. Finally, Chinamo had the opportunity to examine his current attributes and ascertain the extent of his gains. Host: Chinamo. Physiological age: 16. Current realm: Transcendent realm. Current extra attribute points: 959. Willpower: 449. Strength: 249. Agility: 248. Miscellaneous attributes: 13. What a pity. Had he managed to slay another sky-level anomaly, even without the extra attribute points from a first kill, he probably would have amassed enough to reach 1,000 points. Chinamo mused. Nevertheless, to achieve such a vast increase, a surge of 300 attribute points had exceeded his expectations. Moreover, following this hunt, the cooldown for the simulation had reset. Chinamo hesitated, uncertain whether to wait until he amassed 1,000 attribute points to unlock new world prompts, hoping to discover methods to break through the transcendent realm, or if he should conduct a simulation now to gain first-hand intelligence. Just as he was pondering, the door to his hospital room swung open. Entering was neither Song Chongqing nor Quan Jianxin, nor any doctors or nurses from the hospital, but rather someone Chinamo had not anticipated. Su Hao approached swiftly with a basket of fruit. Placing it beside Chen Mo's bead, an expression of admiration adorned his face. It was no wonder, for Chen Mo now resembled a freshly unearthed mummy, completely swathed in bandages, with certain areas still seeping blood. To an outsider, it appeared that his injuries were grave, yet only he understood how unnecessary these bandages truly were. Chen Mo, no, that's not right, Advisor Chun. I heard that you, I heard you were injured. I thought since we are old classmates, I would take a leave of absence to come and see you. Look at my mouth. I mean to see you. Su Hao was in a state of utter confusion. Logically speaking, he was of the same age as Chen Mo, and they both hailed from Yuanshan Wuzhong, which indeed made them old classmates who should interact as friends and peers. However, now, Chen Mo held the esteemed position of a special advisor for the Darkwalkers, while he was merely a trainee in the Darkwalkers training camp. Although he was an outstanding trainee, ranking first among all, a trainee was still just a trainee in the presence of Chen Mo. Su Hao could not help but feel a sense of restraint. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Chen Mo's mouth. He did understand Su Hao's sentiment, there's no need to be so formal, old classmate. With that simple phrase, Chen Mo managed to pull Su Hao back from his bewilderment. I heard you were injured and I was thinking, you're so formidable, how could you get hurt? So I rushed over to see you. To his surprise, he found that Chen Mo was indeed quite seriously injured. What on earth were you doing, Chen Mo? I only heard the instructor boasting about you, but now seeing you, it seems you're even more impressive than he claimed. As Su Hao opened his mouth to speak, he found it hard to stop. A couple of beads of cold sweat appeared on Chen Mo's forehead beneath the bandages. Thus, he chose not to answer Su Hao's question. Instead, he exerted a bit of force, causing the bandages that wrapped around him to tear apart, revealing his robust physique underneath. Now, it was Su Hao's turn to feel awkward. Chen Mo expressionlessly donned his clothes. Do you believe me when I say I'm fine? I suppose I do. Not long after, the two strolled along the tree-lined path of the hospital, and it was then that Su Hao truly articulated his purpose for coming. Chen Mo, I've always been curious about your training methods. You are so strong now. I can't even hope to catch up with you. I asked the instructor, and he told me you had been to the desert, so I went there too. Then the instructor mentioned that you trained under a waterfall, so I went there as well. It was indeed effective. After returning to the training camp, I managed to take down the instructor. However, I know I still have a long way to go. Just yesterday, I dealt with a mysterious grade anomaly invasion all by myself. Although I succeeded, to be honest, it was quite a mess. If it weren't for my good fortune, Su Hao gestured toward his waist, I could have been seriously injured. But you can easily slay a ground-grade anomaly. I even heard someone say you took down a sky-grade anomaly the day before yesterday. I can hardly fathom that. Chen Mo explained that sky-grade anomaly was already gravely injured. I had very little to do with it. Yet Su Hao paid no heed to his explanation, a hint of melancholy gleaming in his eyes. I work hard too, but I can't even catch a glimpse of your back. After uttering this, Su Hao fell into silence. In truth, Chen Mo wished to tell him that in countless simulations, it was Su Hao who was the truly gifted one. With just his innate talent and effort, he was nearly catching up to this individual who seemed to have an unfair advantage. However, Chen Mo realized he could not voice this. After a moment of silence, Chen Mo finally spoke. Actually, you are quite impressive. Believe in yourself. Su Hao finally broke into a smile. Chen Mo, thank you. You really don't need to comfort me. My greatest talent is self-comforting. Don't worry, when I return, I will definitely work twice as hard. You can wait and see. Perhaps the next time I come to find you, it will be to spar with you. Chen Mo's heart trembled slightly. Was this the reason Su Hao had sought to spar with him in those simulations? The timeline seemed to converge at this moment. All right, I shall await your arrival. But I will not remain idle either. Chen Mo smiled. The two exchanged smiles, and though they had never fought side by side, they shared a sense of mutual respect. Chen Mo's feelings of loneliness dissipated considerably at that moment. Whether it was Song Chongqing, Quan Jianxin, or the driver Li Xiaomao, they all held Chen Mo in high regard. When facing them, there was always a sense of formality. Only with Su Hao did he find a semblance of the friendship he had longed for in school but had never attained. Chapter 55. The upcoming summit and the clue to the third crystal. After Su Hao departed, Chen Mo returned to his hospital room, where the remnants of the torn bandages had already been cleared away, and Song Chongqing sat nearby. He had come to visit Chen Mo, but upon discovering the disorder in the room and the empty bed, he felt a twinge of worry. However, he soon spotted Chinamo and Suhao chatting downstairs through the window, which put his mind at ease as he waited quietly in the room. "Commander, I appreciate your efforts." "Not at all. Your recovery is quite rapid. I'm delighted, to be honest," Song Chongqing replied with a smile. "Today, besides checking on your condition, there's another important matter I need to discuss with you." Chinamo raised an eyebrow, nodding slightly as he awaited Song Chongqing's explanation. In light of the recent Dark Boundary incident, not only our nation's higher-ups, but also the other three major factions' anomaly resistance organizations are paying close attention. This represents a new crisis for humanity, especially since the casualties from this Dark Boundary incident have exceeded 100,000. The issue of anomaly invasions is currently being drafted for a plan by the higher-ups, which will soon be announced to the public. However, before that, the United Nations has decided to take the lead in convening a high-level summit involving the four major factions to address the issues of anomaly invasions and dark boundary incursions. The aim is to establish a unified defense system for all humanity. Of course, we both know that true unity is likely to be challenging, but at least this summit will ensure that the major organizations do not sabotage one another. Song Chongqing turned to Chinamo and continued, "This is sufficient for us, considering our current national strength does not place us at an advantage among the four major organizations." Chinamo felt a bit puzzled. What significance did this matter hold for him? Although he bore the title of special advisor, he was still far removed from the actual higher-ups. Yet, Song Chongqing's next words unraveled his confusion. "For this summit, I would like you to accompany me. The purpose is to showcase the strength of our Dark Walkers organization to the other three factions, thereby securing greater leverage for our nation." Chinamo understood. Song Chongqing and the others were unaware of the impending apocalypse, and even many higher-ups lacked a clear assessment of the situation. They maintained an optimistic view of humanity's prospects. Thus, regardless of which faction it was, they all sought to gain more benefits during such summits, namely to shelter more smaller nations, thereby gaining control over their economies and resources, rather than genuinely considering the future of humanity. Chinamo could not concern himself with such broader issues. All he could do was continue to strengthen himself. Although it appeared that he could slay formidable ground and even sky-grade anomalies, beings that even nuclear weapons could not eliminate, he lacked the biological field of anomalies. A missile could potentially claim his life. Thus, his strength lay solely within himself and could not influence the broader human perspective. It was not surprising that Song Chongqing sought him out. "Commander, where will this summit be held?" Song Chongqing quickly replied, "It is tentatively set to take place in the United States of America, at the headquarters of the Resistance Organization." Chinamo's heart stirred slightly. The headquarters of the Resistance Organization? Did this mean the third crystal of space-time could very likely be in that vicinity? Although the sudden appearance of the dark boundary in this world after absorbing the second crystal led to a series of chain reactions, Chinamo still could not be certain that it was indeed his absorption of the crystal that triggered such upheaval. Regardless of whether he absorbed it or not, this world had only a few years left before its demise. If he absorbed it, perhaps he could upgrade his simulations and gain new abilities, allowing for a glimmer of hope. With that thought, Chinamo remarked, "All right, Commander, you make the arrangements, and just let me know when to head out. We tentatively set to depart in a week. We'll arrive 3 days early. Use these days to recuperate well. As for the anomaly invasion incidents, you should refrain from dealing with them for now." Chinamo did not respond, and after seeing off Song Chongqing, he prepared to conduct another simulation. He wondered if this time there would be any new developments. Lying on the hospital bed, Chinamo silently recited, "Initiate simulation. In early 2002, you accompanied Song Chongqing to the United States of America to attend the Global Anomalous Event Defense Summit. The content of the entire summit left you feeling quite uneasy, as the smaller nations, devoid of any voice, were unwittingly divided among the four major powers. Your presence allowed the Xia Kingdom to showcase extraordinary strength far surpassing that of the other three major forces, thus garnering greater benefits. Upon returning to the Xia Kingdom, you continued to hunt anomalies, steadily enhancing your prowess. By the end of 2002, your abilities had reached the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm, your speed eclipsing any previous simulations. Yet again, a bottleneck emerged, and this time you found yourself at a loss. No method you could conceive seemed capable of breaking through the shackles that tormented you. Throughout the year, the Europa Alliance continued to experience incidents involving dark barriers, with divine servants reappearing to vanquish the blood-colored giants. However, the global population had sharply declined, an irretrievable trend. The The resource allocations made at the summit had become a mere joke by early 2003. Small nations perished, major powers were preoccupied with their own survival, and the specter of apocalypse loomed ever larger. In early 2003, Su Hao sought you out, wishing to spar, an invitation that surprised you not at all. What did astonish you was the sheer strength Su Hao had attained. He was merely a fraction weaker than your own, which was already at the limits of the extraordinary realm, by mid-2003. A celestial-level anomaly invasion occurred in the Xia Kingdom, yet due to the presence of both you and Su Hao, this incursion failed to stir even the slightest ripple. Meanwhile, the other three major powers exhibited signs of decline throughout 2003, ultimately declaring their demise in August of that year. You were still in search of a method to break through the extraordinary realm. During an incident involving a dark barrier, you ventured into the abyss, launching an attack on the yet-to-emerge blood-colored giant, hoping to discover a pathway to higher realms through this entity. Concurrently, Su Hao had also reached the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm, and he, too, entertained similar thoughts born from his own entrapment. The suppression of the dark barrier posed little challenge to you both. You successfully shattered the blood cocoon, revealing sights previously unseen. Within the cocoon, instead of a blood-colored giant, lay a colossal blood-colored worm. You instinctively sensed that something unusual resided at the core of this worm, compelling you to slay it in order to retrieve the object within. It was a blood core, enveloped in a shroud of black mist. And your body surged with an overwhelming desire, as if consuming it would grant you the key to ascend to a higher level. Chapter 56. He consumed the blood core, a drop of the divine servant's blood. Chen Mo furrowed his brow as he gazed at the scene unfolding on the luminous screen. Although merely an observer, the imagery alone conveyed the malevolence of that blood cord. Tio consumed such a thing in hopes of attaining a higher level? What folly! What if it led to your demise? The scene shifted once more. You hesitated repeatedly, forcefully suppressing the longing within, casting aside the blood core until your emotions gradually calmed, as you prepared to summon Su Hao to shatter the dark barrier and escape. You noticed him in the distance, retrieving the very object you had discarded, the blood core. Before you could intervene, it had already found its way into his stomach. Moments later, Su Hao's body became enveloped in black mist, his aura escalating rapidly, surpassing yours in an instant. Chen Mo's eyes widened as he beheld Su Hao, shrouded in darkness. This individual should have known the core was perilous, yet he chose to consume it regardless. Why? The dark barrier began to tremble, tendrils of black mist cascading down to merge with Su Hao's form. When the barrier finally dissipated, you sensed that Su Hao's strength had likely eclipsed that of the blood-colored giant that had emerged from the cocoon. In terms of power and agility, even activating the title of Lone Warrior would not suffice to match him. Su Hao proclaimed that he felt invigorated and insisted you should consume the blood core as well. Regrettably, the dark barrier had yielded but a single blood cocoon, and having consumed it, there was none left for you. Yet you understood all too well that the blood cocoon was entirely composed of human vitality. Consuming the blood core within it was akin to devouring the essence of tens of thousands of lives. Su Hao discerned the meaning behind your expression and informed you that humanity had reached its limit. To ensure the survival of this race, his consumption of the blood core was justified, as those who contributed to its creation perished for the future of humanity. You could not accept this notion, yet you found it impossible to judge Su Hao's actions, for deep down, you recognized the truth in his words. Now that he had attained a new realm, perhaps he could indeed confront the divine servant. Time flew, and soon it was the end of 2003. During this period, numerous reports of strange occurrences flooded in from various regions of the Xia Kingdom, with citizens vanishing mysteriously. The most severe incident saw an entire village of over 500 households disappear overnight. This did not resemble the work of anomalies, nor did a dark barrier manifest. You began to suspect the emergence of a new enemy in this world. Ultimately, however, you uncovered a terrifying truth. The architect of these horrors was none other than Su Hao. You witnessed with your own eyes as Su Hao drained the life from a human being, the corpse instantly turning to ash. You confronted him, demanding an explanation for his actions, but he paid you no heed. When you attempted to stop his departure, he effortlessly cast you aside with a single blow. Even with the augmentation of the Lone Warrior title, you were no match for him. From that point on, Su Hao vanished without a trace. No one knew his whereabouts, yet sporadic large-scale disappearances indicated that he remained active. At this juncture, celestial-level anomaly invasion incidents began to surge, and you were too preoccupied to investigate Su Hao's whereabouts. By the end of 2004, the Divine Servant arrived as expected. Aware that you could not possibly stand against the Divine Servant, you nonetheless prepared to fight to the death. Just then, Su Hao, missing for over half a year, reappeared on the battlefield, rising into the air to confront the Divine Servant alone. You clearly observed the astonishment on the Divine Servant's face, along with a thunderous roar echoing within your mind. Su Hao's might had escalated to such a degree that he deftly evaded numerous divine beams, ultimately delivering a staggering blow to the Divine Servant. The crimson blade aura blazed across the sky. Engulfing the Divine Servant, as the blade aura dissipated, Su Hao's body plummeted to the ground, crashing heavily. You rushed forward, only to find he had already ceased to breathe. Above, golden raindrops began to fall to the earth, showering upon you and igniting a fierce burning sensation. Yet that was all. Moments later, the Divine Servant's right arm reformed, whole and unscathed. Before you could retaliate, your vision was filled with blinding gold. You perished. And this simulation came to an end. After witnessing all this, Chun Mo's heart remained unsettled. Su Hao. The image of that reckless youth lingered in his mind. He'll consume that so-called blood core and tread a divergent path into a realm beyond the extraordinary. Simulation, Level 2, can provide the host with a segment of random, relatively clear memories or insights from the simulation. Do you wish to proceed? Chen Mo steadied his emotions and murmured, "Yes." The pain dissipated in an instant, as if his willpower had strengthened, alleviating the headache brought on by the acceptance of memories. It was indeed the memory of the final battle. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, meticulously sorting through the recollections. Most of the scenes he had encountered in the simulation appeared clearer and more detailed, yet one particular detail had not been reflected in the simulation: the Divine Servant's roar. That phrase resonated vividly within Chen Mo's mind. Demon, Fallen One, die. Chen Mo opened his eyes, murmuring, Demon? Fallen One? That was undoubtedly the designation the Divine Servant had assigned to Su Hao at that time. There could be no mistake. Consuming the blood core and undergoing transformation through it, in the eyes of the Divine Servant, rendered him a demon, a fallen one. This was crucial information to remember for now. However, even with Su Hao's ascension to a realm beyond the extraordinary, he still was not a match for the Divine Servant. Just how powerful were Divine Servants and gods? Simulation, Level 2, can materialize an item used by the host during the simulation, and the item is ready. Do you wish to extract it? Extract? The item has been issued to the host's backpack. Please check. Chen Mo opened his backpack icon and sighed in relief. This time, it was not some short-sleeved shirt or shorts. It was a drop of golden blood. The very blood from the Divine Servant, spilled when Su Hao severed the Divine Servant's right arm during the final battle. Raining down upon Chen Mo, item information: blood from the Divine Servant of the Divine Realm, appearing pale gold, containing powerful regenerative energy. If absorbed through appropriate means, it will significantly enhance the host's bodily recovery capabilities. Appropriate means? Chen Mo was uncertain what this entailed. Surely it could not involve directly consuming it as Su Hao had with the blood core. It is important to note that even the raw materials for the Ashen Potion, derived from the remnants of the deceased anomalies, cannot be consumed directly. Doing so would only lead to madness without yielding any effect. Chapter 57. Arrival at Emeria, the Godslayer's Cage. However, the ability to recover is indeed a scarce skill for Chen Mo. It is foreseeable that, in future battles, injuries will only accumulate more frequently for him. With the emergence of celestial-level anomalies and the dark barriers, Chen Mo will inevitably take action to resolve these issues. When he cannot find a path to transcend the extraordinary, injuries are certainly unavoidable. If he were to spend several days, or even more than 10 days, recuperating each time, he would only be left with diminishing time. Reflecting on this, Chen Mo extracted the golden blood from his system backpack, where it lay quietly in the palm of his hand. A fierce burning sensation surged forth, as if it might sear through his hand. Chen Mo frowned slightly, concentrating his formidable willpower to envelop the golden blood within. The burning force of the golden blood clashed with his willpower, mutually counterbalancing, yet Chen Mo promptly withdrew his willpower. The reason was simple. Such an action would not allow for the absorption and fusion of the golden blood, and instead, The influence of his willpower might cause this scant amount of golden blood to gradually extinguish. Never mind, there will always be a way. He would ponder it further. After a moment of reflection, Chun Mo returned the golden blood to his system backpack. However, this exercise of deduction unveiled a potential breakthrough, a possibility to transcend the extraordinary. If consuming the blood core from the blood-red worm could lead to such transcendence, there must be other pathways to reach that realm. He simply had yet to discover them. 4 days later, Chun Mo's injuries had fully healed, and his mental state was rejuvenated. After packing their belongings, Song Chongqing accompanied Chun Mo aboard a military aircraft bound for the United States of America, following a grueling 15-hour flight. The plane finally landed at a military airport near the capital of America. Naturally, the resistance organization had long prepared personnel to await their arrival. As soon as they disembarked, a notification chimed in Chun Mo's ear. Detected minor temporal energy fluctuations. The location of the temporal crystal has been determined, 57.21 kilometers from the host. Specific coordinates have been transmitted to the host's backpack. Absorbing the temporal crystal will upgrade the deduction function. Chun Mo was momentarily taken aback. It was surprisingly close to that moment. A 2-meter-tall, burly Caucasian in military attire approached with a broad smile, promptly embracing Song Chongqing. "Look who it is, my dear Song." The hulking man beamed at Song Chongqing. "Song, long time no see." Song Chongqing awkwardly returned the smile, replying, "Indeed, it has been a while, General Powell." Chun Mo stood silently by, adopting a role of invisibility, astonished that General Powell had such a good rapport with Song Chongqing and spoke fluent Xia language, albeit with a peculiar accent. Powell, however, turned his curious gaze toward him. "So, this must be the renowned advisor Chen, right? You are quite mysterious. Our intelligence department has repeatedly gathered information about you, yet we can only speculate about your capabilities." Chun Mo was taken aback. He had not anticipated Powell would openly acknowledge the existence of an intelligence department. His lips twitched slightly, unsure how to respond to Powell's statement. Song Chongqing turned to Chun Mo and whispered, "Powell is one of the 5 great generals of the resistance organization, fluent in Xia language and rather straightforward, but he is a decent person." "Song, are you badmouthing me again? I am genuinely eager to befriend Advisor Chun." Song Chongqing hastily waved his hands, stating, "It's nothing, General Powell. Please, lead us to our accommodations." Powell shrugged and guided them outside the airport, where they boarded a luxurious stretch limousine. Along the way, Powell frequently glanced back at Chun Mo, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine, and his gaze toward Powell grew increasingly peculiar. "Ahem, Advisor Chun, please don't take offense. I am merely curious about your abilities. I have heard that you can effortlessly slay Shin-level anomalies and sustain only minor injuries when facing D-level anomalies." Chun Mo cast a skeptical glance at Song Chongqing, surprised that he had so meticulously guarded his strength's details. Song Chongqing's eyes wandered, focused on the car window, prompting a chuckle from Chun Mo. He turned to Powell and nodded gently. "Indeed, Shin-level anomalies are quite simple for me." To his surprise, Powell shook his head. "Chin, I consider myself one of the top extraordinary powers, yet I must tread carefully when confronting Shin-level anomalies. Employing all my means to eliminate them unscathed, I remain skeptical of your claims." Chun Mo smiled faintly, choosing not to engage further. At that moment, however, Song Chongqing could no longer contain himself. "Powell, my good fellow, I sense you have ulterior motives." Powell responded with a mysterious smile, raising his wrist to indicate his watch. "Before I came to fetch you, Radiance predicted a new incident of D-level anomalies leading an anomalous swarm invasion, occurring in 3 hours, located over 200 kilometers from here. We can reach it by helicopter in an hour." He then looked at Chun Mo. "Advisor Chun, would you be interested in witnessing the strength of our resistance organization? Or perhaps, do you wish to showcase your own prowess?" Chun Mo was taken aback by the implication. Unexpectedly, Song Chongqing's eyes lit up as he pressed down on Chun Mo, who was about to speak. "General Powell, how about this? I will take the lead and agree for Advisor Chen to go. However, there is one condition." Powell, intrigued, inquired, "Oh, what condition?" "Let Advisor Chen compete with you in a contest in this anomalous invasion event. We shall see who kills more anomalies, your resistance organization or Advisor Chen." As soon as Song Chongqing's words fell, Chun Mo's heart soared with joy. The commander seemed to be quite astute at this moment. He had been worried about establishing a connection with the resistance organization and finding a way to approach the supercomputer Radiance. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. I wonder how General Powell feels about this? Powell laughed heartily, declaring, of course, that sounds splendid, Advisor Chun. So, once you have settled your belongings, I shall await you in the vehicle. Chinamo smiled and nodded. He understood Song Chongqing's intent perfectly. This was clearly a chance for him to elevate the reputation of the Darkwalkers organization, to demonstrate their strength to these foreign counterparts, thereby securing more benefits for Xia Nation at the upcoming summit. That night, Chunimo and Powell boarded a helicopter together. Approximately an hour later, a peculiar metallic apparatus came into view on the distant ground. The helicopter descended slowly, and Powell gazed at the metallic device with pride. Advisor Chun, that structure is known as the Godslayer's Cage. It is our capital against D-level anomalies. From tomorrow onwards, this book will update thrice daily at the same time. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 58, World Fragment Notification 4, Beyond the Extraordinary, the Godslayer Cage. Chinamo exhibited a hint of confusion. The device was evidently composed of metal, resembling petals spread across the ground. To rely solely on metal to confine anomalies, especially D-level ones, wasn't that a delusion? One must understand that the biological force field surrounding anomalous entities not only grants them formidable defensive capabilities, but also unparalleled destructive power. The strongest known metals on Blue Star are akin to mere tofu blocks when faced with the anomalous claws imbued with biological force fields. Only by attaching willpower to the surface of the metal can it possess the capability to destroy and resist the biological force field. Could it be that, moments later, Chinamo and Powell arrived beside the Godslayer's cage? The cage was positioned at the anticipated emergence point of the D-level anomaly, ready to ensnare it the moment it appeared, followed by countless blades infused with willpower that would envelop the entirety of the cage's interior. Even a powerful D-level anomaly would surely sustain grave injuries under such an onslaught. Powell wore an expression of pride. Indeed, this device was unique among the four major factions on Blue Star. Moments later, Powell raised his wrist, smiling. The time is almost here. No sooner had he spoken than a fissure abruptly manifested 3 meters above the Godslayer's cage, from which a petite D-level anomaly leaped forth. Just as it was preparing to unleash a psychic shockwave, the spread-out Godslayer's cage suddenly closed in, enveloping it in an instant. At that moment, 3 Xin-level anomalies and 10 Huang-level anomalies surged forth from the fissure. Upon spotting the surrounding combatants of the resistance organization, these anomalies immediately charged at the group. It was then that Chinamo comprehended the methods employed by the Godslayer's cage. How intriguing, he mused with a slight smile. Deftly evading an attack from a Xin-level anomaly. The portion of the cage buried underground housed an unknown number of combatants, and the metal itself was a special alloy infused with anomalous remnants, capable of transmitting willpower to a significant degree. With the support of willpower, the D-level anomaly would be unable to break through the cage instantaneously, while simultaneously enduring relentless assaults. Upon returning, he could certainly share this knowledge with the commander. Chinamo smiled faintly, deftly evading yet another attack from a yellow-tier anomaly. Advisor Chun, if you do not intervene soon, we might lose the match. Powell laughed heartily, striking down an anomaly with a single swing of his blade. Although he did not slay the creature, he had managed to gain a slight advantage. With a light chuckle, Chinamo suddenly thrust his hands forward, seizing the 2 forelimbs of the advancing anomaly. Remarkably, he had not even brought a long knife this time. In the next instant, brilliant white radiance erupted from his palms as he uttered a sharp command, exerting tremendous strength. The forelimbs of the anomaly were forcefully wrenched from its body, eliciting a dreadful, anguished roar from the creature. He tore the anomaly apart with his hands. Powell was taken aback, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets at the sight. However, the next scene filled him with even greater terror. Chinamo transformed his palm into a claw, directly grasping the head of the anomaly. What could he possibly be planning? Powell's heart raced. Bang! Chinamo's hand, glowing with white light, crushed the head of the anomaly with a single, devastating grip. Each time my hands penetrate the bodies of these anomalies, I can distinctly feel the texture of their flesh. Chunimo murmured, I deeply suspect that beneath your dark exterior lies a creature of flesh and blood. Just like us. Who exactly are you? The anomaly before him began to dissipate slowly, and Chinimo cast a lingering glance at the black ashes on the ground. His gaze then shifted to the other anomalies mingling with the combatants. As he licked his lips, Powell trembled slightly, gripping the hilt of his sword. What manner of monster is this? Tearing apart anomalies and licking his lips in anticipation of more, Song Chongqing. You have deceived me most cunningly. Chen Mo's figure moved like a dragon, darting across the battlefield. The severed limbs of anomalies began to soar through the air, quickly blanketing the ground in a thin layer of black ash. In mere moments, 13 anomalies had met their end at Chen Mo's hands. Now, only one last anomaly remained within the hunting god cage. Boom! The hunting god cage finally reached its limit and crashed open. The severely wounded anomaly let out a piercing howl as it charged out. For a brief moment, it appeared bewildered. Where were its subordinates? What has transpired? Yet, Chen Mo would not grant it a moment's respite. With a swift motion, he positioned himself before the anomaly. The next second, under the watchful eyes of Powell and all the combatants of the resistance organization, Chen Mo unleashed a dazzling punch glowing with brilliant white light. The anomaly was obliterated into fragments mid-air. Flecks of black ash interspersed with golden light rained down from the sky as Chen Mo gracefully landed on the ground. General Powell, I believe I have emerged victorious in this contest. Have I not? Powell's teeth chattered as he stammered, Why yes, you have won. Chen Mo smiled gently, approaching him and patting his sturdy shoulder. Oh, come now, it was merely a jest. What contest? We are friends, friendship above all at this. Powell regained his composure. Advisor Chen, your strength and character are truly admirable. Ha, General Powell, you flatter me by the way. I find myself rather hungry. Shall we find a place to dine? Thus, under Powell's warm hospitality, Chen Mo experienced the exquisite taste of a Michelin 3-star restaurant for the first time in his life. Very refined, though I must admit, I did not leave feeling quite full. By the time he returned to his lodgings, it was already 3 in the morning. Chen Mo reclined on the soft mattress, finally taking the time to assess his gains. First, the attribute points. The 13 anomalies, 10 yellow tier, 3, and 1, had collectively bestowed upon him an increase of 35 points in willpower, along with enhancements of 21 points in both strength and agility, bringing his total attribute points to 1036. Consequently, the World Prompt Fragment 4 was finally unlocked. Chen Mo opened his backpack and beheld the fragment resting in the first slot. You have used World Prompt Fragment 4 by 1. The following is the World Prompt: break through the limits of the extraordinary realm to enter a new, the Holy Realm. There are 3 methods to transcend the extraordinary realm's limits. These 3 methods are: merge with divine blood, devour the magic core, and forge the foundation of humanity. Upon reading the new information provided by the World Prompt Fragment, Chen Mo was struck with astonishment. Indeed, these were methods to transcend the extraordinary realm. Moreover, the realm beyond the extraordinary was astonishingly termed the Holy Realm. Extraordinary. Holy. Chapter 59. 3 different paths. The World Prompt continued. Merge with divine blood, which will gradually extinguish the will of humanity, transforming into divinity, ultimately evolving into the divine human race. Devour the magic core, which will gradually extinguish the will of humanity, transforming into demonic thought, ultimately evolving into the demon race. Forge the foundation of humanity, which will significantly enhance willpower, body, and lifespan. These 3 ascension methods represent 3 distinct paths. To forge the foundation of humanity, the key lies in using willpower to forge oneself. When every inch of flesh and blood is tempered by willpower, the foundation of humanity is established, leading to an immediate breakthrough into the Holy Realm. The World Prompt concluded here. Chen Mo finally comprehended what that strange blood core was that Su Hao had consumed during the last simulation. A magic core, gods and demons existing on the earth where humanity resides, and humanity, much like livestock in a cage, is at the mercy of others. Merging with divine blood and devouring the magic core does not transform one into a divine or demonic race, but rather into a divine human race and a demon race. Chen Mo whispered, I fear that these divine humans and demons are not benevolent beings, as evidenced by the term fallen ones uttered in the rage of that divine servant. Chen Mo recalled the drop of golden blood in his backpack. Was that divine blood? No, that cannot be. The system only indicated that absorbing that drop of golden blood could grant substantial recovery abilities. It must either be insufficient in quantity or divine blood must be something else entirely. Chen Mo shook his head, casting aside the swirling thoughts in his mind. With some time still remaining before he reached the limits of the extraordinary realm, pondering these matters now would only serve to confuse him. He decided to reflect on them later or to utilize his simulation opportunities to seek methods then. With this in mind, Chinamo began to practice the Wudong Tranquility Technique. Time flew by. And before long, dawn broke. The summit convened as scheduled. Song Chongqing led Chinamo into the venue with heads held high. Initially anticipating a fierce confrontation, they were taken aback to find that all the senior members of the other three major factions regarded the two with expressions of awe. Song Chongqing felt a twinge of confusion, but as he observed the flickering gazes lingering on Chen Mo, he quickly grasped the situation. It seemed that Chen Mo's astonishing battle from the night prior had captured the attention of the high-ranking members of these powerful factions. A confident smile spread across Song Chongqing's face. However, as the summit progressed, Song Chongqing found himself feeling somewhat powerless, and even Chen Mo sat beside him, on the verge of dozing off. The reason was simple. It was just too easy. The other three factions had remarkably agreed to allocate 30% of the total benefits to the Xia Nation, far exceeding Song Chongqing's bottom line. Once the distribution of the cake was finalized, the meeting swiftly moved on to the next crucial agenda item, to publicly announce the anomaly invasion incident to all of humanity. This discussion generated a considerable amount of debate, but it was clear that the four factions were in agreement on this point, with only minor disagreements on the details. Time sped by, and the proposal was ultimately finalized. On January 1, 2002, the United Nations issued two significant announcements to all of humanity. An announcement to all humanity regarding the anomaly invasion incident and white paper on the establishment of a Pan-Human Defense Alliance. From this moment forward, humanity officially entered the era of anomalies, with the anomaly response organizations of the four major factions, along with their extraordinary powers, finally unveiled to the public. Unrest was inevitable, but fortunately, the four factions had prepared in advance. In chaotic times, heavy-handed measures are required. Modern weaponry may be ineffective against anomalies, but for carbon-based life forms, they are undoubtedly lethal. Riots in various locations subsided in less than 2 hours, and the lives of ordinary people appeared largely unchanged. With cattle and horses still toiling from dawn until dusk in the days that followed, Chen Mo engaged in a behavior he had once deemed impossible, forging brotherly bonds and cultivating relationships. The target of this endeavor was none other than General Powell. In pursuit of an opportunity to approach the third spatial crystal, Chen Mo was willing to go all out. Naturally, his prowess had indeed impressed Powell, and as the days passed, their relationship blossomed remarkably. During this time, Chen Mo also made a request to closely observe the supercomputer, Radiance. Surprisingly, after a puzzled glance at him, Powell readily agreed. It seemed that he felt no need for Chen Mo to curry favor. He would have readily complied with the request regardless. Later, Chen Mo learned that Powell had no concerns about him damaging Radiance. He realized he had fallen into a cognitive trap. The four supercomputers from the future, as determined by scientists, were constructed from materials of strong interaction. In this era, there was likely no means to inflict even the slightest harm upon them. The usual protective measures for supercomputers were not intended to safeguard the machines themselves, but rather to protect the small nuclear power units supplying energy on the periphery. The four factions' confidentiality measures regarding the supercomputers were solely aimed at the general populace. Guests of high stature, like Chen Mo, merely wished to glimpse the supercomputer, which is hardly a matter of great significance. If they wish to see it, let them do so. Can you dismantle it, after all? Before long, under Powell's guidance, Chen Mo arrived at the headquarters of the Resistance Organization. Radiance and Profit, both deeply entrenched within fortified underground structures, could only be accessed via exclusive elevators. Honestly, I don't understand why you're so interested in this contraption, Powell quipped. Our people in the Resistance Organization tend to steer clear of it. Whenever it sounds, it signifies a potential for death. Although we publicly refer to it as Radiance, in private, we call it the death knell. Chen Mo nearly chuckled at Powell's dark humor. Consider it a peculiar hobby of mine. I've heard that the supercomputers of the four major organizations possess subtle functional distinctions. I wonder what unique capabilities Radiance holds. Powell nodded in response. In truth, it's not particularly remarkable, and its practicality pales in comparison to the North Russian Red Alliance's Morning Star. Radiance occasionally draws the consciousness of those nearby into a temporal fragment that closely resembles reality. The span of these fragments is vast, encompassing medieval battlefields from 1,000 years ago to futuristic worlds a century hence. Unfortunately, each experience lasts a mere 10 minutes. 10 minutes is hardly enough time to achieve much, and you can never predict when Radiance will do this. Perhaps today, tomorrow, or even a year from now. Powell shrugged that we used to station personnel nearby, but we later found it to be of minimal efficacy, thus letting it unfold naturally. Chapter 60. Temporal Fragments, New Information? Oh? Chinamo approached Radiance with keen interest. Powell remarked with a smile, "Perhaps you'll be fortunate enough to experience that sensation. It's quite marvelous." No sooner had he spoken than Chan Mo's body suddenly slumped to the ground. Powell's eyes widened as he hurried to support Chinamo. Laying him flat on the ground, my words must be blessed by the heavens today. This fellow truly has remarkable luck. I wonder what era he has encountered within the temporal fragment. Powell mused enviously. As he had yet to experience such a sensation himself. The sky was dim, shrouded in dense clouds. The earth, as far as the eye could see, was only scorched soil and dark red bloodstains. Chinamo stood entranced, and in an instant, he understood his current location. It appeared that Radiance had drawn his consciousness into a temporal fragment. It felt incredibly real. Chinamo crouched down, inspecting the ground beneath him. The soil bore the marks of intense heat. When exactly is this? He murmured. Just as he pondered, a tremendous sound erupted from the horizon. Chinamo straightened, gazing toward the source of the noise, where he beheld a dazzling light. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he sprang forward with all his might, racing toward that direction. Although his consciousness had been drawn here, this virtual body astonishingly replicated all his strength, truly remarkable. Chinamo marveled, moving as swiftly as lightning. Within minutes, he clearly discerned the origin of that radiant glow. It was a divine servant. Chinamo could not help but exclaim. The figure was one he recognized all too well, the target he had envisioned countless times. Yet, something was amiss. There were slight differences in appearance, though the aura remained unmistakable. It seemed that divine servants were never singular. Chinamo halted, crouching low to scrutinize the situation ahead. Oddly, at this distance, the divine servant's overwhelming presence should have crushed him. Yet he felt utterly unscathed. Was it because he was merely a virtual version of himself? Chinamo could not decipher the reason, but this was fortuitous. It allowed him to approach a little closer and observe what the divine servant was engaged in. As he drew nearer, he finally discerned the truth. The divine servant was locked in combat with an unknown entity. The echoes of their battle were monumental, yet as they passed through Chinamo, they seemed to bypass him entirely. It appeared that here, he was indeed a mere specter. A smile crossed Chinmo's lips as he charged into the heart of the fray. Indeed, neither combatant acknowledged his intrusion. He seemed merely an interdimensional observer. Now, Chinamo could fully see the figure battling the divine servant. It was a man. A true, living man, radiating an intense aura of willpower. Compared to Chinamo, his body glowed with an unparalleled purity of white light. With each clash, he pushed the divine servant back, clearly gaining the upper hand. Golden blood splattered the surrounding earth, transforming the scorched soil into a resplendent hue. The divine servant's injuries worsened. Limbs were severed and regenerated repeatedly. Yet Chinamo keenly observed the divine servant's recovery slowing significantly. When the man once more cleaved the divine servant's left arm, the golden wound failed to heal, and the divine light emanating from the servant dissipated, leaving it kneeling like a condemned prisoner awaiting execution. Chinamo knew that the divine servant had been defeated. The man's white aura intensified as he soared into the sky, raising his blade. Today, the God-Slayer, the quasi-saint of humanity, Pangaea. A thunderous roar resonated through the heavens, engulfing the divine servant and obliterating Chinmo's entire view. When he regained his senses, he found himself lying on the cold ground. Powell sat beside him, his expression one of envy. How was it? The sensation of traversing time is quite exquisite. I assent it. I'm curious about what era you visited and what you witnessed. Chinamo shook his still-dazed head, smiling as he replied, It was indeed marvelous, but I truly cannot discern the era. It seemed to be a battlefield, and I saw no one else. Chinamo answered Powell's inquiry with some reservation. The terms quasi-saint of humanity and God-Slayer echoed in his mind, suggesting new information veiled in a thin layer of mystery before him. What a pity. Had you visited some future entertainment venue, you would have had a delightful experience, Powell remarked, his face alight with anticipation. Battles are merely ruins, corpses, and debris. Hardly captivating. Chinamo snapped back to reality, offering an awkward smile. 10 minutes is hardly sufficient for anything meaningful. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. Temporal device detected. Proceed with assimilation. Assimilating the temporal device will simultaneously extract temporal crystals, yet the device's functionality will remain unaffected and its accuracy significantly enhanced. The familiar phrase stirred a complex mix of emotions within Chen Mo. He wondered what changes would occur after this assimilation and what the future might hold. Assimilate. Assimilation in progress. Assimilation rate 15. 60.99. Assimilation complete. Congratulations to the host for absorbing the temporal crystal. New function. Deduction. Level 3. Unlocked. Collect all 4 temporal crystals present in this timeline to unlock a key function of the system. The host is encouraged to continue striving. Unlike the previous assimilation that merely unlocked a new tier of deduction, this time the system provided an additional prompt. 4 crystals, you say. Only the one from the Europa Divine Enlightenment Organization remains. Chen Mo steadied his thoughts, feigning to examine the Radiance supercomputer for a while longer before expressing his satisfaction to Powell. Your peculiar hobby is quite strange. I've seen those who admire beauty, advanced weaponry, and video games, but you are the first to favor supercomputers. Powell laughed. Chen Mo offered no rebuttal as he departed alongside Powell. Upon returning to his residence, Chen Mo promptly accessed the new deduction interface. Deductions, Level 3 retains all functionalities of Deduction, Level 2, with more detailed visuals. During the deduction process, the host can actively choose to enter a specific deduction world for a duration of 72 hours. This function can be utilized once per deduction, and the host may exit the deduction world at any time within the 72 hours. Upon entering the deduction world, the character's body and strength will reflect those within that world. The system will maintain fundamental functions that only apply within the deduction world. Attribute points cannot be carried out of the deduction world. Chen Mo's eyes brightened. At Level 1, he received a random memory or insight. Level 2 allowed him to randomly acquire an item previously utilized in the deduction. Yet Level 3 proved immensely practical, permitting him to voluntarily enter the deduction world for 3 days. Did this mean he could actively participate in crucial moments within the deduction? The limitations seemed trivial in comparison. Chapter 61. Su Hao is killed. Alas, Chen Mo's deduction cooldown had not refreshed due to the absorption of the temporal crystal. There remained a full half-month before he could engage in deduction again. With this experience in mind, Chen Mo even entertained the thought. Since the various factions' protection of supercomputers was not as stringent as anticipated, why not seize the opportunity to assimilate the temporal crystal from the Europa Divine Enlightenment Organization as well? Yet sometimes, unexpected events arrive sooner than planned. The following day, shortly after returning to the country by plane, Song Chongqing received unfortunate news. Alongside him, Chen Mo also furrowed his brow deeply. Jianxin, are you suggesting that Su Hao has committed murder and fled in fear of retribution? This news is nothing short of a thunderclap for everyone involved. Su Hao is a person well known to us all, an exemplary student from the first training camp, ranked first in overall performance. With a warm heart, a righteous spirit, unwavering willpower, and remarkable bravery during abnormal combat. Could such a person truly take a life and then run away in fear? Do not jest with me. I am fully aware of who Su Hao is. There must be an explanation. Tell me everything at once. Chen Mo, too, frowned and inquired, who did Su Hao kill? Quan Jianxin sighed deeply. Let us discuss this as we walk. Seated in the back of an East Wind SUV, the three of them listened intently as Quan Jianxin recounted the entire sequence of events, including the results of the internal investigation. Just 3 days prior, Su Hao had voluntarily requested a task involving a mysterious-level abnormal incursion at headquarters. Due to Su Hao's exceptional abilities, his status within the organization had been steadily rising, and without a second thought, the task office assigned it to him. The outcome was swift. That very afternoon, Su Hao completed the mission and returned to the headquarters of the Darkwalkers organization. According to the staff at the task office, Su Hao had exhibited some unusual behavior upon his return, with his eyes appearing slightly bloodshot. Out of concern, they inquired about Su Hao explained that he had been overly vigorous during the fight against the anomaly, resulting in some eye strain, nothing serious. The staff accepted this explanation without suspicion. However, that very night, strange occurrences transpired in the residential area of the Darkwalkers organization where Su Hao was temporarily staying. Some claimed to have seen a shadow flit across the yard, and as returning combatants approached to investigate, they discovered remnants of a torn-up stray cat scattered about. Following the trail of blood, They found Su Hao crouched in a corner of the community, frantically stuffing pieces of the cat's bloodied flesh into his mouth. The combatant, sensing something was amiss, urged Su Hao to cease his actions and accompany him back to the headquarters for examination. Yet, Su Hao launched an attack on the combatant instead. The combatant was seasoned, possessing strength akin to the extraordinary classification within the Darkwalkers, effectively a pseudo-extraordinary level. He managed to parry Su Hao's first 2 strikes, drawing the attention of many returning combatants. Numerous others came to assist, but Su Hao's strength was overwhelming. In less than half a minute, he incapacitated the combatant severely. He then effortlessly escaped the encirclement of the other combatants, vanishing into the night. Tragically, the combatant succumbed to his injuries en route to the hospital. The organization's headquarters responded swiftly, launching a manhunt for the fugitive Su Hao. Unfortunately, the concealment techniques learned in training were now employed in his escape. A day prior, the pursuit team had entirely lost track of him. This led to the hurried report by Quan Jianxin to Song Chongqing and Chen Imo upon their arrival. Upon hearing Quan Jianxin's account, Song Chongqing and Chen Imo were momentarily at a loss for words, especially Chen Imo, who felt an unsettling strangeness about the situation. Why had it unfolded so abruptly? Could it be related to his absorption of the third time-space crystal? Otherwise, how could there have been no hints in his earlier deductions? A sense of guilt welled up within Chen Imo. Let us return first. We shall deliberate on this matter shortly, Song Chongqing sighed. Addressing Quan Jianxin, then, Chen Imo, I will have the driver take you home first. Chen Imo understood that Song Chongqing was wary, concerned about his connection with Su Hao. In their eyes, both Su Hao and Chen Imo hailed from the same background, sharing a significant bond. What if Chen Imo chose to protect Su Hao? Human nature is often complex. On one hand, they require the elite combat strength of both Su Hao and Chen Imo. Yet on the other, they fear betrayal. In reality, Chen Imo's relationship with Su Hao is not as close as Song Chongqing presumed. Chen Imo had few friends, but that did not mean he would abandon his principles in aiding those he considered friends. Ultimately, he remained a solitary individual, be it Su Hao, Song Chongqing, or Powell. The friendships he formed would always linger just beyond the walls of his heart. However, upon returning to his residence, Chen Imo experienced an uncommon bout of insomnia. Su Hao's condition bore a striking resemblance to the state observed during the absorption of the demonic core in his deductions. Yet with his current strength, it was impossible for him to withstand the pressure within the dark barrier to break the blood cocoon and retrieve the demonic core. Moreover, there had been no reports of the appearance of dark barriers during this period. Chen Imo tossed and turned. What could be the reason behind this? Damn it, why must the deduction take another 10 days? In a tumult of emotions, Chen Imo settled into a cross-legged position, employing the Wudong Tranquility Technique. His consciousness sank into the realm of visualization. His mind gradually found peace. Regrettably, this time of meditation yielded no enhancement of willpower. By the following morning, Chen Imo resolved to head directly to the headquarters of the Darkwalkers organization. What? You expect me to handle all recent level ground anomalies? Song Chongqing's eyes appeared slightly sunken. Clearly having had a restless night. That is not an issue. I will inform you of the seer's predictions at the earliest opportunity. But you also wish to find Su Hao? This matter. Chen Imo gazed steadily at Song Chongqing, his expression devoid of emotion. Song Chongqing felt unnerved under Chen Imo's unwavering gaze and reluctantly added, regarding Su Hao, I discussed it with Jianxin and several advisors last night. We plan to form a special task force and enlist some renowned technical reconnaissance experts to see if we can trace Su Hao's whereabouts. If you wish to search for him, I suggest you wait a while. Results may come sooner than anticipated. Song Chongqing's words carried an undertone of dismissal towards Chen Imo, yet Chen Imo remained silent, fixing his gaze upon Song Chongqing without wavering. After a moment, Song Chongqing cleared his throat. I will provide you with the contact information for the leader of the special task force, if you wish to join them. You may do so, but please, do not act impulsively. If you find Su Hao, do not harm him. We must ascertain what has transpired with him. Only then did Chen Imo reveal a smile, nodding gently in agreement. Chapter 62. You can save him once, but not twice. 5 days later, Chen Imo finally encountered the level ground anomaly incursion he had been anticipating. After successfully vanquishing 2 level ground anomalies, he eagerly awaited the cooldown of his long-awaited deduction. Almost unable to contain his excitement, he activated the deduction interface. Initiate deduction. The scenes before him began to flow smoothly, immersing him in a reality where he observed everything from the perspective of an onlooker. Was this the effect of the third time-space crystal? It bore a semblance to the state of the time fragment. The third-level deduction provided clearer visuals than he had anticipated, in early 2003. The investigation into the Su Hao murder incident became increasingly clear, and his trajectory was largely determined. You followed the investigative team to Qingliang Mountain. This mountain is vast, so expansive that a thorough search would struggle to locate someone deliberately hiding. The search operation persisted for an entire month, yielding no results. However, a turning point often arrives unexpectedly on this day. The search team suffered casualties, not due to accident, but at the hands of some ferocious beast. As the ground was littered with dismembered limbs, you keenly sensed that this was no mere beast but rather the handiwork of Su Hao. With one incident, there naturally followed a second and a third. As Su Hao continued to strike out, you finally tracked him down, delving deeper into the mountains until you discovered him in a cave, a figure resembling a wild man. At this moment, Su Hao's eyes were bloodshot. His aura strange, entirely unlike that of a human. You sought to uncover what had transpired with him and thus launched an attack. Su Hao's strength had grown immensely, yet he was still no match for you. And after several exchanges, you subdued him. However, in response to your inquiries, Su Hao could only emit meaningless howls, utterly incapable of providing coherent answers. As Chen Mo absorbed this information, a spark ignited within him. He decisively utilized the new feature of the third-level deduction to enter the deduction world. Before him appeared a pitch-black vortex, exuding a powerful gravitational pull that instantly drew him in the next moment. He found himself within the cave, standing over the subdued Su Hao. Su Hao's arms and legs had been dislocated, rendering him immobile. Su Hao, do you still remember who I am? Chen Mo inquired, his brow knit in concern. The only response was a series of growls. Chen Mo crouched down to meticulously examine Su Hao's condition. He felt no trace of willpower. It had vanished for some unknown reason, yet his strength and agility remained formidable. His heartbeat raced, and his body temperature soared beyond normal limits, as if infected by some virus. It did not seem to result from the influence of abnormal psychic waves, nor did it appear to be a consequence of parasitism by the worms within the dark barrier, nor the ingestion of a demonic core. Could it be that yet another faction had emerged? Chen Mo's pupils constricted sharply. Did every instance of absorbing the temporal crystal inevitably invite a new invader to Blue Star? He concentrated a dense force of willpower in his hand and gently placed it atop Su Hao's head. This method proved effective for ordinary individuals affected by anomalies. However, at this moment, the willpower could not penetrate Su Hao's body, as if a barrier obstructed his surface. Just then, Chen Mo's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he turned sharply to look behind him. Instantly, he felt as though he were facing a formidable foe, his muscles tensing in response. The reason was simple. Behind Chen Mo, an enigmatic figure clad in a black robe had inexplicably materialized. She stood there silently, her face obscured beneath a dark hood, and there was no trace of willpower. Chen Mo's expression grew grave. The individual before him exuded no hint of willpower, yet she radiated an overwhelming sense of threat, rivaling even the most formidable celestial anomalies in their prime. "Who are you?" Chen Mo inquired in a low voice. The figure did not respond but instead raised her hand and slowly removed her hood. A pale visage of a human female emerged before Chen Mo's eyes. She appeared cold and proud, with a glimmer of sorrow faintly visible in her gaze. After appraising Chen Mo for a moment, she gently shook her head, as if pitying him in a world destined for destruction. "No matter how exceptional your talents, you are merely a pitiable soul." Her frigid voice echoed in Chen Mo's ears. Frowning deeply, Chen Mo swiftly drew his long blade, its radiant white glow enveloping the entire weapon. "Hee, what an amusing little fellow. Sheath your blade." Willpower, such a thing is a weapon against gods and the divine race, yet it holds no power against demons and our kind. The woman chuckled softly, covering her mouth. "The one lying on the ground, he is your friend? How unfortunate. The demonic aura we unleashed upon our arrival inadvertently affected him, transforming him into his current state. It is not difficult to save him." Her gaze flickered flirtatiously, yet Chen Mo had no inclination to appreciate her beauty at that moment. He asked, "How do I save him?" "Young one, you truly lack manners. When seeking help, what should one do?" The woman chuckled lightly. Chen Mo raised his blade, pointing it directly at the enigmatic demon race woman. You just admitted that your demonic aura caused him to become this way. Should you not rectify it? The woman paused, regarding Chanemo with a mixture of amusement and a teasing glint in her eyes. How intriguing, indeed, it is quite simple. Restrain him, keep him away from the demonic aura, and prevent him from continuing his slaughter. In less than 10 days, the demonic aura will naturally dissipate, and he shall return to normal. Remarkably, the woman did not create obstacles for Chanemo and directly divulged the method to him. All right, that I initially came here to resolve this minor inconvenience. Since you, a young human, are willing to serve me, I shall gladly enjoy this leisure. However, let me remind you, only those with demonic thoughts in their hearts can be influenced by demonic aura. You may save him once, but you cannot save him twice. Cherish your final moments. Little one, the woman gracefully moved, and before Chanemo could react, she had already approached him. Just as he was taken aback and prepared to exit the simulation world, she extended her slender, fair fingers and gently flicked his chin. Farewell, little one. When he looked again, the woman had vanished without a trace. Chanemo felt a cold sweat break out. He had anticipated a considerable disparity in strength between himself and this woman, yet he never imagined it to be so vast that he could not even keep pace with her movements. After a moment, he exhaled deeply. The demon raced, devouring the core of darkness, transcending the extraordinary realm, obliterating human will, transforming into demonic thoughts, gradually evolving into the demon race. Chanemo recalled the contents of the world prompt fragments. Where did they truly originate? 3 days later, as Chanemo concluded his time in the simulation, he entrusted Su Hao to Song Chongqing before exiting the simulation world. The scene before him shifted to a spectator's perspective. Chanemo found himself in a daze, exclaiming, "This new feature is truly remarkable." The simulation continued to unfold. This book will feature several female characters, but rest assured, there will be no female lead or romantic subplots. Chapter 63. Goddess Servant Slain. A monumental change ahead. 10 days later, Song Chongqing informed you that Su Hao had returned to normal and was filled with deep remorse for his actions. However, one must face the consequences of their misdeeds, and Su Hao was sentenced. Yet, due to the tense situation, he still participated in the battle against the anomalies while bearing the weight of his guilt. You became aware of a new force emerging in this world, the Demon Clan, and began to seek traces of these beings. However, the evidence you anticipated finding regarding the existence of the Demon Clan proved to be elusive. It wasn't until mid-2002, when the Dark Barrier descended once more upon the Europa Alliance, that traces of the Demon Clan reappeared. Upon learning of this event, you hurried to Europa, but arrived just a moment too late. After the Dark Barrier dispersed, the Blood Cocoon and the Blood Giant had vanished, leaving only the woman in the black robe you had encountered before. Standing amidst the ruins of a city, she regarded you with a playful gaze, inquiring if you desired the object in her hand, which you focused on to discover was a demon core. Noticing your frown and lack of response, she chuckled softly and vanished into a shroud of black mist, bringing this incident with the Dark Barrier to an abrupt conclusion, with even the Divine Servant failing to make an appearance again. Time flew by, and before long, it was early 2003. You had reached the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm, yet remained at a loss on how to forge your will into your being, break through the shackles, and attain the saintly realm. It seemed fated, as Su Hao sought you out once more, wishing to spar with you. You keenly sensed that something was amiss about him, though you could not pinpoint the source. You acquiesced to Su Hao's request, and to your surprise, you lost. His willpower was far inferior to yours, yet his strength and agility were astonishingly more formidable than when you activated the Lone Brave title. During the battle, it felt as though your will was being slowly eroded by some unseen force. When you inquired about the reason behind this, Su Hao was reluctant to divulge anything, merely stating that it was his own path and unrelated to others. Only then did you realize that Su Hao's transformation must be connected to the Demon Clan. BY mid-2003, the Celestial Grade Anomaly Invasion event arrived as expected, and you effortlessly resolved the situation. The other 3 major forces, contrary to your predictions from the previous simulation, did not fall one after another. Instead, they continued to control significant territories, and the global population decline was not as rapid as anticipated in early 2004. You understood that the Divine Servant would eventually descend this year, prompting you to strive even harder to find a method for breakthrough. After much effort, You finally discovered the path to forge your will into your being. This was a painful process, and despite enduring countless hardships over the course of more than a month, you managed to complete the forging of only one hand, with the breakthrough to the saintly realm still far from reach. Meanwhile, Su Hao's might had become known to all. His combat prowess was indistinguishable from that of a celestial being capable of shattering mountains. Not only him, but also a host of powerful warriors emerged from the other three major forces. You sensed that there must be a hidden hand orchestrating these events. You harbored a strong premonition that these suddenly manifested powerful forces would not meet a favorable fate, nor were they anything beneficial. By the end of 2004, the divine servant descended. At this point, you had fully forged both your arms. Although your attributes had not increased, if you were to forcefully unleash your power, those arms could provide combat prowess equivalent to that of the saintly realm. Coupled with the enhancements from the Lone Brave title, you believed you could surprise the divine servant this time. However, before you could make a move, several figures floated in the sky, leading with Su Hao. While the others were top warriors from the other three major forces, they simultaneously launched an assault on the divine servant, their dark red brilliance contrasting sharply with the white light of willpower. Confirming your suspicions, these individuals had likely consumed the demon cores and were in the process of transforming into the demon clan. Faced with these formidable beings of the saintly realm, even the divine servant displayed signs of panic. Besieged from all sides as golden blood rained down from the heavens. Yet, the divine servant ultimately emerged victorious, with Su Hao and the others perishing in battle. You steadied your mind, preparing to intervene, but then an unexpected turn of events occurred. You witnessed the woman from the demon clan once more. She emerged from a swirl of black mist and brazenly attacked the divine servant. Exhausted from the fierce battle, the divine servant was no match for her. Before long, the divine servant met his demise amidst a roar of unwillingness, and the woman laughed triumphantly, claiming his corpse. Then, astonishingly, she turned her gaze towards you. The woman descended before you with a seductive smile. Yet you felt a chill run down your spine. She informed you that her objective in this world had been achieved. She had gathered sufficient pseudo-divine blood and was close to purifying it into a drop of divine blood. She would soon depart, but regrettably, the natives of your world were unable to traverse to other realms. Even if she held a modicum of interest in you, she could not take you with her. After bidding you farewell, the woman vanished from sight. You stood momentarily dazed, realizing that the crisis concerning the divine servant had been resolved, yet the future remained an enigma. However, it was evident that you had overthought the situation. 3 days later, the azure sky was engulfed by golden light, and in the next instant, golden rays cascaded down upon the earth. You perished. This simulation had concluded. Chunimo, after a long period of contemplation, finally regained his senses. The wealth of information from this simulation was overwhelming. The demon clan pseudo-divine blood. The divine servant's golden blood was actually pseudo-divine blood, which could be purified into divine blood. What if I had more golden blood? What am I thinking? I have already identified the method to break through the extraordinary realm in the simulation, yet I still entertain such dubious thoughts. It's utterly laughable. Simulation, level 3, can provide the host with a segment of random, clearer memories or insights from the simulation. Would you like to choose this option? Yes. An influx of information flooded into Chan Mo's mind, and a smile finally graced his lips. The system never falters at such critical moments. So, this is the method to break through the extraordinary realm, forge oneself into being. No wonder it was so painful in the simulation. The intricacies were thus. With this revelation, an idea sparked within him. Perhaps he could significantly accelerate the slow forging process from the simulation. Simulation, level 3, can materialize an item used by the host during the simulation. The item is ready. Would you like to extract it? Extract. The item has been distributed to the host's backpack. Please check. Chunimo opened his backpack, nearly believing the system had malfunctioned for failing to provide him with an item. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed a small tube beside the golden blood. A second drop of golden blood? The more, the merrier. Chunimo smiled slightly. There was also an important matter to address. Since Su Hao's location had already been confirmed in the simulation, there was no time to waste. He must restore him to normal before he could harm anyone else. The future could be dealt with later. Chapter 64. Unexpected events always arrive a step ahead. Heavy snow blanketed the entire Qingliang mountain, rendering it truly a sight to behold. A team clad in black jackets traversed the snowy path, leaving a long trail of distinct footprints. Advisor Chen, based on the footprints, scents, and other information, we have roughly determined that Su Hao has entered this vast mountain. Captain Helion, the leader of the Special Task Force, stated, pointing towards the endless mountain range before them. Qingliang Mountain stretches for hundreds of kilometers along the western side of Beijing, teeming with various wildlife and rarely visited by humans. The recent snowfall had cloaked the mountain in white, making it even more challenging to conduct a search. The snow has covered the ground, erasing the footprints and scents, Helion remarked. Should we notify the troops to set up checkpoints at the critical entry and exit points of the mountain? We could gather manpower for a thorough search. Although it may be troublesome and time-consuming, there remains a glimmer of hope. Chen Imo shook his head. How could ordinary troops possibly contain Su Hao? Besides, would setting up checkpoints be effective against a being nearly superhuman? In the simulation, conducting a thorough search cost the lives of several search team members. Now, I can ascertain Su Hao's location through the simulation. So there's no need for these unnecessary actions. You all find a place to set up camp. I will scout the mountain. With that, Chen Imo hoisted his backpack and, taking light steps, quickly vanished into the dense forest. Within the snowy mountain, Chen Imo moved swiftly. He had already pinpointed Su Hao's hiding place in the cave through the simulation, arriving at Qingliang Mountain a full 10 days earlier than in the simulation. In the simulation, the snow had melted considerably, making it easier to navigate than it was now. However, for Chen Imo, it made little difference. After more than an hour, Chen Imo gradually approached the cave. Bloodstains marked the ground, indicating that Su Hao had killed numerous animals. Indeed, upon entering the cave, Chen Imo discovered Su Hao gnawing on the carcass of a spotted deer, his appearance resembling that of a savage, much like in the simulation. Understanding how to resolve Su Hao's predicament, Chen Imo wasted no words. He charged forward and swiftly subdued Su Hao, dislocating his joints. All right, you will have to endure this for a while. Chen Imo disregarded Su Hao's desperate cries and spoke softly. Indeed, having left 10 days in advance, he had not encountered that woman from the demon race. Grasping Su Hao's belt, Chen Imo hoisted him out of the cave, and soon thereafter, they vanished into the dense forest. A day later, Chen Imo sat cross-legged, his gaze fixed upon his palm, where a drop of golden blood lay quietly. The burning sensation was intense, yet Chen Imo bore the pain with fortitude. He had anticipated that absorbing this golden blood would be an arduous task. But it turned out to be an illusion, obscuring the greater truth. Just last night, after handing Su Hao over to Song Chongqing, he returned to his dwelling. Subsequently, he took out the golden blood, examining it in his palm, seeking a method to absorb it, yet found himself perplexed. Minutes passed, and unexpectedly, a notification sounded in his ears, indicating an increase in his body's recovery ability by 1. It dawned on Chen Imo that absorbing the golden blood entailed allowing it to gradually permeate his flesh, which would automatically absorb a portion of the golden blood during the recovery process. The faster the recovery, the swifter the absorption. Upon grasping the method, enlightenment struck him, prompting immediate action. By dawn, the entirety of the golden blood had been absorbed, with the drop in his hand being the last. This single drop bestowed upon him a remarkable 10 points of recovery ability. Moments later, it was consumed entirely. Though achieving 20 points of recovery ability did not equate to the miraculous regeneration of severed limbs or instantaneous healing of wounds, it suggested that superficial injuries would likely heal completely within a day or two. Most crucially, the healing capacity of his internal organs had vastly improved. Thus, by the next simulation, before the descent of the divine servants or the emergence of heavenly-level anomalies, he would be able to forge himself anew, reaching the sanctified realm. During this period, Chen Mo's strength had steadily ascended, surpassing the halfway mark of the extraordinary realm. Host: Chen Imo. Chronological age: 17. Current realm: extraordinary. Current extra attribute points: 1106. Willpower: 514. Strength: 280. Agility: 279. Miscellaneous attributes: 33. This was primarily due to his recent engagements with merely 2 Earth-level anomalies and a lack of physical training. It was foreseeable that he was on the brink of a period of rapid strength enhancement. However, life seldom unfolds in tranquil moments. Unforeseen events often arrive unbidden. 3 days later, in the northern grasslands, Chen Imo initially believed he was confronting a mere Earth-level anomaly invasion, only to discover that someone had already arrived ahead of him. This individual, whom Chen Imo recognized, did not know him. The enchanting visage beneath the black hood, paired with her aloof gaze, mirrored the first encounter Chen Imo had with her in the simulation realm. Upon arriving at the predicted coordinates of the invasion, he immediately sensed her presence. The woman scrutinized him, and after a pause, her cool voice resonated, "An intriguing human. It is quite surprising that this world can produce a powerhouse like you. Alas, this is a world destined for destruction, and your struggles are in vain." Furrowing his brow, Chen Imo understood the extent of her strength. During the final battle of the simulation, this woman had effortlessly slain a divine servant, albeit one with significantly diminished recovery abilities. Yet, this also indicated that her prowess was likely not far beneath that of the divine servant, as she was at least a formidable entity within the sanctified realm. Fortunately, Chen Imo knew that this woman bore little malice towards someone like him, a native. Her purpose for coming to Blue Star was solely related to the dark barrier and the demonic core within. Thus, emboldened, Chen Imo inquired, "What do you mean by a world destined for destruction?" A hint of surprise crossed the woman's expression. "Oh, you wish to be enlightened? What an amusing little fellow. Very well, allow me to indulge your curiosity. Your world is merely a livestock pen for the divine race. All humans in this realm are but cattle raised by the divine. Do you comprehend now?" Chen Mo's heart sank to the depths. He had long suspected such a truth, yet its confirmation still evoked a sense of despair. Unable to restrain himself, he pressed on. "Then how did your kind and the dark barrier come to this place? You cannot possibly belong to the divine race." The woman covered her mouth, breaking into a fit of laughter. After a moment, she replied, "Strangely enough, this world was not originally connected to either our demon realm or the abyss. Yet, for reasons unknown, we can somehow transmit a modicum of power through a rift in time and space into this realm. Who knows who to thank for that?" At last, Chen Imo understood. His absorption of the temporal crystal had likely summoned these entities. "Such a marvelous opportunity. We certainly cannot let it slip away," the woman remarked with a light laugh, her gaze becoming increasingly alluring. "Perhaps in the end, we might even harvest divine blood from the reaper of the divine realm. That would make this trip worthwhile, little one. Savor your final moments of joy. Seems I shall not compete with you for the divine soldiers of this realm. Farewell." With a graceful wave of her slender hand, black mist enveloped her, and she vanished in an instant. Chen Mo's gaze remained fixed on the place where she had disappeared, his brow furrowing deeply. The demon race, now present in Blue Star, alongside the divine race that viewed them as livestock and the demon race represented by the dark barrier. The emergence of the demon race added another layer to the threat. If he were to absorb the last temporal crystal from Europa, surely the divine race would also manifest. The four great powers converging upon Blue Star, with humanity as the supposed masters. Yet, Chen Imo clenched his fists. The azure sky of the grasslands now seemed shrouded in gloom. The Earth-level anomaly approached as predicted, with a surge of pent-up frustration. Chen Imo unleashed a fierce assault, tearing the Earth-level anomaly before him into shreds. Shortly after his departure, a swirl of black mist materialized in the same spot. The woman chuckled, "How amusing, how amusing. Each time I witness these little piglets attempting to break free from divine constraints. It reminds me of my youthful self." She approached the spot where Chen Imo had just stood, licking her lips and inhaling deeply. The sweet scent lingered, accompanied by traces of temporal power. A look of astonishment crossed her face. "How delightful. I initially assumed this little fellow was merely a prodigy from a pigsty, resembling an old acquaintance of mine. But it seems he possesses hidden talents." The unrestrained smile on her face revealed her immense delight. "I do enjoy a good spectacle." 10 days later, Chen Imo returned to the capital. The headquarters of the Darkwalkers. Within a specially designed room, he encountered a haggard Su Hao. Indeed, Su Hao had finally awakened. However, he was engulfed in profound self-reproach. "Chen Imo, I truly do not know how to face his family." Chen Imo understood whom Su Hao referred to, the soldier who had sacrificed himself in an attempt to stop him that day. To save others is easy. To save oneself is difficult. I empathize with you. I too bear a sense of guilt. Chen Imo gently shook his head. I understand. But in truth, the family of the fallen soldier had already approached Song Chongqing, expressing their forgiveness towards Su Hao. The Dark Walkers were a high-mortality organization, and all families of soldiers were prepared for the sacrifices of their loved ones. They had not anticipated that this time their loved one would fall not to the anomalies, but to one of their own. However, upon learning the circumstances, there was more understanding than regret. Su Hao had also faced punishment. The compensation due to the family would not be lacking. Yet he was simply unable to reconcile with himself. Chen Imo had even donated nearly all the funds he had earned as a consultant to the soldier's family, believing himself to share significant responsibility in the matter. Su Hao had always been a compassionate person, and given the gravity of the situation, his mental breakdown was not hard to comprehend. Thank you, Chen Imo. I do not know what I should do. Perhaps what I ought to do is become stronger, eliminate more anomalies, and protect more people to atone for my sins. Su Hao lowered his head, and Chen Imo could not discern his expression. Chen Imo nodded. In both simulations, Su Hao had chosen paths that clearly led to the loss of his identity, yet Chen Imo could not declare him wrong. The woman from the demon race had claimed that Su Hao was a person with demonic thoughts in his heart, which rendered him susceptible to demonic influence. If such demonic thoughts were to sacrifice oneself for the sake of the world, to save the masses at the cost of one's life, then Chen Imo felt a sense of inferiority in comparison. Chen Imo, you may leave. I will sort myself out. Su Hao suddenly lifted his head. Gazing at Chen Imo, there was an indescribable quality in his eyes. You should also strive diligently. Perhaps I will catch up to you soon. Chen Imo smiled, acknowledging him. Yet to Su Hao, this seemed like mere indifference to his words, though he did not dwell on it, having made up his mind long ago. Chen Imo bid farewell to Su Hao, exchanged greetings with Song Chongqing, and made his way back to the villa. The reason was simple. The cooldown for the next simulation had already concluded. Chen Imo was quite eager for this upcoming simulation, as he had already discovered the method to break through to the sanctified realm in the previous one. The forging of oneself through willpower was, in essence, a process of breaking before establishing. To begin with, one must gradually dismantle the cells of the body. As these cells undergo the process of division and regeneration, one should imbue their willpower into the newly formed cells. These nascent cells will inherently carry a fragment of that willpower, ensuring that even if the cell faces decay and division once more, it will still actively harbor this will. The complete integration of willpower into oneself is, in essence, the transformation of the heart's strength into tangible reality. Naturally, this process requires an extreme concentration of spirit to guide the willpower into the new cells. Otherwise, it will yield no results. For instance, when Chen Imo previously attached his willpower to his palm for an offensive maneuver, the willpower merely lingered on the surface of his hand, failing to achieve the effect of becoming one with him. The speed of this process depends on both the intensity of mental focus and the body's recovery capabilities. This explains why, after absorbing 2 drops of golden blood, Chen Imo felt an unwavering confidence that he would surpass the threshold into the realm of the sanctified in his next simulation. The unity of heart and power, transcending into sanctity. Suddenly, a thought emerged in Chen Imo's mind. The insight dawned upon him. He smiled faintly and settled into a meditative position. Yet, there was still a matter that required confirmation during the simulation. Let the simulation commence. In early 2002, in your pursuit to swiftly reach the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm, you embarked on a global hunt for anomalies. Due to your prior battle before the summit, your name had already resonated throughout the world. Regardless of the faction, your arrival was met with immense welcome, and your plans unfolded with remarkable ease. By mid-2002, the Dark Barrier emerged on the continent of Europa. This time, you had anticipated it. Waiting outside the Dark Barrier, and indeed, the woman of the demon race arrived. She discerned that you seemed to be awaiting her, and to her surprise, a hint of shyness crept into her expression. However, you felt a chill, as you found no interest whatsoever in such a woman. Upon reaching this point, Chen Imo promptly chose to enter the simulation world. With a shift in perspective, he took control of his avatar within the simulation. Little one, don't tell me you're merely waiting for me to have a glance at you. That would make me feel rather bashful, the woman said, her voice laced with seduction. Chen Imo maintained a stoic expression and replied coolly, I have a question I wish to ask you. Ha ha ha, you wish to consult me? How amusing, however. I must say, your demeanor hardly resembles that of someone seeking guidance, she retorted. Come, let sister give you a kiss, and I shall answer your question. Chen Imo slowly stepped back, signaling his disinterest. Teach, how dull. Very well. In light of sister's appreciation for you, go ahead and ask. What is your question? Chapter 66. The path he chooses is his own. Unrelated to Yu Chinamo finally felt a sense of relief. He had genuinely worried that this frivolous woman from the demon race might attempt to restrain him. After all, his strength was still considerably inferior to hers. I wish to inquire about the relationship between the divine race, the god race, the demon race, and the human race you mentioned. Chinamo voiced his question. The woman cast a flippant glance at him and replied, "What good is knowing this? Even if I tell you, you cannot escape this prison. What if I say I simply wish to understand?" Giggle. "Very well, I shall enlighten you. The divine race and the demon race, as their names suggest, are two opposing factions. The most powerful races in the myriad realms. The gods and demons each command an unimaginable expanse of influence. For instance, the very planet beneath your feet and this world are merely a small pin under the jurisdiction of the divine race. There are countless swine such as yourselves and innumerable such pins." Chun Mo's expression remained inscrutable. Humanity had once harbored countless romantic fantasies about breaking free from Blue Star to traverse the profound cosmos. Yet now, someone was telling him that a prison is a prison, and even if one leaps from a corner of it, they remain within. The woman continued, "As for us, the demon race and the divine race, we were once all part of the human race. Now, let me explain to you what the human race is all about." The human race. The woman suddenly sighed deeply. Once, the human race was the undeniable sovereign of the myriad realms. Regrettably, due to a certain calamity, the path to their ascension was severed, making progress exceedingly arduous. Once, there were countless saints among the human race, but since that catastrophe, achieving sanctity has become immensely difficult, let alone reaching higher tiers. Since then, the territories governed by the human race have dwindled, and now they are filled with the remnants of a setting sun. Having said this, the woman pointed to herself. After the road ahead was cut off, the human race devised various means to resist the encroachments of the divine and demon races. One day, someone discovered that devouring demon cores and merging with divine blood could allow one to break free from shackles. In the heyday of the human race, the gods and demons were merely their subordinates. The human race hoarded a vast number of demon cores and divine blood for the purpose of defense, and many humans engaged in the act of consumption and merging. Countless ages passed, and thus the divine and demon races came into being. Presently, while the divine and demon races may not be as powerful as their respective counterparts, they possess their own foundations, occupying considerable territories within the myriad realms. Little one, do you know why I do not slay you? The woman shifted her tone, licking her lips, because, at the end of the day, both the divine race and the demon race are branches of the human race. Though our ideologies differ, our enemies remain the same. Of course, once the divine and demon races are dealt with, the human race will have no further reason to exist in the myriad realms. One day will belong to the demon race. Chen Mo remained silent, quietly observing the woman express her emotions. It was evident that her transformation into a demon had rendered her feelings towards humanity purely utilitarian, as her human will had long been supplanted by demonic thoughts. As for her professed admiration for Chen Mo, he did not believe a single word. To trust such a demon would likely lead to his demise. Meticulously calculated by her. Was it not the fate of Su Hao and the top-tier experts of the other three factions in the last simulation? What's the matter, little one? Are you overwhelmed by sister's revelations? How about I gift you a demon core? At least it would bolster your strength, and when the divine harvesters arrive, you might have a chance to take revenge. The woman teased lightly. Chinamo, with a stoic expression, after a moment, inquired, "Where are the humans you mentioned?" Little one, the humans have long become mice hiding in the shadows. What good is it for you to know? Besides, I have no interest in such matters. The woman scoffed. Then what about us humans? Why do we exist on this planet? The woman regarded Chen Mo as if he were a fool. I have already told you, the myriad realms are countless worlds. Once the territory of the human race. With the human race's demise, the divine and demon races naturally occupy those worlds. However, there are still numerous humans who either failed to retreat in time or had not yet reached the threshold of development. Do you not find it curious why we speak the same language? It is because we once belonged to the human race. The lingua franca of the humans is your Daxia dialect. Your world just happened to be previously occupied by the divine race. It's quite peculiar how we and the demon race managed to find our way here, having acquired the information he sought. Chinamo chose not to linger any longer and turned to leave. What an impolite little one. You ask a question and yet do not show any courtesy in return. The woman smiled alluringly, her delicate hand pointing at him, and in an instant, he felt his entire body stiffen, unable to move even a finger. Chinamo was horrified, and he immediately murmured in his heart, "Exit the simulation world." In the next moment, his consciousness had returned to his physical form before the simulation's luminous screen. Cold sweat beaded on Chinmo's forehead. In reality, he would never dare to engage with such a woman. Not even once. She was utterly terrifying, possessing immense power and a somewhat twisted disposition. The images on the luminous screen continued to flow, and Chinmo fixed his gaze upon them. A woman confines you in place, gracefully approaching you, licking her lips, and then she also licks yours. You feel a tempest churning within your stomach, an overwhelming urge to retch. Moments later, the woman vanishes into the black mist amidst a peal of laughter. In August 2002, you reached the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm. This time, you were not lost in confusion, but immediately began to forge your being with sheer willpower. By early 2003, you had completed the transformation of your body at an unimaginable speed, your willpower naturally residing in every cell of your being, and you broke through. It seemed fated that Su Hao found you once more, eager to spar with you. Having ascended to the holy realm, you keenly sensed the discord emanating from Su Hao. That aura was demonic. You understood that Su Hao had likely come into contact with the demon race, devouring the core of darkness, and was beginning to transform into one of them. You acquiesced to Su Hao's request for a duel, engaging in a titanic battle, ultimately emerging victorious. You warned Su Hao that his path would lead him to lose his true self and forsake his essence. Yet, Su Hao retorted that this path was his own choice, unrelated to you. After parting ways with Su Hao, you embarked on a relentless hunt for the aberrations, pushing the limits of the holy realm to exaggerated extremes. Even by the end of 2004, you still felt no sense of that limit. The divine servant arrived as promised, prepared to reap the souls of humanity in this world. Su Hao and the other three great powers ascended into the sky, clashing with the divine servant in battle. Ultimately, the divine servant emerged victorious but bore grave injuries. Just as a woman from the demon race appeared, you surged ahead, confronting the divine servant. The woman watched your performance with keen interest, and at a significant cost to your own injuries, you finally felled the weakened divine servant. You felt an incredibly pure energy surging into your body, greatly enhancing your strength. However, at that moment, your wounds were too severe. Your heart was halved, organs in failure, and even your recovery ability of over 20 points could not restore such damage. In your dying moments, you witnessed the woman collecting the blood of the divine being, slowly walking to your side. Chapter 67. Journey to Europa. The wind howled, the wild grass withered. In the projected scene, Chinmo stood trembling on the desolate earth, a long sword in hand. The woman from the demon race slowly approached him and delicately lifted his chin with her slender fingers. You bear a striking resemblance to him, yet ultimately, you are not him. Farewell, little one. You have perished. This simulation has concluded. Simulation, Level 3, can provide the host with a random segment of memories or insights from the simulation where the host's essence is relatively clear. Would you like to choose? Chinmo immediately chose yes. Regrettably, the memory he obtained was merely a recollection of himself relentlessly hunting aberrations, utterly meaningless to him. Simulation, Level 3, can materialize an object used by the host during the simulation. The item is ready for retrieval. Would you like to extract it? Yes. Consequently, Chinmo's expression darkened further. A roll of toilet paper. The ordinary toilet paper used by host Chinmo in 2004. At least this time, I managed to gather some information I sought, so it's not entirely fruitless, Chinmo reassured himself. The woman from the demon race remarked that I resemble him? Who is he? Could it be that I bear a likeness to her former beloved? From that last sentence, Chinmo finally comprehended why this woman inexplicably harbored a considerable fondness for him. How tedious, he mused to himself. The following day, Chinmo sought out Song Chongqing. You wish to visit the Europa Divine Awakening Organization? Oh, I see. You're interested in their supercomputer? Song Chongqing inquired. The fact that Consultant Chun was intrigued by the supercomputer was no secret within the Darkwalker organization. Naturally, this was partly due to Chinmo subtly spreading the word to those around him, making such a request no longer seem out of the ordinary. That's not difficult to arrange. While we don't have deep exchanges with the Divine Awakening Organization, our relationship is certainly better than with the Resistance Organization. I'll give them a heads up. You can consider it a tour. They won't refuse your visit, Song Chongqing assured. Chen Amo nodded. Though he was aware that Song Chongqing had previously arranged for people to gather information on him and had monitored him in secret, he could understand that from a different perspective. Chen Amo becoming a consultant for the Dark Walker organization was, after all, a process of mutual utilization. Moments later, Song Chongqing hung up the phone, then smiled at Chen Amo, saying, "See? I told you so." The Divine Awakening Organization readily agreed to your visit and mentioned preparing some special gifts for you. Chen Amo twitched his lips, replying, "Gifts can be set aside. I'd be satisfied just to see their supercomputer." "No problem at all. I'll arrange for our people over there to receive you." Song Chongqing chuckled. "Oh, by the way, Consultant Chen, I still need to inform you about Su-Hao.as." Song Chongqing shifted his tone. His demeanor grew serious. Regarding his case, the higher-ups have decided to treat it as negligent homicide. He will definitely be sentenced, but it won't be too severe. He'll be assigned to the Overseas Affairs Handling Team to make amends. Primarily responsible for dealing with aberrant invasion incidents in our jurisdiction's smaller nations, though he will occasionally return for urgent tasks. Chen Amo nodded upon hearing this. It was a favorable outcome, considering the world had not yet descended into chaos. And the law still needed to be upheld. However, he couldn't help but wonder when Su Hao would come into contact with the demon race. To be honest, Chen Amo still wanted to assist Su Hao. Having already discovered how to break through the limits of the extraordinary realm, if only he could inform Su Hao, he would most likely not accept the core of darkness, right? All right, the commander is still concerned. You read too polite, Consultant Chen. Su Hao's matter is also my concern. After all, he is a prodigy nurtured by our organization, serving as a significant reference for other team members. We certainly don't want to abandon him. Chen Amo smiled. All right then, Commander, I won't waste any more time. I'll buy my ticket and set off. After bidding farewell to Song Chongqing, Chen Amo purchased a direct flight ticket to the Europa Alliance through internal channels and set off in a flurry. The next morning, the passenger aircraft landed at Rome International Airport. There, the reception personnel, Marue, arranged by Song Chongqing, had long awaited at the arrival area. As Chen Amo exited the airport, he immediately spotted the sign the man was holding. "Welcome, Consultant Chen Amo, for your esteemed guidance." Chen Amo's lips twitched as he approached and shook hands with Marue. "Consultant Chen, you truly are a remarkable young talent. I am Marue, the secretary of the special office stationed in Europa, responsible for your inspection work. Please follow me. A vehicle has been prepared for you. Director Luo has arranged a welcome banquet for you at noon, featuring authentic Italian cuisine." The more Chen Amo listened, the more his head ached. He had come to observe, yet it had turned into an inspection. He had no desire to engage with these convoluted matters. Stop, Secretary Ma. We must prioritize the main issue. The visit to the Divine Awakening Organization should not be delayed. I must depart immediately. Huh. You're not going to eat something? You see, Director Luo has long admired you. I already ate on the plane. I am not hungry. Chen Amo extended his hand, signaling Marue to cease further discussion. Only then did Marue awkwardly nod. "I'll report to Director Luo." He hurried off to his side, made a phone call, and then scampered back. Director Luo said, "It's all up to you. I'll arrange it right away. From here to the headquarters of the Divine Awakening Organization, it'll take about 4 hours by car." Throughout the journey, Marue had rehearsed countless dialogues in his mind, but was deterred by Chen Amo's stern expression and ultimately refrained from speaking. It wasn't until the vehicle came to a stop that Marue found an opportunity to speak. The supercomputer of the Divine Awakening Organization has a naming convention different from that of the other 3 major powers. Chen Amo inquired with interest. "Oh, what is it called?" "It's called Divine Awakening." A drop of cold sweat trickled down Chen Amo's forehead. Was this a cold joke? Quite the chill. At that moment, a tall, blonde, blue-eyed white man approached briskly. "Esteemed Consultant Chen Amo, the Divine Awakening Organization sincerely welcomes your arrival. I am Viscount Jairisi, responsible for all matters regarding your visit." Chen Amo stared in astonishment at the man before him. This Viscount Jairisi spoke fluent Xiagua language. Viscount Jairisi studied for his doctorate at our Xiagua Shangjing University. Making him quite the expert on Xiagua, Marue whispered to Chen Amo. Chen Amo smiled and shook hands with Jairisi. Jairisi gestured for them to proceed, and the three of them entered the interior of the Divine Awakening organization. "Allow me to introduce the special features of our Divine Awakening computer," Jairisi said as they walked. Chen Mo was naturally quite curious. After all, the new functions resulting from his simulation upgrade were intricately connected with the unique capabilities of each time-space device. Chapter 68. Key System Function Unlocked. The Divine Awakening computer not only accurately predicts the time and location of aberrant invasion events, but most importantly, Jairisi paused, his face brimming with pride. It can teleport a warrior to the target location. Chen Mo felt a slight tremor upon hearing those words. This function? Spatial movement? Or perhaps time travel? Or something else entirely? At that moment, Ma Rui leaned in and whispered in Chen Mo's ear, "It sounds impressive, but its practical application is limited. There are too few extraordinary beings in the Divine Awakening organization. Sending one over feels almost like a death sentence. Therefore, this function is merely useful for preliminary reconnaissance of the terrain." Chen Mo understood, realizing the implications. However, if he were able to utilize this function, he could hardly imagine the exhilaration it would bring. Eliminating the time wasted on traveling and dealing with anomalies, he might soon reach the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm and begin to forge his own body. After traversing a long corridor, under the gaze of countless eyes, Chen Mo finally stepped into the heart of the Divine Awakening Organization's building, guided by Giles. "Would you like to experience the teleportation function of the Divine Awakening computer, Mr. Chen?" Giles inquired with a smile. Chen Mo certainly wanted to, but not at that moment. The last time-space crystal lay before him. Regardless, he decided to absorb it first. Time-space crystal detected, 17 meters from host. "Would you like to absorb?" Time-space device detected. "Would you like to assimilate?" Assimilating the time-space device will simultaneously absorb the time-space crystal, but the function of the time-space device will remain unaffected while its accuracy will substantially improve. Assimilate. Assimilation in progress. Assimilation rate 15.60.99. Assimilation complete. Congratulations, host, for absorbing the time-space crystal. New function. Simulation. First level max. Unlocked. Key system functions have been unlocked. Please check, host. Chen Mo paused for a moment, wondering what first level max meant. Could it imply time-space crystals exist in an unknown number of worlds? Absorbing more time-space crystals can break through the current limits of the simulation function. The timely system prompt clarified his confusion. There was also this key function. Chen Mo had no time to delve into it now. He would thoroughly investigate it once the matters here were concluded. "It seems Mr. Chen is quite fond of the Divine Awakening," Giles remarked with a smile. Chen Mo snapped back to attention. "Indeed, Mr. Giles, every time I behold these treasures, a sense of longing arises from the depths of my heart. If you enjoy it, why not stay a little longer with the Divine Awakening organization? You may utilize the teleportation function of the Divine Awakening computer at your leisure." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo felt a tug at his heartstrings. However, everything would have to wait until he studied the new system function. "I will remain here for a few more days, so I hope to trouble you, Mr. Giles." Giles's face lit up with delight as he quickly replied, "No trouble at all. A friend from afar is always welcome." Ultimately, aside from the Xia Nation, the three major forces were all eager to win Chen Mo over, wishing to bestow upon him high positions, luxurious gifts, and beautiful companions, hoping to keep him forever within their domain. Chen Mo could stay not just for a few days, but for a lifetime if he wished. After exchanging pleasantries with Giles, Chen Mo requested to rest, citing his travel fatigue. Giles readily agreed, arranging accommodations for him and ensuring Ma Rui was also taken care of. Lying on the bed, Chen Mo could hardly contain his excitement as he opened the simulation, First Level Max, icon. Simulation, First Level Max retains all functions of Simulation, Level 3, with more detailed simulation visuals. Upon completion of the simulation, the host will receive a special reward of 3 choices. Simulation, First Level Max, can no longer reduce cooldown time by killing anomalies of the Earth level. A frown creased Chen Mo's brow. He was uncertain about the quality of the special reward, but the inability to reduce cooldowns by killing Earth-level anomalies felt like a negative effect. And what about that key system function? How'd know? Wait. Chen Mo's gaze fell upon a small icon in the lower left corner of his view. The icon resembled a small crack, one that had never appeared before. What is this? Chen Mo's curiosity piqued. He focused on it, and the icon enlarged instantly, revealing information before his eyes. World Rift, charging. World Rift? What does that mean? Chinamo found the meaning of those two words elusive. Just then, a timely prompt emerged, answering his query. The World Rift function is a key system function. The host can charge it by defeating anomalies above the Earth level. Once fully charged, this function will open a rift leading to other worlds with intelligent life. Charging the World Rift can also be triggered by other means. Please explore on your own. Crossing the rift will lead to an unknown world. The rift lasts for 30 seconds. After recharging, you may choose to continue generating random rifts or return to the host's original world. The World Rift function can be partially predicted through simulation. Chinamo was deeply astonished. This World Rift function was, in fact, a means to traverse worlds. It seemed that the demon race arrived at Blue Star through some method of crossing worlds, and now, as long as he completed the charging, he too could venture into other realms, even if it were random. Chinamo realized he would not be trapped. Even if he were to defeat a divine servant, he could still evade the true god's might by utilizing this function. This was an incredible trump card. He just wondered how long the charging would take and how much could be charged by defeating an Earth-level anomaly. Chunmo's spirits lifted, and the gloom caused by the inability to reduce the simulation cooldown dissipated entirely. The following day, Chinmo returned to the Divine Awakening computer. Mr. Chin, just 3 hours ago, the Divine Awakening predicted an Earth-level anomaly invasion incident. With a count of 1. Would you be interested in experiencing the teleportation function of the Divine Awakening? Giles asked, smiling. Normally, an Earth-level anomaly invasion would cause them to be on high alert. Yet here, Chinamo felt nothing but ease and enjoyment. Isn't that precisely why I came? Chinamo replied cheerfully. Excellent. Please stand before the Divine Awakening screen. Do you see that red dot on it? Just click it, and you will instantly appear at the designated coordinates. Chinamo stepped forward and unhesitatingly pressed the red. He felt a brief flash, and the scenery transformed dramatically. Surrounding him were exposed mountain rocks and a blanket of white snow. The Alps, what a splendid view. Chinamo found a spot to wait quietly for a moment, when suddenly, a small rift appeared in the air, and an Earth-level anomaly leaped out. Unfortunately, it was just one this time. Chinamo felt a twinge of regret. The anomaly caught sight of Chinamo and, like a mouse spotting a cat, promptly turned to flee. Chapter 69. The Death of the Pope, the Divine Race? How intriguing. Even anomalies can feel fear. Chinamo chuckled lightly, his figure flashing as he swiftly captured the anomaly that had vanished into thin air. Die! You have killed an Earth-level anomaly. Congratulations, your willpower 10, strength 5, agility 5. Current World Rift charging, 0.2. Chunmo's expression darkened. An Earth-level anomaly only increased the charge by 0.2. That meant he needed to defeat a total of 500 Earth-level anomalies to fully charge. Where was he going to find that many to kill? At this stage, the incidence of anomaly invasions had not escalated to the extent predicted in the simulations. Earth-level anomaly invasions were only sporadic occurrences, and encountering this one was already considered fortunate. Just then, a helicopter from the Divine Awakening organization arrived at the scene. The teleportation function of the Divine Awakening was one way. It could bring him here, but returning would depend on his own efforts. Several combat personnel from the Divine Awakening organization descended from the helicopter, collecting the remnants scattered in the snow. Mr. Chin, Lord Giles has arranged for us to escort you back. One of the combat personnel approached and saluted Chinamo. Chinamo nodded and boarded the helicopter. Meanwhile, on the continent of Europa, in a small city-state, countless devotees from various worlds gathered to admire the majesty of the divine, showcasing their sincere faith. The elderly Pope Bell reclined leisurely in his gilded chair, basking in the soothing aroma of precious incense. He couldn't quite comprehend why the number of pilgrims coming to pray had surged recently. At first, Pope Bell enjoyed the attention and made appearances before the devotees. However, as their numbers swelled, his waning energy led him to prefer solitude, closing his eyes to rest. Unbeknownst to Pope Bell, a man clad in a pale gold robe had been observing him for quite some time. Bell slowly awakened, intending to summon his servant for a change of clothes. Thomas, he called out. Thomas? After calling several times without response, he felt it was unforgivable and began to grow angry, preparing to give Thomas a stern reprimand. But in the next instant, Pope Bell felt as if he had plunged into an ice cellar. Who are you? Guards, guards! Someone come! Pope Bell shouted in terror, his voice hoarse with fear. The man shook his head gently.
Poor swine.it is better to be dead than alive. As soon as the man finished speaking, Pope Bell's body suddenly froze and then began to disintegrate inch by inch. Moments later, there was no trace of Pope Bell left on that luxurious chair. Yet the man's expression darkened, and he scolded. A wretch with such a meager divine essence dares to call himself the earthly representative of the divine. This minuscule fragment of divinity extracted is hardly worth my effort. Wasting my power in vain. The man approached the lounge chair, waved his hand, and his body began to writhe and transform. In a moment, his presence was nowhere to be seen. A new Pope Bell emerged within the room. An unsightly figure. How could I, the esteemed Charles, find myself in such a degrading position within this divine breeding ground? How can I stand to speak of it? Charles's countenance darkened as he slowly exited the room, dismantling the recently established intangible barrier. Time cannot be squandered. Such a splendid opportunity must be seized without delay. By the time the harvesters from the divine realm arrive, nothing will remain. Giles beamed with a smile as he regarded Chen Imo across from him. Mr. Chen, our traditional Italian cuisine is rather delightful, wouldn't you agree? Though it cannot compare to the diverse offerings of your Xia country, it certainly stands out on the entire European continent with its unique characteristics. Chen Imo nodded perfunctorily. Your willingness to stay longer with the Divine Enlightenment Organization is simply splendid. You have alleviated such immense pressure from us. I believe you should remain here indefinitely. Allow me to gift you a manor. And you need not worry about titles. With but a word from you, I shall present you with an earldom. Over the past few days, these phrases had incessantly poured from Giles's lips into Chen Mo's ears, to the point where they had almost become a nuisance. Chen Mo's response was always a silent smile. Well, the only difference from his previous demeanor was the addition of a smile. Yet Giles remained undeterred, as if he believed that with enough sincerity, Chen Mo would eventually acquiesce. By the way, there's an interesting tidbit recently. Pope Bell, you're familiar with him, aren't you, Advisor Chen? Chen Mo's ears perked up. He had indeed heard the name and was relatively familiar with it, for in the nation beneath his feet, Pope Bell's reputation was quite formidable. Moreover, the diminutive papal state was situated in this very city. What of him? Chen Mo inquired. The old pope, having reached an advanced age, had previously shown little interest in ecclesiastical matters, yet unexpectedly, in recent days, he has been vigorous, personally addressing numerous issues daily. Moreover, every morning, without fail, he meets with the devout pilgrims as if he has suddenly rejuvenated 30 years overnight. Giles expressed with a hint of incredulity, revealing his lack of respect for the elderly pope, as he would not engage in idle gossip behind his back otherwise. That doesn't appear to be a bad thing, Chen Mo remarked nonchalantly. To his surprise, Giles shifted his tone. That may not be the case. It is said that the local police station near the papal state has recently received numerous reports of missing persons. All of the missing individuals are, without exception, pilgrims who came to pay their respects, which raises some intriguing questions. Chen Mo set down the crystal cup containing his drink and smiled. Are you suggesting that these disappearances are related to Pope Bell? Giles nodded, then shook his head. I merely find it somewhat peculiar. The old pope is over 90 years old, holds a high position, and while not particularly known for his integrity, he has no negative press. What motive would he have to engage in such acts? Giles chuckled lightly. In any case, the police will investigate. As long as it doesn't connect to anything abnormal, it matters not how it unfolds. However, a sense of foreboding arose within Chen Mo. He gently sipped his drink and replied coolly, That's hard to say. Huh? Giles was puzzled. Chen Mo shook his head. It's nothing. Thank you for your hospitality. Mr. Giles, I must take my leave. No need for such formality, Mr. Chen. Allow me to see you off. No, I prefer to walk alone. Having been here for so long, I haven't yet savored the cultural atmosphere. After saying this, Chen Mo bid farewell to Giles. As he walked along the ancient cobblestone path, Chen Mo pondered. The last absorption of the time-space crystal indicated that, by now, Blue Star and the divine beings had likely intertwined. He harbored a premonition that Pope Bell and those missing pilgrims were likely. With this thought, Chen Mo quickened his pace, and it wasn't long before he beheld the towering walls of the papal state. Happy birthday to our motherland, and best wishes to all my fellow readers for the National Day. Chapter 70. Secretive dealings. Looking around, the area was filled with devout believers, the crowd surging towards the gates of the papal state. Chen Mo followed the throng, Entering the vast square, there, a multitude of worshippers had already seated themselves upon the ground. Although Chen Mo could not comprehend the language spoken by these people, it was evident from their expressions that something grand was about to unfold in the square. After surveying his surroundings, he eventually found a corner of the square to wait. The worshippers were eager to rush to the base of the papal castle to receive the divine baptism, making Chen Mo's role as a mere onlooker quite rare. Before long, a figure emerged slowly from the balcony protruding from the papal castle. Instantly, the entire square erupted into a thunderous ovation. Pope Bell smiled and waved at the devout believers below. Only Chen Mo's gaze shifted, his eyes fixating intently on Pope Bell, his expression turning icy. That aura, unmistakably reminiscent of a divine servant, bearing a striking resemblance. Chen Mo could not ascertain what had transpired with Pope Bell. Was it a new type of anomaly that had taken possession of his body? Or was it the yet-to-emerge divine race meddling in affairs? Chen Mo remained quietly observant, certain that the disappearances were indeed connected to Pope Bell. As the square gradually quieted, the enigmatic Pope Bell produced a tome, seemingly reciting its contents, while the gathered believers listened intently. Only Chen Mo perceived that with each word uttered by Pope Bell, an inexplicable power swept over all present. Mental power? Willpower? No, it was akin to the divine might of a servant. Chen Mo felt a twinge of alarm. Approximately an hour later, Pope Bell retreated with a smile back into the castle, leaving the believers yearning for more, who slowly dispersed moments later. It was said that such gatherings occurred daily, with the number of arriving worshippers increasing each day. Chen Mo once again followed the flow of people out of the gates, but after a few steps, he suddenly jolted. This is bad. Chen Mo's willpower erupted, a white aura surging around him, startling the surrounding ordinary folk into fleeing in terror. A faint golden power was forcibly expelled from his body, vanishing into the sky in an instant, as the aura surrounding Chen Mo gradually dissipated. He exhaled a breath of murky air. That was the residue left within him from the gathering, drawn from the strange power that had swept over him. Attempting to control me? No, it cannot be just me. Chen Mo's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot. He paid little mind to the astonished crowd. The Divine Enlightenment Organization would undoubtedly clean up the mess. Moments later, Chen Mo spotted the individual he sought. It was a Caucasian male radiating an aura distinct from that of ordinary people, his expression somewhat dazed as he meandered towards a small door behind the walls of the papal state. He soon disappeared through the entrance. Chen Mo concealed himself atop a building, observing for nearly an hour as a total of 13 individuals vanished through that small door. These individuals shared a common trait. They all emanated that peculiar aura. Furrowing his brow, Chen Mo prepared to withdraw. He had surmised the situation here and lingering would likely yield no benefits. Just then, a familiar female voice echoed behind him. "Little one, we meet again. It seems you and I are quite fated." Chen Mo's body trembled slightly as he slowly turned around. Indeed, beneath the hood, the alluring visage of the woman came into view, still clad in that black robe, still exuding that familiar scent. "It appears you have also noticed that the fools of the divine race have occupied that pig's body." The woman chuckled, covering her mouth. "I hadn't anticipated your keen sense. The scent of that group from the divine race is indeed repulsive. Do you feel the same?" Chen Mo remained silent. The woman laughed a few times. "Aren't you curious about what the divine race intends to do? Are you willing to tell me?" Chen Mo inquired gravely. "It's hardly a secret. Within the human heart, not only resides the innate power of humanity, but also hidden malevolence and divinity, with the vast majority possessing all three. The divine race extracts the divine essence from human hearts to assist in their cultivation. The demonic race absorbs human vitality and malevolence to condense demonic cores, also aiding their own cultivation. The human race enhances their innate power to break through their constraints." The woman extended her slender finger toward the papal castle. "That fellow is of the divine race. In the past, the divine race required the blood of the divine for breakthroughs, meaning they had to hunt down deities or divine servants to elevate themselves. Subsequently, the divine race discovered a method to extract human divine essence, and from that day forth, they began engaging in these secretive dealings." Chen Mo nodded, though he held reservations in his heart. Weren't the demonic races guilty of the same? The Dark Realm employs a shadowy barrier to siphon the blood essence and magical thoughts of humanity, thereby coalescing the core of magic. These beings of the demon race then abscond with the magic cores. Chinamo even harbors suspicions that these demon-kin may be engaged in some clandestine dealings with the dark beings. How else could it be that the demon race, which sounds almost as formidable as the divine race, has established a presence on Blue Star that is not insurmountable? Regardless, it is clear that the humans of Blue Star are merely prey for these races to exploit. Chinamo remains unmoved by the inexplicable favor this woman seems to hold for him. Little one, I advise you to leave this place at once. You are no match for that individual at your current strength. The woman's lips curled into a slight smile. Allow your sister to assist you in dealing with this minor inconvenience. You must express your gratitude to sister. You know, upon hearing this, Chinamo, without a moment's hesitation, leapt from the rooftop and vanished around the street corner in the blink of an eye. He, this little one is becoming more intriguing by the moment. Quite similar to him. Chinmo's feet moved swiftly, and soon he distanced himself from the Holy Empire. He was not foolish. He recognized that both this woman and the divine race were not adversaries to be trifled with. His earlier hesitation to flee was due to concern over her potential aggression. Now that he could escape, there was no room for indecision. However, the cataclysmic battle he anticipated in the Holy Empire did not materialize. Everything seemed to unfold as it did on any ordinary day. It was not until the following day that Chinamo learned from Giles that the Pope Bell, who had been holding daily gatherings for followers, had indefinitely postponed these meetings under the pretext of ill health. This news greatly disappointed the throngs of followers who had flocked, regretting their failure to arrive earlier. Clearly, something significant had transpired, yet his current abilities rendered him unable to participate. It would be best if they both suffered heavy losses. Chapter 71. A new force? Unexpected. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. The Viscount Giles leisurely sat on the balcony of his estate villa, basking in the warm sunlight while savoring exquisite tea from the summer nation. His days had been pleasantly languid, reminiscent of the time before he joined the Divine Awakening organization. Yet, it was evident that when one experiences joy to its fullest, sorrow is not far behind. Upon hearing his assistant utter a particular phrase, Viscount Giles nearly hurled the fine porcelain teacup from his hand. What? Mr. Chinamo is departing. This news struck him like a bolt from the blue, causing his entire being to tremble. Was it not the madman Chinamo who had granted him this delightful existence? Indeed, the moniker madman had been attached to Chinamo within the Divine Awakening organization, where he tirelessly eradicated anomalies. Giles had once believed that the various benefits he promised had successfully won over Chinamo, allowing him to willingly fight for the Divine Awakening organization and the people of Europa. But now, this news, quick, prepare the carriage. I must see Mr. Chinamo. The assistant's expression turned serious as he rushed out, but returned moments later. Did you not hear me? Why are you still standing there? Giles bellowed. The assistant, looking awkward, replied, Mr. Chinamo has already what? A sense of foreboding surged within Giles. He has boarded a special aircraft to the Summer Nation, and is now flying beyond our airspace. Why did you not stop him? Giles could not contain his frustration and flung the porcelain teacup across the room, shattering it against the cabinet beside his assistant. The shards of porcelain grazed the assistant's cheek, yet he dared not show any anger. It was unavoidable, my lord. It all happened so suddenly. After a long moment, Giles exhaled a heavy sigh, collapsing into his chair. So the days of misfortune have returned. I am the Summer Nation, in the capital city. At a secret military airfield on the outskirts, the plane descended gradually. Song Chongqing eagerly awaited, watching as the cabin door opened slowly. When Chinamo stepped off the aircraft with a smile, Song Chongqing finally breathed a sigh of relief and hastened to greet him. Advisor Chun, if you hadn't returned soon, this old fellow would have lost sleep over it. The chief commander is jesting. It seems I may have overindulged in the unique features of the supercomputer from the Divine Awakening organization. My apologies for that. Chinamo had become much more astute compared to the previous year. The pressure domestically has been mounting. If you wish to play a bit longer, it would not be an issue. As they walked side by side, Song Chongqing inquired, Are there indeed more anomalies? That is part of the reason, but not the main one, that lad Su Hao is maturing rapidly, and he can handle Earth-level anomalies with ease. Song Chongqing remarked. Chinamo, puzzled, asked, What is it then? Disappearance cases. An increasing number of disappearances. Chen Mo observed that Song Chongqing's expression was exceedingly grave. How many? He questioned, recalling the disappearances in the Holy Empire and pondering any potential connections. Could it be that the divine race was orchestrating something behind the scenes? In just these 10 days, over 1,300 cases have emerged, all concentrated in one location. Our investigators have unearthed some leads. But Song Chongqing's demeanor was one of indignation. What we face may be a new enemy, distinct from anomalies and the Dark Barrier, yet sharing one commonality. They are formidable. The adversaries have been operating in Chidong City, clandestinely abducting citizens. As we have been unable to locate bodies or traces, we can only treat these as disappearance cases. Our team encountered one of the perpetrators during a bait operation, despite surrounding him with 5 members. 4 fell, and 1 was gravely injured, while he emerged unscathed. After concluding his account, Song Chongqing turned to Chen Mo advisor Chen. This matter. Chen Mo nodded slightly. Chief Commander, there is no need to elaborate. I will take action. Song Chongqing's expression softened with relief. We are fortunate to have you. Upon returning to his residence, Chen Mo pondered the information provided by Song Chongqing. Primarily, the disappearance cases reminded him of the Holy Empire. However, the abduction struck him as peculiar. It was well known that those lost in the Holy Empire were influenced by a force akin to divine power, compelling them to walk willingly toward the Pope's castle, negating the need for anyone to seize them. Another point of consideration was the strength involved. According to the demon woman, the Pope Bell presumably possessed power that far exceeded Chen Mo's OWN.AT, his current strength. He could annihilate 5 members of the Dark Walkers organization in an instant, leaving no survivors and precluding any chance of encirclement. Thus, the perpetrators in Chidong City must be weaker than Chen Mo. Were they of the divine race? Or was there another force at play? Chen Mo glanced at the swirling vortex beneath him, representing the simulation's icon. Only 1 day remained. Regardless, he resolved to wait until the conclusion of this simulation before making any decisions. The following day, Chen Mo opened the simulation icon punctually. The new level of simulation promised a choice of 3 rewards. He was curious about what treasures might await. Commencing simulation. In early 2002, the divine race descended. Pope Bell was secretly replaced, and the divine race began employing various methods to absorb the inherent divinity within humanity. The demon race and the divine race engaged in a covert struggle, suffering casualties on both sides. You arrive in Chidong City to investigate the disappearance cases and soon encounter one of the perpetrators. You act swiftly to engage in combat, discovering that this assailant is even weaker than anticipated. As you defeat him and remove his mask, you are astonished to reveal a face devoid of features. To your surprise, eliminating this peculiar assailant grants you a measure of energy, with efficiency akin to that of vanquishing an Earth-level anomaly. You begin hunting these assailants in Chidong City, yet due to their inability to communicate, while you manage to curb the escalating disappearance cases, you glean little additional information. Until one day, the figure hidden behind this group of strange assailants finally makes an appearance. He wears a bizarre mask and speaks in a deep, resonant voice, informing you. As Chen Mo observed the simulation, a thought struck him and he silently intoned, "Enter the simulation world." The perspective shifted rapidly, and the body within the simulation was now occupied by Chen Mo's conscious mind. It was a moonless night, and he stood atop a residential building, where the imposing figure wearing a strange mask addressed him. The humans in the cage would rather be slain by the gods than serve as sustenance for our great cause. Chen Mo sensed neither divine power nor demonic energy emanating from this figure. What he felt instead was a profound willpower. He was human. Chapter 72. You are not of this world. Who are you? Chen Mo retorted, his expression steely, unyielding despite the overwhelming willpower radiating from the man before him. Who am I? I am, of course, just like you, a human. The man's voice was devoid of emotion. Alas, you were born in a cage, and you shall die in one as well. Chen Mo's mind raced, and at last, a harrowing thought struck him. You are not of this world, he exclaimed. I have never claimed to be of this world. The man replied, shaking his head gently. You are impressive, to have grown to such a degree within a cage. Even in the human realm, few of your age reach such levels of the extraordinary. As the destined child of the cage world, I shall not kill you. You may go. The robust man waved his hand, as large as a fan. Yet, I hope you will cease to influence me. The fates of humanity in this world are already predetermined. The confines of the cage cannot be shattered from within. Rather than becoming mere chaff for the divine to reap, I would rather dedicate my life to the resurgence of humankind. You claim the cage is unbreakable. Then why do you come and go as you please? Chen Mo's hand rested on the hilt of his blade. All those within the cage bear the mark of the divine. And the barriers of this world will intercept individuals marked as such. The robust man was not angered by Chen Mo's slight movement. Instead, he calmly explained, "We, from beyond the cage, can leave at any time should a passage be available. And we can also return at will. Understood?" "Yes, understood. You may leave now. Although you are formidable, you are not my match," the robust man stated flatly. However, a peculiar smile crept upon Chen Mo's lips. "After all, this is not the real world. Why should I fear you?" Clang! In the blink of an eye, Chen Mo's blade was poised before the robust man. Clearly taken aback by the sudden aggression of this native, the robust man could only execute a contorted evasive maneuver. Yet, Chen Mo's strike was not merely infused with the terrifying vigor of a lone warrior. He also unleashed the special technique Double Trouble. The combination of these forces allowed Chen Mo to erupt with thrice his usual combat prowess. With a sickening sound, the blade cleaved through flesh, severing a well-formed arm. A cry of anguish escaped from beneath the robust man's mask, but his response was swift, a counterattack already in motion. Chen Mo deftly evaded the robust man's incoming kick, intending to press the assault, when unexpectedly, the man's left hand ignited with a blaze of white flame. Surging towards Chen in that flame, Chen Mo sensed a terrifying willpower. A mere moment of comparison revealed that he could not withstand it, compelling him to dodge. The robust man exhibited no inclination to linger. His body was enveloped in a faint white glow. And in an instant, he vanished into the distance. So swift. After merely a few steps in pursuit, Chen Mo realized the insurmountable disparity in speed between himself and the robust man, forcing him to abandon the chase. That white flame, along with the glowing aura that enveloped him during his escape, was it an application of some sort of willpower? Chen Mo furrowed his brow. He had never considered that willpower could be wielded in such a manner. As he remained in this simulated world for a while longer, he resolved to locate that individual again. Initially intending to exit the simulation, the sight of the robust man's abilities made him hesitate. Moreover, he needed to ascertain the nature of those faceless subordinates scattered outside. With this thought, Chen Mo leaped from the rooftop, hastening towards the Dark Walker's branch in Chidong City. An hour later, he encountered Song Chongqing within this simulated realm. "Advisor Chen, you've returned? Any discoveries?" Song Chongqing inquired. Chen Mo nodded, describing his recent encounter with the robust man while articulating his requests. "Most of the bodies of the faceless individuals you previously defeated have been sent to the laboratory in Shangjing. However, one live specimen remains detained here. Allow me to escort you," Song Chongqing replied. Following Song Chongqing, Chen Mo maintained a demeanor of heightened silence, wary of revealing any flaws that might disrupt the ongoing simulation. "Here it is, Advisor Chen," Song Chongqing said, opening an iron door. Chen Mo nodded and stepped inside. Upon finally witnessing the faceless individual, a chill coursed through Chen Mo, his hair standing on end. The reason was simple. The clothing of the faceless individual had been removed. The mask stripped away, and its limbs secured to instruments of torture, rendering it immobile. A prominent penetrating wound in the right lung was inflicted by none other than Chen Mo himself within the simulation. Though it was not fatal, the faceless individual appeared ghostly pale, devoid of any external features save for the outlines of its muscles, resembling. Chen Mo pondered for a moment, recalling the small figures he had carved from wood in his childhood. "Advisor Chen, the current information we have indicates that this faceless individual lacks external organs and a digestive system." "No digestive system?" "Indeed, no mouth, no esophagus, and neither stomach nor intestines." Chen Mo nodded slightly, stepping closer to scrutinize the faceless individual's characteristics. "It lacks a brain as well," he murmured. Song Chongqing affirmed, "Correct. The location of the brain is merely a 5-centimeter diameter tumor. The laboratory is still analyzing its precise function. Presently, it is hypothesized that this faceless individual is a biological weapon." "A biological weapon?" Chen Mo, having not graduated high school, struggled to grasp the full meaning of the term. Song Chongqing elaborated, "Each faceless individual exhibits identical DNA analysis results, surpassing our current cloning technology in horror. Thus, our scientists believe these faceless entities are mass-produced, possessing certain biological traits, and that the tumor at their brain's location may serve as a control center or some signal-receiving device. Chinamo fell silent, continuing to observe for a moment before departing the holding chamber with Song Chongqing. Commander, please arrange for your team to diligently search for leads over the next few days and locate the hideout of that mastermind as swiftly as possible. Song Chongqing nodded. Rest assured, Advisor Chen. Yet sometimes, the course of events unfolds beyond human will point 3 days later. As Qin Mo's time in the simulated world concluded, the Dark Walkers of Chidong City had yet to uncover any new leads. The robust man seemed to have been intimidated by Qin Mo, completely concealing himself, or perhaps he had already departed from Chidong City. Qin Mo felt a sense of helplessness and was compelled to exit the simulation. The luminous screen before him began to flow anew, lines of text appearing at the bottom. Chapter 73. Special Rewards, Choose One at Will. Having spent nearly a month in Chidong City without discovering any trace of the burly man, you were left with no choice but to depart in pursuit of further strength. In mid-2002, a dark barrier emerged on the European continent. You were aware that the woman would seek to collect the core of magic, yet you wished to avoid any entanglement with her, thus you did not venture forth. Before long, you found yourself grateful for this decision. A fierce battle erupted among several factions at the location of the Dark Barrier, resulting in the demise of all combatants sent by the Divine Awakening Organization, leaving them without any useful information. At this point, you had reached the limits of the extraordinary realm, beginning the process of forging your own being. By early 2003, you completed this transformation at an unimaginable pace, your willpower naturally permeating every cell in your body. You had achieved a breakthrough 3 months ahead of your previous projection. As if fated, Su Hao sought you out once more, eager to spar. You were prepared for this encounter, yet upon observing Su Hao closely, you felt a profound shock. He was imbued with a simultaneous presence of demonic energy, divine power, and will. These 3 forces fluctuated within him, forming a self-sustaining system. Although somewhat discordant, it was evident that Su Hao had successfully embarked on a new path. Unable to restrain your curiosity, you inquired how he accomplished this. Su Hao replied that each individual has their own journey, one that you could not replicate at this moment, nor could he elucidate further. You refrained from pressing further, unleashing all your might to engage Su Hao in a fierce battle. In this contest, despite having just attained the Holy Entry Realm, you found yourself outmaneuvered and ultimately defeated. Su Hao's strength exceeded your expectations. The amalgamation of 3 distinct systems left you unable to discern any weaknesses. After parting ways with Su Hao, you commenced a relentless hunt for anomalies, pushing the limits of the Holy Entry Realm to extraordinary extents. By the end of 2004, you still had not identified the boundaries of that limit. The charging of the rift function had long been completed, yet you were not inclined to utilize it just yet to traverse to other worlds. In comparison to your last projection, your strength had indeed advanced. On this day, the Divine Servant arrived as promised. To your surprise, the anticipated onslaught from various external forces did not transpire. Whether it be the Demon Clan, the Divine Clan, or the elusive outsiders, all were conspicuously absent. You found yourself questioning whether that woman from the Demon Clan would ever appear again. Su Hao asked if you would join him in vanquishing the Divine Servant. Noticing your hesitation, he shook his head and leaped into the heavens, charging towards the Divine Servant. A fierce battle unfolded in the skies between Su Hao and the Divine Servant, with divine blood raining down upon the earth. You clearly observed that the Divine Servant was no longer a match for Su Hao. After the tumult, the Divine Servant fell, though Su Hao bore significant injuries. At that moment, 3 figures rushed onto the battlefield from different directions. The woman from the Demon Clan, a man from the Divine Clan, and a one-armed warrior from the outsider race. You initially assumed they were drawn by the divine blood, only to realize they had surrounded Su Hao. Su Hao laughed heartily, casting a dismissive glance at the trio. Uncertain of what had transpired between them, you watched as Su Hao launched a rapid attack on all 3, following a fierce exchange. The members of the Demon and Divine clans fled through a sudden rift, leaving the weakest of the outsiders slain. Su Hao attempted to follow into the rift but was intercepted by an unknown energy. He landed beside you, eager to speak. when suddenly the sky transformed into a blinding gold. Recognizing this as a sign of divine intervention, you activated the rift function without hesitation, seeking to escape this world. However, the overwhelming power of the deity caused the rift to fail. You perished. This iteration of the projection concluded. Chen Mo gazed at the final two sentences, feeling a sense of helplessness. It turned out that the rift could indeed be influenced by formidable forces, meaning that in both reality and future projections, its use must be timed perfectly or anticipated. Otherwise, death would ensue, and the expenditure would be in vain. A truly painful prospect. The projection, first tier, max level, can offer the host 3 special rewards, from which the host may choose one. Reward 1. An enhancement to a primary attribute point from this projection. Overflow is ineffective, and may only be raised to the current realm's limit. Reward 2. Rift function charging progress 100. Reward 3. Recovery ability 20 points. 3 options appeared before Chen Mo, and after a long contemplation, he swallowed hard. All 3 rewards were enticing. Each promised significant benefits. The first reward could save him considerable time in training and hunting. The second would allow immediate access to the pivotal rift function. The third was equivalent to 2 drops of divine blood, nearly doubling his efficiency in forging his being. Which to choose? After much deliberation, Chen Mo's gaze ultimately landed on reward 2. He regretted not utilizing this function in the projection. It felt like a missed opportunity. Selecting this reward would allow him to experiment with the rift function in the next month's projection, opening a new path for exploration. While rewards 1 and 3 would indeed bolster his strength in the future, they would not yield transformative changes. After all, the progress bar for the holy entry realm was exceedingly long, and the deity that followed the divine servant was unfathomably powerful. Reward 2 it is. Chen Mo resolved without further hesitation. The rift function S charging was instantly completed, and he was now poised to leave this world at any moment. The projection, first tier, max level, can provide the host with a fragment of random, clearer memories or insights from the projection. Would you like to choose? Choose. A torrent of information surged into Chen Mo's mind, and moments later, a smile crept upon his lips. It was indeed knowledge gained in 2004 regarding the intelligence on several external forces collected by humanity. Though somewhat superficial, it was certainly better than nothing. The projection, first tier, max level, can materialize an item used by the host during the projection. The item is ready for extraction. Would you like to retrieve it? Yes. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback to find a robust human arm in his backpack. A human right arm. This arm belonged to a peak individual of the extraordinary realm. Its palm partially infused with willpower. A thorough examination may yield some unique insights. Chapter 74. An unconventional forging method. Pursuit. I ascended this the arm of that masked outsider I severed. How did it end up in my possession? A thought crossed Chen Mo's mind as the arm appeared in his hand. Due to its cellular vitality far surpassing that of an ordinary human, the arm remained relatively fresh. Notably, he could distinctly sense a lingering willpower entwined at the tips of the fingers. Having been forged at that very spot, a careful study? Unique insights? Chen Mo pondered. Although this arm seemed one of a kind, he couldn't immediately discern any peculiarities. Releasing his own willpower, Chen Mo slowly enveloped the arm. And at last, he began to uncover its secrets. The method of willpower infusion in this arm appeared to differ from his own approach during the projection. It seemed to be a special technique? Engrossed in his research, Chen Mo lost track of time, only surfacing from his thoughts after several hours. So that's how it works. The forging of one's being can indeed be approached in this manner. Chen Mo's method of self-forging was a process of breaking down and rebuilding. In contrast, this arm utilized some external medium to forcibly implant willpower into the cellular foundation. Ultimately, one's own willpower would connect with the implanted willpower, achieving the goal of self-forging. This method effectively mitigated bodily harm and pain, and in cases of diminished recovery ability, its efficiency far surpassed his own approach. Chen Mo held a measure of admiration for the characteristics exhibited by this arm. However, in terms of true combat prowess, it seemed inferior to his method. The implanted willpower, reliant on mental fortitude for sustenance, risked disconnection if one's core self suffered damage, potentially leading to a decline in one's realm. Conversely, his own approach ensured that willpower would persist within every cell, regardless of circumstances. A smile graced Chen Mo's lips. This was indeed the method suited for him. After storing the arm back in his system's backpack, he felt a sudden wave of dizziness. The method of concentrating one's spirit to observe the microscopic is undeniably taxing. Chen Mo was just preparing to take a brief respite when, at that moment, the phone rang. Naturally, Chen Mo knew precisely who was calling. He had been so engrossed in deduction and contemplation that he momentarily cast this matter aside. Today marked the day of his journey to Qidong City in the real world. "Commander, understood," he replied. After hanging up, Chen Mo sighed softly, reminding himself that promises made must be honored. If necessary, he could rest a while on the vehicle later. 4 hours later, Chen Mo and Song Chongqing had arrived at the branch of the Dark Walkers organization in Qidong City. Having already traversed this scenario in his mind, Chen Mo likely understood the perpetrators better than anyone present, a member of the human race from another world, accompanied by a group of biological weapons devoid of external organs, the Faceless Ones. "Commander," Advisor Chen, "at this juncture, the evidence we have gathered is limited to this." Wu Wengang, the branch's captain, spread the documents before him, his voice tinged with resignation. The branch had already lost 7 comrades. Had it not been for the relatively low intensity of recent invasion incidents, maintaining normal operations would have been an arduous task. Song Chongqing nodded, fully aware of Qidong City's plight. Reinforcements would naturally come once this matter was resolved. Chen Mo feigned thoroughness as he reviewed the documents before addressing Captain Wu. "Captain Wu, our team will primarily focus on vigilance. Should the perpetrators be spotted, notify me immediately and swiftly." "Understood. Rest assured, Advisor Chen, we shall handle it." Chen Mo did not have to wait long. At 10 o'clock that evening, Wu Wengang hurriedly approached him. "Advisor Chen, the perpetrators have appeared and are rapidly moving in this direction." Wu Wengang promptly unfolded a map of Qidong City, indicating the coordinates to Chen Mo very well. "May I borrow the map?" Chen Mo snatched the map and, without hesitation, leaped through the nearby window. Wu Wengang rushed to the window to find only a silhouette dashing into the distance. Chen Mo moved with remarkable speed. Qidong City had been under a curfew for several days, leaving the streets deserted at this hour. He was scarcely impeded, reaching his utmost velocity. Mere minutes later, he spotted the Qidong City branch's team members running. "Advisor Chen, just ahead." The team member, clearly at the limits of his stamina, spoke in fragmented breaths. It was no wonder. The perpetrator's strength was formidable, and this team member was evidently pushing himself to the extreme just to keep pace with the target. "All right, you all return. I will take care of the rest." Chen Mo nodded slightly, once again accelerating and disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Advisor Chen, so powerful!" The exclamation from behind went unheard by Chen Mo, whose attention was captured by a figure clad in black, with a person clutched under his right arm, racing away into the distance. Chen Mo opted not to confront him directly, but instead maintained a distance, intending to ensnare him all at once. Having already discerned the mastermind behind these events, there was little need for a cat-and-mouse game. Moreover, Chen Mo understood that the external human strength could be described as superficially imposing. Merely having reached the limits of the extraordinary realm, far from the capabilities of that woman from the demon clan, as long as he could seize the opportunity and prevent the use of that peculiar escape method. A single lethal strike was entirely within his grasp. More than 10 minutes later, the scenery around him shifted. The man had sprinted beyond the city limits of Qidong. Much like Yuanshan City, Qidong had once been a thriving steel city. Now surrounded by abandoned factories of various sizes, the man gradually slowed, making a sharp turn and bolting into an abandoned factory. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. He chose not to follow directly, but instead circled around the factory's perimeter. He had keenly sensed 2 unusual presences at the factory's entrance, reminiscent of the Faceless Ones he had envisioned. Chen Mo aimed to avoid alarming the enemy. The foreign human's escape techniques were exceedingly peculiar, and remaining undetected was ideal. He suppressed his aura to its lowest ebb, stealthily maneuvering around the factory walls. Not long after, he discovered a gap about a meter wide. In the wall, a faint smile graced Chen Mo's lips. It would indeed be strange for an abandoned factory not to have such an opening. When these factories shut down, countless individuals had undoubtedly ventured in to pilfer scrap metal, and such gaps were commonplace. Lowering his body, he cautiously poked his head through the gap to survey the interior. What he observed was revealing. High in the center of the open space before the factory, a Faceless One received a captured human and brought him directly inside. That faceless one then turned and dashed out of the factory, seemingly in search of another target. Chen Mo meticulously analyzed the terrain, gaining confidence, and quietly slipped through the gap, agilely moving to the side. With a powerful leap, he soared several dozen meters upward, landing gracefully atop the factory. The faint moonlight filtered through the roof seams, illuminating the scene within. Coupled with Chen Mo's commendable night vision, he could perceive everything inside the factory. Indeed, the foreign human was present. A faceless one placed the captured individual on the ground, and the man stepped forward, drawing a peculiar conical object from his waist. Chen Mo's brow furrowed slightly as he continued to observe. The man gently touched the object to the human's body, causing it to convulse violently, wisps of white vapor escaping from its orifices, swirling around before being absorbed into the cone. That willpower? Chen Mo's heart raced. No, it should be termed a person's essence. That object could absorb a person's essence. After a brief moment, the man nodded in satisfaction, stowing the cone back at his waist. He then waved his hand, and immediately, several faceless ones approached to drag away the still-twitching human, their destination unknown. As the man turned to leave, an alarm blared in his mind. What is that? The instant he glanced back, he was met with a blinding flash of white light. Chen Mo descended from above, unleashing his full strength with the dual advantage of his special techniques. This strike fell like a shooting star. With a swift motion, Chen Mo rolled on the ground, his long knife seamlessly sliding into its sheath. Behind him, the man was cleaved in two, his scalding entrails spilling forth. You have employed sound tactics to eliminate a fellow kin of comparable strength. Congratulations, your rift ability charging progress has increased by 10, current progress at 12, rift uses stored, 1. Chen Mo's heart leaped with joy. This rift ability was not a single-use recharge but rather capable of accumulating charging instances. With the man's demise, the surrounding faceless ones appeared momentarily stunned, failing to launch an attack against Chen Mo. Instead, they collapsed one by one to the ground. Chen Mo approached to examine them, discovering that their heartbeats had ceased. Were they connected to that individual? Not dwelling on the faceless ones, which he had already extensively studied in his deductions, Chen Mo turned back to the man's corpse. After a brief search, he procured 3 items. The first was the conical object that had just absorbed the human essence. From a distance, it appeared indistinct, but upon closer inspection, it resembled a Buddhist relic of sorts, though Chen Mo was uncertain of its use. The second item was a small jade pendant, which had hung at the man's waist. Sensing its peculiar aura, Chen Mo decided to take it. The third was a silver technological artifact. Why call it a technological artifact? The reason was simple. The smooth, mirror-like glass on the object's front suggested it was a device requiring fingerprint access. When Chen Mo placed the man's finger upon it, however, it failed to unlock, leaving him perplexed. At that moment, a prompt echoed in Chen Mo's ears. Detected absorbable item. Would you like to absorb? Detected assimilable item. Would you like to assimilate? Detected crackable item. Would you like to crack? The succession of prompts momentarily took Chen Mo aback. However, without hesitation, he selected yes for all options. An invisible energy surged from within him, enveloping the 3 items. Moments later, the conical object and the jade pendant vanished, while the backpack icon in Chen Mo's lower left began to flicker. The silver object, however, remained in Chen Mo's grasp, its front glass now displaying a wealth of information. As Chen Mo gazed at it, a prompt sounded again. This is a multifunctional communicator from another world, featuring interdimensional communication capabilities and geographical scanning functions. The system has cracked it and removed unnecessary features for host use. Interdimensional communication? Geographical scanning. Chen Mo found himself somewhat perplexed, yet after experimenting with the device, he grasped the function's purposes. Interdimensional communication, as the name suggests, allowed 2 identical multifunctional communicators to communicate with each other, even if their users were in different worlds. The geographical scanning feature has become remarkably useful. Upon selecting this function, the machine conducts an extensive scan of the area in which the user currently resides, creating a 3-dimensional real-world map. For Chen Mo, this is nothing short of a miraculous device. He carefully stored the compact silver machine and immediately opened the system backpack. Indeed, 2 new items lay within. One of them was the recently acquired conical object, and Chen Mo now understood its true name. Heart-piercing cone, a specially crafted instrument, primarily used to extract the heart's power from humanity. The heart power absorbed by the heart-piercing cone undergoes a degree of purification, and conversely, by using the cone, one can forge oneself with the stored heart power. This item has been assimilated, erasing its previous soul imprint, allowing the host to utilize it normally. It dawned on him that this device was employed to harvest the willpower of ordinary individuals, utilizing it to forge oneself and thus break into the realm of sanctification. Truly, this is a path of wickedness. Chen Imo scoffed. Such an item was utterly unusable for him. Next, he turned his attention to the second item. Chen Imo had anticipated it to be the jade pendant, but to his surprise, the pendant was absent, replaced instead by a tome resembling an ancient text. Method of willpower application, Heartfire Escape Technique. Upon usage, the host will learn the special skill, Heartfire Escape Technique. Utilizing this skill significantly enhances the host's speed, yet no offensive actions can be made during its execution. The duration of this skill lasts a maximum of 10 minutes, with a cooldown period of 24 hours. Chen Imo couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, a golden belt for killing and arson. These outsiders possess an abundance of remarkable items." He promptly chose to use it, and a stream of information flooded his mind, instantly clarifying the usage of the Heartfire Escape Technique. This was indeed the means by which that individual had escaped during the simulation. Excellent, it is now mine. Having completed this, Chen Imo began his search within the factory for the humans who had gone missing in recent days. After having their heart power drained by the burly man, he wondered where they might be concealed. Chapter 76. The Rift in the Simulation. Before long, Chun Mo's brow furrowed deeply. The reason was simple. He had located the missing individuals. Yet tragically, all of them were piled in a deep pit, and a glance revealed that none had survived. Even the person who had just been dragged in was devoid of breath. Once the heart power is lost, consciousness fades, and the remaining shell swiftly perishes. Chen Imo sighed, reluctant to witness such a scene, and promptly turned away. It was best for Song Chongqing and the others to handle this matter. What happened afterward with the more than 1,000 corpses was unknown to Chen Imo. Nor did he wish to know. At this moment, he had once again entered a state of hunting. More than 20 days prior, upon returning to the capital from Qidong City, Chen Imo felt the urgency of time and began to traverse the country, hunting anomalies. Regrettably, perhaps due to the dark rift of the demon race having been harvested by the demon-human race, the frequency of anomalies released by the divine race on Blue Star was not particularly high. As of today, his attributes had only reached this state. Host, Chen Imo. Physiological age, 17. Current realm, extraordinary. Current additional attribute points, 1,567 points. Willpower, 754 points. Strength, 390 points. Agility, 390 points. Miscellaneous attributes, 33 points. It appeared that to reach the limit of the extraordinary realm, he would need to engage in high-intensity battles and training for another month. Compared to the simulation, progress had certainly been made, yet Chen Imo remained dissatisfied. His expectation had been to push himself to the limit of the extraordinary realm before this simulation, allowing him to undergo self-forging during the simulation and utilize the rift function in optimal condition, thereby seeking new avenues. Alas, fate had dictated otherwise. Reaching this level was already the culmination of his utmost efforts. Chen Imo let out a soft sigh. During this time, it was not only he who had advanced. Su Hao had also begun to reveal his prowess, as the foremost individual beneath Chen Imo. Su Hao had recently exhibited peculiar behavior. Chen Imo was uncertain whether Su Hao had begun to merge the powers of the three races, as had occurred in the simulation. Nevertheless, even if he were aware, there was little he could say. Once, while returning to the capital to exchange his battle blade, which had developed cracks, at the headquarters of the Darkwalkers, Chen Imo encountered Su Hao, who was also there to collect equipment. Chen Imo intended to greet him, yet Su Hao merely smiled, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor in the past. Upon seeing Chen Imo, Su Hao would not always greet him with warmth, but he would certainly engage in conversation. Now, however, Chen Imo sensed a distinct aloofness emanating from Su Hao. Simultaneously, Su Hao's strength had surged remarkably. He could now effortlessly slay Earth-level anomalies. Much of Chen Mo's diminished hunting efficiency stemmed from Su Hao taking on numerous tasks, leaving Chen Imo with little opportunity to strike. If this continued, he might need to consider another journey to Europa. With his thoughts somewhat tangled, Chen Imo finally opened the simulation function interface. Begin simulation. Chen Imo silently intoned. He wished to ascertain what changes the rift function would bring to him and this world during this simulation. In mid-2002, a dark rift appeared on the continent of Europa. Aware that the demon woman would come to harvest the demon core, you wish to avoid further contact with her, thus dismissing this information from your mind. At this moment, you have reached the limit of the extraordinary realm and are preparing to undertake self-forging. Of course, before self-forging, you could no longer contain yourself and activated the rift function. A pitch-black fissure appeared before you. Driven by an overwhelming impulse, you stepped into the rift. Before you, the scenery shifted dramatically. No longer was there the towering steel jungle, but rather lush, towering trees and dappled sunlight. You inhaled the air, indistinguishable from that of Blue Star, and were taken aback. You had made many preparations. Fearing the air in the new world might not be suitable for your lungs, but evidently, you had worried unnecessarily. You utilized the multifunctional communicator's geographical scanning feature to comprehend the nearby terrain, mentally mapping out a rudimentary map. Following the terrain, you advanced along the direction of a small stream, encountering various peculiar creatures along the way. These animals, so different from those on Blue Star, served as reminders that you were indeed in an unknown new world. Your speed was remarkable, and soon you spotted a small village with curling smoke. You refrained from entering, opting instead to observe from a distance. The villagers remained unaware of your presence, and you detected no anomalies. In fact, your keen hearing discerned that the villagers' speech closely resembled a dialect from the Great Xia. Although you could not speak it, you could understand enough to ascertain that the language of Xia indeed derives from a common tongue of humanity. The villagers discussed the mundane affairs of village life, but you distinctly heard one term repeated frequently, Saint Envoy. The existence that this term represented seemed to be the actual overseer of their village. And naturally, you connected this term with entering the realm of sanctification and the sage you had encountered in the Ame resistance organizations traversing the future. As twilight approached, you organized your thoughts and approached the village. An elder noticed you, and in his gaze, beyond confusion, there was a palpable fear. It seemed that some aura emanating from you instilled terror in him. Chanemo hesitated, uncertain whether to enter the simulation world. His intuition warning him of impending danger. Patience, he thought. The simulation continued. The elder respectfully invited you into the village. It turned out he was the village chief, who addressed you as Honored One, inquiring about your origins and purpose for visiting the village. You did not comprehend the significance of Honored One. You merely stated that you had come here due to certain unforeseen circumstances and inquired about the location of the village. The elder informed you that this was Little River Village, under the jurisdiction of the Shaanxi sacred land in the holy city of worship. You wished to ask more, but the elder admitted he had rarely left the village in his lifetime and was unable to answer your questions. The elder prepared food and lodging for you. You accepted the accommodation but declined the meal. The next day, upon awakening, you felt a sense of heaviness in your head. Your acute senses detected something amiss, and you promptly dispelled the discomfort with willpower, rushing out of the room. A handsome young man clad in white ancient attire sat at a stone table in the courtyard, savoring the tea before him. When you looked back, you discovered one body after another, the corpses of the villagers. As Chenemo observed the unfolding simulation, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. The meal prepared by the old village chief had not been consumed during the simulation, thus ruling out the possibility of poison. Yet, given his constitution, it was impossible for him to feel dazed after merely sleeping. Therefore, it was highly probable that some unforeseen change had occurred after his rest. And what of the sudden appearance of the man in ancient garb and the slaughtered villagers? Chapter 77. A strong sense of incongruity. Upon encountering you, the man smiled and introduced himself, claiming to be Bai Wenzuan, the lord of the sacred city of Shaanxi. The man expressed his curiosity about your origins, stating that it had been millennia since a being like you had appeared in the sacred land of Shaanxi. You found yourself perplexed by the man's words, uncertain of how much he truly understood about you. The man remarked that, while he admired your potential, having reached the level of a quasi-respected one at merely 17 years old and beginning to forge your essence with mental strength, your overwhelming aura of sin was utterly intolerable in Shaanxi. He further noted that the village's elder, despite his keen perception, had used a charm on you, even if you had not consumed the drugged meal. Nonetheless, those in the know would face dire consequences. Your heart raced at his revelation, realizing the man might pose a threat to you. And indeed, in the next moment, he launched an attack. You fought back valiantly, yet it was evident that the man's strength far surpassed yours. Within moments, you found yourself injured. Fortunately, you swiftly employed the Heartfire escape technique. Your speed soaring, and the man, momentarily distracted, allowed you to flee. The man's expression transformed to one of astonishment and wariness. Yet he refrained from pursuit, permitting your escape. 3 days later, bolstered by your formidable recovery abilities, your injuries gradually healed, yet a new dilemma arose. You dared not show your face to the inhabitants of this world again. You encountered several villages and even glimpsed the outline of a magnificent city in the distance, yet you hesitated to approach. Seizing the opportunity, you captured a passenger aboard a peculiar vehicle heading toward that city. Realizing the urgency, Chen Imo understood he could not delay any longer. Entering the simulated world was imperative to uncover the true nature of this new realm. As he stepped into the simulation, he found himself standing before the man he had apprehended. This individual was a corpulent middle-aged man, adorned in lavish garments woven with golden threads, his face a mask of panic as he knelt and repeatedly bowed his head. "Spare me, noble sir. If it is wealth you seek, I possess some treasures on my vehicle. Please do not take my life." Chinamo felt an overwhelming sense of incongruity. The reason was simple. The man before him, begging for mercy, exhibited a willpower that surpassed that of ordinary combatants from various organizations on Blue Star. This was utterly illogical. Willpower, or mental strength, is an innate trait. If one is weak, they remain weak. Up until now, no methods to cultivate acquired willpower had been discovered on Blue Star. Yet this man, though timid as a mouse, possessed formidable mental strength. Was this reasonable? Chin Imo unsheathed his long knife, pressing it against the man's throat. The man trembled in fear, a wave of terror overwhelming him, rendering him nearly incapacitated. "Noble sir, please, spare me." Silence. Chin Imo barked, and the man immediately clamped his mouth shut, afraid to utter a sound. "Now, I shall ask and you shall answer. Should you utter a single lie?" This knife the man nodded vigorously, terrified that Chen Imo would strike him down. "Where is this place?" Chen Imo inquired in response to your query. "Noble sir, this is the sacred land of Shangzi. The grand city in the distance is the sacred city, the largest settlement within a 1,000-mile radius." Chen Imo nodded and pressed on with his questioning. "Why are you so cowardly? Yet possess such a potent willpower? Willpower? Do you mean mental strength, noble sir?" the man asked, trembling. Chen Imo affirmed with a nod that I, a humble merchant, acquired some treasures from the sacred land that enhanced my mental strength to the peak of mortal realms to prolong my life and stave off illness. Chen Mo's mind was in turmoil. The so-called sacred land possessed treasures that could augment willpower, even affecting those who were cowardly and timid. "Tell me, what is the distinction of the mortal realm you mentioned?" The man, puzzled by the apparent simplicity of the question under such duress, replied, "The mortal realm refers to ordinary individuals like me. Those with great willpower can transcend the physical through their mental strength, achieving the extraordinary realm. Those in the extraordinary realm are referred to as superiors. They are esteemed figures, seldom seen by common folk like us. Breaking through the extraordinary realm leads to the sacred realm, and those who enter the sacred realm are called respected ones. It is said that several vice lords of the sacred city are respected ones." Chen Imo immediately recalled Bai Wanzuan from days prior and inquired, "Are you familiar with Bai Wanzuan?" The man looked taken aback, but quickly nodded, Yes. Bai Wanzuan is one of the vice lords of the sacred city. Immensely powerful. Though I have never seen him, I have certainly heard much about him." Chen Imo nodded and continued, "What lies beyond the sacred realm?" The man shook his head. "I only know of the sacred realm. Beyond that, I truly have no knowledge, yet I am certain such beings exist within the sacred land." Chen Imo furrowed his brow and shifted his line of questioning. "I noticed that the vehicle you were riding in exhibited some technological aspects. Why do the villages and cities here appear so antiquated?" Chen Imo had just seized the man from a peculiar vehicle racing along a rural road. The vehicle was strange, hovering several centimeters above the ground without making contact. Its speed, while not as swift as internal combustion vehicles on Blue Star, still appeared to reach 60 or 70 miles per hour. It gave Chen Imo the impression of advanced technology. However, The villages and the distant majestic city seemed steeped in an ancient charm, lacking a proper transportation network, creating a dissonance in Qian Mo's perception. Noble sir, I have heard of technology, but I do not understand it well. That vehicle was sold to us by merchants from outside the sacred land. I am unaware of its principles. However, I can affirm that within the jurisdiction of the sacred land, there has never been any industry related to technology. As a merchant, I have heard of other sacred lands beyond the sacred land where technology is more advanced. Yet it is said that the more advanced the technology, the worse the impact on the respected ones. Those technologically advanced sacred lands or planets seldom harbor powerful respected ones. Qian Mo took note of these remarks. Though peculiar, they could yield valuable information. He proceeded to inquire about the customs and culture of this realm. Although the man was not particularly strong, his extensive travels as a merchant had granted him considerable knowledge. Chapter 78. How are these beings different from gods and demons? The sacred land of Shangxi governs 177 planets inhabited by humans, connected by ultra-long-distance teleportation arrays. The planet beneath Qian Mo's feet was one such planet, positioned not at the heart of the sacred land but rather on its periphery. The sacred city served as the political, economic, and cultural center of this planet, with scattered small and large cities dotting its surface. This planet was known as the Sacred City Star. However, when Qian Mo inquired about the divine races, demonic races, and even the divine human and demonic human races, the man seemed utterly ignorant, claiming to have never heard of such entities. He only knew that humans were the spirit of all beings, and the world belonged to them. Any peculiar intelligent races were merely vassals of humanity. At last, Qian Mo sighed and released the man. After all, he was merely in a simulated world, and there was no need for indiscriminate slaughter. Yet, Qian Mo found it strange. The demonic woman had shared much with him, asserting that humanity was weak, a notion supported by the various forces that descended upon Blue Star. The burly human from Blue Star seemed to be the weakest among these factions, even inferior to the blood-colored giant born from the dark barrier of the demonic race. Yet, according to this man, humans were the spirit of all beings and the strongest race in existence. This was contradictory. Previously in the simulation, Bai Wenzuan had mentioned the overwhelming aura of sin surrounding him, sin, which implied knowledge of the existence of gods. Blue Star was essentially a breeding ground for the divine races, a fact that could be firmly established. The burly human from Blue Star had also alluded to the marking inherent to beings like him, marking that likely represented the so-called aura of sin. This state was imperceptible to ordinary individuals who could only sense the outward pressure. However, Bai Wenzuan could easily discern the marking. Moreover, Qian Mo remained baffled by why Bai Wenzuan had shown apprehension upon witnessing him employ the Heartfire escape technique. Was it possible that this technique was a unique secret of a powerful sacred land? Qian Mo could not ascertain. Furthermore, in the days that followed, Bai Wenzuan had not sought him out again. Was it that he could not locate him? Or were there other reasons? With a deep sigh, Qian Mo shifted his form, preparing to further investigate the circumstances of this world. If all went as anticipated, his first rift in reality might very well lead him to this realm. It would be most fortuitous if he could discover a method to rid himself of the marking that clung to him. Otherwise, one is bound to encounter troubles. A day later, Qian Mo concealed himself within the canopy of a grand tree. Gazing intently at a distant town in the town square, hundreds of plainly dressed ordinary folk had gathered, encircling a raised platform where stood a figure who was unmistakably extraordinary, clad in a flowing white robe reminiscent of the Bai Wenzuan's. The individual wielded a folding fan, their long hair elegantly coiled, making it difficult for Qian Mo to discern their gender. It was only when this person spoke that Qian Mo could ascertain, from the clear tone, that she was indeed a woman. Today marks the customary collection of the heart tax. I, Ning Xiao, do not indulge in idle chatter. Form an orderly line and present 2/10 of your heart's essence, lest I be forced to show my displeasure. Her pronouncement ignited a cacophony of murmurs among the crowd. Qian Mo discerned the most prevalent sentiments. Wasn't it merely 1/10 before? Why has it suddenly escalated to 2/10? 2/10 of one's heart's essence is no trifling matter. With the harvest season upon us, how can we toil without our strength? Indeed, this was never mentioned before. 2/10 could leave us bedridden for a year and a half. What shall we do? At that moment, the woman's expression darkened, and she sharply closed her fan, commanding, How dare you question the decree of the Shangxi's sacred land? Do you doubt the efficacy of my fan? With a swift motion, she waved the fan, unleashing a crescent-shaped beam of white light that enveloped 7 or 8 individuals below. They collapsed to the ground, seemingly unscathed, yet silenced forever. Chen Mo's heart raced at this display of willpower. Clearly, this woman, Ning Xiao, had extinguished the heart's essence of those 7 or 8 with a mere flick of her fan, a feat beyond his capabilities. He had yet to comprehend how to project his willpower externally. Her formidable display left the remaining crowd in stunned silence, causing them to kneel and prostrate themselves, begging for mercy. Humph! A minor punishment for a significant lesson. You shall compensate for their absence. Form a line at once and present your heart's essence. Ning Xiao huffed. Under her stern gaze, the ordinary folk begrudgingly approached the platform. She cast her fan into the sky. It unfurled and hovered aloft. Each person who drew near was met with a beam of white light that entered their hearts, only for an even greater radiance to return to the fan. Those who had surrendered 2/10 of their essence immediately appeared drained, with some elderly individuals lacking the strength to depart, relying on younger companions to assist them. Chen Mo furrowed his brow in growing concern. These people are no different from the beasts of burden. The light emanating from the fan intensified until every last drop of heart's essence had been siphoned, rendering the fan dazzling beyond measure. Satisfied, Ning Xiao nodded, retracting the light and returning the fan to her grasp. Then, with a decisive step, she ascended into the air, her speed accelerating until she vanished into the horizon. Once again, Chen Mo marveled at the powers of will that permitted such flight. What treasures might these so-called sacred lands harbor? Initially, he had intended to intercept Ning Xiao and procure some valuable items. But her swift departure left him with no recourse but to abandon that plan. Subsequently, he traversed several villages and towns, discovering a consistent pattern. His arrival coincided with the annual collection of the heart tax. In nearly every locale, individuals came forth to collect the heart's essence from the common folk. In more affluent areas, it seemed some benefit had been conferred, resulting in a collection rate of only 1/10. Those who relinquished 1/10 experienced only slight weakness, recovering fully with a month of rest, but were prohibited from further contributions for the following year. Chen Mo learned that failing to observe this interval would directly harm the foundation of one's heart's essence, significantly diminishing their lifespan. In stark contrast, the majority of impoverished regions faced a collection rate of 2/10 or even more, leading to widespread despair. This world, even within the realm of humanity, was far from a realm for the common folk. Ultimately, Chen Mo reached this disheartening conclusion. When his time in the simulated world concluded, he once more stood before the luminous screen. Let us continue the simulation. To uncover further intelligence within this new world. Chapter 79. Is she watching me? The images continued to unfold. You have traversed the Shangxi sacred land for several months, acquiring a fundamental understanding of this world. Although it is nominally governed by humanity, the ordinary people are akin to livestock, cultivated by certain entities. The Shangxi sacred land has stratified humanity into 3 distinct classes: upper, middle, and lower, with rigid hierarchies that are difficult to transcend. The lowest tier, the ordinary folk, are subjugated by the sages who have cultivated their heart's essence, while the mid-tier administrators are obligated to offer heart's essence to the upper echelons of saints and zuns. Throughout these months, you have continuously refined your willpower, ultimately breaking into the realm of the saints and becoming a zuns among your kind. At this juncture, the Baiwen zuns, who had been absent for several months, reappeared, but this time, he treated you with utmost respect. Inquiring if you hailed from the Hanyu sacred land, you were unaware of its significance, yet recalled your heart fire escape technique, which might be linked to it. At this stage, you were not yet a match for the seasoned zuns, who had delved deeply into the realm of the saints, thus you feigned compliance, claiming to be from the Hanyu sacred land. The Baiwen zun's demeanor grew even more reverent, inviting you to return to the city of worship. After accompanying him back, he introduced you to the city's ruler, the Bai Tian Saint. The Bai Tian Saint informed you that the aura of sin surrounding you attracted considerable attention. However, since you were from the Hanyu sacred land, this was somewhat understandable. Nonetheless, individuals bearing such an aura were not permitted to linger within the Shangxi sacred land for long. Though you wished to inquire further, you feared revealing any inconsistencies. Subsequently, The Bai Tian Saint proposed to utilize the large-scale teleportation array in the city of worship to send you to the Shaanxi Sacred Land, which could also return you to the Hanyu Sacred Land. Unable to decline, you stepped into the teleportation array under the Bai Tian Saint's watchful gaze. Yet, in that final moment, you caught a glimpse of the disdain in his eyes. The teleportation array malfunctioned, and you encountered spatial turbulence. You perished. This simulation has concluded. As the luminous screen ceased its flow, Chinamo sighed heavily. My strength in the simulation remains too feeble, and I have yet to uncover a method to dispel the mark upon me. The Bai Tian Saint undoubtedly discerned my ruse, prompting him to sabotage the array, leading to my demise amidst the chaos of space. Chinamo murmured thoughtfully. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he reconsidered his previous assumptions. No, the Bai Tian Saint must have been uncertain. If he were certain I was not from the Hanyu Sacred Land, he would have simply eliminated me without hesitation. With a complete realm above mine, killing me would have been as effortless as squashing an ant. Yet, he opted to use spatial turbulence to achieve my demise. Perhaps he feared I truly was from the Hanyu Sacred Land, and that my existence might invite trouble, and no benefit comes without risk. Perhaps eliminating someone from the Hanyu Sacred Land could yield him some advantage. At that moment, the screen's imagery shifted. The simulation, first stage max level, can offer the host 3 special rewards, of which the host may choose one. Reward 1. An enhancement of a main attribute point from this simulation. Excess points ineffective, limited to the current realm's maximum. Reward 2. Night vision ability 20 points. Reward 3. Recovery ability 20 points. This time, there was no option for dimensional energy replenishment, leaving Chinamo with little hesitation as he selected Reward 3, though Reward 1 was appealing. He had yet to break through, and the distance to his limit was negligible, claiming it would be somewhat wasteful. Night vision was not particularly necessary at present. Only an enhancement in recovery ability would facilitate a swifter breakthrough and permanently augment his combat strength, rendering it more beneficial than the other 2 options. The simulation, first stage max level, can provide the host with a segment of random, clearer memories or insights from the simulation. Would you like to select this? Select. Chinamo awaited the influx of information, and after a brief moment, he gently shook his head. Such trivial memories. The recollections merely consisted of his travels between small villages and towns, with scant utility other than recalling which creatures were palatable and which were not. The simulation, first stage max level, can materialize an item used by the host during the simulation. The item is prepared. Would you like to extract it? Yes. As Chinamo opened his backpack, he caught sight of the item nestled within and couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, fortune had fluctuated between the fortunate and the unfortunate. A pair of gloves. Mid-2002. A pair of black tactical gloves previously used by the host. Unremarkable yet slightly worn. Chinamo closed his backpack and stepped onto the balcony, stretching his body towards the warm spring sun. However, as he extended himself, his gaze fixed intently on a distant figure. In the blink of an eye, that silhouette vanished. Was it her? Chinamo furrowed his brow slightly. That woman from the demon race? Is she watching me? A peculiar sensation crept over him. It seemed that this woman harbored an unusual fondness for him. What could she possibly want? Moments later, in a grove outside the outskirts of the capital city, a wisp of black mist darted past, revealing the woman's graceful figure. Her aura was unstable, and she breathed heavily. As if injured, that little fellow seems quite perceptive. To have detected me so quickly, a faint smile graced the woman's lips. It is indeed very reminiscent. After a period of absence, she couldn't help but come to gaze upon that face. The woman murmured. 3 days later, Chinamo set foot once more on the soil of Europa. Although Song Chongqing felt somewhat helpless, he understood that this might pertain to Chinmo's progress and thus did not obstruct him. Of course, Viscount Giles was overjoyed to welcome Chinamo, as if he had already become a member of their Divine Revelation organization. Nevertheless, Chinamo remained indifferent to Giles's enthusiasm, interrupting him to inquire, "Mr. Giles, has there been any recent case of disappearance near the Papal State?" Giles hurriedly shook his head. No, it's quite strange, really. Pope Bell has not been making many appearances lately. His absence seems to coincide with the disappearance cases not occurring, leading people to feel that he might be related to them. Chinamo silently scoffed. It was not merely a feeling, but rather a connection. Let me tell you quietly, there was some progress on the disappearance cases, but it was forcibly suppressed from above. Chen Imo raised an eyebrow, but chose not to delve deeper. It was possible that the upper echelons of Europa had already made contact with the demon race. These outsiders, in Chen Mo's view, merely regarded the humans of Blue Star as disposable commodities. Chapter 80. Transcendence into Sanctity, 5 Rewards, Pioneer of Blue Star. The vast majority of humanity on Blue Star is destined to be harvested by the divine race. These foreign entities, coming to the territory of the divine race to reap benefits, could only do so quietly, taking away modest gains. Much like the demon race that created the dark barrier, they have yet to reveal themselves. And the divine race would not send their divine servants to address matters before the blood cocoon was broken. Perhaps the divine race is well aware of everything, but for some reason, they are willing to share a piece of the pie to avoid large-scale conflict? Chen Imo could not ascertain, but he knew that humanity's days ahead would grow increasingly arduous in May 2002. In front of a crowd of Europeans, Chen Imo tore apart the body of a ground-level anomaly, finally reaching the limits of the transcendent realm. Host: Chen Imo. Physiological age: 17. Current realm: transcendent. Current extra attribute points: 2053. Willpower: 1000. Strength: 500. Agility: 500. Miscellaneous attributes: 53. Alas. The next world prompt fragment shockingly revealed that he was still far from reaching the required points. Those ordinary people around him gazed at Chen Imo with fear. To this day, the general populace had come to understand the existence of anomalies. Yet, no one had ever witnessed such terrifying anomalies being so effortlessly torn apart by a human. By the time Chen Imo departed, those onlookers felt more fear upon seeing him than when confronted with the anomalies. Chen Imo shook his head internally. If it were not for the anomaly invasion, a small portion of humanity becoming transcendence, the scene at the Holy Land would inevitably manifest on Earth one day. People yearn for power, yet no one desires to see such power concentrated in the hands of a few. On the peak of an unnamed snow-capped mountain in the Alps, the cold wind howled. Chen Imo sat cross-legged amidst the storm, enveloped in an aura of profound mystery. Under his guidance, his willpower continuously infiltrated the cells he had actively destroyed and rapidly restored. Forging oneself, this process of self-breakthrough, he had simulated several times, yet in reality, it was akin to a maiden embarking on her wedding journey for the first time. Chen Imo finally understood why those foreign races resorted to external means to forge themselves. Rather than employing his method, he also comprehended why they harvested the heart and strength of ordinary people to fulfill their own ascension. It was simply because this process was excruciatingly painful, while he could endure the destruction and rebirth of fleshly cells. The ordeal became a maddening test of willpower when it came to internal organs. If someone were to approach him at that moment, the rich scent of blood would be palpable from his 7 orifices. Persevere. If I can withstand this in simulation, I will only grow stronger in reality. The sound of his heartbeat grew increasingly thunderous, his heart's ability to supply blood reaching its zenith. If breaking through from an ordinary person to the transcendent realm required extreme concentration of willpower, then advancing from the transcendent realm to the holy realm necessitated meticulous control over that willpower. As time elapsed, the sun traversed the sky, rising and falling countless times. A thick layer of snow blanketed Chen Imo. Yet this snow seemed to emit a soft, radiant glow, until, at a certain moment, the snow rapidly melted away, revealing Chen Imo within. He stood up, stretching his body as if nothing had occurred. Yet, the biting cold wind instinctively veered away from him at that moment. Congratulations, you have successfully broken through your limits and become a powerful being of the Holy Realm. Please continue to strive towards the realm of the saints. You may choose one from the following rewards. Upon selection, the reward will be issued to your backpack. The prompt in his ear echoed as it had when he first transitioned to the Transcendent Realm. Reward 1. Recovery Ability 50. Reward 2. 3 Main Attributes 100. Reward 3. Special Skill Upgrade Scroll 1. Reward 4. Title: Pioneer of Blue Star 1. Reward 5. Wudong Tranquility Technique Level Upgrade. Applicable to the Holy Realm. Chen Imo anticipated rewards but was unprepared for the astonishing generosity of this particular set. He immediately dismissed the second reward. While the allure of 300 attribute points was tempting, it was something that could be attained through effort. Reward 1, a full 50 points to recovery ability. Chen Imo currently had only 41 points, which already allowed him to recover from most serious injuries. 91 points, how terrifying would that be? He could likely regenerate severed limbs. However, after pondering for a moment, he shook his head and ruled out that option. Firstly, having already broken through to the Holy Realm, the urgency for recovery ability was not as pressing as before in most cases, where most injuries could be healed. Opting for recovery ability would not yield significant enhancement. Chen Imo then turned his attention to the third reward, the special skill upgrade scroll, which was incredibly enticing. As he focused on it, information regarding the scroll materialized. Special skill upgrade scroll, a one-time item that can elevate the level of one randomly mastered special skill of the host, enhancing its effectiveness by 20 to 50. Currently, the special skills he possessed were merely two, Double Trouble and Heartfire Escape Technique. Elevating either skill would greatly benefit Chen Imo. One would enhance his attack power, while the other would increase his speed. With the third reward as a contender, he moved on to evaluate the remaining two. Chen Imo's gaze shifted to the fourth option, the title Pioneer of Blue Star. Upon seeing it, his eyes widened, unable to look away. Unique title, Pioneer of Blue Star, Quality, Blue, Tier 3, Title Effect. When wearing this title, you can freely move to any location on Blue Star where anomalies are about to manifest. Different titles cannot be worn simultaneously but can be swapped at any time. Indeed, this title would only be effective on Blue Star. When Chen Imo eventually reached the Holy Land, this title would be rendered virtually useless. Yet with this title equipped, Chen Imo's efficiency in eliminating anomalies would multiply. With more than 2 years until the arrival of Divine Servants, Chen Imo had previously been constrained by his movement speed, limiting his ability to address numerous anomaly incidents, often relying on the supercomputer's teleportation functionality in Europa. Even then, he could only cover a quarter of the entire Blue Star. However, with this title, the entirety of Blue Star would become Chen Imo's hunting ground. This option was certainly a high priority. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Imo glanced at the final reward. After a brief pause, he frowned. Was it to allow me to enhance my willpower through training even after entering the Holy Realm? Yet, there was a pressing issue. Training willpower requires visualizing a higher existence, but now, visualizing Divine Servants no longer held any effect for me. The true gods, having never genuinely appeared in simulations, left no trace of their true forms to visualize during the descent of divine light. I had never witnessed the most formidable saint of the heavens in action. Though it appeared beneficial, it was temporarily useless. After much hesitation, Chen Imo finally made his decision. Chapter 81. The Divine Demon Breeding Ground. Speculations of the divine race. The limits of today have been shattered. It is time to swiftly enhance one's strength. The most conspicuous means of doing so are the upgrade of skills and the title of Blue Star Pioneer. Skill upgrades bolster combat power rather than intrinsic attributes, and my pressing concern is to elevate my own attributes expeditiously. The title of Blue Star Pioneer promises to amplify my growth rate several-fold, making it an undeniably advantageous choice at this moment, and it is a singular title. Once relinquished, the opportunity will be lost forever. As for the skill upgrade scroll, it is evidently not a unique item. Future chances to obtain it are assured. I choose Reward 4. Reward 4, Title, Blue Star Pioneer 1 has been issued. With a sense of resolution settling in his heart, Chen Imo smiled gently and immediately equipped the title. In the next instant, a small scrolling window appeared at the bottom right of his vision. This window displayed all the impending anomalous invasion events occurring on Blue Star. As long as Chen Imo selected one, a small button labeled Teleport would appear beside it. Was simply extraordinarily convenient. When Chen Imo removed or switched the title to Lone Warrior, the scrolling window vanished accordingly. Let me see, the most recent invasion event occurred just 1 second ago? Chen Imo's heart stirred, and he promptly selected the mysterious level Anomalous Invasion event. Clicking Teleport in that moment, he felt as though his body was abruptly pulled by some unseen force in the next instant. The scenery before him had transformed dramatically. He beheld a mysterious level anomaly, brandishing its long scythe-like arms, striking at two individuals clad in peculiar uniforms, African-American members of the Resistance Organization of the United States. As the intensity of the anomalous invasion gradually escalated, the forces on the American side were becoming increasingly stretched thin. Under normal circumstances, two individuals could never suffice to confront such a formidable anomaly. Yet now, there were only those two, not a soul more. Regarding how these members would deal with the anomaly, Well, they had no choice but to resort to potions, a two-for-one exchange that was far from a loss. After all, these members possessed unwavering willpower, facing death with remarkable composure. Just as the potions in the hands of the two African-American members were about to pierce their necks, the anomalous figure before them suddenly halted. The two were momentarily taken aback as they witnessed a human arm piercing through the chest of the mysterious level anomaly. With a swift pull, the anomaly fell lifelessly to the ground, instantly reduced to a heap of ashes. The two soldiers could only glimpse a stranger's silhouette vanishing into the AI in the days that followed. Such occurrences transpired across Blue Star. Whenever an anomalous invasion event emerged, a masked figure would suddenly appear, dispatching the anomaly with a single strike. Be it a common yellow level anomaly or a formidable Earth level one, all fell equally before this figure. The combatants of various factions remained oblivious to the identity of the masked individual. Only in the Summer Kingdom did Song Chongqing recognize him at a glance. Chen Mo, when did he acquire such elusive capabilities? Yet, Chun Mo was indifferent to whether Song Chongqing would discern that all this was his handiwork. He was acutely aware of the murky depths of Blue Star. The divine, the demonic, the divine human, the demonic human, the outsiders. If Chen Mo did not strengthen himself, could he truly rely on the so-called chosen one Su Hao? It seemed humanity's fate would remain unaltered. As Chen Mo's strength surged and his attribute point skyrocketed. The progress of the rift charging was also on the rise. Moreover, Chen Mo discovered a peculiar correlation. The faster and more frequently he eliminated anomalies, the more rapid the frequency of their appearances became. He theorized that the divine race was essentially cultivating humanity. These anomalous biological weapons were not solely intended for humanity's annihilation, but rather for nurturing humans. Without Chen Mo, countless heroes would still emerge, fighting for the future of humanity. Those ordinary individuals deemed unworthy of cultivation would be slaughtered by the anomalies upon their arrival, their scant, if any, divinity harvested away. In contrast, those exceptional humans, growing ever more powerful, would simultaneously enhance their own divinity, fueled by their resolute will. The more swiftly Chen Mo eliminated anomalies, the more the divine race would perceive the humans in this breeding ground as maturing rapidly, warranting increased investment in their nourishment, indeed, nourishment. Chen Mo believed that anomalies were not merely biological weapons but also a form of feed, a means of cultivating human divinity. As for humanity's willpower, it appeared that in the eyes of the divine race, it held little significance. Before the breeding ground was officially harvested, no matter how much humanity grew, they would merely attain the status of divine servants. Yet now, everything seemed to have changed. But is everything truly as Chen Mo envisioned? Chen Mo nonchalantly dispatched the yellow-level anomaly before him. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and such easily attainable benefits were not to be refused. Just as he prepared to depart as usual, a cloud of black mist suddenly materialized before his eyes. Chen Mo recognized this mist and the woman who emerged from it. Little one, you've been quite the sensation lately. I feel compelled to commend you. The moment the woman appeared, she seductively approached Chen Mo, gently tapping his chest with her finger. Behind the mask, Chen Mo furrowed his brows. Had it not been for the absence of any discernible anomaly on her fingertip, he would have already struck. Despite being potentially weaker than her, he felt no fear under the full force of his strength. What do you want? The woman lightly covered her mouth, letting out a melodic laugh. What do I want? I might ask you the same question, she continued. I see you possess some sort of power. No wonder I sensed the aura of temporal force emanating from you last time. Chen Mo's heart tightened. This woman seemed remarkably perceptive. No need to be nervous. I mean you no harm, she assured. I merely wish to inform you that your reckless slaying of those divine dogs may lead to great trouble. Chen Mo's pupils constricted sharply at the mention of trouble. The woman continued, in the breeding ground where you swine reside, the divine race maintains a comprehensive harvesting schedule. Under normal circumstances, this schedule would be adjusted according to the growth rate of the swine. However, should an unforeseen upheaval occur in this breeding ground, and an uncontrollable monster is birthed from the feed, the divine beings would not hesitate to break the rules and harvest directly from the breeding ground. The emergence of our factions has already drawn the attention of the divine race to this breeding ground. However, due to similar circumstances arising on our end, they tend to turn a blind eye. At most, there will be minor skirmishes with the demonic factions. But you? You are growing ever stronger, seeking to disrupt this delicate balance, dragging your fellow swine into the fray. Little one, do you think the divine race will permit this? Chapter 82. It is I, Chen Mo, who decides. Chun Mo's brow furrowed deeply as he fixated on the woman of the demonic race. Would the divine race allow this? Of course not. Who would permit the food on their table to leap off? The outcome for the leaper would either be a swift wipe and a return to the plate or being discarded into the trash. Noticing Chun Mo's silence, the woman chuckled and continued. Reconsider. This way, you might live a little longer. After a prolonged silence, Chen Mo finally spoke. Know you regard us as livestock, yet how could we ever truly accept ourselves as such? A fierce aura seemed to rise within Chen Mo. Whether divine, demonic, or human, I am who I am. Whoever seeks to tread upon me shall meet their end. He raised his mask, revealing a bloodthirsty expression. His grin was disconcertingly eerie, causing even the demonic woman before him to feel a pang of trepidation. Is this little one truly of the human race? She wondered inwardly. The woman's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she shook her head. Impossible. You cannot escape this cage. Whether I can escape or not is not for you to decide. Nor for those so-called divine beings. Chen Mo's voice bore no trace of emotion. Suddenly, his bloodthirsty expression vanished, replaced by an icy indifference. It is I, Chen Mo, who decides if I say I can, then I can. The woman trembled slightly, murmuring, it is so strikingly similar. Too strikingly similar. She forcibly reined in her emotions and took a deep breath. Subsequently, she retrieved an object from her waist and, with a graceful flick of her hand, sent it flying towards Chen Mo. He reached out to catch it, discovering it to be a jade-like waist token. Before he could inquire further, the woman softly spoke, wear this, use it wisely. Your actions will be perceived by the divine race as those of another faction. In such a manner, perhaps it could obscure some of your movements. Why? Chen Mo heard the prompt to assimilate the object in his hand, yet he paid it no mind and instead asked, why? The woman chuckled lightly, her eyes shimmering. Oh, it's nothing. Farewell, little one. A curtain of black mist enveloped her, and she vanished without a trace. Chen Mo gazed at the jade waist token in his hand. His expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. He recalled the woman's words, so strikingly similar. How could he not understand that, perhaps due to his appearance, he had unwittingly reminded her of someone from her past? Which prompted her to extend such unusual kindness towards him? Assimilation. Chen Mo silently mused as the waist token transformed into a streak of luminous energy, merging seamlessly into his being. Concealment waist token. A waist token crafted from a peculiar material, harboring a multitude of distinct auras. When donned by the user, it allows for the selection of a specific aura to envelop them, creating a deviation in certain perceptions. Please note, the closer the waist token is, the less effective it is against powerful entities. Chen Mo nodded slightly. This effect might prove invaluable during his future ventures to the sacred land of Shaanxi or other realms. This woman, though of the demon race, had her reasons for her attentiveness towards him. Nevertheless, having benefited from her kindness, he would repay her when the opportunity arose, at worst, when the time came to eliminate her. He could afford to spare her life. A smirk crept upon Chen Mo's lips. In the next instant, his figure flickered and vanished from sight. With the waist token in his possession, he felt unrestrained. On a deserted isle in the Pacific, a swirl of black mist heralded the arrival of the woman from the demon race. Not far from her stood a man clad in a similarly dark robe. Seated before a campfire, roasting a grouper skewered on a stick. The savory aroma of the fish wafted through the air as the man glanced up at the suddenly materialized woman and inquired. Jihuan, it seems you've been quite leisurely these days, yet haven't you accomplished much in your tasks? Is that any of your concern? Wu Zhao retorted, mind your own business. The woman, named Jihuan, scoffed disdainfully. Wu Zhao chuckled derisively. I suppose you found a satisfactory plaything among this pack of swine. Jihuan's expression darkened, and in an instant, her delicate fingers morphed into crimson claws, lunging toward Wu Zhao in the blink of an eye. Wu Zhao raised his hand, and his scaled palm clashed with her claws, unleashing an invisible wave that rippled across the isle, stirring the distant sea into a towering tsunami. Wu Zhao exerted force. Forcing Jihuan back several steps, he glanced at the bare stick in his other hand and the vanished grouper, his brow furrowing as he discarded the stick. Ji Huan, I must remind you. Failing to complete the tasks assigned by the sect will have consequences you are well aware of. Ji Huan's crimson claws gradually reverted to their original form, and she replied coolly, I'll reiterate. Wu Zhao, mind your own affairs. Suddenly, Wu Zhao's countenance shifted, his gaze fixated on Ji Huan's captivating visage. Where is your waste token? It's lost. Lost? You've misplaced the sect's waste token? You wretched harlot. Are you jesting? Ji Huan shot back with a fierce glare. Watch your mouth. I fear you not. Wu Zhao appeared to harbor a hint of trepidation toward Ji Huan, suppressing his emotions as he declared, Emph! Return to the sect and face your punishment. With that, Wu Zhao produced an object and, with a swift motion in the void, a pitch-black rift emerged. He stepped through it, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Watching him depart, Ji Huan smirked, Punishment? I welcome it. The items I acquired from that imbecile of the divine race are more than sufficient to see me through this ordeal. Did they truly believe I lacked preparation? Unbeknownst to Chen Mo, who had descended into a state of madness, all of this transpired on that small island. Of course, even if he were aware, it bore no significance to him. Kill. I shall slay you dogs of the divine race. And one day, I will hunt down your masters. Chen Mo bellowed with maniacal laughter, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the earth-level anomaly before him. This moment, compared to his recent ascension into the saintly realm. He had made considerable progress. Host. Chen Mo. Physiological age, 17. Current realm, saintly entry. Current extra attribute points, 3,392. Willpower, 1711. Strength, 804. Agility, 804. Miscellaneous attributes, 73. In just 2 short months, he had made a remarkable leap, achieving over half of the extraordinary realm's limits, far surpassing his previous efficiency. Last month, Chen Mo had conducted a simulation, and without surprise, his rift once again transported him to the sacred land of Shangxi to pay homage to the saintly star. However, that time, the Venerable Baiwen had not wasted words. Upon recognizing Chen Mo as a fellow Venerable, he directly engaged him. Chen Mo remained no match for the seasoned Baiwen, who had already reached profound mastery, ultimately resorting to the Heartfire escape technique to flee. This time, however, Baiwen hesitated briefly before ruthlessly pursuing him, joined by 2 other Venerables. Ultimately, Chen Mo was unable to escape and was slain on the spot. The simulation concluded shortly thereafter, leaving Chen Mo without a chance to utilize the entry he had gained. In the end, he received a reward of 20 points for restoring his abilities, while the memories and items he acquired were utterly useless. Yet, with the concealment waste token now in his possession, his strength had seen a slight increase, leaving him uncertain whether the simulation would yield new developments. Chapter 83. The reality of the sacred land finding a tranquil spot. Chen Mo activated the simulation interface, embarking on a new simulation. In the latter half of the year 2002, having surpassed the limits of the extraordinary realm and attained the saintly entry, you did not hesitate to utilize the rift function. You once again materialized in the sacred land of Shangxi, at the same location as before. Donning the concealment waste token, you enveloped yourself in the stored human aura, and indeed, 3 days passed without a sight of Baiwen. You understood that as long as you kept your distance from the city of saintly worship, the chances of exposure were minimal. In a small town, you found suitable attire at a tailor's shop. Once donned, you bore no distinguishing marks from the locals of this world. You were finally free to roam this new realm without the fear of being hunted. After many days of travel, you arrived at the city farthest from the city of saintly worship. This city, located in the southern hemisphere of the sacred star, was named Hanhai City, a coastal metropolis housing the largest port on the planet. Bustling with activity, you cleared several waves of bandits in the inland areas of Hanhai City, amassing a substantial fortune. The city was not governed by a venerable of the saintly entry, but by a quasi-venerable, the master of the waves, who had reached the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm. Despite the master of the waves' limited strength, he could not discern your true state through the waste token even at close range. You rented a small courtyard in Hanhai City, preparing to reside there for some time. The state of Hanhai City appeared significantly better than that of the vicinity surrounding the city of saintly worship. The residents were only subjected to a mere 50% extraction of their vitality each year, and commerce thrived, resulting in a relatively prosperous life for the populace. Furthermore, another reason for your arrival in Hanhai City was that it, alongside the city of saintly worship, was one of only 2 cities on the sacred star with a teleportation array. Although it was merely a medium-sized array, it facilitated access to information from many other planets. During your time in Hanhai City, you befriended many individuals, among whom a particular teacher became your closest companion. He held your knowledge in high regard and strongly resonated with your assertion that science and technology are the primary productive forces. You engaged in lively discussions with him and gleaned a wealth of information. This teacher, once a scion of a prestigious family, had nearly ascended to the extraordinary realm in his youth, becoming a sage. However, due to certain circumstances, his family fell into decline, prompting him to flee from the heart of the sacred land of Shaanxi to this remote region. As Chinamo observed the simulation unfold, a realization struck him. This individual could provide the vital intelligence he desperately needed. Motivated, he promptly chose to enter the simulated world. In the next moment, he found himself seated at an ancient, tranquil courtyard. Positioned at a stone table, across from him was the teacher, Shen Wan, leisurely preparing tea. "Why the pensive demeanor, Mr. Chen?" Shen Wan inquired with a smile upon noticing Chen Mo's momentary lapse. Chen Mo steadied his thoughts. The abrupt shift in identity and location required some adjustment, but his high willpower allowed him to acclimate swiftly. "Apologies for the distraction, Mr. Shen. I merely found myself reminiscing about my homeland upon observing the sky." Shen Wan poured tea into Chen Mo's cup, expressing a sentiment of nostalgia. Indeed, the homeland stirs deep feelings of longing. Leaving home is often a necessity for survival. In this regard, Mr. Chen and I share a common plight. Indeed, during the simulation, Chen Mo had portrayed a fugitive, akin to Shen Wan, once a member of a distinguished family. This shared background was why Shen Wan felt an immediate kinship with Chen Mo. "Mr. Shen, having grown up on Shaanxi Star, I have yet to visit it myself. Might you indulge me with tales of your experiences there? It would fulfill a small wish of mine." Chen Mo smiled. "Certainly, I would be pleased to share," Shen Wan replied, taking a gentle sip of tea before setting down his cup. However, his expression bore more melancholy than joy. Speaking of Shaanxi Star, many know it as the epicenter of the sacred land. The pinnacle of prosperity is spoken by the masses. People yearn for it, yet few realize it is not as idyllic as it seems. Shen Wan sighed softly and remarked, "The sacred land of Shaanxi is perched high in the sky above Shaanxi Star, soaring 10,000 meters above the ground, suspended in midair. From above, one can behold the exquisite beauty of mountains and clear waters, where sages and revered beings traverse the skies with the power of their minds. However, the inhabitants of Shaanxi Star are not solely those exalted beings. Rather, they are the 80 billion ordinary souls below, akin to ants in their multitude. They appear to live in happiness, far more affluent than those on other planets, engaging in businesses that elicit envy. Yet, few are aware of the costs required to dwell upon Shaanxi Star." Chen Mo, intrigued, inquired, "What costs?" Shen Wan indicated his heart and replied, "What else could it be but the power of the mind?" Chen Mo, unable to suppress his confusion, asked, "If countless ordinary individuals, whether on Shaanxi Star or the sacred land of worship, are required to regularly pay this mind power, what distinguishes them?" Shen Wan gently shook his head and stated, "Different indeed. Take Hanhai City, for instance. The residents within the city are required to contribute merely half of their mind power annually, while those in the surrounding farmlands must offer a full mind power. Although there has been some fluctuation over the centuries, the fundamental situation remains unchanged. A contribution of half a mind power can be replenished with a week of rest, and as long as no further deductions occur within the year, it will not adversely affect one's lifespan. One will live as many years as destined. A full mind power, on the other hand, necessitates a longer recuperation period. Yet, if undisturbed for a year, one may live to a ripe old age without illness or misfortune. However, on Shaanxi Star, officially, no mind power is ever extracted from the residents. But what lies beneath this faade? Chen Mo prompted. In truth, the sacred land of Shaanxi, suspended in the heavens, is a colossal mechanism that incessantly siphons mind power from all its inhabitants. It may appear that Shaanxi Star imposes no taxes, yet throughout history, no individual has ever lived beyond the age of 45. Upon reaching 40, one begins to age rapidly, and within 5 years, death is inevitable. Chen Mo, puzzled, remarked, "Yet, as Mr. Shen has stated, The residents of Shangxi Star are not prevented from leaving. Under such circumstances, who would choose to depart? Shunwan chuckled wryly and gestured dismissively. Who would willingly leave? After living the life of a celestial being, even knowing one may perish at 45, few would choose to venture elsewhere to live in poverty for an additional 30 years. While it is true that departure is unimpeded for every individual that leaves, 10 others from nearby planets will rush to take their place. I would wager that had it not been for that incident years ago, I, Shunwan, too, would have found it difficult to leave. Chen Imo began to grasp the mindset of the Shangxi Star residents, which can be summarized as a pursuit of immediate pleasure. They live in abundance and without worries, albeit at the cost of a shorter life. Chapter 84. The Wave-Chasing Sage. Confronting Evil. Shunwan did not elaborate on the celestial nature of life on Shangxi Star, but from the nostalgic expression on his face, it was evident that it was a reality difficult for those from other planets to fathom. Chen Imo found himself increasingly curious about the sacred land of Shangxi itself. Mr. Shun, how well do you understand the sacred land? Shenwan stroked his splendid beard and smiled. I am quite familiar with it. For the decline of the Shen family is inextricably linked to the sacred land. Oh? Please, Mr. Shun, do elaborate. In my youth, I had an elder brother, the legitimate heir of the Shen family. At that time, like most illegitimate children, I sought to win his favor. He was quite generous, sharing all the delightful experiences and delicacies with us. Until one day, a celestial being descended and took him away, claiming he possessed the potential for extraordinary enlightenment and would join the sacred land to pursue cultivation. Our family patriarch was overjoyed, hosting a lavish banquet that lasted 7 days and nights. Subsequently, that heir excelled in the sacred land, achieving the extraordinary realm within just 3 years and becoming Azage. Naturally, the Shen family prospered, becoming a formidable force on the surface of Shangxi Star. Chen Imo sensed that Shunwan was drifting off topic and interjected. Does the sacred land also recruit individuals for mind power cultivation? Shunwan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, not only the sacred land of Shangxi but reportedly all major sanctuaries of the human race periodically seek promising talents for mind power cultivation. Yet, curiously, there are no wars within the sacred land, and relations with neighboring sanctuaries are amicable. However, those who are recruited often vanish after a few years, rumored to have fallen victim to the sacred land's tasks. What those tasks entail remains unclear. But the fact that even powerful sages can perish suggests they are not trivial matters. Chen Imo silently nodded, suspecting it likely pertained to conflicts with other races, particularly the divine and demonic factions. Though such matters were beyond the ken of ordinary individuals like Shunwan, our family's legitimate heir was not spared either. He perished during a sacred land task in his 5th year. During those 5 years, the Shen family expanded its influence largely due to his name, engaging in numerous nefarious deeds. With his death, the tide turned against us. Fortunately, as an illegitimate son, I was deemed inconsequential, allowing me to evade disaster. Mr. Shen, you must know that fortune can arise from misfortune, and misfortune can conceal fortune. Losing that celestial lifestyle and coming to Hanhai City to teach and nurture, living a few extra decades, may not be such a bad thing, Chen Imo consoled. You speak wisely. Shunwan laughed heartily, draining his cup of tea. Just as the two were engrossed in their conversation, a sudden explosion echoed from the distant sky. Chen Mo's heart raced as he swiftly turned to the source of the sound. Shunwan, equally perplexed, rose to gaze into the horizon. In the eastern sky, a blood-red vortex erupted, expanding rapidly and soon obscuring a vast region, even blotting out much of the sunlight. Hanhai City was plunged into darkness. Mr. Shen, with your extensive experience, have you encountered such a phenomenon before? Chen Imo urgently inquired. Shunwan shook his head. Never. But what? I once read in a book that the falling of a blood sea is a dire omen. A blood sea? Chen Imo mused, feeling an eerie familiarity with the crimson vortex, as if its hue mirrored that of the demonic race's blood cocoon. At that moment, a figure soared from the city, and a resonant voice echoed to every citizen. Residents of the city, return home immediately, close your doors and windows, and do not venture outside. It is the wave-chasing sage, Shunwan exclaimed. Chen Imo, however, took a moment to assess the situation. What wave-chasing sage? That individual has formally broken through to the sacred realm. They should be referred to as the wave-chasing sage now. He pondered how all external human powerhouses seemed capable of flight. How might one harness such willpower to soar? Clearly, this was not the moment for such contemplation. Despite this being a simulated world, Chen Mo was eager to uncover the truth behind these events. Mr. Shun, I must take my leave, Chen Mo declared. Shunwan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was time for them to return to their respective homes. Exiting Shunwan's residence, Chen Mo swiftly activated the Heartfire escape technique, darting out of the city in no time. The wave-chasing sage did not detect Chen Mo racing through the wooded areas below, as his concealment token was still somewhat advanced for a newly ascended sage. Chen Mo dashed until he reached the diagonal lower section of the blood-red vortex. He observed the wave-chasing sage soaring towards the vortex, brandishing a flute. Subdue the evil, the wave-chasing sage bellowed, causing the flute to erupt in brilliant white light, forming a beam that surged directly into the heart of the blood-red vortex. Chen Mo clearly perceived the willpower of the wave-chasing sage pouring into the flute, which began to emit sounds reminiscent of crashing waves. The white light surged forth in relentless waves, crashing into the blood-red vortex. Is it just me? Or does it seem that the wave-chasing sage is struggling? Chen Mo wondered. He sensed that the demonic energy within the vortex was not diminishing but rather intensifying. Before long, a fearsome, blood-red hand emerged from the vortex, directly opposing the white light emitted by the flute. How could demonic soldiers appear in the sacred land of worship? This is outrageous. How could such a lapse occur within the sacred land? Chen Mo heard the wave-chasing sage's furious exclamations, sparking a realization within him. Demonic soldiers? The demonic race. Aside from the blood giant within the dark barrier, Chen Mo had never truly encountered members of the demonic race. The implications of the wave-chasing sage's words were significant. In the next moment, the blood-red hand fully emerged from the vortex, and a torrent of black mist began to seep out. Chen Mo instantly recognized it as identical to the black mist surrounding the outer perimeter of the dark barrier. The wave-chasing sage was rapidly losing strength. The flute trembled continuously, clearly at its limit. As anticipated, with a resounding explosion, the flute shattered in midair. The blood-red hand, accompanied by the black mist, struck the wave-chasing sage with great force. Chen Mo heard a pained scream as the wave-chasing sage plummeted downward, while the blood-red hand continued its descent, seemingly intent on crushing the sage. A spark of inspiration ignited within Chen Mo. He swiftly formulated a plan. In an instant, he appeared beneath the wave-chasing sage, deftly reaching up to catch him, rescuing the sage from his impending fall. The master of the waves, despite appearing gravely injured and emanating an ethereal aura, was clearly taken aback upon seeing Chen Mo. This young man, whose depth of power was inscrutable, was a figure completely unfamiliar to everyone known to him within the Holy Star sect. Chen Mo offered a faint smile, remaining silent as he gently placed the master of the waves upon the ground. In an instant, a blazing white aura erupted fiercely from his body. Chapter 85. The Innate Holy Seed, the Secret Technique of Mind Flight. The master of the waves' pupils constricted sharply. The young man's aura was unmistakably that of a revered master. Moreover, he was evidently far more powerful. Chen Mo launched himself into the air, hurtling toward the crimson hand looming above. Though he could not fly, his formidable strength allowed him to leap hundreds of meters. From his observations, Chen Mo had discerned the crimson hand's power to be somewhat inferior to that of the divine servant he had been analyzing. While he might not be as strong, with the aid of his unique skills and the title of Lone Brave, he believed he could unleash his full potential to challenge it, if all else failed. He could always resort to his Heartfire escape technique. In his haste, Chen Mo had forgotten to bring a weapon, yet he unleashed a powerful punch toward the enormous crimson hand. The master of the waves clutched his chest, dumbfounded as he watched the young man's soaring figure and the fierce conflagration of his mind power. Boom! A terrifying explosion reverberated through the sky, the shockwave clearly visible as it surged forth. Just as the master of the waves realized the impending danger, he was swept away by the force of the impact, tumbling several times before spitting a mouthful of blood onto the grass. His injuries evidently exacerbated. Chen Mo, astonished by the sheer might of his punch, realized that upon breaking through to the saintly realm, the power derived from similar attributes was indeed more potent than that of the extraordinary realm. The crimson hand could not withstand the force of Chen Mo's blow, and was pierced right through. A clear cry of pain echoed from within the vortex, but Chen Mo, exhausted, performed a somersault midair and began to descend. Nevertheless, this strike had achieved the desired effect. The owner of the Crimson Hand, in agony, withdrew it from the vortex. Following this, the vortex gradually dissipated, revealing the azure sky once more. Chun Mo landed gracefully, only to discover the woeful state of the Master of the Waves. Do not perish just yet. I still wish to extract some benefits from this fellow. Chun Mo thought to himself, rushing forward. Fortunately, upon closer inspection, he found the Master of the Waves to be resilient, seemingly possessing some means of preserving his life, and he would not succumb so easily. Sir, young brother, could you take me back to the Lord's Manor in Hanhai City? I, Zhu Lang, shall reward you handsomely. Chen Mo had awaited this very statement. He swiftly seized the Master of the Waves, his feet flashing as he arrived at the outer wall of Hanhai City, leaping upward and soon landing atop the rooftops. Reaching the Lord's Manor in no time. Young brother, oh, you not have the ability to fly. Only then did Chen Mo notice the Master of the Waves, whose complexion had turned a ghastly shade of blue. Clearly having endured a rough ride, trembling, he retrieved a white pill from his bosom and swallowed it, visibly improving thereafter. Why, Lord, my lord, who are you? Release him at once. The steward of the Master of the Waves shouted at Chen Mo. Someone, quickly. The Master of the Waves rose and waved his hand. Zhong Wu, this is the savior of this humble one. Do not make a fuss. Quickly fetch me the items needed for healing, Zhong Wu. The steward finally comprehended and quickly responded, leading the arriving servants toward the inner courtyard. Meanwhile, two maidservants hurried forward to assist the Master of the Waves into the house. Brother, please, come in for a discussion. The Master of the Waves said to Chen Mo followed him inside, where the Master of the Waves, having consumed the pill, appeared to be in much better condition, at least no longer gasping for breath while speaking. He beckoned the maidservants to brew tea, while he appraised Chen Mo. I am truly grateful for your assistance today. Dear brother, I, Zhu Lang, have little in the way of hobbies, save for collecting treasures. If you could allow me a brief moment to recuperate, I shall personally escort you to my treasure vault, where you may choose 3 items at your leisure. Chun Mo's heart leaped with joy. Although he could not directly bring these treasures from the world of predictions, he could certainly choose his favored items, allowing them to enter the random item pool of the predictive realm, thus giving him a chance to randomly acquire them in reality. Then it would be a pleasure to comply. Chen Mo replied with a smile. You jest, brother. It is but the least I can do. Should you have any other requests, please do not hesitate to ask. I, Zhu Lang, will not refuse anything within my means. Zhu Lang laughed, relieved that the young master before him did not appear to harbor ill intent. Chen Mo seized the opportunity to articulate his true intentions. I indeed have 2 requests. The first is to inquire about the secret technique of flight, and the second is to ascertain the origin of the hand that emerged from the vortex. Zhu Lang paused, a hint of skepticism crossing his features as he scrutinized Chen Mo. This young man, though unfamiliar in countenance, clearly lacked basic knowledge. Could he truly hail from some remote wilderness? With such strength, could he possibly be an innate holy seed? A surge of excitement filled Zhu Lang's heart at this realization. This was an opportunity of great significance. Introducing this young man to the holy land of Shaanxi would surely reward him far more than the treasures within his vault. As Chen Mo observed the wild fluctuations of emotion across Zhu Lang's face, he remained oblivious to the scheme brewing in the latter's mind. Zhu Lang, with a beaming smile, addressed Chen Mo. The secret technique of mind flight is not truly a secret. I shall provide you with a copy shortly. As for the Crimson Hand, it belongs to a demonic weapon, and the demon general behind it is one of our greatest adversaries in the holy land of Shaanxi. Knowing this much is sufficient. If you do not wish to join Shaanxi, I cannot divulge further information. I hope you understand. With your abilities, joining Shaanxi would surely grant you prominence, and your ascension to sainthood would be inevitable. May I inquire your name? Would you consider joining? Chen Mo, however, had no intention of agreeing to such terms. Though he might deceive Zhu Lang with his concealed badge, any peak saint or saintly figure would see through his facade at a glance. Unless he uncovered a means to remove the mark of the divine race, he could never expose himself to those formidable beings. My name is Chen Mo, and I beg your pardon. I am not inclined to join at present. Zhu Lang understood that those emerging from lesser regions often possessed a peculiar confidence, reluctant to align with greater powers. He decided not to press the matter further, instead instructing the maidservants to prepare the secret technique of flight. Before long, Zhong Wu entered, carrying an exquisite wooden box and bowing respectfully to both Zhu Lang and Chen Wei. Lord, I have brought the heart restoration pill. Zhu Lang accepted the wooden box. Good, you may leave now. Once Zhong Wu departed, Zhu Lang opened the box to reveal a milky white pill entwined with fine golden threads. Chen Mo felt his heart skip a beat. Within that pill lay an exceedingly pure essence of mind power. Of course, there were likely other ingredients, but the mind power was undoubtedly the primary component. Chapter 86. Zhu Lang's treasure will influence his reality. This heart restoration pill was worth a fortune. Just one required an exorbitant amount of mind power, 1 million units. To be precise, to concoct even a single pill. Were it not for his current state of exhaustion, he would never have dared utilize it. Fortunately, due to the loss of the demonic weapon, the holy city of saint worship would reimburse him in due course. As Zhu Lang mused, he tossed the pill into his mouth. Chen Mo well understood what a unit of mind power represented. It was equivalent to one person's annual contribution of 10% of their mind power. 1 million units meant the annual tribute of 100,000 people. In other words, this singular pill equated to the entire annual mind power tax of Hanhai City. It was indeed a rare treasure. Yet it rendered Chen Mo somewhat uncomfortable. After consuming the heart restoration pill, Zhu Lang's aura began to rise, his injuries healing rapidly. Soon, aside from some residual physical harm, his state of mind power depletion had completely recovered. Come, dear brother Chen Mo. I shall now lead you to the treasure vault. With his condition vastly improved, Zhu Lang stood and guided Chen Mo down into the depths of the Lord's manor. After opening 3 doors, they arrived at Zhu Lang's treasure vault. To Chen Mo's astonishment, the vault was brightly lit, illuminated by electric lights. Observing Chen Mo's astonished expression, Zhu Lang felt a surge of superiority over this country bumpkin from a small place. This lighting system was purchased from another world. It harnesses the tidal forces outside Hanhai City to drive a sophisticated device that generates electricity, ultimately powering these electric lights. Brother Chen Mo, do take a good look. There are indeed many valuable items in this vault. However, I promise you, choose any 3 that catch your fancy. Zhu Lang emphasized the 3, clearly reluctant to part with his trinkets. Yet, in Chen Mo's eyes, most of the items in the vault appeared to be mere junk. Initially, he had assumed there would be rare materials or perhaps a fortune in gold, but upon closer inspection, he found items like a flashlight. Was that truly considered a treasure? And atop the most ornate shelf sat a computer. Though it appeared slightly more advanced than a household computer from Blue Star, it was unmistakably a computer. What use would Chen Mo have for a computer? Chen Mo furrowed his brow, surveying the heap of debris before him with a sense of reluctance. Hesitant to reach out and disturb the randomness of the simulation's database. The high-end trinkets, esteemed in the eyes of the Zhu Lang masters, held no allure for him. He found not a single item worthy of his interest. Eventually, he discerned 3 objects on a shelf a short distance away that were somewhat presentable and could indeed be considered treasures. The rationale behind this designation was straightforward. These 3 items were capable of interacting with one's mental energy or willpower. Chen Mo's discerning eye had served him well. Upon witnessing Chen Mo's selections, the Zhu Lang elder inwardly sighed in relief, yet simultaneously regarded Chen Mo as merely a rustic bumpkin, forsaking those precious artifacts from beyond realms in favor of these inferior accessories. Though these items possessed some utility and could be deemed treasures in their own right, they paled in comparison to the otherworldly artifacts. After choosing his treasures, the Zhu Lang elder extended an invitation to Chen Mo for dinner, which was graciously declined. Chen Mo, you reside in the city, do you? Very well, we can gather another day. Allow me to escort you. The elder chuckled amiably. Before long, Chen Mo returned to his abode, placing the 3 treasures upon his table. One of them was an iron ring, seemingly ordinary, yet when infused with mental energy, it could manifest a shield of willpower, transforming from the ethereal to the tangible, capable of withstanding various assaults. The second was an obsidian pendant, which, when worn, would automatically absorb a trace of the wearer's mental energy each day, accumulating over approximately 180 days. This intrinsic energy could replenish the wearer's mental reserves in times of depletion. The third was a small wooden plaque, inscribed with intricate patterns that Chen Mo could not decipher. However, wearing this plaque would slightly enhance the wearer's rate of mental recovery. To be candid, Chinamo wished to bring all three items back to the real world. Alas, should fortune be unkind, he might return empty-handed, merely gambling on fate. To gain is my fortune, to lose is my fate. He mused, not wishing to dwell on the matter. In the following 2 days, Chinamo remained within the simulation, dedicating himself to mastering the art of flight. As long as he could grasp it within this time frame, he would be able to utilize it upon returning to the real world, irrespective of any rewards from the simulation. Fortunately, this technique was not overly complex. By the afternoon of the second day, he could unsteadily control his body to float in the air. How marvelous! Willpower influencing reality. Mastery of one technique opens the door to countless others. I could potentially derive further applications based on this flight technique. 2 days later, Chinamo exited the simulation. Standing before the luminous screen, he experienced a profound sense of disorientation, as if he had traversed through time. Spending a few days in the simulation is manageable, but should the simulation progress to the second or third tier, and if I were to remain here for an extended period, I fear I might lose my grip on reality. The simulation continued. You have spent some time in Hanhai City, during which the Zhulang Elder invited you to his ascension ceremony. You once again politely declined the Zhulang Elder's invitation, as you had more pressing matters at hand. You discovered that, in conjunction with certain texts from this world, your understanding of the Wudong Tranquility Technique deepened significantly, allowing you to theorize its adaptation for the saintly realm without the system's aid. Just as you began to gain some insight, an unexpected event occurred. The City of Saints arranged for Elder Baiwen to attend the Zhulang Elder's ascension ceremony. Initially, Elder Baiwen paid no heed to the ordinary citizens in the city, thus failing to notice you, who were utilizing a concealed waste token. However, by sheer coincidence, when the Zhulang Elder inquired about the reason for the demonic invasion, he mentioned you, expressing his admiration for your potential as a natural-born saint. Intrigued, Elder Baiwen requested to meet you. The Zhulang Elder led Elder Baiwen to your residence, but before he could approach, he noticed the divine insignia upon you, causing his expression to change dramatically. Rather than attacking directly, he swiftly took the Zhulang Elder away. Throughout this entire episode, you, engrossed in contemplation, remained oblivious. A day later, the Saint of the Heavens descended upon Hanhai City, unleashing a terrifying force that obliterated several blocks surrounding your residence in an instant. Your familiar neighbors, including Shan Wan, perished in that cataclysmic strike. This devastation was a result of the Saint of the Heavens exerting considerable restraint. Otherwise, the entirety of Hanhai City would have been annihilated. You survived, but were grievously wounded in the process. The Saint of the Heavens inquired about your origins, to which you remained silent, attempting to employ the Heartfire evasion technique to escape. Unbeknownst to you, the Saint of the Heavens effortlessly dismantled your technique, his gaze icy, and he swiftly struck you down. You perished, thus concluding this simulation. Chapter 87. Excessive Intent to Kill. The Anxious Song Chongqing. Along with the enigmatic old Taoist, Chinamo, observing the simulation, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The Zhulang Elder had truly dug a grave for himself, inadvertently summoning the Saint of the Heavens. What ill fortune. The screen dimmed, and text appeared in the center. The simulation, first tier, max level, can offer the host 3 special rewards. The host may choose one. Reward 1. An increase in 1 primary attribute point from this simulation. Excess is invalid. Can only enhance to the current realm's limit. Reward 2. Heart Restoration Token, first tier. Reward 3. Recovery Ability 20 points. Chinamo's gaze immediately fell upon Reward 2. Recognizing it as the wooden plaque he had acquired from the Zhulang Elder's treasury, which enhanced mental recovery speed. Without hesitation, he chose the Heart Restoration Token. After all, he had not significantly improved his attributes during the simulation, and recovery ability was not an immediate necessity. Obtaining equipment was the most prudent choice. The simulation, first tier, max level, can provide the host with a random, vividly clear memory or insight from the simulation. Would you like to choose? Choose. As the information flowed through him, a smile crept upon Chan Mo's face. Excellent. It is indeed my memory of the Wudong Tranquility Technique. With this, I can continue my research in the real world. And perhaps it won't be long before I can integrate this secret technique with willpower. Chinamo had a vague feeling that the Wudong Tranquility Technique might bring him an unexpected surprise. The simulation, first tier, max level, can materialize an item that the host used during the simulation. The item is ready. Would you like to extract it? Yes. Chen Mo opened his backpack, his expression brightening. Fortune smiled upon him. He had managed to randomly extract the iron ring, thus augmenting his defensive capabilities. Remarkably, 2 of the 3 treasures acquired from the Zhulang Elder's treasury had manifested in reality, significantly enhancing Chen Mo's strength. Detection confirms that the host has learned the Heartfire flight technique. Would you like to convert it into an active skill? Upon conversion, it will not be subject to proficiency restrictions. You may fly at will. Oh, such a delightful surprise. Convert. Moments later, Chen Mo's skill list featured the Heartfire flight technique. This was a bountiful harvest. He anticipated needing to take several risks moving forward. Chen Mo was acutely aware of his own fortune. It seemed he had expended 6 months' worth of luck in this instance. The next day, Chen Mo returned to the country, preparing for 3 days of quiet contemplation. He sensed that his intent to kill had become rather pronounced in the recent days. While it was manageable within the simulation, where he had spent considerable time in the company of the Saint of the Heavens, the moment he returned to the real world, the oppressive aura of his murderous intent threatened to shatter the heavens. In his villa, even the housekeeper, who typically engaged in light conversation with him, now regarded him with trepidation, scarcely daring to utter a word. She carried out her duties of cleaning and cooking with utmost caution in his presence. The overwhelming intent to kill was so potent that it hindered his physical control and diminished the efficiency of his willpower. This discomfort had become increasingly apparent during his recent hunts. An excessive intent to kill drove a wedge between him and the full realization of his willpower. The optimal expression of willpower required the body to be in a state of moderate excitement or anger while maintaining absolute clarity of mind, unclouded by emotion. Only in such a state could he unleash the full extent of his willpower. To harmonize the will with the body, to unify mental energy, was the path to achieving peak performance. However, as Chen Mo sat cross-legged upon his mat, he found himself unable to calm his mind, even struggling to continue his research on the Wudong Tranquility technique. Chen Mo recognized that he could not persist in this manner. He resolved to embark on a journey to Wudong Mountain, seeking the old Taoist who had presented the Wudong Tranquility technique to the upper echelons of Xia country, hoping to explore this secret technique further and perhaps glean new insights. Yet, upon learning of Chen Mo's intentions and destination, Song Chongqing exhibited an unprecedented level of anxiety, hastily seeking out Chen Mo, who was already prepared to depart. Chen, my advisor, please do not rush off. Song Chongqing urgently intercepted Chen Mo. The latter looked at him with some suspicion. What is it, Commander? He had never seen Song Chongqing so flustered outside of wartime. Come, sit down. There are a few matters I must emphasize to you. Song Chongqing insisted. Chen Mo frowned slightly but followed Song Chongqing back to the villa, where they sat facing each other in the living room. Commander, please speak quickly. I'm pressed for time, Chen Mo urged. The discussion at hand pertains to your impending departure, Consultant Chen. Are you aware of the venerable Taoist from Wudong Mountain, whom you are to seek? Chen Mo shook his head. I have no idea. I suppose I shall find out when I inquire further. However, Song Chongqing interjected, it is not as simple as that. This Wudong Mountain is not the same as the other. What do you mean by this and not this? If you have something to say, just say it plainly. Chen Mo felt somewhat helpless, wondering why Song Chongqing was being so cryptic. The true peak of Wudong Mountain, extending up to the purple gold summit, is lined with tourist attractions. While there are some genuine Taoists, one cannot claim that they possess any remarkable abilities. We both understand this implicitly. Yet, this particular Taoist resides deep within Wudong Mountain, and aside from a select few high-ranking individuals, no one knows his whereabouts. Song Chongqing raised his index finger, gesturing towards the sky. The more Chen Mo listened, the more he sensed something amiss. Song Chongqing, who was nearing the limits of pseudo-superhuman capabilities, seemed to exhibit a certain reverence towards this old Taoist. Do you know who the commander is? Chen Mo inquired. Song Chongqing, somewhat abashed, chuckled awkwardly. Well, I do know. Then what are we waiting for? Tell me, and I shall go find him. It's not that simple, Consultant Chen. That old Taoist is no ordinary man. Suddenly, Song Chongqing produced a vial of ashes potion from his pocket and pointed at it, declaring, this ashes potion is the most basic formula, freely provided to humanity by that old Taoist. At the time, all 4 major global powers convened at Wudong Mountain for this matter, and the old Taoist remained impartial, sharing the formula with each faction. Subsequently, at the old Taoist's behest, this matter was classified as top secret. Even you, Consultant Chun, would not have been informed if it weren't for your visit to see that old Taoist. Chinamo felt a jolt of realization. The formula for the Ashes Potion was contributed by that old Taoist? This posed significant implications. How could an ordinary Blue Star inhabitant confined within a cage possibly comprehend such matters? Could it be that he truly needed to meet this enigmatic old Taoist? But wait, the potion from the North Russian Red Alliance is more effective than ours. Could it also have been provided by that old Taoist? Chinamo suddenly asked. Song Chongqing hurriedly shook his head. No. The old Taoist provided the basic formula, and the North Russian Red Alliance conducted extensive research based on that foundation to develop a more effective formula. That is their own expertise. Thus, the old Taoist is quite mysterious and highly respected. We have even arranged for personnel to patrol outside the mountain to prevent any disturbances to his secluded cultivation. Rest assured, Commander, I will be exceedingly polite. Chunamo nodded earnestly in assurance. Chapter 88. I am Inzhuan. It is a pleasure to meet you, young friend. Song Chongqing let out a sigh of relief. That is precisely my intent, Consultant Chun. When you meet the old Taoist, you must be extremely courteous. We are all his juniors. Well then, am I free to depart? Yes, I will arrange for a vehicle to take you immediately. The Dongfeng off-road vehicle gradually navigated a mountain path, driven with utmost caution by Li Xiaomao, who was wary of any jolts that might disturb the meditative state of Consultant Chen. This narrow path wound alongside a stream. Delving deeper into the heart of Wudong Mountain, flanked by picturesque hills and the ceaseless sounds of chirping insects and singing birds, it was not until the dirt road ahead became invisible that Li Xiaomao brought the vehicle to a stop. Gently calling out, Consultant Chin? Consultant Chin, we have arrived. Chinamo slowly opened his eyes, a surge of murderous intent emanating from him, causing Li Xiaomao to shiver involuntarily. Consultant Chin, there's south no road ahead. Chinamo nodded, shouldered his backpack, and exited the vehicle. You may return. There is no need to wait for me. I shall make my own way back, Li Xiaomao acknowledged with a nod, knowing better than to argue against Consultant Chin's decision, which was his principle of conduct. The Dongfeng off-road vehicle struggled to turn around on the narrow dirt path before driving away. Chenimo retrieved the satellite map printed by Song Chongqing, which accurately marked the endpoint of this path, his current location, and the whereabouts of the old Taoist residence. With just over 10 kilometers remaining, it was not far. Taking advantage of Li Xiaomao's departure, he decided to test his heart power flight technique. A slight smile graced Chen Mo's lips. Upon activating the skill, he felt a force lifting his body from the ground, and he began to float gently into the air. Once the flight technique became a skill, it felt as instinctual as breathing. With a mere thought, Chen Mo shot forward like a bolt of lightning, covering several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. He sensed a pressure building. Should he break through this barrier, he might even reach supersonic speeds. Chinamo marveled at the extraordinary strength derived from human will, the philosophical dichotomy of idealism and materialism, once deemed distinct, had seemingly merged in this era, revealing a dialectical unity. The two concepts could complement each other, elevating one to a transcendent state. Chen Mo slowed his pace, savoring the sensation of the wind brushing against his face. The dream of human flight can be traced back to ancient times, and only in modernity did mankind finally soar through the skies using various tools. Yet now, humanity could take flight through sheer will. Before long, Chen Mo approached the secluded Taoist's residence, and from above, he beheld a small courtyard nestled amidst the lush mountainside. Just as he was about to glide down, he suddenly felt his heart power retracting into the depths of his cells, causing him to be pushed by inertia towards the Taoist's dwelling. The flight technique had failed. Confused, Chen Mo focused his thoughts and attempted to activate the flight technique again, but his heart power lay hidden deep within, refusing to manifest. What was happening? Chen Mo wondered, yet he was not concerned about injury, given his physical prowess. However, as he neared the ground, an inexplicable force supported him, ensuring a steady landing at the entrance of the Taoist's residence. At that moment, Chen Mo realized that this old Taoist was likely a master among masters, possibly even more formidable than himself, who had already attained a transcendent state and could be referred to as a revered figure among the sanctified stars. Such an extraordinary being existed on Blue Star. Why then had the divine servants not obliterated him? This was perplexing. Chun Mo's mind swirled with thoughts as he hesitated to step into the dwelling. Suddenly, a serene voice floated into his ears. "Young friend, since you have come to visit the old Taoist, why do you hesitate at the door? The old Taoist has been awaiting you for some time." Chen Mo swallowed nervously, feeling a surge of anxiety. This was not a simulated world. It was the genuine reality, and before such an unknown powerhouse, Chen Mo felt a twinge of trepidation. Steadying his nerves, he stepped onto the stone steps, crossed the wooden threshold, and entered the nameless Taoist dwelling. Within the tranquil courtyard sat an elderly Taoist, exuding an aura of ethereal grace, holding a whisk while seated cross-legged on a mat. His eyes gently closed but a smile gracing his lips. "Welcome, young friend. Please take a seat on the mat." Chen Mo scrutinized the old Taoist for a long moment but found nothing amiss. The Taoist appeared to be an utterly ordinary old man, so ordinary that one could scarcely believe it. His vitality seemed diminished, and his heart power was unremarkable. Yet why had he abruptly plummeted from the sky? And how had that calm voice reached him? Chen Mo, puzzled, settled onto the mat before the old Taoist, poised to speak when the old man interjected, "Young friend, your excessive murderous intent has clouded your mental state and cultivation. As a gesture of our first meeting, I shall dispel this murderous intent from you." With a gentle flick of his whisk, a refreshing breeze swept over Chen Mo. Instantly, he felt clarity wash over him. His mind tranquil as all traces of murderous intent dissipated. Chen Mo was profoundly astonished and bowed sincerely, saying, "Thank you, Taoist." The old Taoist smiled faintly and spoke, "I am Inzhuan Zizi. It is a pleasure to meet you. Young friend, and I have long admired your esteemed name, Taoist Inzhuan Zizi. Seeing you today is indeed a transcendent experience." The old Taoist, Inzhuan Zizi, laughed heartily. "You are quite amusing. This is our first encounter, yet you speak of long admiration. My Taoist name is now known to you, the first in this world." His playful banter caused Chen Mo's cheeks to flush. "It seems you have countless questions for me, but many matters are not yet the time for revelation." Inzhuan Zizi remarked, shifting the conversation. As for the Wudong Tranquility Sutra, a hint of nostalgia graced the old man's visage. "Please, share your insights with me. I wish to see the depth of your understanding." Chen Mo found himself momentarily stifled by the old man's preceding words, forcing him to recount the extraordinary state of the Wudong Tranquility Sutra and his recent insights into its application towards achieving a transcendent state. The more he spoke, the more astonished Inzhuan Zizi appeared. Upon Chen Mo concluding his final insight, Inzhuan Zizi could not help but exclaim, "Remarkable, remarkable. Your comprehension is astounding. I fear I cannot match it." Taoist Inzhuan Zizi. "You jest?" Inzhuan Zizi shook his head gently. "To speak frankly, the Wudong Tranquility Sutra is merely a rudimentary method of meditation, once the simplest and most universal entry-level technique for Wudong disciples. That you could innovate and combine it with heart power cultivation is something I have never considered in all these years. Young friend, I must ask you to wait a moment. I need to retreat to the quiet room to organize my thoughts." Chen Mo nodded. "Please, Taoist Inzhuan Zizi, take your time. I shall wait here in the courtyard." Inzhuan Zizi entered the tranquil chamber, and Chen Mo began to meander around the courtyard. As he strolled, his heart started to race wildly. This Inzhuan Zizi was certainly no ordinary individual. Thank you all for your support. Jerry is fervently typing away. Chapter 89. The Shocking Dojo for Chen Mo. Extraordinary techniques. Chen Mo swiftly approached a large locust tree in the courtyard. At first glance, he merely regarded it as an ancient tree with a certain charm. But as he drew nearer, he felt a profound shock within his heart. Guyuan tree. A type of locust tree that should not exist in this world, seemingly transplanted here by human hands. Within the root system of the Guyuan tree, living beings experience the solid foundation and nurturing essence effects, leading to a gradual enhancement of physical attributes and a significant reduction in lifespan consumption. Indeed, it was evident that Inzhuan Zizi was not from this world. But from where did he originate? Why did he insist that now was not the time to speak? A flurry of questions filled Chen Mo's mind, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, the system could detect these unusual items, allowing Chen Mo to glean some intelligence. As he circled the Guyuan tree, he noticed a large water storage jar not far behind it. Approaching it, another line of information appeared before his eyes. Yunling jar, a water storage vessel made from special materials, Drinking the water within will significantly restore mental and physical stamina. This item does not belong to this world and has different effects in its original realm. Chinamo could not help but swallow hard. From which world did this Inzwanzizi hail? Was it a realm governed by humans? Beside the Yunling jar, there was a wooden weapon rack displaying 3 weapons, a sword, a dagger, and an iron rod. Chinamo sensed that these items were anything but ordinary, and upon closer inspection, he was utterly astounded. The wooden weapon rack appeared quite mundane, and the system revealed no information about it. But the 3 weapons were increasingly intimidating. Jinwu sword, Tianshan dagger, Huntai rod. A series of question marks left Chinamo drenched in cold sweat. What were these items? How could even the system fail to extract information, presenting only a string of question marks? Who exactly was this Inzwanzizi? Subsequently, Chinamo examined the various items around him. And indeed, among the 10 objects, 8 did not belong to this world. This further solidified his conjecture that Inzwanzizi was from another realm. Chinamo forcefully steadied his mind, seated himself upon a mat, regulated his breathing, and finally managed to calm his emotions. The mat beneath him was also a treasure, possessing the effect of hastening meditation, yet in the presence of all these remarkable items, it seemed rather inconspicuous. Thus, Chinamo remained there, sitting from the time the sun was high in the sky until it began to set. Suddenly, he heard a burst of laughter emanating from the tranquil chamber deep within the courtyard. Ha ha ha, just as I thought, I have succeeded. I have succeeded. It was indeed the voice of Inzwanzizi. Moments later, he came bounding out of the tranquil chamber in a frenzy. Young friend. Young friend, look at this, oh no. With a loud thud, Inzwanzizi stumbled and fell onto the bluestone steps, his forehead bruised. Chinamo hurriedly rushed forward to assist him, feeling a bit perplexed. This Inzwanzizi appeared to be an utterly ordinary old Taoist priest. How could he possibly be associated with all the extraordinary treasures in his courtyard? I must apologize for my clumsiness. Quickly, sit down. Allow me to introduce to you the marvelous items I have concocted. Marvelous items? Chinmo's heart stirred, and he promptly helped Inzwanzizi onto the mat in his hands. Inzwanzizi held a tome exuding the fragrance of ink, evidently freshly pinned. I had an inspiration and used the Wudong Tranquil Heart technique as a foundation, combining it with your insights to compile this Wudong Refining Heart technique. Wudong Refining Heart technique? Precisely. Inzwanzizi's face flushed with excitement. To put it simply, this method can clarify one's true intentions and enhance willpower. Moreover, I have also devised a corresponding method for body refinement, which is included within. Although it is not profound, it is sufficient for ordinary individuals to utilize. Chinmo's pupils dilated in surprise, enhancing willpower and cultivating the body. Was this not an extraordinary technique? I observe that your abilities are profound. Thus, I have tailored the refining heart technique specifically for you. Inzwanzizi proudly produced another tome from behind him. This is the Wudong Forging Heart technique. While the refining heart technique is suitable for ordinary people and even extraordinary individuals, this forging heart technique is exclusively meant for you. Inzwanzizi handed both tomes to Chinamo. Chinamo, brimming with excitement, accepted them with reverence. Thank you for bestowing these teachings, master. Inzwanzizi smiled and shook his head. This Wudong refining heart technique could not have been completed without your insights. A mere old man like me, lacking in wisdom, could not have accomplished it alone. If gratitude is to be expressed, I must thank you. I have long wished to contribute something to the human race of this realm, but alas, I am rather dull-witted, and while you can enter and exit Wudong Mountain, no need to dwell on that. Remember, young friend, after you descend the mountain, present the Wudong refining heart technique to the authorities. Chinamo understood that this refining heart technique was clearly not meant for his personal use. In essence, it was a gift from the old Taoist Inzwanzizi to all of humanity. With this tome in hand, the future of humanity might witness unprecedented changes, the magnitude of which Chinamo could not fathom. Rest assured, master. Inzwanzizi, satisfied, stroked his beard. In the future, do come visit me whenever you have the time. Though Wudong Mountain is vast, it lacks someone to converse with, rendering it rather dull. However, it is getting late, and I have some unspoken concerns, so I cannot invite you to stay here for rest. I hope you can forgive me. Chinamo nodded, sensing that Inzwanzizi was once extraordinary, Yet what had transpired in his life remained a complete mystery to him. Moreover, Wudong Mountain carried an inexplicable aura, making it seem that lingering too long may not be advisable. Take care, master. You take care as well, and I must remind you, flying is prohibited within 100 meters of this dojo. Be sure to fly beyond that distance. Chen Imo nodded, noting that the old Taoist seemed entirely unfazed by his ability to fly. Bidding farewell to Inzhuan-Zizi, Chen Imo followed his guidance and exited the 100-meter radius of the dojo before utilizing the heart-powered flight technique, soaring into the sky and vanishing into the distance. Inzhuan-Zizi stood at the entrance of the dojo, gazing in a daze at Chen Imo as he disappeared into the horizon. After a moment, he turned and returned to the dojo, walking straight to the weapon rack. Strange. You three, who chatter incessantly daily, seeking a worthy companion to follow you. Why do you fall silent now that Chen Imo has arrived? The three weapons quivered slightly. A stream of information surged into Inzhuan-Zizi's mind, leaving him with an expression of bewilderment. So that's how it is. How curious. You say that Chen Imo is not the destined one and unsuitable for any of you. Yet I observe him to be the foremost individual in this world. If he is not the destined one, then who could possibly be? The three weapons could not help but express their opinions. The Zhanwu sword spoke. Old man, you do not understand. That Chen Imo exudes a terrifying aura. Oh? How could I not sense it? Inzhuan-Zizi queried skeptically. He could indeed feel Chen Mo's strength, but terrifying? That was an exaggeration. Compared to his former peers, Chen Mo's presence was still lacking. The three weapons had once been too fearful to even touch those peers, yet now they deemed Chen Imo terrifying? While Chen Mo's fate was indeed remarkably potent, fate and aura were entirely different matters. The three weapons fell silent, choosing to feign indifference. Suit yourselves. After all, there is still plenty of time ahead. Chapter 90. Past events. Chen Imo soared through the night sky, the consumption of the heart-powered flight technique being nearly negligible. He could return to the capital city without feeling any fatigue. When he descended directly in front of Song Chongqing, who was jogging at night, the mature and composed middle-aged man nearly collapsed in shock. Chen. Advisor Chen, is that you? Did you fly back? Chen Imo stifled a laugh, nodding slightly. He had been startled by the items in Inzhuan-Zizi's dojo, and returning to give Song Chongqing a fright felt rather gratifying. Advisor Chen truly possesses remarkable skills. Song Chongqing stammered, struggling to find words. Ha, Commander. I will find a way to write up a report for the organization regarding this flight technique. But given our team's current abilities, aside from Su Hao, I doubt anyone else can utilize it. Chen Imo could hardly contain his laughter. So, how did it go? Did you meet the old Taoist? Chen Imo nodded. Yes, we had a delightful conversation. That's wonderful. Song Chongqing's anxiety had not subsided throughout the day. The old Taoist also asked me to bring this back. After much deliberation, I think it is best to hand it directly to you. As for how to handle it, you can decide with the leadership. Song Chongqing's expression froze as he accepted the tome Chen Imo offered. Wudong refining heart technique? What is this? An extraordinary technique, Chen Imo replied nonchalantly. The Wudong heart refinement technique, which he had perused on his way back, was indeed remarkably ingenious. However, it was evidently suitable only for ordinary individuals, and those at the extraordinary realm. Upon hearing the phrase extraordinary method, Song Chongqing's hands trembled as he opened the booklet. Immediately, he immersed himself in its contents, standing still in place, while Chen Imo chuckled softly, seated on a nearby bench. After approximately half an hour, Song Chongqing finally exhaled a long sigh and returned to his senses. If only we had this 10 years ago, so many comrades would not have had to perish. Advisor Chen, thank you. Chen Imo waved his hand dismissively, saying, why thank me? Save your gratitude for the old Taoist. Song Chongqing solemnly nodded in agreement. With little else to do at that moment, Chen Imo accompanied Song Chongqing back, as the latter had recently taken to a leisurely lifestyle, moving to a villa not far from Chen Mo's residence. Commander, how much do you know about the old Taoist? Chen Imo suddenly inquired. During their time at the Wuming Taoist temple, Inzhuan-Zizi had been reticent, and Chen Imo had dared not press further, relying instead on insights gleaned from the rare treasures. Now, seeing Song Chongqing, he could not help but ask, curious about how much these higher-ups knew about Inzhuan-Zizi. After some contemplation, Song Chongqing replied, the old Taoist has never told us his name. Approximately 10 years ago, A geological exploration team directly affiliated with the Beijing military district had been assigned a task deep within Wudong Mountain. When a team member accidentally fell off a cliff, it was thought that no divine intervention could save him. Yet, upon awakening, he found himself in a small courtyard, the old Taoist's place. Song Chongqing nodded. Indeed, that time. The team member had multiple fractures and was unable to move. But the old Taoist miraculously healed his injuries. Subsequently, the team sought him out, and the higher-ups became aware of an exceptionally skilled healer residing deep within Wudong Mountain. Following a subsequent anomalous invasion, one of their team members sustained severe injuries. The domestic medical facilities at the time could only await his demise. However, that team member had substantial backing, and the higher-ups arranged for him to be taken directly to Wudong Mountain. Upon meeting the old Taoist, he was indeed healed, and the old Taoist inquired about many matters, displaying considerable knowledge about those anomalies. It was then that we realized the old Taoist was an absolute recluse of unparalleled mastery. As Song Chongqing spoke, a hint of admiration graced his expression. The old Taoist instructed us to summon representatives from other major powers in the world to gather at the Taoist temple in 7 days. Initially, the other 3 factions suspected we were up to something nefarious and sent unimportant representatives. However, when the old Taoist presented the formula for a particular potion, it astonished everyone. Since then, the old Taoist requested that we refrain from disturbing his seclusion. This became a strict rule for the upper echelons of our organization. Of course, the Taoist has always shown a preference for our Xia country. The Wudong Tranquility Technique was bestowed upon a high-ranking leader at that time. As Song Chongqing recounted, Chen Amo listened intently as they made their way back to the villa area. Oh dear, my mind. How did I end up returning with you? Song Chongqing exclaimed, suddenly slapping his forehead. Chen Mo's lips twitched. Had he not been the one to head this way first? Advisor Chen, until we meet again, I must hurry to headquarters. I need to report on the Wudong heart refinement technique. Chen Mo chuckled, shaking his head as he returned to the villa. That night, he had no intention of sleeping. Taking the Wudong heart refinement technique from his pocket, he opened it and studied it meticulously. So, that said, I am merely a step away from mastering this technique. Chen Mo's expression was complex. The old Taoist Inzhuan was indeed profoundly skilled, and this technique was truly suitable for him at this stage. Chen Mo's assertion stemmed from the fact that the starting requirements for this technique were exceedingly high. Without the willpower or heart strength to reach the holy realm, one could not even begin to practice it. Once successfully executed, the heart refinement technique would act like a massive hammer, relentlessly pounding the user's will. If the will faltered, the heart would weaken. Yet, enduring the blows would only strengthen the will and the heart. Chen Mo immediately assumed a cross-legged position, silently reciting the heart refinement mantra, connecting his spirit with his heart's strength. Before long, he found himself enveloped in a mysterious state. Boom! Chen Mo felt as if his will had been struck by an immense force. Rendering him somewhat limp, the forging of his will diminished his control over his formidable body. Hold on! Chen Mo gritted his teeth as the heavy hammer struck his heart time and again. Gradually, he felt too weak even to raise a finger. His clenched jaw began to relax. Until the hammer struck once more, Chen Mo abruptly exited the heart refinement state, collapsing onto the mat. Yet, the results were remarkably evident. You have employed an effective method to forge your will. Successfully training it. Congratulations, your willpower has increased by 2. You currently possess a total of 3,394 attribute points. Reaching the maximum will unlock a world hint fragment 1. Trembling, Chen Mo slowly rose. A smile gracing his lips. The heart refinement technique proved effective, granting him an impressive 2 points of willpower per session, a significant increase compared to the previous tranquility technique. However, at this stage, I can only perform this heart refinement once a day. Exceeding that might yield counterproductive results. Moreover, after a day of combat, utilizing this technique to hammer away at my will effectively purges any murderous intent from my heart, making it perfectly suitable for me. With both the concealment badge and the heart refinement technique at my disposal, my hunts will be utterly unrestrained. Chapter 91. Join us. Embrace a brighter future. A month has swiftly passed since Chen Mo returned from Wudong Mountain and handed the Wudong heart refinement technique to Song Chongqing. The Dark Walker organization across Xia country seemed to have weathered a storm. With most anomalous invasion events resolved by Chen Mo, they found ample time to comprehend and practice the Wudong heart refinement technique. resulting in a comprehensive enhancement of the members' willpower and physical abilities. Although they did not achieve the incredible efficiency of gaining 1 or 2 points each day as Chen Mo did, their progress was nonetheless exponentially faster than before. The three major factions outside Xia country naturally acquired intelligence regarding Xia's possession of this secret technique through various means. Consequently, they could no longer remain idle. The four major factions higher-ups convened once more, this time in Beijing. Song Chongqing, brimming with confidence and radiating a glow of triumph, found that this time, there was no need for Chen Mo to flex his muscles. The representatives from the other three factions still maintained a submissive demeanor. With such conditions, you won't sign. If you refuse to sign, there's no need for further discussion, Song Chongqing proclaimed arrogantly, slamming the document onto the table. Song, you cannot treat friends this way. General Powell from the Resistance Organization clenched his fists, his face flushed. Apologies, Powell. We may be friends privately, but here, at the negotiation table, we discuss only interests, not friendships. The expressions of several high-ranking officials from the Red Alliance and the Divine Awakening Organization shifted in various ways. Throughout this month, they had exhausted all means to attempt to pilfer this secret technique from Xia country. Unfortunately, Song Chongqing had already made thorough preparations for such a situation. While they might have been able to obtain something with more effort, the time cost was simply untenable for the other three organizations. You are asking for too much. With all due respect, these conditions are akin to an unequal treaty that undermines our sovereignty, protested Viscount Giles of the Divine Awakening Organization, shaking his head. Song Chongqing could only chuckle at this. Undermining sovereignty? Did they not realize that such an insult was something these major powers had once forced upon them over a century ago? Now, it was not them pressuring the others to sign, but rather the others pleading for them to do so, yet they still dared to haggle. How laughable. Turning away, Song Chongqing instructed Quan Jianxin, Jianxin, see them out. The negotiations end here. At that moment, Makarov from the Red Alliance rose, declaring, the Red Alliance agrees to the terms of the treaty. We will sign. With his back turned, a smile crept onto Song Chongqing's lips. Makarov was astute, playing his part well and seizing the moment perfectly. He quickly regained his stoic expression, turning to approach Makarov. Esteemed Mr. Makarov, congratulations on making the wisest choice of your life. Makarov extended his hand to shake with Song Chongqing. I hope so. At this point, both Powell and Giles could no longer remain composed. If the Red Alliance also acquired the willpower cultivation method, what would become of them? It was crucial to understand that the current superficial peace in the world was entirely due to Chen Mo of Xia country relentlessly hunting down anomalies. If Chen Mo ever ceased his efforts, could the Dark Walkers and the Red Alliance withstand the repercussions? I fear my descendants will one day point fingers at me, cursing my decisions, yet they will also come to understand my choices. Powell sighed heavily. I will sign. Song, I will sign. Giles shook his head as well, stating, this is the most powerless negotiation I have ever experienced. I will sign too. A smile finally emerged on Song Chongqing's face. This is not merely a negotiation, Viscount Giles. Consider it an open-book examination with the answers laid out before you. Trust me, no one will regret this. Join us, embrace a brighter future, and all of humanity will be grateful for your generosity. Meanwhile, Chen Mo returned home. The cooling of the deduction resumed positively, yet he found himself pondering a particular question. I have essentially grasped the circumstances surrounding the worship of the Holy Star at the Holy Land of Compassion. It seems rather futile to delve further into that aspect during this deduction. Perhaps I should investigate what transformations await the Blue Star, now endowed with the secret arts of willpower, in the future. And what of those concealed other races? What are their true intentions? Over the past month, Chen Mo has relentlessly hunted anomalies, yet the demon race, divine race, and outsider race have all vanished without a trace. As if they have retreated to some hidden lair, conspiring in silence. As for Su Hao, he too has been elusive this past month, only occasionally returning to headquarters to swap equipment, making him nearly impossible to locate. Chen Mo has not witnessed him hunting anomalies either, yet the aura surrounding him has grown increasingly intricate and formidable. It is evident that Su Hao has yet to attain the chaotic unity of the three powers as seen in that previous deduction. Currently, his willpower is the strongest, his demonic energy slightly weaker, and his divine energy minimal, almost imperceptible. Nevertheless, one can sense that his demonic energy is gradually intensifying. It remains a mystery what he has been up to lately. As Chan Mo contemplated, he instinctively sat cross-legged and began to operate the heart refinement technique. Soon after, he collapsed onto his bed, feeling a mix of pain and pleasure. He struggled to rise. Let the deduction commence. This time, there is no need to rupture the boundary until the final moment. Chinamo's thoughts would be transmitted to his counterpart in the deduction, thus as long as he held such an intention, the deduction would surely progress in the direction he envisioned. In mid-2002, your strength continued to surge dramatically, and the number of boundary ruptures was steadily advancing towards 2. You chose not to rupture the boundary, but instead sought the limits of entering the sacred realm. During this time, you began intentionally searching for the hidden races on the blue star. The dark boundary also appeared twice during this period. However, as you could not directly teleport near the dark boundary, whenever you received news and arrived at the location, you always found someone had beaten you to it, Su Hao. The newly emerged dark boundary posed no particular threat. With Su Hao's strength, he could easily dismantle the blood cocoon within. Yet, you noticed that Su Hao did not consume the unformed demon core. Instead, he placed it into his backpack, seemingly with ulterior motives. The premature destruction of the blood cocoon allowed the humans within the dark boundary to survive. Albeit most had turned into fools. You attempted to call out to Su Hao, inquiring why he acted thus, but he seemed disinclined to engage with you, swiftly taking flight. Indeed, he could fly, mastering the art of willpower flight, raising suspicions that he had formed some connection with those outsider forces. In early 2003, you observed a noticeable slowdown in the speed of anomaly invasions. You sensed that your rapid hunting had drawn the attention of the divine race behind the anomalies. At that moment, Su Hao found you. You assumed he sought another bout, but you were clearly mistaken. Su Hao revealed to you that he had succeeded. Chapter 92. Let us see whose path is correct. Yours or mine. You did not comprehend Su Hao's meaning, yet you vaguely sensed that his current state was exceedingly peculiar. Su Hao informed you that the myriad worlds are divided among 5 major races. The gods and demons are the strongest, followed by the divine and demon races, with the human race being the weakest. The divine and demon beings evolved from humans, merely amalgamating aspects of divine and demonic powers. Such a deviation is not a lasting solution and cannot genuinely contend with the formidable gods and demons. As for him, Su Hao has forged a unique path, simultaneously merging the demon core with divine blood, embarking on a journey that no one has ever succeeded in throughout history. Upon reading this, Chen Mo was filled with countless doubts. Such an opportunity surely warranted a glimpse into the world of deduction. With a flicker of thought, Chen Mo found himself standing before Su Hao. The experience of being present in the moment was indeed different. The state of chaotic unity radiating from Su Hao was nothing short of breathtaking in Chen Mo's eyes. The path of the extraordinary is comprised of 3 routes, as even the system's world hints suggest, yet Su Hao appears to have forged an unprecedented 4th path, the outcome of which remains uncertain. Chen Mo, do you wish to learn? I shall teach you. Su Hao's expression bore a hint of subtle arrogance. Even while he maintained control, Chen Mo could still perceive it. Chen Mo shook his head and replied, I merely wish to understand how you achieve this. Su Hao's merging of the demon core and divine blood was comprehensible, as the former could be acquired from the dark boundary. But what of the divine blood? The divine servants have yet to genuinely descend upon this world. From whence did Su Hao acquire the divine blood? Suddenly, a possibility surfaced in Chen Mo's mind. Could it be? From the divine race. Su Hao produced an object from his backpack, which Chen Mo instantly recognized, a demon core, an unformed one at that. Such a thing originates from demons, or more accurately, from the dark thoughts within each individual's heart. Once he absorbs sufficient human vitality, he will consume it, embarking on a new path. As Su Hao spoke, he retrieved a transparent vial, half filled with golden liquid. The rich divine aura emanating from it allowed Chen Mo to identify it as divine blood. Yet, how had Su Hao procured it? This liquid originates from the divine. It could also be described as stemming from the divine essence inherent in every soul. Curiously, such a substance had appeared in the hands of the Pope. Chen Mo's heart sank. Pope? Pope Bell? Wasn't he a guise of the divine race? Su Hao chuckled softly. That Pope is truly a beast in human guise, extracting divine essence from his followers. Such a crude method of extraction has left the wills of those followers in shambles. Fortunately, a mysterious individual informed me of this matter. allowing me to acquire this item. Su Hao smiled. A mysterious individual? Chinamo suddenly recalled the woman from the demon race. Was it she? That individual also revealed the truth of this world to me, teaching me several wondrous secret arts, allowing this frog at the bottom of the well to glimpse the sun in the sky. I cannot ascertain that individual's motives. Perhaps they harbor ill intentions. But it matters not. I shall forge a path that belongs solely to me. Su Hao returned the two items to his backpack. Now, let us test it out. Chun Mo's forehead erupted with a large question mark. Test it out? Test what? Su Hao chuckled lightly. I can see that. Chen Mo, you likely have your own path. Confining you to mine would be a restraint. Let us measure our strengths to discover whose path is correct. Yours or mine? Chen Mo could only sigh in resignation. Ultimately, must he confront Su Hao in battle? Fortunately, this is the world of deduction. Engaging Su Hao in combat is not an issue. At least it allows him to observe the wondrous state of Su Hao's chaotic amalgamation of three powers and how it contrasts with his own pure path of willpower. Let us proceed. We shall find a suitable location. Chen Mo smiled, his eyes igniting with the spirit of battle. Su Hao nodded solemnly in agreement. Very well. The two ascended simultaneously, their bodies enveloped in white flames as they soared into the distance. Moments later, Chen Mo pointed below. Su Hao glanced and nodded, and together they descended. This place is rather fitting. Su Hao surveyed the surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. They stood atop a low mountain, where sparse grass blanketed the ground, devoid of excessive trees, creating a natural arena spanning over 100 meters. Shall we begin? Su Hao inquired. Chen Mo slightly inclined his head, and in the next instant, his form abruptly vanished. What a sneak attack. Chen Mo? Su Hao, rather amused than angry, swiftly raised his right arm to block. Boom. A shockwave emanated from the two, flattening the surrounding grass under immense pressure before it rebounded. Chun Mo's strikes rained down like a tempest, while Su Hao remained unfazed, responding with remarkable composure. The more tranquil Su Hao appeared, the more astonished Chen Mo became, though it was evident that Su Hao was inferior in strength and speed. Each time Chen Mo struck him, an odd force rebounded, nullifying his advantage. Is this what Su Hao has comprehended? Both combatants agreed to fight unarmed, exchanging blows in a raw display of strength. Suddenly, Su Hao's expression shifted dramatically as he was uncontrollably propelled backward by a tremendous force. Mid-air, a surge of energy erupted from him, stabilizing his form. Su Hao glanced at his rapidly bruising right forearm, astonished. Chen Mo, that move holds some merit. Indeed, the previous strike employed Chen Mo's special technique, double trouble. The doubled strength caught Su Hao off guard, placing him at a disadvantage. However, even more astonishing to Chen Mo was that when his attack connected with Su Hao, it had evidently been diminished by that unusual force. The double strength ultimately exerted only about 1.5 times its original impact. Moreover, that chaotic energy left his willpower feeling somewhat at a loss. Excellent. Chen Mo, now, witness my technique. Su Hao laughed heartily as three distinctly different auras surged forth from him. Split! Su Hao shouted, unleashing simultaneously the willpower of humanity, the demonic energy of demons, and the divine power of gods. Su Hao's ability to merge three distinct powers and, astonishingly, to separate them as well, left Chen Mo in a state of profound shock. This young man was indeed the fated child of Blue Star. Come on, Chen Mo. Let us see if you can handle the combined might of my three clans. In an instant, Su Hao transformed into a shadowy specter, demonstrating the application of demonic power. Almost immediately, a divine light surged forth, and Chen Mo, caught off guard, was enveloped by the radiant beam. The iron ring on his finger activated a white shield, deflecting the divine light. But Su Hao's iron fist, imbued with an overwhelming will, followed closely behind. Chapter 93. Next time, I will go further. The white heart power shield shattered with a thunderous crash, and Chen Mo crossed his arms in front of him, only to be sent flying by the force of the punch. Yet, in midair, Chen Mo abruptly halted, swiftly reversing his position and launching an attack in return. Bring it on. Su Hao laughed heartily as the three powers converged swiftly. His fingertips curled slightly, palms together, forming a shape reminiscent of blooming flowers. Chen Mo's instinct screamed danger, and he quickly dodged to the side as the attack approached. Try this move of mine. In an instant, a peculiar energy erupted from Su Hao's palm, neither black nor white, but a pale gray shimmering with specks of golden light. Go. The energy morphed into a serpentine dragon, surging forth from Su Hao's palm. Heading directly for Chen Mo. This guy can attack from a distance too? Chen Mo felt a chill run down his spine as he evaded, the energy dragon whistling past him, the gust of wind it produced leaving him astonished. However, its sheer power was formidable, yet its speed left much to be desired. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Chen Mo realized he was mistaken. The energy dragon skillfully pivoted behind him and charged at him once more. It can track me? While Chen Mo felt alarmed, his body instinctively reacted. He charged straight at Su Hao. Su Hao's eyes narrowed. Indeed, this move had its flaws. Once released, maintaining the energy dragon required his concentration, leaving him momentarily vulnerable. Chen Mo, in a flash, had detected this weakness, showcasing his keen battle instincts. However, Su Hao had anticipated such a scenario and had prepared a countermeasure when he devised this technique. Under his control, the energy dragon surged upward, and with a swift downward motion of his hands, he severed its energy supply. Without a source of replenishment, the energy dragon plummeted. A smirk graced Su Hao's lips as he retreated. And in the next moment, the energy dragon crashed down precisely where he had just stood, coincidentally where Chen Mo was charging. The overwhelming energy erupted violently, shaking the entire low hill, as a massive explosion sent plumes of earth and dust into the air, obliterating the mountaintop and shearing off a thick layer. Su Hao's expression remained tense. While such an attack was powerful, it likely wouldn't inflict significant harm on someone of Chen Mo's caliber. As the dust began to settle, Chen Mo stood expressionless at the epicenter of the explosion, unscathed, even the edges of his garments untouched. Su Hao's countenance shifted. Chen Mo's aura, how had it suddenly intensified so dramatically? A surging white flame enveloped Chen Mo, rendering him a stark contrast to his previous self. Only Chen Mo understood the reason behind this transformation. In their earlier sparring, his body, guided by the embodiment of a title, was the pioneer of Blue Star. Now, he was the lone brave. A boost of 50% across all attributes elevated Chen Mo's presence to an entirely new dimension, enabling him to easily withstand the explosive force. Without uttering a word, Chen Mo vanished from sight in an instant, his speed so remarkable that Su Hao could barely register it. This is not good. Su Hao barely managed to sidestep before an immense force sent him flying. He could be pushed back merely by the force of a punch. That was not the end. Chen Mo's assault came crashing down like a torrential storm. Now, with no cooldown constraints on his dual trouble technique, the only limitation was the immense energy consumption. Yet, in a one-on-one battle among such powerful adversaries, the outcome often hinges on a fleeting moment. Stamina mattered little. Boom. Su Hao was battered into submission, the strange energy that had surrounded him scattering. And finally, he was struck down, unable to rise again as the white flame surrounding Chen Mo gradually dissipated. He approached Su Hao, extending a hand. Su Hao, clutching his sore chest, was bruised and battered. Yet it was evident that none of his injuries were fatal. During their exchange, Chen Mo had shown restraint when necessary. Chen Mo, how have you become so strong? Su Hao inquired, reaching for Chen Mo's hand. With a gentle pull, Chen Mo helped him to his feet. You have your path and I have mine, Chen Mo replied calmly. Su Hao paused momentarily before breaking into a smile, albeit one that was rather unsightly given his swollen face. Farewell, Chen Mo with great effort. He waved, his body slowly ascending. Next time, I will journey further along my path. As Su Hao swayed away into the distance, Chen Mo suddenly recalled something and shouted, Su Hao. Su Hao hesitated midair, turning his head back. If one day you feel your mindset faltering, seek out Wudong Mountain. Su Hao was taken aback by the words, nodding slowly before disappearing into the horizon. Just moments ago, Chen Mo had sensed that Su Hao's slightly unstable aura was amiss. Before their sparring, Su Hao had been brimming with vitality, the three powers seamlessly merged. Yet, after the encounter, Chen Mo felt that Su Hao's will had undergone some peculiar change, becoming less pure, as if tainted by divine power and demonic energy. Chen Mo then recalled the old master Zhuangzizi, who could help dispel murderous intent. He did not wish for Su Hao to become a puppet of power. Should that day ever come, perhaps Zhuangzizi could assist him. After all, this was a realm of simulation, not reality. Planting a seed of thought in Su Hao's mind would also allow Chen Mo to glean more information. With that in mind, there was no longer a need to squander time in this simulated world. It was time to exit. As Qin Mo's words echoed, he found himself standing before the vast luminous screen of the simulation interface. After parting ways with Su Hao, you continued hunting anomalies, yet the frequency of anomalies released by the Divine Clan dwindled, and eventually, there were months without a single Earth-level anomaly reminiscent of several years prior. Moreover, the limits of entering the sacred realm were exceedingly exaggerated. By the end of 2004, you still had not felt the presence of that limit. During this time, aside from the anomalies dispatched by the Divine Clan, you observed that the dark barriers of the Demonic Clan and the other 3 foreign races had not made an appearance, which struck you as rather odd. You felt perplexed. Had these forces abandoned their efforts to extract benefits from Blue Star, the Divine Clan's breeding ground? By the end of 2004, just before the descent of the Divine Servants, you encountered Su Hao once more. Chapter 94. With the strength of one, annihilate the divine. The sword that cleaves opened the door to the world. You are astonished to discover that Su Hao possesses not a trace of any other power. His aura is serene, as if he were merely an ordinary human. You are on the verge of inquiring, yet to your surprise, he smiles and thanks you for enabling him to visit Wudong Mountain. He informs you that the venerable Inzhuan has imparted a great deal of knowledge to him, and he has taken the old master as his teacher. Now, he claims to have achieved perfect control over the 3 powers within him. Su Hao explains that every individual inherently embodies humanity, divinity, and demonic thoughts. To expel any 2 and cultivate the remaining one is to forsake one's essence. In his view, only through the integration and mutual development of all 3 can one truly be called human. Regrettably, in this vast world, he is the sole traveler on such a path. Su Hao extends an invitation for you to embark on this new journey together, yet you know such a venture is impossible and thus decline his offer. You believe that humanity is defined by its will, which stands as the true advantage of the species. Forsaking the fundamental for the trivial and merging the 3 forces may seem to eliminate weaknesses. Yet in reality, it creates myriad vulnerabilities. Su Hao chuckles softly, saying nothing, merely gesturing skyward. The divine servant has descended, and at that moment, neither you nor Su Hao harbor any fear of the celestial being that has manifested above. Moreover, due to the influence of the Wudong heart-refining technique, numerous individuals across the globe have already attained extraordinary realms. Su Hao queries whether you wish to take the lead or if he should, to which you respond that you intend to eradicate the divine with your own strength. You soar into the sky, engaging in a spectacular battle against the divine servant, with the assistance of the lone brave and dual troubles. Although you remain some distance from the celestial being, you are no longer powerless to contend. Ultimately, the divine servant, who had previously annihilated humanity in various future projections, falls to your hand, as you exhaust your strength and land beside Su Hao. He solemnly informs you that although you have triumphed, death is inevitable. The true deity will descend before long. Suddenly, a glint catches your eye as a shimmering silver longsword materializes in Su Hao's hand. You recognize the blade, having seen it before with the venerable Inzhuan Zizi. It is the true martial sword. Su Hao reveals that the sword has chosen him. With a single stroke, it can cleave open the gateway to another world. Even with the mark of divinity upon him, he can escape this place, though it will only exist for 10 breaths. He cannot save the world, but he can save you. He asks whether you wish to accompany him. Beyond the world's gate lies the unknown, yet as long as you stand united as brothers, you will carve out a realm of your own. One day, he vows to avenge all of humanity on Blue Star by vanquishing the celestial demons. You gaze at Su Hao with a complex expression, yet ultimately, you refuse his proposition. Su Hao sighs deeply, acknowledging that he can see you are not of the same ilk, and he does not press the matter. With that, he strikes with his sword, opening a black fissure, and without hesitation, he vanishes within. After 10 breaths, the rift closes, and you 2 exhale a sigh as you activate the rift function. However, when you materialize at the holy star of worship, your eyes widen in shock. The once lush mountains and forests have vanished, leaving only a desolate wasteland. You cannot fathom what has transpired here in just over a year. Suddenly, a tremendous force envelopes you. And even with your strength, you find yourself unable to break free. Moments later, a terrifying entity looms before you. This is a demon general, comparable to a human sage, perhaps even more formidable in strength. The demon general appears puzzled, questioning why a human bearing the mark of the divine would suddenly appear on this already occupied and purged planet. The concealment token at your waist proves utterly useless before him. Without hesitation, the demon general unleashes a torrent of terrifying demonic energy, engulfing you in an instant. You perish. This projection concludes. As the light dims, Chunamo finds himself in a daze. The latest development of the future has once again defied his expectations. First, whether Su Hao's path is right or wrong is yet to be determined, but as soon as he reached Wudong Mountain and found Inzhuan a tremendous opportunity awaited him. He even obtained the true martial sword, which bears 3 question marks. More alarmingly, in his hands, this sword exhibits functionality akin to Chen Mo's rift ability, and in his eyes, the world gate cleaved by the true martial sword is far more practical than his rift. His rift can only be utilized by himself, while the world gate permits numerous individuals to traverse within 10 breaths. However, it is unclear why Su Hao did not extend an invitation to anyone else apart from you. Furthermore, Su Hao mentioned that the true martial sword had chosen him, yet when Chen Amo visited Wudong Mountain, none of the 3 weapons reacted to him, indicating that he was not chosen by any of them. Su Hao.is, likely the true child of destiny, blessed with fortune. Chen Amo cannot help but exclaim. The projection, first tier max level, can offer the host 3 special rewards. The host may select one. Reward 1. Increase a specific main attribute point from this projection. Excess is ineffective. Can only be raised to the current realm limit. Reward 2. Endurance 20 points. Reward 3. Recovery ability 20 points. Chun Mo's lips twitch. None of the 3 special rewards present a straightforward option. After a moment's hesitation, he chooses Reward 3. This raises his recovery ability to a staggering 61 points. Although he desires Reward 1. Having hunted numerous anomalies during the projection, he regrets that in the later stages, the divine race released fewer anomalies, resulting in a less significant gain in attribute points than he had anticipated. Chunamo has always believed that attribute point enhancement should be balanced. A sudden spike in any one attribute may not necessarily be beneficial to his overall strength. The projection, first tier max level, can provide the host with a segment of random memory or insight that is relatively clear from the projection. Would you like to select? Choose. Moments later, Chunamo feels a sense of bemusement. This random memory happens to be the recollection of his sparring match with Su Hao, but this memory already resides in his mind, rendering the duplication meaningless. Let us examine the random item now. Could it be that I'm destined to draw a few black cards? Upon selecting the item, Chunamo promptly opens his backpack. This is well, I had anticipated it. Within the backpack lies a pair of black athletic shoes. Another question arises. Why has the Holy Star of Worship been occupied by the demon race after the rift? Chunamo ponders for a moment, connecting this incident with the prior projection, where he assisted the Zhulang Elder in addressing a demonic invasion at the Holy Star of Worship. I understand now. The demonic army likely heralded the invasion of the demon race on the Holy Star of Worship, in the following year. The Holy Star of Worship could not withstand the assault. It remains unclear when it was entirely annihilated by the demons. As for the Holy Land of Shangxi, who knows? Thus, in the upcoming projection, I must ascertain the precise moment of the Holy Star's destruction and ideally devise a countermeasure beforehand. Otherwise, even if I slay the divine servant, evade the true deity's harvest, and utilize the rift, I cannot escape death. Chapter 95. Did I kill him with my sharp tongue? The next day, Chunamo activated the effect of the Blue Star Pioneer, instantly transporting himself to the coordinates of a yellow-level anomaly invasion event occurring on an island in the Pacific Ocean, ready to commence the usual hunt for these descending anomalies. As the intensity of the anomaly invasion gradually diminishes, even yellow-level anomalies become precious. After obliterating one with a single punch, Chunamo turns to leave when suddenly, a deep voice emanates from behind him. If you wish to die, then continue as you are. Chunamo furrows his brow and turns around to see a man clad in a black robe materializing not far from him. Chunamo has seen that long robe before. It is identical to the one worn by that demon woman. A demon? Chunamo asks casually. The man scoffs, remarking that the caged swine understands quite a bit. That bitch Jihuan who informed you? The treacherous one, Jihuan. Chunamo has never heard that name before, but his intuition tells him that it likely belongs to that woman. Chunamo carefully assesses the man's aura. Although the demonic energy is potent, it is only about 30% stronger than his own. With the presence of the lone brave and dual troubles, Chen Imo feels no fear. However, he does not comprehend why this demon has approached him. Is that Ji Huan's concealment token? The man suddenly notices the concealment token hanging at Chen Mo's waist, and his expression shifts from surprise to a mocking grin. That bitch Ji Huan is truly courting death. Chen Mo's hand rests on the hilt of his blade, which he has not drawn in a long time. But should he unsheath it, it signifies that his murderous intent has reached its peak. The man also notices Chen Mo's movement and grins wickedly, saying, "What's this? Do you intend to strike at me? You are not my match. I had no intention of killing you today, so do not seek unnecessary trouble. I merely came to warn you that your method of hunting anomalies is disrupting our demon race's plans. If you do not cease..." "What if I do not cease?" Chen Imo raises his chin slightly, his gaze disdainful. A surge of fury ignited within the heart of the man from the demon tribe. Initially, their sect had mandated restraint against these indigenous strongmen, as most of them were prime specimens cultivated by the divine clan, and provoking them could potentially draw unwanted divine attention. However, the demon tribe adhered to a philosophy of not allowing grievances to linger overnight. If one felt compelled to act, they should do so without hesitation. Witnessing Chen Mo's blatant disregard for courtesy, the man decided that reconciliation was no longer an option if he would not relent. Then he would have to face his demise. With a cold sneer, he unleashed his hands, now adorned with 10 sharp claws, each covered in scales. Chen Imo felt a stirring within him. The title of the lone hero had already supplanted that of the Blue Star Pioneer. His aura surged instantly, and with a resonant sound, his long sword was drawn, cleaving through the air in an instant to confront the man. The latter appeared momentarily stunned, a flicker of panic crossing his face as he hastily raised his palm in defense. Yet, Chen Imo, when he chose to strike, did so with lethal intent. The force of his blow was akin to 1,000 pounds, and when it met the man's palm, it resonated with a jarring metallic clang, resulting in the complete severance of the man's 10 claws. The man was struck with terror, and a thick shroud of black mist enveloped him, transforming from solid to ethereal in the blink of an eye, causing Chen Mo's follow-up strike to slice through nothingness. "You little brat, just you wait, I, Wu Zhao, shall return." The black mist swiftly retreated into the distance, vanishing without a trace, just as Chen Imo contemplated using his heart fire escape technique to pursue. An unexpected turn of events occurred at his side. Another wisp of black mist materialized beside him, and moments later, a familiar figure appeared before him. It was none other than the woman of the demon tribe. Or rather, the enchanting Ji Huan. With a graceful smile, Ji Huan addressed Chen Imo, "Do not worry, little one. Wu Zhao cannot escape. I thank you for injuring him today. I shall take care of him shortly for daring to offend me." Chen Imo remained silent. Although he had previously benefited from her assistance, he felt little fondness for her. "Hee, you still lack a sense of romance, my dear. Very well, I shan't linger." With a flourish of her sleeve, Ji Huan transformed into a wisp of black mist, darting in the direction Wu Zhao had fled. Chen Imo smirked and sheathed his long sword. He secretly wished for the two to engage in a mutually destructive battle, ideally leading to their demise. Little did he know, his wish would soon come to fruition. That very afternoon, a phone call from Song Chongqing summoned Chen Imo back to the headquarters of the Shadow Walkers. The reason? An urgent high-level meeting, of which Chen Imo was to be a participant. Upon taking his seat, he was surprised to find Su Hao also present. This was an unusual signal, for while Su Hao was indeed formidable, he was still a man with a tarnished reputation. Why would he be included in such a high-level meeting? Was it possible this meeting was directly related to him? Moments later, Song Chongqing entered the conference room and gestured for attention, prompting Quan Jianxin to activate the projector. On the screen, images of 2 peculiar corpses appeared before all present. Chen Mo's pupils constricted. These corpses, were they not the remains of a male and female from the demon tribe? The bodies were grotesquely disfigured, their faces severely damaged, leaving Chen Imo unable to discern whether they belonged to Ji Huan and Wu Zhao. Could it be that they truly fell victim to one another in their conflict, succumbing to their own venom? No. Chen Imo suddenly turned to Su Hao, whose expression remained inscrutable until Song Chongqing also directed his gaze toward him. "These corpses do not belong to our kind." Song Chongqing continued, "Now let Su Hao elucidate the origins of these bodies." All eyes in the meeting room turned to Su Hao, who nodded slightly, rose, and began. These corpses are from a realm strikingly similar to our own. Earlier today, while tasked with investigating a large-scale missing persons case on the northeastern border, near the border with northern Russia, I stumbled upon these two engaged in combat. Their displayed power far exceeded our expectations. And it was only after they had both perished that I dared to approach. I discovered evidence indicating they hailed from a place called the Underworld Realm, specifically from a faction known as the Heart of Deception. And they are not human but members of a race called the Demon Tribe. Unfortunately, shortly after my contact, those items vanished into a sudden, dark rift that appeared before me, taking the bodies with them. All I have left are these photographs and fragments of information etched in my mind. As Su Hao concluded, Song Chongqing gestured for him to take his seat. Comrades, do you hear me? I suspect that the recent spate of disappearances is connected to these demons. His words ignited a stir among the attendees, yet Qian Mo's gaze remained fixed on Su Hao, feeling an unsettling disquiet. Something was amiss. Had the two from the demon tribe truly perished in mutual destruction? Was the subtle demonic energy emanating from Su Hao unrelated to these events? In his various simulations, Su Hao had ultimately merged divine power with demonic energy, achieving a triadic unity. Yet, it was evident that he had not yet acquired divine power. He was merely imbued with demonic energy and the will of humanity. Were the disappearances indeed related to the demons, or was there a deeper connection to Su Hao himself? A sudden thought struck Qian Mo. Had Su Hao truly gleaned nothing from those two? Were the corpses and their spoils genuinely lost? In the previous simulation, when the divine servant descended, none of the alien races had appeared. Was today's occurrence a precursor to the outcomes predicted in that simulation? Qian Mo felt an urge to investigate, yet recalling the scenes from the simulation, he hesitated, realizing there was no need for undue haste. After all, Su Hao had seemingly found his own path. If he intervened, it might disrupt his mindset, which would be far from ideal. Song Chongqing's subsequent remarks merely called for heightened vigilance across all departments to thoroughly investigate the demon's whereabouts. Qian Mo selectively absorbed some of this information, primarily ruminating on his own concerns. Once the meeting concluded, he finally made a decision. Su Hao. Qian Mo called out to the departing Su Hao. Su Hao paused, turning with a peculiar smile. What is it? Old classmate? Qian Mo furrowed his brow. The demonic energy surrounding Su Hao is likely the result of his strenuous suppression. Otherwise, it would have already leaked forth, potentially affecting those around him. If you feel your mental state is faltering, consider visiting Wudong Mountain. An old Taoist there might be able to assist you. The specific location is known to the commander. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Mo resolved to share the information regarding the old Taoist in Xuanzi with Su Hao. Su Hao appeared taken aback, his expression somewhat strange, as if he understood that Qian Mo had discerned something about him. Thank you, he replied with a slight nod before turning to leave. Wait. Su Hao glanced back with suspicion. Regarding Qian Mo, there's something else? Is what you possess related to the demons? Qian Mo inquired. To his surprise, Su Hao did not respond, merely turning away and disappearing down the corridor in an instant. This only solidified Qian Mo's belief that something was indeed amiss. If Su Hao was unwilling to speak, it was likely that he had acquired something from those two, be it their belongings or demonic energy. Otherwise, there was no logical explanation for the nearly overflowing demonic energy emanating from him. A month later, Qian Mo finally awaited the cooldown of the simulation to conclude. This time, he aimed to uncover the truth behind the event at the Shangxi Sacred Land and the impending demon invasion. Seeking to ascertain when it would transpire, commenced the simulation. In the latter half of 2002, upon utilizing the rift function, you indeed arrived at the Shangxi Sacred Land. Concealing your aura with the cloak token, you prepared to head towards Hanhai City as before. However, just 500 miles from Hanhai City, you were halted by a man clad in armor. The man identified himself as a member of the Sacred City's Imperial Guard. When you inquired about the obstruction, he informed you that Hanhai City had suffered a calamity and was now in ruins, forbidding any entry. It dawned on you that your arrival at the Sacred Star had come 2 months after your previous simulation, indicating that the demon incursion must have occurred during this interval. Without your assistance, the revered Zhu Lang would likely not stand a chance against the demon forces. You told the Imperial Guard that you were an acquaintance of Zhu Lang, and even if you could not enter Hanhai City, you wished to ascertain his well-being. The guard sighed, revealing that Zhu Lang had perished in the calamity. You realized this was no ordinary disaster. It was likely the rise of the demonic plague. Concealing your presence, you circumvented the blockade and soon approached Hanhai City. Yet, as you gazed upon the site where Hanhai City once stood, all that remained was a vast pit over 10 kilometers wide, with seawater flooding into it. Hanhai City had vanished entirely. Departing from there, you journeyed towards several small towns etched in your memory. But all that greeted you were ruins and crumbling walls. As Chen Mo observed the scenes unfolding in the light curtain, he murmured, "It seems the severity of the demonic disaster exceeds my expectations." You resolved to approach the vicinity of Baixing City, but midway, you encountered a scene you had previously witnessed. An obsidian bowl-shaped barrier lay inverted upon the plain, shrouding a small city that ought to have existed here. However, you discerned that the maturation speed of this dark barrier far surpassed that of the ones that had appeared on Blue Star. You had merely observed for less than a day, and already, the dark barrier began to fade and vanish. Within it emerged a full 10 blood-red giants, whose presence was markedly stronger than the giants previously seen on Blue Star. You harbored deep suspicions that the power of the demon race's arrival in this world likely exceeded that which had descended upon Blue Star. After all, acquiring modest gains and disrupting the divine race's breeding grounds is a far cry from the current invasion war at Baixing Star. As you prepared to take action, over a dozen armored members of the Baixing City Guard soared in from the horizon, instantly clashing with the blood-red giants. You silently withdrew from the battlefield to avoid detection. 300 miles away from Baixing City, you sought refuge in a small town, renting a room at an inn to temporarily settle. The ordinary townsfolk continued their lives, blissfully unaware of the impending calamity. Days passed, and finally, the atmosphere of tension reached this small town. The reason was straightforward. One blood-red giant had appeared outside the town one morning, and had it not been for the proximity to Baixing City and the timely intervention of the guards, the town would have likely been obliterated. The townspeople had never beheld such a terrifying entity, and some even succumbed to its mental manipulation, descending into madness. At this juncture, over a month had elapsed since your arrival at Baixing Star. You witnessed numerous transcendent beings, the Shangren, traversing from town to town, notifying everyone to pack their belongings and head to Baixing City. Those unwilling to leave were not coerced. Only those willing to depart were taken to Baixing City. You sensed a foreboding that the conflict might soon reach its conclusion. This evacuation of ordinary people felt highly unusual. After a moment's hesitation, you decided to scout the surroundings of Baixing City. Confident that keeping a distance would render you undetectable to the Sage of the Holy Sky and the Honorable Baiwen. However, upon nearing Baixing City, all you saw were countless commoners waiting outside the tightly shut gates of the city. You were perplexed. Your judgment seemed flawed. If the intention was to relocate these commoners to another planet, should the gates not be opened and the teleportation array activated? Chapter 97. Escape from Baixing Star. This situation persisted for several days. Although Baixing City barred entry to civilians, it had stocked ample provisions. Despite the multitude of refugees outside, none went hungry. As a result, the common folk outside the city did not erupt into chaos. Chen Mo observed the circumstances displayed on the luminous screen, feeling somewhat baffled. Why deny these individuals exit from Baixing Star while ensuring their sustenance? It all bore the scent of conspiracy. Time swiftly passed, and after more than 10 days, the number of gathered civilians outside the city had reached alarming proportions. Those typically exalted Shangren were astonishingly flitting about, delivering food to these commoners, which was simply inconceivable. Finally, on one fateful morning, the reason for all this became clear. On that day, the sky abruptly shifted from blue to red. You recognized this as the precursor to the demon race's invasion. At that moment, several figures suddenly flew out from the city, and you immediately recognized the leading figure as the Sage of the Holy Sky, followed closely by the Honorable Baiwen. The Sage of the Holy Sky's gaze locked onto you almost instantaneously. Yet he merely regarded you with a profound look, refraining from taking action. A wave of terror surged through you, prompting a hasty retreat. However, after a brief escape, you realized no one was pursuing you, and a notion began to form in your mind. After some deliberation, you directed your flight back towards Baixing City. You ascended the city wall with little impediment, but at that moment, a torrential rain of blood began to fall from the sky. You halted to observe, witnessing a scene that would remain etched in your memory forever. Qianemo, in reality, could see this shocking spectacle through the luminous screen. A colossal hand, shrouded in terror, tore through the heavens, parting the clouds with alarming ease. Following this, the fissure widened, revealing the arm, the body, and an immense head akin to a mountain, along with two colossal legs seemingly capable of spanning the sky. All laid bare before the onlookers. The demon lord had descended, its scarlet eyes fixated on the seemingly insignificant figures of the Sage of the Holy Sky and the other powerful beings. The sage did not retreat, his voice resonating throughout the land. He proclaimed, "With the demon race's invasion, all humanity must possess the resolve for sacrifice. In this critical moment of survival, all human beings surrounding Baixing City must devote their utmost strength to vanquish the demon lord." The Sage of the Holy Sky raised his hand, summoning a silver-white long sword, which then transformed into a torrential rain of swords, directly descending upon the densely packed, terrified commoners below. Wherever the sword light passed, corpses lay strewn across the ground, and a rich white heart force continuously converged towards the Sage of the Holy Sky, ultimately coalescing into a monstrous sword that soared towards the heavens. The giant sword clashed with the demon lord, resulting in a ferocious collision. Even you were swept away by the terrifying gale into the city. You clearly witnessed that the Sage of the Holy Sky's strike, which had harnessed the collective heart force of millions, failed to slay the demon lord. Instead, the demon lord swatted him away as one would a mere fly. You swiftly dashed into the teleportation array of Baixing City, and after a flash of white light, you vanished from the array. Qianemo felt a surge of anticipation. The impending doom of Baixing Star seemed inextricably linked to the arrival of the demon lord. Where this teleportation array would take him was of paramount importance. When you regained your senses, you found yourself in an ancient city, replete with classical charm. Two soldiers clad in sturdy armor, wielding sharp blades, approached you swiftly, inquiring why you had come from Baixing Star to Fenggu Star. It was only then that you realized Baixing Star had just been designated as a war zone mere moments ago, and all individuals traveling to and fro were to undergo investigation. Meanwhile, powerful beings from Fenggu Star preparing to assist Baixing Star were already en route. You understood that the situation was dire, so you did not conceal the truth, relaying the circumstances of Baixing Star to the soldiers. Fortunately, these soldiers were of modest strength, most lacking even the transcendent stage, and thus could not see through your concealed status token. Your intelligence caused quite a stir. The soldiers temporarily escorted you to a courtyard for custody, while the teleportation array had inexplicably severed the route to Baixing Star, leading Fenggu Star to abandon its rescue efforts. Fearing that the powerful beings of Fenggu Star might uncover your secret, that night, as darkness fell, you escaped from the courtyard and swiftly departed the city. 3 days later, you had transformed your appearance, donning the traditional attire of Fenggu Star, as you strolled through the streets of a small town. Upon reaching this point, Qianemo no longer hesitated and chose to enter the simulation world. Fenggu Star was likely to be his next destination. In reality, Baixing Star might face annihilation within a few months, prompting Qianemo to consider an early departure from Blue Star. Otherwise, if he lingered too long, traversing to Baixing Star would lead to certain doom. He might even need to devise a plan to accumulate sufficient energy to establish a rift anchor point before the destruction of Blue Star. In such a scenario, he could safely depart at the last moment before Blue Star's demise. Thus, scouting Fenggu Star was essential if necessary. Following this simulation, he would have to initiate his first rift in reality. As Qianemo walked through the picturesque streets reminiscent of a Jiangnan water town, he observed the classical architecture and the hurried passers-by. Feeling a tinge of nostalgia, he pondered whether this planet would face invasion one day. Qianemo sighed softly, realizing that escape might be futile. Fenggu Star also lay within the jurisdiction of the Holy Land of Shangxi, amidst hundreds of life-bearing planets. Although these planets were distantly spaced and possibly not within the same star region, connected solely by teleportation arrays, the demon race's incursions showed no regard for such physical distances. They could directly teleport into the skies of your planet, opening rifts, truly an insurmountable dilemma. The fate of Blue Star bore striking resemblance to that of these planets. Yet the destruction of Blue Star seemed almost inevitable, as it resided within the domain of the divine race. These other planets could still struggle somewhat, given their backing from the holy land of Shaanxi. According to the woman of the demon race, in the myriad worlds, humanity had become akin to mice lurking in dark corners, their combat prowess far inferior to that of other races. It remained uncertain how long the human world, targeted by the demon race, could endure. Would the esteemed guest like to stay? Chinamo entered an inn, and the attendant promptly approached with eagerness. Chinamo nodded, tossing a milky white token to the attendant. This was the universal currency of the holy land of Shaanxi, known as crystal coins, infused with energy and possessing formidable purchasing power, which Chinamo had acquired from a few bandits. The best and cleanest room. Please, Chinamo stated calmly. The attendant, recognizing the arrival of a significant customer, immediately led Chinamo to view the accommodations and presented him with a pot of fine tea. Chinamo noted that, despite the tea being somewhat different from that of Blue Star, his current physical constitution allowed him to easily accept the cuisine of this otherworld. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the multitude of readers for their unwavering support. Today, I present an additional 3 chapters. The narrative arc surrounding the sacred star, Fenggu Star, serves as a pivotal juncture, connecting the earlier and forthcoming segments of this tale. The pacing may slightly decelerate, yet I appreciate your continued engagement. The ratings continue to rise, and I assure you, the additional chapters will not fall into arrears. Chapter 98. The Treasure Festival of Fenggu Star, an extraordinary goods fair. Is there anything else you require, esteemed guest? Please feel free to summon me, the attendant offered. Chinamo nodded and replied, take a seat. I do have a matter to inquire. The attendant hesitated momentarily before promptly responding. I beg your pardon, esteemed guest. Please do not hesitate to ask. I can remain standing. Chinamo did not insist otherwise and proceeded with his question. Are there any sages residing on Fenggu Star? Upon hearing this, the attendant realized that this customer was likely a traveler from another planet. Thus he promptly responded, you have indeed inquired of the right person. Many years ago, during the recruitment of the city guards in Fenggu City, I also participated in the selection, but alas, my mental prowess was insufficient, and I was not chosen. However, I am quite knowledgeable about mental cultivation and the circumstances of Fenggu Star. If you were to ask the townsfolk, they might not even comprehend the concept of mental realms. Chinamo smiled, signaling for the attendant to continue. At that time, the city lord of Fenggu was present. He is the most powerful individual on Fenggu Star, reportedly having reached the pinnacle of the sage realm, a half-step sage, known as the revered spirit of Jiu Dai. In recent years, there have been no reports of the revered spirit breaking through to the sage realm, as there has been no significant activity from Fenggu City. Typically, when a revered figure ascends to sagehood, the rulers of neighboring planets come to offer their congratulations, which is quite a spectacle. Chinamo nodded, surprised to learn that Fenggu Star is indeed less powerful than the sacred star. It is no wonder that the inhabitants here seem to fare slightly better than those on the sacred star. It is likely that the policies of the revered spirit of Gu are similar to those of the Hanhai city. What is the mental tax you collect annually? Chinamo inquired. The standard rate in the city is 6/10, occasionally 8/10, while outside the city, it ranges from 8/10 to 1/10, the attendant replied. Chinamo mentally acknowledged this information. It was precisely as he had anticipated. You seem to live quite well here, the attendant chuckled. We all strive to make a living, however. Fenggu Star thrives in commerce, with a mega-sized teleportation array second only to the Shaanxi sacred land. Thus the tax revenue is sufficient, allowing for lower rates for local residents. Just then, outside the inn, in the eastern direction, magnificent fireworks erupted in the sky. What is that? Chinamo asked. Esteemed guest, are you not here for that? The attendant questioned, perplexed. Chinamo paused, replying, what for? What am I here for? Esteemed guest, that is the opening ceremony for the Treasure Festival. The Treasure Festival? Indeed, esteemed guest. The Treasure Festival is held once every decade. Merchants from the Shaanxi sacred land bring forth various treasures, and merchants from other worlds and sacred lands gather here for a product exhibition. Additionally, many disciples of the sacred lands sell rare mental treasures. This is all thanks to the mega-sized teleportation array, which has transformed Fenggu Star into a commercial hub. Please take your rest, esteemed guest. I must attend to my duties. The attendant excused himself and exited the room. Chinamo gazed at the brilliant fireworks illuminating the sky, reflecting inwardly. Arriving early is not as fortuitous as arriving just in time. With no sage-level beings on Fenggu Star, as long as I keep my distance, The revered spirit of Gu is unlikely to detect my presence. The treasure festival is certainly worth attending, rather than flying. Chen Imo opted to hire a carriage from the town, traversing the bumpy road toward the festival venue. The planets of the Shangxi sacred land exhibit a strikingly uneven development, possessing a peculiar beauty. The carriage beneath Chen Imo, in terms of luxury, was not inferior to his own off-road vehicle on Blue Star, and its propulsion method was equally peculiar, relying on a certain mineral. Chen Imo estimated the speed to be around 30 to 40 kilometers per hour. Yet the road was riddled with potholes. After approximately 2 hours, the carriage finally came to a halt outside the festival grounds. The sight before Chen Imo was nothing short of breathtaking. A vast expanse of open space lay ahead, densely packed with an array of colorful tints and stalls, resembling a vibrant ocean of colors. Fireworks continued to burst in the sky, filling the air with an eclectic mix of scents. Chen Mo observed an abundance of rare technological products uncommon in this world. As diverse cultures from different realms intermingled here, a grand celebration for the 177th Treasure Festival. A massive banner stretched across 100 meters, with servers clad in various traditional garb standing in 2 lines beneath it. Welcoming the arriving customers. As Chen Imo joined the throng, he leisurely perused the outer shops. Premium tea leaves from the Qingshan sacred land. Esteemed guests, do not miss this opportunity. Meteoric iron blind boxes from Liuhua Star. Only 998 crystal coins each. Luxury